This is a tale of the Northeast shaman, Harry, and Hogwarts that must be told. Harry Potter, a 1-year-old child miraculously surviving a great calamity, was adopted by a person named Zhao Cuixi from Northeast China. Zhao Cuixi, a genuine shaman, thus transformed Harry into an authentic little shaman of the Northeast. Chapter 1. The Savior Adopted in China. Our Savior, who vanished 11 years ago, was photographed during his disappearance. It was said that a young Chinese girl, out for a night run, took the fateful boy. However, as you might expect, the magical community is not known for its swiftness, and by the time the venerable headmaster Albus Dumbledore received the message relayed by a mute neighbor living across from the Dursleys, the sole survivor of the Potter family had become elusive. What a tragic story it is. They knew that someone must have taken little Harry after all. He had left behind information in Harry's cradle, hoping that the boy's aunt would read the letter and take him there. Poor child, but alas, it was of no use now. At that moment, no extraordinary means could locate a person. Headmaster Dumbledore dispatched his most capable and astute aides Minerva and Severus Snape's search for Harry Potter. Notice how Dumbledore's affectionate nomenclature for his aides reveals his closeness to Minerva, while Severus Snape, having defected from the opposing side, remains a less familiar figure to him. Nevertheless, he genuinely sympathized with the young man. Dumbledore, this is the outcome of the investigation. Severus Snape, now the potions master of Hogwarts, threw a stack of parchment before Dumbledore. The poor old headmaster began to read it, word for word, not wishing to overlook any detail. Ultimately, it led to an airport. What a disconcerting investigation it was. So, Harry was adopted by a Chinese person? Dumbledore struggled to voice his disbelief. Severus, he must have blood protection too. Snape was not inclined to engage in conversation with Dumbledore. By the time he uncovered this information, Baby Potter had already landed at an airport in China. Finding him was now more challenging than vanquishing the Dark Lord. Dumbledore scrutinized the parchment, a gravity in his gaze that Severus had rarely witnessed. After all, the greatest white wizard of the century usually exuded warmth and wisdom, seldom displaying such solemnity. Harry Potter, the savior of the British magical world, a mere 1-year-old infant, had been adopted by a Chinese individual and taken to China. What could be done? Dumbledore adjusted his glasses and turned to retrieve the enrollment list for Hogwarts. It was evident that Harry Potter's name was listed, albeit for enrollment a decade later. Severus, look, Harry's name remains on the list, indicating that the magical school in China will not admit him, that we simply need to send out an owl slightly ahead of his enrollment year to invite him to attend Hogwarts. Oh, Severus, what do you think? Severus Snape, a young man who had only recently switched allegiances, could no longer contain himself. He began to unleash his frustrations towards Dumbledore, the venerable wizard who, while deserving of respect, could also be quite exasperating. His words, as always, were harsh, but being newly aligned with Dumbledore, he felt it inappropriate to lash out. Yet, he could no longer restrain himself. What peculiar titles, what disparaging nicknames he hurled at Dumbledore without hesitation. But his tirade was in vain. Harry Potter was in China, and the situation was now irrevocable. 10 years had passed since those events in Britain, and during that time, Dumbledore had employed a few subtle manipulations to ensure blood protection for Harry. He arranged for Vernon Dursley's job to be relocated to the economically burgeoning regions of China, even assisting the Dursleys in renting the home of the family that adopted Harry. However, a most peculiar twist emerged. Ever since the Dursleys began renting their new home, neither Dumbledore nor Snape could locate Harry Potter. What a sorrowful tale it was. This sorrow persisted until July 1991, in a small room within a modest building in a town in northeast China, that a little boy with unruly black hair was huddled under a bed, reading a book by flashlight. Everything appeared calm. It was an utterly ordinary afternoon, save for the title of the book in his hands, The Complete Compendium of Spells. What a serene and beautiful afternoon it was. The boy hummed softly, following the odd melody of words from the book, when suddenly, the tranquility was shattered by the sound of fluttering wings. More flapping followed soon after. Unable to endure the noise any longer, the boy peered out from under the bed. Oh, an owl, Mom. Mama. Mama, Mama, fishy Mama, the boy cried out, dropping his book and flashlight as he dashed outside. Soon, a young woman, appearing quite youthful and not particularly tall, opened the door, seizing the boy's collar and pinning him in place. Harry Potter, tell me, what's the matter this time? Nothing's wrong with Harry Potter, it's just Zhao Harry, the boy mumbled, shaking his head to free himself from her grasp. Mom, look, there's an owl over there. He pointed towards the window. The woman approached the window and opened it, allowing the owl to swoop in and drop a letter into Harry's hands before perching on the windowsill, its keen eyes fixed on Harry. The woman moved beside Harry. What is it? A letter, Harry said softly, gently caressing the envelope's surface. It's a letter sent from Britain, Mama. It's a letter that traveled a great distance. He looked up at the woman beside him, who was now only 25 years old. 10 years ago, she had found him, a mere 1-year-old, while visiting relatives in Britain, and through a series of extraordinary measures, she had brought him back to China to raise him. Now, a decade later, they had finally received news from Britain that, oh, it seems that night owls never come without purpose. His young adoptive mother, Zhao Cuixi, hummed as she retrieved a piece of beef jerky from her pocket and tossed it to the owl on the windowsill. Harry, what does the letter say? Chapter 2. The arrival of Harry Potter. The letter arrived from a school in England known as Hogwarts. It was an acceptance letter from Hogwarts. Harry handed the letter to his guardian, Zhao Cuixi, saying, "Look." Zhao Cuixi took the letter and began to read it intently. Her birth name was Zhao Cuixi, but during her elementary school years, she found her name rather outdated and decided to change the character she to she, primarily because a classmate named Cici claimed to be Princess Cici. Thus, Zhao Cuixi adopted the name for herself. Not to mention, after this alteration, when Zhao Cuixi traveled abroad to visit relatives a decade ago, her name suddenly sounded much more fashionable. As for why she named the child Harry, it was because the name Harry Potter was inscribed on the baby's swaddling blanket, a name evidently suited for an infant. Now little Harry anxiously gazed at Zhao Cuixi, awaiting her reaction after she finished reading the letter delivered by the owl. Soon, Zhao Cuixi responded, "Harry, why is it that they are only contacting you from England now? Don't you find that rather odd? They crossed half the globe just to enroll you? It seems rather strange, and besides, we must believe in science, Harry. Magic and such notions are a bit peculiar." "Indeed, it is somewhat strange," Harry replied, "but considering they crossed half the globe, I doubt it's a scam." He then looked at Zhao Cuixi with a peculiar expression. "Moreover, dear Zhao Cuixi, don't you find it rather odd that you are discussing science?" Zhao Cuixi was momentarily taken aback by Harry's retort. After a pause of several seconds, she resolved to discipline him, grabbing him and tossing him into another room. "Today, you must clean the altar thoroughly. I will inspect it shortly, and no sneaking any offerings. After you finish, practice your incense observation properly." Incense observation involves assessing the state of the incense as it burns, often used to sense various matters. Typically, those who engage in such practices are unlikely to be very scientific. Thus, when Zhao Cuixi urged Harry to believe in science, he swiftly countered her. Consequently, he found himself with an unexpected combination of labor and study. Sighing, Harry picked up a feather duster and began to wipe away the dust. He knew that his mother Zhao Cuixi would arrange everything for him. True to her word, the following day, Zhao Cuixi facilitated all the necessary enrollment and documentation for Harry. Thankfully, she had always used the excuse that Harry was an English child to allow him to start school early. Otherwise, he would not have even graduated from elementary school. Typically, children begin school at the age of 8, and without English lessons, Zhao Cuixi worried that if Harry did not learn English, he would be unable to communicate with this English child. Thus, she consistently took Harry to a nearby university for English classes. Look how effective it was. She could even understand letters written by the English. With a sense of pride, Zhao Cuixi quickly arranged Harry's passport and plane tickets. After all, one always needs a few friends in life. She is a somewhat renowned medium, which has granted her many friends among other mediums from various countries. Consequently, she easily managed Harry's travel arrangements abroad and took him to the Isle of England by the end of July. Sitting on the airplane, Harry felt a bit lightheaded. For Harry Potter, who had always resided in a small city in northeast China, this could indeed be considered a grand adventure. However, the thought of spending the next 7 years studying in England filled him with a tinge of melancholy at leaving his guardian, Cuixi. It is rather amusing to observe an 11-year-old boy overwhelmed by feelings of parting, especially when his face is marred by an indelible sense of homesickness. Cuixi embraced him tightly, planting a firm kiss on his forehead, where a lightning-shaped scar resided. "Harry, remember that you're my son. I am the finest shaman in the world, and you have inherited my legacy. I have even brought all the ancestral tablets from home for you. So, there is nothing to fear. If you ever find yourself short of money, just seek out a haunted place and earn some by exorcising spirits. I am the best at it, and you shall be the second best." At that moment, no one could foresee the events that lay ahead. Fortunately, they maintained a connection. Even without the need for phone calls or letters, they could communicate through the ancient spirits. Indeed, it was not limited to just the ancient spirits. The greatest shamans possess a myriad of mystical powers, allowing them to connect with everything from flora and fauna to celestial beings and even the deceased. This ability was one of the primary reasons she had decided to adopt Harry. She reached out to touch the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead and smiled gently. "My dear son, England may pose dangers, but you might also grow stronger. Perhaps you will find more of those delightful little biscuits you enjoyed in kindergarten." The ones you said tasted exceptionally good. She kissed his forehead once more before leading him into the house she had rented on the outskirts of Ilkley prior to his enrollment. The scenery of Ilkley was as beautiful as a painting, with each season showcasing its unique charm. In summer, it vibrantly flourished, and the streams and blossoms in the hills intrigued Harry. For the past decade, he had lived in a city that was half a pure industrial steel jungle and half a pristine natural ecological forest, akin to two disparate realms separated by an invisible barrier, yet within the same city. Anyone unfamiliar with the area would find it peculiarly strange. Now, the wholly different natural landscape of England captivated him, evoking both interest and a sense of oddity. Amidst this wonder, he found himself puzzled by the sight of a peculiar tent before him. Chapter 3. The Characters Who Appear Early. Why is there a strange tent? Harry gazed intently at the tent, and beside him, Zhao Cuixi was equally captivated. It is worth noting that camping was not yet a prevalent activity in contemporary China. Thus, tents were a rare sight. The only tents people were familiar with were triangular ones, resembling pyramids. This makeshift structure appeared to be fashioned from tattered fabric, reminiscent of the shelters used by those fleeing hardships decades ago. Yet, this was in a developed country. How could it be that someone still resorted to such ragged materials for a tent? Was it a sign of poverty? Harry, still youthful, felt little impact from this observation, but Zhao Cuixi displayed profound sympathy for the inhabitants of the tent. Suddenly, Harry turned to Zhao Cuixi, asking, "But isn't it a bit impolite for us to approach?" Given their apparent destitution, politeness seemed a trivial concern. Zhao Cuixi, with a conviction that left no room for doubt, retorted that she had encountered many a homeless individual before. Being able to enjoy a full meal was a significant blessing. Why should one worry about manners? It was far more sensible to satisfy one's hunger before seeking employment. With a mindset entirely divergent from capitalist ideals, Zhao Cuixi took Harry's hand and led him toward the tent. "Is anyone there?" she called out, nudging Harry to speak up first. However, after a considerable wait, no one emerged, nor did anyone enter. This was unacceptable. With a fiery temper, Zhao Cuixi approached the entrance of the tent and pushed aside the flap, shouting, "Where is everyone? Come out. This child wishes to express goodwill." She was meticulous in ensuring that Harry's kindness was not thwarted by some elusive vagabond. After a couple of impatient calls, someone finally hurried out from the forest. He was a man of unremarkable appearance, dressed in a garish purple outfit, with a series of scars wrapped around his head, giving him an appearance reminiscent of an Indian, albeit with a different complexion. At that time, Indian and Pakistani films were all the rage in China, from Abala Gu to Nuli Aya, and adaptations of Resurrection to The Great Caravan. Zhao Cuixi had seen her fair share of striking Indian and Pakistani actresses, yet the men often bore a scruffy, unkempt look. The man before them, while indeed disheveled, lacked the typical bold features, leading to an incongruous impression. "Are you the homeless person living in this tent?" Zhao Cuixi approached the odoriferous man, her tone tinged with compassion. "Though I cannot fathom how you came to reside in such circumstances, dear sir, my child has brought you some candies, and we hope they may brighten your plight." As her words fell, Harry placed the candies into the hands of the ragged man clad in purple, who emanated a foul odor. Yet, neither Harry nor Zhao Cuixi seemed to notice anything amiss about him. Harry hesitated as he approached, only to be abruptly seized and thrust into a wash of confusion. As Zhao Cuixi scrubbed him down, she muttered, "What on earth is this? How can there still be such monsters roaming about in England? Is this some horror film where the dead walk alongside the living?" As she spoke, she turned her gaze towards Harry and suggested, "Perhaps we should remain here for a while. This place is rather frightening, especially with the presence of a severed head." At that moment, the true severed head of Voldemort was striving to align himself more closely with Quirinus Quirrell. The recent events had left him with an unsettling sensation. He had instructed Quirrell to set up camp in a less populated area and had cast numerous concealment and muggle-repelling charms. Yet it was evident that these spells had failed. Why had they failed? Quirinus Quirrell, with his bald head shrouded in an eerie low pressure, appeared both shriveled and terrified, yet his voice was laced with longing. "Master, my spells are correct. I swear they have not failed. The townsfolk cannot see them. Those muggles lack such capability. Do not lie to me." Voldemort's voice sharpened. Clearly, Quirrell's words had finally shown a glimmer of vulnerability in Voldemort, whose features were still not entirely revealed on the back of Quirrell's head, save for his mouth, which was now strikingly clear. "Master, that child." Quirrell tentatively ventured to inquire about the boy they had just encountered. The moment his hand had brushed against the boy, he felt a searing pain, yet he could not discern its origin. After a brief hesitation, Voldemort hissed, "Perhaps it is precisely because they are mysterious Easterners. Nagini, my Nagini, where are you? Nagini, Voldemort's most intimate companion and loyal friend, was a mysterious eastern creature, a snake of enigmatic nature. Voldemort yearned to reunite with his closest ally, one who was certainly not a fool like Quirrell. Voldemort contemplated that he needed to eliminate the mother and son. He would seize the opportunity when it arose. Meanwhile, Quirrell gradually calmed down, aware that his master was fatigued and could not remain alert for long. After voicing these thoughts, he succumbed to slumber, allowing Quirrell to finally be himself. He swiftly pinned a note and had an owl deliver it to the window of the mother and son. Chapter 4. The Preschool Rituals. Harry soon discovered a note at the window, inscribed with the words "Danger, leave quickly." These words were written in pinyin, appearing somewhat peculiar as they lacked tonal markings, rendering them difficult to comprehend. Fortunately, having just graduated from elementary school and being a diligent student, Harry read the note twice and discerned its meaning. Why did Quirrell know pinyin? This was indeed a question, and a rather serious one at that. Why would such an odd British man possess knowledge of Chinese pinyin? With innocent, childlike eyes, Harry inquired of his beloved adoptive mother, Zhao Cuixi. However, Zhao Cuixi was at a complete loss. After examining the note for an extended period, she could only discern a sense of decay emanating from it, without grasping any further meaning. As she contemplated Harry, her son whom she had adopted from this country a decade ago, she naturally concluded that the decaying individual who had left the note must have intended it for Harry, not for herself. Generally, people are forgiving towards children, and Harry, being a child, seemed to evoke a desire in that decaying figure to prevent others from succumbing to the same fate, especially a young boy. Her thoughts were remarkably kind and pure, reminiscent of all the virtuous young Chinese women of the early 1990s who adhere to the law. In contrast, Harry was different. He was a child who had undergone 6 years of Chinese education. His entire being was enveloped in a vigilant awareness of adult foreigners, rendering him skeptical of everything. Thus, under Harry's insistence, Zhao Cuixi donned her ceremonial attire, adorned herself with a divine hat and master face. With one hand grasping a wang drum and the other wielding a mountain whip, she stepped out of the door. Harry followed closely behind, dressed in a similar ensemble, though he held not a mountain whip, but a uniquely shaped drumstick. Together, mother and son ventured into the forest, igniting a bonfire. Boom! 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 The powerful shamanic dance soared once more across the land. Boom! 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 The genuine force of the shaman, capable of communicating with all things, has existed since humanity first learned to cook food and persists even to this day. Boom! 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 In this land, which had long lost its connection to the spirits of all things, the duo reignited the ancient source of power. As the drum beats resonated, places forgotten for over a millennium, once abandoned by humankind yet filled with mysterious energy, began to awaken gradually. Far away, in a remote and tranquil valley in Scotland, a sudden splash sent ripples across the water. Splash! Splash! A wooden boat cleaved through the waves, as though something sought to break free from the chains of fate. Both mother and son, dancing in the depths of the forest, sensed these occurrences. Though they felt the stirrings, Zhao Cuixi remained entirely unresponsive. It was of no concern to her. As for Harry, whether he was intrigued was his own affair. Zhao Cuixi was, after all, a mother who championed democracy and freedom. Yet for now, they continued their dance. When they connected with all the souls nearby, at last, Zhao Cuixi spoke. As the sun sets behind the mountains, her voice reverberates through the heavens. With the twilight, darkness envelopes the sky. Dragons return to the sea, and tigers retreat to the mountains. Here I stand in Great Britain, beseeching the local spirits to awaken from their slumber. Since ancient times, mountains and waters have possessed spirits. Every blade of grass, every tree, every brick and tile, every clod of earth can speak. My drum resonates, stirring the heavens, as I wave my whip, measuring a length of 1 foot 3 inches, with the height of the mountains precisely defined. The 3 inches of the stabilizing needle are full, weighing it in hand, what is not found within the earth. That 3-inch quiver, what does not merge with the broad waves? I call upon the local spirits to speak. This is no grand ceremony. I have merely sung a few lines, yet soon there is a response. Zhao Cuixi trembles slightly, shaking her head as she replies, "You refer to that man named Kilo, do you not? He seems to be possessed by an evil spirit, one that is quite malevolent, yet unlike the souls that have passed, it is very much alive, having taken residence in the back of Kilo's head. Child, you must keep your distance. I heard this malevolent spirit declare its intention to kill you." Why? Harry furrows his brow. Zhao Cuixi's icy words reveal a chilling truth. How could I possibly know? I have only heard that the evil spirit finds it quite abnormal that you and your mother can see them. It is likely that anyone who perceives them must perish. Harry's face flushes with indignation. Is he not the one who deserves to die? Unlike conventional parenting, Zhao Cuixi does not shy away from discussing death with Harry. Perhaps her occupation, often involving assisting with funerals to support her child, has made her more open about the subject, allowing her to take Harry along to help with the affairs of the deceased. Thus, she does not hesitate to let him understand the reality of death. However, her reaction at this moment is peculiar. Her expression distorts slightly. Child, you are so young. Do not engage with death or speak of it at this age. It is not a good thing. She shudders twice, then adds, Your aura is quite strange. You carry a peculiar scent, a story untouchable by ordinary folk. Indeed, I am a spirit. I am Mordred. Like you are like me, and your mother too. The great accomplishments we can achieve are boundless. Yet I have failed, though I do not regret. In England, invoking one's ancestors' names is commonplace, so regardless of one's greatness, it is essential to specify one's achievements. This gentleman, named Mordred, surely believes that few would use his name, as he perceives himself as a remarkable figure, a villain in the eyes of the English, who would adopt the name of a villain as their own. Thus, he lost the chance to become the new Dark Lord. Of course, he likely does not care much about whether he becomes the third Dark Lord. It is akin to Harry feeling a vague familiarity with this individual, yet failing to recall who he truly is. They have unmistakably missed each other. Chapter 5. A casual glance of disdain. After all, to Zhao Cuixi, this was truly terrifying. England was indeed perilous. On the day Zhao Cuixi prepared to take Harry away, early in the morning, an intruder burst into their rented abode. This individual was none other than the man named Quirrell whom they had encountered earlier. Zhao Cuixi was already aware that Quirrell and the malevolent spirit residing in him intended to take Harry's life. Thus she spared him no mercy and swiftly raised her enchanted whip. Dubbed a whip, it was, in reality, a small instrument resembling a drumstick, meticulously crafted from cowhide and sinew, capable of inflicting considerable pain. Though it could not kill, it could make one wish for death. Observing Quirrell's erratic behavior, alternating between threats to kill Harry and urging him to flee, Zhao Cuixi concluded that the malevolent spirit within him indeed sought Harry's demise. Yet Quirrell himself did not genuinely wish for Harry to perish. Unbeknownst to Zhao Cuixi, Quirrell desired the death of Harry Potter, but he did not wish for a lesser wizard to meet the same fate. This internal conflict was evident on his face. Quirrell believed that this mother and son from the East belonged to a distinguished lineage of ancient wizards. Despite the Muggle world's dismissal of the Eastern ancient kingdom's existence for over 5,000 years, the wizarding community was acutely aware that the history of the Eastern ancient kingdom extended far beyond that. Hence, Quirrell could not comprehend why his master sought to eliminate this pair. The Easterners possessed the extraordinary ability to perceive magical tints and see through concealed enchantments, a talent so formidable it defied belief. Even Quirrell, hailing from Ravenclaw, was astounded by their gifts, yearning to study them, although his master forbade it. His master was solely intent on their annihilation. With his wand raised, Quirrell prepared to strike, while Zhao Cuixi brandished her 1-foot 3-inch whip. Harry focused intently on the two, sensing the urgency and raising his own hands in response. Without unnecessary words or theatrics, Zhao Cuixi shouted possession in a flash of electric sparks. A surge of energy coursed through her, and as she turned, her small whip began to extend dramatically, thrashing wildly. The hue of her eyes transformed, and her forehead, once smooth, now radiated brightly like a bulb. Even Quirrell, with a face growing from the back of his head, was taken aback by the dazzling spectacle. In that moment of astonishment, the whip lunged towards Quirrell, delivering a swift strike that severed his head. Harry, not standing idly by, dashed forward to retrieve Quirrell's severed head. Do not assume that the matter ended with the head. It was far from over. Zhao Cuixi quickly produced 2 talismans, slapping them onto Quirrell's head with a resounding thwack. Indeed, upon the smooth expanse of Chilo's bald head rested a face with features somewhat atrophied, rendering it exceedingly grotesque, and exuding a foul stench that neither Harry nor Zhao Cuixi could tolerate. Consequently, in her inability to endure this repulsive sight, Zhao Cuixi produced a bottle of liquor from her cloak and handed it to Harry, advising him to promptly dispose of the corpse. Harry nodded eagerly, taking the bottle and approaching to douse Chilo's headless body. A peculiar scent, heavy with the essence of lavender, wafted from Chilo's unfortunate remains. This aroma was perceptible only to Harry and Zhao Cuixi, an oddity that stood in stark contrast to the garlic odor Chilo had deliberately smeared upon himself. Madame Zhao Cuixi, why does it emit such a fragrance? The unfortunate Harry could no longer comprehend the situation. He was baffled as to why Chilo's corpse would exude such a strange scent upon his demise. According to the customs of their shamanistic practices, every individual possesses a unique scent that is not static, as the essence of decay would waft from a body once it succumbs to death, leading to utter despair. Just moments ago, Zhao Cuixi's whip had severed the unfortunate Chilo's head, and with that, the stench of decay departed from him, revealing that Chilo himself bore a lavender scent. Lavender, while fragrant to some, can be overwhelmingly pungent to others. Thus Chilo's essence was indeed paradoxical. Much like Harry's own scent, a blend of orchids and mint. While his mother Zhao Cuixi emanated a curious floral fragrance imbued with sandalwood, a melange so intricate that he could only discern a few notes after all these years. They had never encountered a singular scent. Chilo was the first, and the malevolent spirit residing behind his head was the second, one exuding lavender, the other reeking of rotting flesh. Naturally, given that Harry could perceive the sense of both Chilo and the malevolent spirit, it was illogical for Zhao Cuixi to be oblivious to them. She wrinkled her nose in distaste, casting a disdainful glance at the head in her hand, and effortlessly extracted the two souls contained within. Chilo's soul seemed relatively intact. Though it bore the mark of parasitism, he appeared quite normal aside from the significant void at the back of his head. The malevolent spirit, however, was far from whole, lacking any semblance of integrity, and it bore a striking resemblance to something familiar. Zhao Cuixi, holding the grotesque spirit, approached Harry. "My dear, take a look. Might this not be a relative of that small cookie upon your forehead?" To recount the tale, we must journey back to the year Harry attended kindergarten. At the tender age of 3, he was merely a child in a Chinese preschool. Yet, a child with green eyes was a rare marvel among the other children, inciting a playful ruckus. In the fray, one child inadvertently shoved Harry, causing his forehead to collide with the corner of the table, striking precisely upon the lightning-shaped scar that marked his brow. In that moment, Harry fell into unconsciousness. Zhao Cuixi, filled with anxiety, hurried to the kindergarten upon receiving a phone call. The procedure for handling the situation was quite standard. The parents of the child who had struck her compensated for medical expenses. The child's family offered their apologies, and they all shook hands, reconciling as one happy family. Despite Zhao Cuixi's desire to curse the family and their child, she understood that such actions would undermine her position. Thus, she resolved to wait for Harry to awaken and seek his own retribution. However, in a state of unconsciousness, Harry had acquired a malevolent spirit upon his forehead. Chapter 6. Who Killed Him? Unlike any other profession, Eastern shamans possess profound knowledge of the soul, truly specializing in this esoteric field. Consequently, when Zhao Cuixi discovered the malevolent spirit perched upon Harry's forehead, she acted swiftly, extracting the spirit without hesitation. The spirit was still in slumber, having been awakened by Harry's collision, yet it remained feeble and ethereal, lacking substantial presence. Thus, Zhao Cuixi employed a formidable method of proletarian dominance, ensnaring the spirit and commencing its torment. In those days, particularly in the 1980s, a myriad of ideologies and bizarre tales flourished, with the infamous 10 cruelties of the Qing dynasty enjoying particular reverence. Zhao Cuixi decided to administer a rendition of these legendary tortures upon the malevolent spirit. After enduring her relentless methods, the once malicious spirit appeared somewhat daft and bewildered. After consuming the cookies crafted from a spirit, Harry finally awakened. Upon regaining consciousness, he exhibited heightened intellect and diligence. Zhao Cuixi, still intent on transforming the spirit into cookies for Harry to consume, found this particular spirit to be larger than the previous one, requiring 3 whole incense sticks to finish baking, resulting in 3 pieces. As Harry beheld the 3 freshly baked soul fragments she presented, he could not help but swallow hard. With the arrival of the Hogwarts professor scheduled for the following day to escort him to the magical realm, he felt a twinge of apprehension regarding whether their day's activities would be discovered. Nonetheless, the spirit had been cooked to perfection, exuding a delightful aroma entirely different from the foul stench it emitted while possessing the living. It bore the enticing scent of grilled lamb skewers, seasoned with cumin. Unable to resist, Harry swallowed again, and under Zhao Cuixi's watchful gaze, consumed 2 pieces, leaving 1 for her to sample. She took a small bite and confirmed its flavor, undeniably reminiscent of crispy beef. One must admit, the taste of the spirit's fragmented soul was surprisingly delightful. After completing their tasks, the mother and son retired to sleep, entirely disregarding the transformed Qi Luo, now a wandering spirit. It was not until the following morning that a knock at the door roused them from slumber. The events must be recounted from the previous morning. Qilo intruded upon the abode of Zhao Cuixi and her son Harry, intending to silence them in accordance with his master's wishes. However, his plans were thwarted. After a struggle, he met his demise, and it was not until nightfall that the aftermath was thoroughly resolved. All these events transpired within that very house. Meanwhile, at his tent in the woods, Chilo's departure sparked a series of occurrences. After all, the school year was imminent, and Chilo, having been confirmed as a professor, had yet to prepare for his office at Hogwarts. Thus, at the moment of Chilo's death, Albus Dumbledore, seated in his office at Hogwarts, noticed that the letter of appointment in his hand had been consumed by flames. Severus, Dumbledore called out urgently, summoning his Patronus to seek out his most trusted assistant. Severus Snape. Congratulations were in order. After all these years, Dumbledore had finally placed his complete trust in Severus Snape. This trust was evident not only in the change of address, but also in the fact that he instinctively thought of Snape whenever matters arose. Of course, this could also be attributed to Snape's youth. Snape himself acknowledged this dynamic, harboring a somewhat reluctant attitude towards Dumbledore's frequent requests for his assistance. Perhaps, in the future, no one would apply for the position. The thought delighted Snape, yet he realized that if curses truly existed, his chances of obtaining the role would diminish. Indeed, Severus Snape had long aspired to become the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts, yet he was currently the potions master. While it was conceivable for one individual to hold multiple positions, he was also the head of Slytherin House, making it impossible for him to assume the defense against the dark arts role unless he relinquished his other duties. This predicament fueled his disdain for Chilo, at least on the surface. Thus, on the evening of Chilo's demise, Snape ventured into the woods of Ilkley, determined to uncover clues surrounding Chilo's death, or, at the very least, evidence of it. He toiled through the night and ultimately discovered some telling signs within Chilo's tent. These were not ordinary clues. Among them, Snape unearthed information concerning the Dark Lord. Armed with these revelations, the following day, when it came time to retrieve Harry, Dumbledore chose not to delegate the task to another, but resolved to personally escort Harry Potter from the town of Ilkley. And now was the next day. Early in the morning, Harry and his mother Cuixi were still soundly asleep in their room when a knock echoed at the door. After several moments of knocking, Dumbledore, growing impatient, nearly resorted to playing wizard chess with himself before the seemingly fragile door finally creaked open. However, upon opening, no one was found behind it. A shiver ran down Dumbledore's spine as he felt the chill. Nevertheless, he steadied himself and stepped through the threshold. Chapter 7. At least 2 centuries off. A good day. Mrs. Zhao. Dumbledore waited a full hour before he was formally introduced to Harry Potter's adoptive mother, Mrs. Zhao. However, this delay did not perturb him in the slightest. He certainly appreciated when individuals respect time, yet Mrs. Zhao was unaware of the precise moment he would arrive for their visit. The fact that she allowed her child to enjoy a rare morning of restful sleep truly exemplified her commendable qualities as a mother. At Dumbledore's advanced age, he found himself in need of considerably less sleep. He could stand by the window and gaze at the night sky until dawn. Thus, witnessing young Harry's peaceful slumber brought a sense of joy to the elderly wizard, much like savoring a delectable meal by merely watching others indulge. Dumbledore retrieved a handful of sweets from his pocket and offered them to Harry, saying, "Here, Harry, have some candy while I converse with your mother." Harry absolutely relished this treat, dipping the large fruit into his soy milk, relishing the exquisite flavor. As he eagerly consumed his breakfast, his ears perked up in anticipation. In the living room, Dumbledore lifted a cup of tea to his lips and took a gentle sip. "Ah, delightful. Mrs. Zhao, this tea is remarkably fragrant, reminiscent of blossoms yet distinctly tea-like." He smiled, stroking his beard, and inquired, "May I ask where this tea can be procured?" Mrs. Zhao had acquired a bag of this exquisite jasmine tea, perfect for gifting as she had many friends in England. The rich yet subtle aroma made it an ideal present. Dumbledore was elated to receive the tea, his mind already contemplating the optimal amount of sugar to enhance its flavor. However, as he pondered, a slight melancholy washed over him. Yet he endeavored to maintain a cheerful demeanor as he addressed Mrs. Zhao. "You see, Harry is quite special to the entire wizarding community in Britain. He is known here as the boy who lived. He is the only one to have survived the killing curse, even at the tender age of 1. Dumbledore proceeded to recount Harry Potter's extraordinary lineage to Mrs. Zhao. Meanwhile, Harry, concealed just outside the dining room door, listened intently, his eyes wide with curiosity. eager to lean in closer to eavesdrop. "So, you have encountered a dark wizard in the British magical community?" Mrs. Zhao exclaimed, astonished. "Is it possible that your homework is insufficient?" Dumbledore choked slightly at her remark. He turned to Mrs. Zhao, regarding her with a probing gaze. "Mrs. Zhao, what do you imply?" With a sigh, Mrs. Zhao began to elucidate the notion that insufficient homework could lead children to engage in all manner of inexplicable behaviors. Particularly when these students are in their teenage years, each harbors unique aspirations. Some wish to be saviors, others seek to become great heroes, and it is not uncommon for some to aspire to be formidable villains. Thus, one cannot solely consider granting students freedom, for excessive liberty may lead them to err in the absence of guidance. Truth be told, Dumbledore, having lived over a century, found it remarkable that he could not counter Mrs. Zhao's insightful observations, especially considering he had a friend who had surpassed 600 years of age. Hogwarts offers a plethora of courses, accompanied by assignments that encompass both written tasks and practical applications, leaving no opportunity for surplus time. Yet, despite this rigorous curriculum, students manage to carve out ample time for various pursuits, such as nocturnal explorations, through which they uncover numerous secrets. Of course, the secrets they discover hold no mystery for him. He is well acquainted with all of Hogwarts' hidden truths. Thus, he has always regarded the students' exploration of the school as a trivial matter. However, it now appears that the situation has become rather complicated. Dumbledore reminisced about events that had transpired at Hogwarts. He pondered whether, had he assigned a greater volume of homework, the individual who was still Tom would have been too preoccupied to cause trouble, thereby preventing the current predicament from becoming so dire. This contemplation weighed heavily on him, particularly concerning Harry. With a sympathetic gaze, Dumbledore looked towards the dining hall. Had Tom not transformed into Voldemort, would Harry have been spared the Dark Lord's mark? If Voldemort were to cease to exist, would all the regretful, painful, and unsettling elements vanish as well? Lost in thought, Dumbledore was startled by yet another knock at the door. Upon opening it, he found none other than Severus Snape standing on the threshold. Mr. Snape, with a countenance as dark as storm clouds, approached the house with an air of extreme unapproachability. He did not immediately launch into scornful remarks, but his gaze, his chin, and the very edges of his attire radiated disdain for all present. "Well, let us examine what has hindered the greatest of white wizards, delaying him from escorting the new students to Diagon Alley for their necessary supplies for the upcoming term." Snape's voice was low. His words, though sharp, possessed a melodious tone. Had he softened his inflection slightly, it might have sounded akin to a bass singing. Regrettably, the content of his speech was indeed quite searing, particularly for the awkward Dumbledore, who was still clutching a bag of Monkey King jasmine tea, which Snape's eyes were fixated upon. Thus, despite Dumbledore's earlier pleasantries with Zhao Cuixi, which are laced with veiled inquiries, he ultimately failed to secure a straightforward outcome regarding Harry's acquisition of school supplies. It must be said that beating around the bush is hardly a commendable trait. Fortunately, Professor Snape took the reins, and, at last, Harry Potter was led to Diagon Alley by the three adults. The bustling marketplace of wizards, Diagon Alley. As they approached, the scenery transformed dramatically, starkly contrasting the garish lights and bustling life of the Muggle world outside. The wizarding world stands at least 2 centuries apart from that of the Muggles. Harry could not help but exclaim, "This is rather old-fashioned." Chapter 8, Draco's Breakdown. Dumbledore elucidated the circumstances surrounding Diagon Alley to Harry, specifically cautioning his guardian, Zhao Cuixi, about certain considerations for Muggles traversing the magical marketplace. Subsequently, he entrusted a key to Harry, permitting him and his guardian to retrieve funds from Gringotts. Zhao Cuixi cast a glance at the key and turned to Dumbledore, inquiring if it was a bequest from Harry's biological parents. She further questioned whether there were any legacies left by his grandparents. Dumbledore appeared taken aback by her inquiry. With a disapproving glance towards Dumbledore, Zhao Cuixi continued, seemingly oblivious to Snape's penetrating gaze, asserting, "You see, you mentioned that Harry's parents were wizards, which suggests that your British wizarding community adheres to traditional values, including notions of pure-blood families. I shall not delve into whether Harry's biological parents were pure-blood or half-blood. However, it stands to reason that your customs involve familial inheritance, correct?" Dumbledore was momentarily speechless. Zhao Cuixi proceeded, "This implies that you are aware of our Chinese emphasis on lineage, which differs from your practices. In our culture, it is common to trace genealogies or examine artifacts left by our ancestors. Thus, I would assume that since Harry's parents were wizards, their family must have some treasured heirlooms to pass down. Wouldn't you agree? We have undergone nationalization, But your society has not experienced a proletarian dictatorship, right? Dumbledore was cognizant of only two significant items: the key to the Potter family vault, entrusted to Snape by Lily the day before her sacrifice, which he had just given to Harry, and the invisibility cloak that James had entrusted to him for safekeeping, which he hoped to return to Harry at an opportune moment. As for other possessions, he would need to consult the Ministry of Magic for further information. While the Ministry does not oversee every matter, there are departments that could aid in tracing the Potter's lineage, despite the family not being among the 28 sacred families. They had intermarried with those esteemed families. Naturally, accessing these records would require dealings with the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, a rather vexing individual. Nevertheless, Dumbledore contemplated that this was a task he ought to undertake. With Dumbledore's assurance, Zhao Cuixi accompanied Harry to Gringotts. Upon alighting from the complimentary roller coaster and entering the Potter family vault, Zhao Cuixi was rendered speechless. Although she considered herself affluent, particularly as a well-traveled fortune-teller in China, the wealth left to Harry by his biological parents dwarfed her own. "Cuixi, look, I can support you now," Harry exclaimed, beaming with a disarmingly innocent smile, uttering what was both touching yet somewhat irksome. "This is the cycle of fortune, Cuixi. Behold, I am a wealthy child." All right, Zhao Cuixi acknowledged, clearly in agreement with Harry's sentiment. "I recommend you try butterbeer. It contains no alcohol, so it won't tempt old man to have a taste." As Harry spoke, he produced a pouch and began to fill it with coins. He amassed a substantial collection of gold coins, and as he rummaged through the pile, he extracted a property deed. Zhao Cuixi leaned in for a closer look. The address indicated was located in Godric's Hollow, and the area was quite considerable. Perhaps her earlier suggestion to seek Dumbledore's assistance in examining other properties was somewhat presumptuous. With a sense of trepidation, she grasped Harry's hand, preparing to speak with Dumbledore once more. After all, owning a property is invariably a favorable circumstance. Since Harry intended to study in England and was still the savior of the realm, possessing a house of his own in England was essential. Upon returning to the ground, the pair exited Gringotts and commenced their shopping expedition in Diagon Alley. Following the requirements outlined in the acceptance letter, they first set out to acquire clothing for Harry. Simultaneously, Zhao Cuixi also planned to have a couple of elegant robes made for herself. Although she was not a British witch, was a shaman not a form of wizardry? As they approached, the boy's gaze shifted towards them. Upon seeing Zhao Cuixi in her peculiar attire, a look of astonishment crossed his face. He opened his mouth, yet refrained from commenting on her eccentric garb. Instead, his eyes lit up upon spotting Harry. Once Harry moved closer to have his measurements taken, the boy lifted his chin and, with an air of restraint, inquired, "Are you also a new student this year?" His voice carried a drawn-out cadence, reminiscent of a child attempting to mimic an adult, the pitch rising at the end of his words, provoking an urge to tousle his hair. Indeed, Zhao Cuixi felt that impulse. Harry, however, found the tone amusing and chuckled. "Yes, I'm a new student this year, so I presume you are as well." The boy nodded, his expression brimming with pride. "Oh, I was right. Malfoy never makes a mistake. Is your mother from the East? Is she a witch as well?" Harry, not one to indulge him, replied, "Not necessarily, young sir. You see, the history of Easterners is ancient. My mother's family hails from royal lineage. She is no ordinary witch. She is one of the most ancient witches, capable of communicating with the heavens and deities." "No, that cannot be true. I refuse to believe it." The boy's composure crumbled. Chapter 9. A Wealth of Insight. However, Harry had no intention of letting this little fellow off the hook. He continued, "My mother's lineage can be traced back to 1600 B.C., which means it has a history spanning over 3,500 years, young sir. That is indeed very ancient." Not to mention, Harry Potter's words thoroughly unsettled the boy before him. Nonetheless, Harry was determined not to spare this unfortunate child. "I am called Zhao Harry. You may refer to me as Harry," he declared, deliberately sharing his name from China. "My mother, Zhao Cuixi, is a shaman witch, capable of communicating with spirits and even Merlin." Young Mr. Malfoy found himself increasingly unable to endure the situation. Yet his upbringing over the years compelled him to speak with a mixture of restraint and exasperation. "I am Draco Malfoy. Do you comprehend what the name Malfoy signifies?" Being still quite young, he could not help but feel a swell of pride at the mention of his surname. After all, Malfoys are born of nobility. He turned his gaze towards Zhao Cuixi, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. "Pray tell, from which family do you hail, madam?" The unfortunate lad, known as Draco Malfoy, with his restrained yet proud demeanor, inadvertently provoked the mischievous delight of the wicked witch named Zhao Cuixi. With a gleeful smile, she approached the young Malfoy and remarked, "Oh, young sir, Our Chinese families are quite distinct from your English lineage, as my son just mentioned. Our ancestors, who among them has not ruled as emperor? You may not be aware, but we Chinese are inherently wizards. Regrettably, our imperial pursuits have hindered our magical endeavors. Ah, it is akin to a passion. She extended one hand, and to power, she opened another. One must inevitably make sacrifices. Having said this, she feigned casualness and inquired, during which period did the Malfoy family reign as kings in England? Young Malfoy could no longer tolerate the exchange. With a scream, he dashed out of Madame Malkin's robe shop. Alas, it must be said that this was indeed a pitiable child, one who ought not to endure such trials. It was all Voldemort's fault, Harry silently added in his mind. After all, had it not been for Voldemort's madness in storming into his home to kill him, he would not have become an orphan. Had he not become an orphan, he would not have been adopted by Cuixi's mother. Had he not been taken to China by Cuixi's mother, Tracy's mother would not have come to England because of him. If Cuixi's mother had not come to England, she would not have encountered young Mr. Malfoy. If she had not met young Mr. Malfoy, she would not have tormented his nerves. Poor young Mr. Malfoy. Harry Potter, the boy from the north, silently expressed his sympathy within, yet a joyful smile adorned his face. After a considerable interval, the door of Madame Malkin's robe shop was pushed open once more, this time revealing a couple, followed closely by the earlier young Malfoy. The gentleman's hair was a striking gold, nearly white, while the lady's hair was somewhat peculiar. It too was golden. Yet it bore hints of black interwoven within the light strands, reminiscent of solitary furrow amidst ripened wheat. The gentleman approached, lifting his chin high, casting a haughty glance towards Harry and Zhao Cuixi. "This lady?" he began, his voice softened, yet the drawn-out tone carried a weightier inflection. "I believe my gender can still be discerned." Zhao Cuixi, with a slight curl of her lips, was not intimidated by the gentleman before her. Just moments ago, young Mr. Malfoy had dashed out in fright. "Mr. Malfoy, I believe it would be prudent for you to enhance young Mr. Malfoy's education in history. As you know, the world extends far beyond the confines of England." Lucius Malfoy, the elder Malfoy, extended his hand, striving to present a facade of friendliness and humility, even though he was uncertain whether the woman before him hailed from the Chinese royal lineage. In truth, his own understanding of Chinese history was rather limited. However, he was aware that her heritage was indeed ancient, and for further specifics, he would need to consult literary sources. Yet at that moment, he found himself without the opportunity to do so. With a cheerful demeanor, Zhao Cuixi engaged in pleasantries with the Malfoys for a brief, while before departing to the Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, escorting Harry to procure books and cauldrons before finally stepping into Ollivander's wand shop. Although Ollivander's appeared rather antiquated, it did not daunt Zhao Cuixi, whose family, according to Harry, boasted a lineage spanning over 3 millennia. Upon entering, she noticed Mr. Ollivander peering from behind rows of wand shelves. "Ah, another little wizard," the elderly Mr. Ollivander's voice was gentle as he nimbly descended from his ladder and, in the blink of an eye, stood before Harry. "Ah, let me take a look at you." Yes, I recognize you, Mr. Potter. Time flies indeed. I still remember your parents purchasing their first wand. Young sir, your eyes are strikingly similar to your mother's. She was a delightful young witch. Her wand was a splendid 11¼ inches, made of willow, and it swished enchantingly, a fine instrument for spell casting. Your father, James, wielded a different wand, crafted from mahogany, supple and ideal for transfiguration. Ollivander's nearly white eyes conveyed little emotion, yet they radiated sincerity. His hand lightly brushed across Harry's forehead, and at that moment, the lightning-shaped scar appeared considerably faded, almost unrecognizable upon closer inspection. "Ah, this is remarkable progress." Initially, Ollivander intended to recount the tale of the wand that had caused Harry's scar, but it seemed that Harry Potter's forehead had indeed healed considerably. At this juncture, Harry beamed with pride, pulling Zhao Cuixi closer to introduce her. "Yes, Mr. Ollivander. This is my adoptive mother, Zhao Cuixi. She possesses considerable expertise in scar treatment." Chapter 10. The Feast is Served. The injuries inflicted by dark magic cannot be entirely erased. Yet, it was evident that the scar on Harry Potter's forehead was gradually diminishing, albeit at a slow pace. Ollivander shared extensive insights regarding the scar with Zhao Cuixi, recounting all that he knew, and refrained from making baseless conjectures about what remained unknown. After all, the scar was a product of the wand he had sold, and he deemed it necessary to inform Harry Potter's guardian. Thus, Zhao Cuixi realized that the scar upon Harry's forehead was a remnant of the most malevolent curse in the realm of magic, a curse that had failed to claim his life, but had left him with a scar while taking away his parents. Harry had acquired his wand, a twin to that of his nemesis, Voldemort, both crafted from Hollywood and adorned with a phoenix feather, each measuring 11 inches. Only two such feathers existed, one residing within Harry's wand and the other within Voldemort's. As Harry grasped this wand that rightfully belonged to him, the extraordinary phenomena it conjured illuminated the dim and decrepit afternoon within Ollivander's wand shop. He chose not to have Ollivander encased in a box. Instead, he secured it close to his person. Fortunately, the garments he had brought from China included substantial inner pockets, particularly the ones in his mother-esque clothing, which were capable of accommodating numerous items, including a wand. Not just any wand, but anything that Harry wished to carry with him could be stowed away within those pockets. His situation was fortunate. However, the peculiarities of Zhao Cuixi's mother-esque pockets remained a mystery. Yet, Harry had no intention of revealing the contents of his foster mother's pockets at this moment, for this was Harry's narrative, not Zhao Cuixi's. Thus, they had procured all necessary items. "I desire an owl," Harry proposed. "Zhao Cuixi, I wish for a white snow owl." Zhao Cuixi readily agreed. The child possessed his own funds, and she had no reason to deter him. The morning passed in a flurry of shopping. Naturally, Zhao Cuixi, being an exceptionally polite mother, did not whisk Harry away immediately. Instead, she opted to wait in Diagon Alley for Dumbledore and Professor Snape, inviting them to a modest meal at her home. Dumbledore, with no particular desires, merely suggested a craving for sweets, while it was Snape who expressed a wish to depart. "Professor Snape," Harry interjected hastily, "you will be my professor come school year, correct?" Snape lowered his gaze, furrowing his brow, regarding Harry with an expression that seemed to convey, "What nonsense is this? What leads Mr. Potter to believe he can avoid the study of potions?" Harry was taken aback by this remark and quickly clarified, "No, Professor. I merely thought that since you will be my instructor, I would like to extend an invitation to join me for lunch. You see, I have lived in China until now, and my understanding of the British educational system is non-existent. Not to mention my habits may not align with those customary in England." He cast a glance at Dumbledore, then widened his eyes towards Snape. "So, Professor Snape, as you know, while Professor Dumbledore is undoubtedly erudite, he is not entirely familiar with the inclinations of today's youth." Dumbledore chuckled. "Oh, Severus, I believe Harry makes a valid point. You young people surely have more to discuss." He even winked playfully. Snape's frown deepened, and the lines upon his forehead became pronounced, as if the weight of his 30 years had rendered him a visage of someone aged far beyond his years, resembling genuine wrinkles rather than mere expressions. Snape merely twitched the corner of his mouth when he was abruptly interrupted by Harry. "Professor Snape, as you know, I have grown up in China, where the brewing of potions is not prevalent," he said, glancing toward Zhao Cuixi, who, after offering her encouragement, prompted him to continue. "In China, what is popular is alchemy, though in the world of muggles there are indeed instances of concocting remedies. I must admit, I am not well versed in this. There is a significant distinction between the two, and I am quite in the dark about it. Therefore, Professor Snape, I hope you could elucidate these matters for me, if you would." It must be said that Harry's inquiry piqued Snape's interest, for his furrowed brow relaxed ever so slightly. Thus, this midday meal was settled to take place in a rental house in Ilkley. Zhao Cuixi busily engaged in the kitchen alongside Harry. "Professor Dumbledore has a particular fondness for sweets, especially Santai. Be sure to add extra sugar," Harry reminded her, with the shell of Santai in hand. Zhao promptly added another spoonful of sugar before beginning to knead the dough. Once she had finished with the dough, she prepared a mixture of egg and green silk rose. For someone with a penchant for sweets, she decided to make sakama. Sakama paired with milk tea, complemented by a large pot of tender steamed vegetables, would certainly suffice. As for Snape, well, one must respect the elderly and the young, so he would nibble on lamb chops. This elderly lady was particularly swift in her cooking, completing the dishes with remarkable efficiency. Once the food was in the pot, she retrieved 10 small bowls, setting them aside, and exchanged a knowing glance with Harry, urging him to appreciate the moment. Zhao Cuixi shuddered, her eyes rolling back, as if she transformed internally. It was no wonder she required the spirit of the old sage to channel her culinary skills. She truly did not know what to prepare for Harry's future professor. Soon enough, the dishes graced the table. Naturally, a portion was set aside for the old sage, as he could not be expected to come and partake in a feast without a share. However, Zhao Cuixi genuinely need not have worried. Though the meal was divided, it was bound to astonish the English guests. Harry enthusiastically introduced the dishes to Dumbledore and Snape. "Professor, these are meatballs, fried and then steamed, bursting with flavor and easy on the teeth. And this dish is a stir-fried shrimp, light and refreshing, preserving the palate. There are several other dishes as well," he continued, finally presenting the sakama sprinkled with sugar and sesame to Dumbledore for dessert. With Harry's warm and engaging presentation, even Snape found it difficult to maintain his usual demeanor. Snape remarked, "Well, I must admit, Mr. Potter, you possess a certain cleverness. At least you understand the importance of consuming light food to avoid impairing one of the senses most essential to mastering potion making, taste." Chapter 11. In a lifetime. Amidst Harry's continuous efforts to warm the atmosphere and Zhao Cuixi's incessant stream of questions, the meal finally came to an end. Dumbledore, proving to be quite reliable, advised Harry on how to travel to Hogwarts, and even inquired of Zhao Cuixi whether it would be permissible for the house elf to learn how to prepare Chinese cuisine. Zhao Cuixi inquired about the possibility of adopting a house elf. "Indeed, I possess a residence, albeit an ancient one. Zhao Cuixi certainly has a home, a particularly venerable one." Thus, a discussion regarding the domestic house elves ensued. Although Harry remarked that house elves are bound to their homes, he pondered whether a house left uninhabited for an extended period might fall into disrepair or even collapse, leaving the house elves without a place to reside. Was there no oversight regarding such matters? Indeed, this is a pertinent question. Dumbledore adjusted his glasses, scrutinizing Harry with a discerning gaze. Yet, upon meeting Harry's clear, earnest eyes, he found himself unable to maintain the gaze and ultimately sighed. "Harry, you speak the truth. Many ancient families have seen their house elves vanish due to the absence of their owners." Harry's sincerity resonated deeply as he earnestly expressed. His emerald eyes filled with longing as he looked at Dumbledore. "I simply wish for my mother, my Cuixi mother, to endure less hardship." Such filial piety rendered Dumbledore, who yearned for familial bonds, momentarily speechless. Dumbledore was but a lonely old man. Throughout his century-long existence, his faith in love transcended his desire for power, pursuit of gain, and even the greed of desire. Although Harry did not develop in the manner Dumbledore had envisioned, he grew remarkably well. Young Harry might not embody the quintessential Gryffindor, yet it was evident that he was a child filled with love for his family, willing to pose questions to ease his adoptive mother's burdens. Do not presume the old man is oblivious to the thoughts of children. Dumbledore understood children well. Even the most cheerful and courageous child might feel a bit constrained in the presence of someone like him, struggling to articulate needs or converse naturally. However, Harry, in his quest to alleviate his adoptive mother's load, engaged him in extensive dialogue and made requests, akin to a timid Hufflepuff finally mustering the courage to transform into a Gryffindor. Yet we all recognize that such a transformation requires significant psychological fortitude. Thus, young Mr. Potter truly exerted himself. Dumbledore had previously speculated about Harry's sorting. Naturally, all members of the Potter family were Gryffindors, and he believed Harry's placement in Gryffindor was a foregone conclusion. However, he mused that a placement in Hufflepuff would not be undesirable, especially considering he had witnessed Harry's culinary endeavors in the kitchen, as a passion for cooking is one of Hufflepuff's traditions. Regardless of the house, Dumbledore felt immense pride in Harry's devotion to his family. He promptly nodded in agreement to Harry's request. "As you have stated, Harry, I shall inquire at the Ministry of Magic regarding the matter of house elves, and I will inform you of any developments." At this moment, Dumbledore naturally interjected, "Severus, I genuinely wish for you to agree to Harry's request. You see, traditional medicine is indeed a profound field of study, one that we seldom encounter, and many of its herbal components are remarkably fascinating. I understand their enchantment, just as I comprehend the wonders of potions. Therefore, Severus, why not engage Harry in a discussion about the specific ingredients and effects of traditional remedies? This could greatly benefit your career, my dear boy." "I'm not your boy," Snape retorted, enunciating each word with disdain, casting a glare at Dumbledore before turning his attention to Harry. "I hope the illustrious Savior Potter will not squander the limited time of his unfortunate professor." Harry shrugged, innocently gazing at Snape with his emerald eyes until Snape could no longer endure the scrutiny and averted his gaze for respite. Regardless of anything else, after finishing his meal and tidying up the table, Harry trotted over to engage in scholarly discourse with Snape. An 11-year-old savior, his knowledge could hardly meet Snape's lofty expectations. He presented the professor with the well-known and not particularly favored medicinal formula, Huaxiang Zhengqi, a remedy with an unusual scent, suitable for Snape's discerning nose and palate. As for its effects on stomach ailments, it could be said to alleviate symptoms of vomiting and diarrhea, conditions that are all too common for children. With a grim expression, Professor Snape accepted the Huaxiang Zhengqi, taking only a tentative lick, wishing he could vanish on the spot. The potions he concocted were indeed unpleasant, as potions were not meant to be palatable. However, this particular concoction was not merely distasteful. Truly, the world is filled with peculiarities, and they only seem to multiply. Dumbledore observed the two engaged in their scholarly pursuits in the study, the lines on his face becoming more pronounced. Dear Madame Zhao, I must say, your protection and love have nurtured Harry into an exceptional young man. Even I cannot claim to have taught him so well, Dumbledore mused, nibbling on a piece of sweet pastry. Oh, this dessert is nearly straightening me out, he muttered softly. Yet, no matter how quiet the utterance, it could not escape the ears of a seasoned wizard. Zhao Cuixi glanced curiously at Dumbledore, noticing the elderly man clad in a purple robe adorned with golden stars, exuding an air of whimsicality. She silently raised an eyebrow, opting for silence. Dumbledore continued to be moved. Oh, Merlin, what a splendid interaction between teacher and student. For Severus to teach so quietly in his lifetime is truly a rare occurrence. As for the so-called splendid interaction, it was entirely predicated upon the peculiar taste that Severus experienced. Chapter 12. The Temporary Assistant Harry. Chapter 12. The Temporary Assistant Harry. The five senses of humanity are one of the keys to a potion master's success. The realm of potion making demands a level of precision and patience that surpasses that required for most other pursuits. The senses of taste, touch, smell, sight, and hearing must be meticulously calibrated during the creation of potions. Thus, any flavor, no matter how subtle, would strike Severus Snape, the youngest master of potion making in all of Europe, as particularly potent. It was almost maddeningly stimulating to his tongue. The herbal remedy, Huixiang Zhengqi Shui, was indeed a remarkable elixir. Despite the discomfort induced throughout his being, Snape unearthed its extraordinary qualities within the formula. It was undeniably a potion, distinct from the typical brews he was accustomed to, yet it sparked an odd curiosity and desire for knowledge within him. He yearned to find a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine to learn from at that very moment. As for Harry, though he appeared to be a rather untalented muggle-born, there remained a possibility that he could concoct this wondrous Eastern remedy. Therefore, despite Snape's lack of cordiality towards Harry, he patiently listened as the boy expounded on the art of brewing traditional medicine. After an extensive discussion, Harry suddenly proposed another notion. Professor, not only traditional medicine. You may be unaware, but there exists a practice known as Zhu Yu Shu, which can treat certain ailments without the use of any potions. Snape pondered this for a considerable time, but found himself perplexed by the concept of Zhu Yu Shu, or its transliteration in pinyin, since English lacked a direct equivalent, at least within Harry's linguistic grasp. Nevertheless, he was capable of explaining. Zhu Yu Shu, Harry began, is akin to a form of witchcraft. It bears some similarity to magic. Indeed, I have tried a few minor spells at Ollivander's wand shop, and they were quite fascinating. Zhu Yu Shu is a healing art, much like the methods employed by folk healers. But it is genuinely effective, Professor. We should give it a try. Soon, under Harry's enthusiastic urging, Snape acquiesced to observe what this so-called attempt at Zhu Yu Shu entailed. It must be said that Dumbledore, in his advanced age, displayed an extraordinary level of tolerance towards children, an inexplicable degree of forbearance that left Snape utterly bewildered. Harry brandished a toothpick, prodding Dumbledore's teeth in an effort to alleviate his toothache, all the while inquiring whether it hurt. Who else could possibly undertake such a thing? Snape thought, as his expression threatened to fracture several times. However, Harry soon ceased his antics, mumbling incantations while poking at a small stack of paper with a toothpick. Before darting outside to jab at a tree, the boy bounced about with an exuberance that, while irksome, made Snape contemplate that perhaps young Potter was, in fact, rather endearing. After all, who wouldn't he want to witness a flustered Dumbledore? A child capable of unraveling Dumbledore as composure must surely possess an inherent charm. Even though Severus, Snape equally detested every child, perceiving them as nothing more than monstrous brats, foolish and troublesome. There was undoubtedly a hint of charm in the child capable of bringing Albus Dumbledore to his knees. Perhaps this was the essence of a savior. In an instant, the once fractured Dumbledore was mended. His cerulean eyes widened in disbelief as he gingerly touched his jaw, exclaiming, "Oh, my teeth, my teeth, my teeth." Could it be that those teeth, corroded by an overindulgence in sweets to the point of imminent failure, had truly given up? Why such astonishment? Snape precisely unleashed his venomous words. No, Dumbledore refuted Snape's assertion. My teeth no longer ache, not in the slightest. Not only do they not hurt, but they are also devoid of any discomfort, seemingly tranquil as slumbering infants. Severus, as if I have just ingested your pain-relieving potion. My teeth are completely at ease. Snape's expression darkened slightly. Indeed, the great savior, St. Potter, and your ancient Professor Dumbledore, who would immerse his mouth in honey daily, now finds his teeth free of pain, allowing him to continue his reckless indulgence. At this juncture, Zhao Cuixi interjected, "Of course not, Professor Snape. Harry is, in fact, a wizard, what we might refer to as a shaman. He has just employed one of the pain relief methods typically used by shamans, a form of healing magic. As you know, while we too are wizards, each of us must learn to utilize healing arts and magical remedies, akin to your potions, Professor Snape." Dumbledore beamed at Zhao Cuixi, genuinely relieved. Initially, he had intended for Harry to be raised by his aunt to receive the protective benefits of blood magic. But it now appeared that this Chinese individual adopting Harry was vastly superior to that Petunia Dursley. At the very least, Harry would acquire more knowledge before his enrollment. Though his understanding of ancient wizards was limited, Dumbledore held a deep respect for them. He recognized that the wizards of yore were entirely distinct from their contemporary counterparts, having undergone a complete transformation during the era of Merlin. The Eastern realms, however, seemed to have maintained an unbroken lineage, while the potency of the two powers remained uncertain. Harry's ability to learn from both was undoubtedly a blessing from Merlin. Dumbledore, with a twinkle in his eye, was poised to offer further praise when Harry interjected. "But this is merely a pain reliever. It won't last long, Professor Dumbledore. You must properly treat your teeth, or else you'll need to extract them, and the process of regrowing new ones is rather unpleasant." He smacked his lips, conveying that the experience was indeed less than delightful. Snape was on the brink of laughter. The corners of his mouth curled slightly upward, and his mood significantly lightened. Despite his disdain for Potter, he mused that perhaps, given Harry Potter's extraordinary capabilities, he might find it somewhat less disagreeable to tolerate this Potter, especially when faced with Dumbledore, as he truly required a temporary ally capable of vanquishing that old bee. Chapter 13. Harry, you should play with good children. In any case, it was established that Harry possessed some medical skills, could serve as a healer, and summon wondrous creatures. Naturally, the magic he was about to learn was soon to be scheduled. On the morning of September 1st, Zhao Cuixi drove Harry to King's Cross Station. Although the train was set to depart at noon, Zhao Cuixi could not abide such a late departure. She had numerous preparations to make for the journey, including acquiring a map of London. While perhaps the British could not comprehend such urgency, it was all too familiar to Chinese parents. Regardless, Harry felt no discomfort. Once he was ushered into the taxi, he began to purchase whatever caught his eye along the way. He was even handed a large bouquet of flowers, which he was not permitted to set aside. He had to carry these flowers aboard the train. Before long, they arrived at the station. King's Cross Station was not particularly novel. It was an old station, steeped in the essence of the industrial age. Upon reaching Platform 9, following Dumbledore's instructions to count the pillars, Harry noticed a few anxious children glancing about before suddenly rushing toward the third pillar, disappearing from view. "That must be it," Zhao Cuixi remarked. "We should hurry along." She pushed Harry's luggage trolley behind him, urging him to proceed. Though a sense of trepidation lingered, wondering if his mother could accompany him, Harry closed his eyes and charged into the pillar. As he passed through, his surroundings opened up brilliantly before him. Indeed, magic and sorcery were interconnected. The tales of wizards from long ago, as recounted by his mother, were true. Now, sorcery could only manifest through magic, likely due to its prohibition at some point in history. With a newfound sense of clarity, Harry beamed and rushed forward to embrace Zhao Cuixi warmly. It was still around 10 o'clock, and the train would not depart until noon, so there was ample time. The mother and son exchanged heartfelt farewells on the platform. "Hey, say goodbye to your grandmother, Neville," a sharp voice called out. Harry turned to seek the source of the voice and spotted a girl with tousled hair and prominent teeth, her face adorned with a disapproving seriousness. "The train is about to leave, Neville. We must quickly find a suitable seat." Her words evidently softened the expression of an elderly woman beside her. Each wrinkle on the woman's face displayed her sternness and resolve, yet she seemed touched by the girl's earnestness. The elderly woman remarked, "Indeed, Miss Granger, you are entirely correct." She turned her gaze towards the young boy beside her, Neville Longbottom. "You're a Longbottom, born into a lineage of heroes, and thus you must fulfill your responsibilities. Rest assured, Mrs. Longbottom, I shall take great care of Neville along this journey," Miss Granger asserted, her expression growing more serious, as if she had been entrusted with a monumental duty. "I will ensure he arrives safely at Hogwarts." "I am immensely grateful to you, Miss Granger," replied Mrs. Longbottom. Or rather, she was the elderly Mrs. Longbottom, for her age should not be so advanced. Miss Granger bid farewell to the elder Mrs. Longbottom alongside Neville, subsequently grasping the young Mr. Longbottom and boarding the train. "Wow, what an exceptional girl," Zhao Cuixi observed as she watched Miss Granger's retreating figure, turning to Harry. "You should befriend her, my son. Cultivate a friendship with such a remarkable individual, for she will inspire you to excel. Harry nodded in agreement. She resembles the head girl from my primary school. She certainly embodies the essence of a model student. Zhao Cuixi mused, her expression drifting into a dreamlike state. It cannot be denied that the admiration for diligent students is deeply rooted in the educational mindset of the Chinese. However, you must maintain a certain social distance, my son, Zhao Cuixi cautioned. After all, she is still a young girl. While it is essential to be close to exemplary students like her, it should not be too intimate, as that would be inappropriate. A mother's heart, filled with tender concern, felt utterly fragmented, attending to every detail. Time flew by, and Harry was ushered onto the train. He carried a considerable amount of luggage, yet fortunately, in a magical realm, his burdens lightened the moment they boarded. Thus, he roamed in search of an appropriate compartment. His mother had advised him to befriend Miss Granger, so seeking her compartment should pose no difficulty. Upon entering the train, he pushed open the small window of the compartment door. Oh, Harry was taken aback by the scene within, an older student couple, entwined in an embrace, sharing a kiss. Oh, the girl shrieked, while the boy swiftly drew his wand, casting a spell towards the doorway. Bang! The door slammed shut, leaving Harry outside, startled by the sudden noise. Well, what a splendid beginning. To open the door and find oneself confronted with a display of affection. What does this foreshadow? Lost in thought, Harry unconsciously reached into his pocket, retrieving a coin to consult his fortune. Many might deem this a trivial pursuit, yet shamanism, as a form of primitive religion, is adaptable. It can intertwine with any belief system, provided it is not monotheistic. Thus, it is said that as long as one's lineage is sufficiently ancient, and one can firmly believe in the antiquity of their bloodline, they may learn this craft of magic, albeit with varying degrees of success. Zhao Cuixi firmly believed she was a descendant of ancient lineage dating back 3,500 years, while Harry trusted in his identity as Zhao Cuixi's child. The term descendant is not solely defined by blood, but rather by the obligations one fulfills towards future generations. Thus, Harry certainly possesses the potential to master the art. Thus, Harry produced 6 coins and placed them into a complete turtle shell, leaving only an opening. With a click, the door to the compartment swung open, revealing a disheveled head of brown hair, none other than Miss Granger. No, it certainly wasn't. Harry, with an apologetic expression, remarked, "No, I was merely contemplating my own situation, so to speak. It's a kind of prophecy. I just wanted to see if I might find romance during my 7 years at school." Goodness. Miss Granger was momentarily speechless. You are but 11 years old, a freshman this year. Why would you even think of romance? Perhaps I am simply love-struck? Chapter 14, A Bit of Garlic. Despite Miss Granger's previous unfamiliarity with the term love-struck, the moment Harry uttered it, she immediately grasped its essence. I must say, the term is rather brilliant. You are quite amusing, she said, extending her hand. I am Hermione Granger. Harry quickly reached out to shake her hand. Oh, hello, I am Harry Potter. Harry Potter? Hermione exclaimed, and not just her, but also the slightly plump boy beside her, Neville Longbottom, widened his eyes in astonishment. You are Harry Potter? It was evident that Neville was quite familiar with the name, as his gaze often drifted to Harry's forehead. The sensation was somewhat peculiar, yet not overly awkward. Indeed, compared to most children, Hermione Granger, eager to learn and garner the attention of her elders, was more inclined to express herself, though not out of malice. She resembled a child striving for perfection. When faced with anything that felt imperfectly awkward, she would wish to find a place to hide until it passed. Fortunately, Harry Potter appeared unfazed by the situation. He seemed rather gentle, even somewhat tender. However, this sentiment felt odd to Hermione. She perceived Harry's gentle demeanor reminiscent of her father. Yet, as a Muggle-born witch, she understood that every individual is distinct, and various personalities abound among boys, including those akin to father figures, though she had simply not encountered many before. Moreover, Harry Potter was the savior of the wizarding world. Surely, he must possess something extraordinary about him. The conversation swiftly shifted to the topic of house sorting. In truth, it wasn't as comprehensive as one might think. Harry quietly mused, my entire family belongs to Gryffindor. Neville beamed with pride. My parents, my grandmother, and Uncle Algy, they are all Gryffindors. He then appeared slightly disheartened, but quickly regained his cheerfulness. Pulling a toad from his pocket. Look, this is my pet, a gift from Uncle Algy. His name is Trevor, a lively and sprightly toad, appearing somewhat endearing, yet possessing the rebellious spirit of one weighing 3 times its actual pound. Harry observed Leaf with curiosity, eager to fathom the source of that stubbornness reflected in its clear-eyed gaze. After all, this toad was anything but docile in Neville's hands, perpetually yearning to leap away. Neville, be a bit more authoritative. Neville lamented. It always seeks to escape me. His eyes glistened with frustration. Hermione sighed softly. Neville, it's merely a toad. Perhaps it simply wishes to hop about? Neville's eyes began to glisten with moisture. Harry quickly intervened. Neville, may I take a look at your pet? Of course. Neville replied eagerly, placing Leaf into Harry's hands. You give it a try. Splendid. It was now Harry's moment to shine. The instant Leaf settled in Harry's grasp, it became remarkably calm. Not only did it cease to jump, but even its movements were those of endearment. This toad, with its dampened visage, gently clasped Harry's fingers with its forelimbs and nuzzled its slightly moist face against Harry's palm, seemingly intent on sharing its essence with him. Who is feeling envious? Neville mused, a hint of jealousy in his tone. It obeys you. He marveled at Leaf's behavior, his voice laced with a tinge of bitterness. It never behaves this way with me. Harry chuckled softly. It's not your fault, Neville. Leaf is simply a toad, and a magical one at that, possessing a degree of intelligence. It seems to believe you're not its true master. As he spoke, he gently tapped Leaf on the head. It's not a malevolent creature, merely somewhat confused. Hermione was taken aback, her wide eyes fixated on Harry. Wow. Can you communicate with animals? Is that magic? Neville, equally astonished, implored Harry. Could you speak to Leaf and ask it not to run away? I truly don't wish to lose it. What a pitiful future classmate. Harry sighed and leaned down, addressing Leaf. So what do you say? Leaf, the toad, seemed to roll its eyes in indifference. Neville was on the verge of tears. Harry could only assert, regardless, wishing for another owner is futile. No one else will care for you, Leaf. If you truly escape from Neville, you will perish from hunger or become a serpent's meal. After delivering this sobering warning to Neville's pet, Harry stood up and donned his magical robe, adorned with subtle black patterns embroidered by Zhao Cuixi, featuring a bird stitched in inconspicuous locations. The collar, cuffs, and hem were embellished as well, ensuring an air of understated luxury. Harry deemed the endeavor superfluous. However, Zhao Cuixi felt otherwise, asserting that such an act was merely a display of extravagance, a necessity indeed, especially considering their first encounter with the young Mr. Malfoy, who exuded an air of opulence and sophistication. Thus, an indomitable Chinese woman would never concede defeat, insisting that Harry too should appear equally lavish and stylish. Consequently, all of Harry's robes underwent an exquisite refurbishment, adorned with intricate embroidery. Hermione, captivated by the uniqueness of Harry's attire, exclaimed in astonishment, "Did you not have these tailored at Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions? They are simply stunning." In Chapter 15, The Twins, it was revealed that while the robes were indeed from Madame Malkin's, the embellishments were not. They were crafted over several nights by the spirit of the late Mrs. Hu, summoned by Zhao Cuixi, solely to ensure that Harry could maintain an impressive facade before his peers. Otherwise, the image he had projected before young Mr. Malfoy would have been compromised. This, in turn, ensnared not only young Malfoy, but likely his father and even their acquaintances would hear of a remarkable wizarding family from the East. Not to mention, the subtlety with which Zhao Cuixi navigated the relationships among the parents was indeed her forte. Harry, however, felt compelled to explain the significance of his robes, albeit briefly, stating that they bore the emblem of his adoptive mother's family, which she had meticulously embroidered. Your adoptive family must be quite formidable, Neville remarked softly. Nowadays, many families, even if aware of their own crests, could not replicate them. Harry raised an eyebrow, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Wow, you possess quite a wealth of knowledge. I have lived abroad for quite some time and am not well acquainted with the wizarding world in England. Could you enlighten me about it, Neville? Neville Longbottom shook his head. I don't know much. This is merely what I gathered from my grandmother this morning. She mentioned that many families have not sent their children to this year's intake. Upon broaching this subject, Neville's mood visibly soured. Therefore, Harry and Hermione chose to pivot away from the topic, engaging instead in an animated discussion about magic, primarily led by Hermione, who demonstrated various small spells, while Harry and Neville clapped in approval. At that moment, the door to their compartment swung open, revealing 3 heads of vibrant red hair. The youngest, a diminutive boy with red locks, had forcefully opened the door, his actions incited by the other 2 red-haired companions. Hey, look, another new student this year, one of the almost identical red-haired boys exclaimed. The other chimed in, look, a girl among this year's newcomers' magic. Then another one exclaimed, but our little brother on. Still, the same voice continued, he crying out loud, terrified by a spider. George and Fred, the identical red-haired twins, linked arms, wearing matching expressions and speaking with a playful tone tinged with mischief. Actually, I'm George, one declared. Then I must be Fred. Their antics finally pushed the red-haired boy who had burst through the door to his limits. His face flushed, and his eyes began to glisten with tears. "George, Fred, I will write to Mom," he cried. "Oh, our poor little brother. He is going to tell Mom that a spider scared him," one of the twins remarked. The other chimed in, "The spider isn't even as big as a chocolate frog. Yet our little brother Ron has already been reduced to tears." The twin boys appeared slightly older, their banter entertaining, yet the content was distressing for their younger brother Ron. Harry resolved to rescue his future classmate. However, Hermione stood up. She stepped forward and pulled Ron behind her, radiating an aura of righteousness. "George, Fred, you must not behave this way. He is your brother, not your toy." George and Fred were momentarily taken aback. Hermione, undeterred, continued, "You just introduced yourselves. One is George and the other is Fred, but I cannot distinguish between you. So any witty remarks you make will be lost on me." Behold, this was Hermione's wisdom. Harry applauded her. Neville swallowed hard beside them and remarked, "They are from the Weasley family. There are many children in the Weasley household, including those twins, which is quite rare in the wizarding world, making them quite well known." Harry nodded in understanding. All right, Your Highness," George said with a grin. "I am George, and this is my twin brother Fred." Fred immediately retorted, "Hey, I'm the older brother. George, you're the younger one." As they were about to engage in a debate over who was the elder, Harry swiftly interrupted. "If Ron is frightened by a spider, the elder brother must take responsibility." "Fred, George, who is the elder?" The twins exchanged knowing smiles. "It's Charlie," they declared, prompting even Ron, who had been fuming moments earlier, to laugh. The redness around his eyes and cheeks faded, replaced by a broad smile that spread across his face. The emotions of children are fleeting, arriving quickly and departing just as swiftly. After all, apart from him, the youngest sibling, the only other child in the family was his little sister Ginny, and his brothers would certainly not dare to tease her. Ron sighed and said, "They love to make fun of me, but they wouldn't dare make jokes about the youngest, Ginny." With a hint of mystery, he added, "When I said I would tell Mom, I was only trying to scare them. I would never actually tell her. It's Ginny who would go running to Mom." Thus, the playful banter between the brothers is understood between them, yet they must feign intimidation in their words. As the train sped along, engrossed in their jovial conversation, they soon realized their arrival at Hogwarts was imminent. Upon disembarking, they beheld a giant holding a lantern standing on the platform. "Be careful, children, be careful," the giant bellowed. "First years, gather here, everyone gather." His voice resonated far and wide. Chapter 16. The unforgettable incident of Neville Longbottom Harry, accompanied by his companions, approached just as the giant with the lantern caught sight of them. The giant scrutinized Harry's face for a considerable moment, as if confirming something, before breaking into a beaming smile and calling out, "Harry, over here. You must be Harry." He waved enthusiastically, his whole demeanor radiating joy. "Oh, little Harry, the last time I saw you, you were just a tiny tot." The giant gestured, and his hands, indeed, matched his towering height, rendering his gestures almost comically small. "Do you know him?" Hermione whispered to Harry. Harry gazed up at the towering giant, his eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment as he studied the giant intently, sighing, "I don't know him, but he seems somewhat familiar, which is quite peculiar." "Wow, perhaps you met him when you were a child. You know, we tend not to remember things before the age of 3. Even if we do, it's merely a vague impression rather than a true memory," Hermione remarked. "You might have seen him when you were very young. After all, he works at Hogwarts." Her words held considerable merit. Neville nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed. I've heard he worked for Dumbledore, so he likely knew your parents and must have met you when you were just a little one, Harry." Harry nodded in affirmation. "That's right, Neville. You make a valid point. How do you know so much?" Hermione regarded Neville with skepticism. Although Neville had always lived in the magical world, she had observed his lack of cleverness when she met him with his grandmother at platform 9 3/4. He was forgetful and somewhat inept with magic. Yet curiously, he seemed well-versed in matters concerning Harry. Neville shook his head, a hint of sadness creeping on his round face. Ron unabashedly interjected because back then, the Dark Lord had 2 boys to choose from. One was Harry, and the other was Neville. This isn't in the books. But Neville's family had their troubles as well. We all know that. The people of the magical world are well aware of such events. Even if children show little interest, it is challenging for adults to avoid discussing these matters in their presence. Although the dark figure, whose name cannot be spoken, marked Harry, he did not spare the Longbottom family either. In fact, there are still those who remain perplexed as to why the mysterious figure would choose the Potter infant over the Longbottom child. However, it is evident that it was indeed the Potter baby who caused the mysterious figure to vanish, thus leaving little room for doubt regarding the chosen savior. As for Neville, he is not at all forgetful about the pertinent matters. In fact, one might argue that he demonstrates no signs of poor memory, entirely because these events pertain to his parents. A child who prays daily to Merlin for his parents to awaken would find ways to remember such moments, even if he were to forget upon waking each morning. Therefore, Neville possesses a deeper understanding of Harry's situation than most. Yet, all of this transpires within the span of a mere minute. The four children, all first-year students, traverse the darkened path together. Despite the giant's greater attention towards Harry, he warmly greets the other three. "Come on, little ones, it's quite late. Wrap yourselves up tightly in your cloaks." His large hand tousled Harry's unruly hair as he introduced himself. "I'm Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. You're quite small, Harry. You must eat well while at Hogwarts." He turned to the other three children with the same earnestness. "You all are rather small too. Make sure to eat plenty, understand?" Hagrid then patted Ron on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Another Weasley, eh? Those twin brothers of yours are quite the handful." Hermione chuckled from the side, having recognized the amusement that Ron's twin brothers, George and Fred, bring to many, even if they are often a source of exasperation. Harry glanced at Hermione, noticing her demeanor had lightened considerably, allowing him to relax as well. After all, the sorting ceremony was imminent. The four of them boarded a boat, swiftly crossing the Black Lake, walking the very path once tread by the founders of Hogwarts. Under the cover of night, they traversed valleys and forded bottomless rivers. They proceeded with caution, eluding the snares and pursuits of muggles, crossing fields, trudging through muddy marshes, and braving thorny underbrush in search of a sanctuary that would shield them from muggle sight. Thus, the incoming students must also navigate the night, crossing valleys and rivers, traversing fields and marshes, ultimately ascending the heights to arrive at the gates of Hogwarts. At the entrance, a stern witch dressed in deep green robes awaited them. It was Professor McGonagall, the first-year student's head. Hagrid led the newcomers forward. "Thank you, Hagrid. You've done well. I will take over from here." Professor McGonagall nodded and addressed the first years. "Please follow me." She guided the new students into Hogwarts and settled them in a small room. In this space, Professor McGonagall recounted the history of Hogwarts, detailing the four houses without bias or embellishment. Maintaining her serious demeanor, she concluded the tale of the four founders. "Well, it is time for the sorting. Are you ready? I'm uncertain whether I am truly prepared, and Hermione has begun to feel anxious. I have memorized the entire textbook, yet I am unsure if it will be on the exam." "Goodness, you have memorized the whole book," Ron exclaimed in a hushed tone. Hermione disapproved, saying, "Don't be foolish, Ron. No one will make us contend with a troll. That creature is utterly terrifying, and we are merely children who have yet to enroll. If we were to battle a troll, there would hardly be any Hogwarts students left." Indeed, Hermione is undoubtedly an exemplary student. At that moment, they followed Professor McGonagall into the Great Hall of Hogwarts. Chapter 17. The Hat is a Traitor. The appearance of the Great Hall requires little elaboration. Be it the long tables of the four houses, or the magically enchanted ceiling that mirrors the starry sky outside, or the ghosts of each house and the professor seated at the front, these are all familiar sights to the alumni. As is customary, this year saw yet another change in the defense against the dark arts professor. However, this was not the time for introducing the new instructor, as it was now the moment for the students to be sorted into their houses. "Ah, Durmstrang, yes, young Malfoy has mentioned that school. It is quite far away in Germany." Harry smiled as he watched young Malfoy stride to the high stool, and the sorting hat nearly grazed his hair before it shouted, "Slytherin. Look at that. It's clearly predetermined." It didn't even touch his head before assigning him to a house. Harry continued to grumble. He had not always been so prone to sarcasm, but for reasons unknown, he had recently developed a penchant for it. Perhaps it was simply a sign of maturity, considering he was now 11 years old and no longer a mere child of 10. His murmurs caught the attention of a boy with a darker complexion among the unsorted students, who regarded him with a peculiar gaze. However, Harry paid it no mind. No matter the expression, he felt no fear. "Blaise Zabini," Professor McGonagall called. The boy with the darker complexion approached to don the sorting hat. In short order, he too was assigned to Slytherin. Now, they were sorting students with surnames beginning with Z, and there were hardly any new students left awaiting their turn. Harry waited patiently. After calling another student, Professor McGonagall finally announced, "Harry Potter." "Harry Potter? Is it really Harry Potter? Why does his name have an additional surname? What could that mean?" Whispers erupted throughout the hall as students exchanged glances, astonished not only by Harry Potter's enrollment, but also by this additional surname. A girl with black hair seated at the Ravenclaw table quietly explained to her companion, "Perhaps this Zhao is indeed a surname. It seems reminiscent of a Chinese surname. However, I'm uncertain which Zhao it is. This pronunciation is relatively common in China, yet I do not know if the character is familiar. The students craned their necks in eager anticipation, hoping to catch a glimpse of the one known as Harry Potter. Harry, with a solemn expression, approached the high stool and took a seat. Professor McGonagall's stern demeanor softened slightly as she addressed him. Mr. Potter, there's no need to be anxious. I shall place this hat upon your head, and the decision regarding your house will rest in your hands. With that, she set the tattered sorting hat atop Harry's head. A voice echoed in his mind. Ah, how rare it is, child. Your qualities are indeed exceptional. Harry engaged in a mental dialogue. Sorting hat? The hat replied, Indeed. I'm a sorting hat. This is quite evident. However, it is fascinating. Your mind is truly intriguing, with vast regions of obscurity. Not empty, mind you, but areas I cannot perceive. You little rascal, you are quite reluctant to allow me a full view of your thoughts and memories. How am I to sort you then? Harry retorted, What I withhold from you is but a fraction of my memories and should not impact the sorting process. Sorting hat. One could argue that my memories are a matter of personal privacy, and you cannot lay claim to them all. But you are merely a child. What privacy could you possibly possess? The sorting hat, evidently an ancient relic, was not privy to modern educational philosophies. Despite having endured for a millennium, having been crafted from resilient fibers over the years, it remained, after all, a relic of 1,000 years past. 1,000 years ago, an 11-year-old child was not regarded as an individual in the same manner as today. Thus, the sorting hat saw no issue in perusing the memories of its students. You place such importance on your privacy. I wonder, young lad, perhaps you ought to consider Slytherin? The hat rolled its eyes in Harry's mind. Harry, exasperated, replied, My memories contain an array of peculiarities, sorting hat, which you would not wish to witness. My adoptive mother is a shaman, and I have studied under her for a decade. If you insist on prying, be forewarned that if any beast inclined to tear at hats were to approach you, I would not come to your aid. The sorting hat faltered momentarily. Oh, very well. Shamanic matters, those eccentricities you speak of. You are aware that when I was created, there were no druids left upon the Isle of England, correct? They are referred to as druids among Celtic wizards. Harry softly replied, Yes, I am aware. So, may we proceed with my sorting? The sorting hat muttered, Where do you believe you belong? It began to muse aloud. You do possess a modicum of courage, alongside ambition and cunning. You enjoy reading, and let me see just how many books you've perused. Harry interjected, No need to ponder, sorting hat. I have likely read an entire room full of books. Please, choose a house for me at your discretion. The two became engrossed in their conversation, even speaking audibly. Dumbledore chuckled awkwardly, casting a glance at the sorting hat, seemingly wishing to toss it into water for a thorough cleansing. The sorting hat, catching wind of Dumbledore's dissatisfaction, raised its voice sharply, Slytherin. With that proclamation, the room erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. The savior has unexpectedly been assigned to the academy of the mysterious figure. While Dumbledore's countenance bore no signs of shock, the rest of the faculty, save for him, was utterly astonished. Even Professor Snape, known for his stoic demeanor, wore an expression of disbelief. This is impossible, Ron exclaimed, his sorrow nearly spilling over. Keep your voice down, Hermione admonished, smacking the back of his hand. Did you not hear Harry's conversation with that hat? Ron's face was now redder than his hair. That hat is a traitor. Chapter 18, Harry's Kindness. Now, everyone was aware that the unfortunate family had their savior, Harry Potter, a member of Gryffindor, unjustly placed in Slytherin due to his defiance against the sorting hat. The reason for this seemingly punitive action was likely rooted in the long-standing animosity between Slytherin and Gryffindor, making this decision appear particularly intentional. It was evident that Harry had irked the sorting hat, which sought its revenge. Thus, the dilemma arose. Harry, the savior, was now compelled to attend Slytherin, although he rightly belonged to Gryffindor, creating a conundrum that was both resolvable and yet insurmountable at the same time. Nevertheless, Harry felt a sense of satisfaction. This way, his Gryffindor friends would not accuse him of rejecting their house, and Professor Snape, the Slytherin head, would be readily available to assist him academically, a dual advantage. Indeed, Harry had learned from his readings that among the professors at Hogwarts, only Professor Snape was truly suited for after-school tutoring, while Professor McGonagall was admirable. Her age rendered her less capable of extensive exertion. Among the four house heads, only Snape was appropriate. The others were either at retirement age or nearing it, and Harry certainly did not wish to burden them. Thus, it was crucial to choose Snape's house, as he required additional study support. This was the reason he had angered the sorting hat, revealing his desire to join Gryffindor while simultaneously opting for Slytherin, a straightforward dilemma. Had the sorting hat possessed even a hint of temper, it would have caused this uproar, and clearly, Harry had navigated it well. though Harry appeared somewhat helpless and innocent. Internally, he was overjoyed. Now that he had enrolled at Hogwarts, his focus was solely on his studies. As for the responsibilities of a savior, he had no desire to engage in such discussions. Approaching the Slytherin long table, Harry sensed the chill and subtle hostility emanating from that side, yet he was unfazed. For there were still those who welcomed him, such as a ghost drenched in blood, which was quite an appetizing sight. Harry took a seat next to the ghost at the Slytherin table, wearing a friendly smile, completely indifferent to the terrified expressions of the other Slytherin students. He initiated a conversation with the ghost, asking warmly, "How have you been lately? My name is Harry Potter, though my adoptive mother's surname is Zhao. So you may call me Zhao Harry if you wish. And you, Mr. Ghost?" The spectre stiffly turned his neck to gaze at Harry, appearing numb and hollow, as if devoid of a soul, yet he was indeed a manifestation of one. Harry inquired again, "What is your name, Mr. Ghost?" He sighed. "Mr. Barlow, were you once a student of Slytherin?" He intended to continue speaking when he heard Dumbledore proclaim, "Welcome, everyone, to Hogwarts for a new academic year. Before the feast begins, I would like to say a few words. Thank you, everyone." Immediately, platters of food materialized upon the long table. Harry hurriedly selected several of his favorite dishes, specifically choosing Chinese cuisine crafted from the recipes taught by Ms. Zhao Cuixi to the house elves of Hogwarts. Naturally, he ensured a balance of meat and vegetables, commending his choices of smashed cucumber and cold noodles. "You must not have tasted these, Mr. Barlow." Harry conversed with the Slytherin ghost as if reminiscing on fond memories at home. "These dishes are Chinese. You likely encountered few East Asian faces during your lifetime, so you surely have not sampled these." Barlow seemed inclined to inquire about Harry's manners, but did not utter a word. Harry, however, managed to break through his composure. "Honestly, would you like to try the flavors? I could let you experience these dishes, as it must be quite difficult not to eat anything after being a ghost for so long." Barlow thought the child rather bothersome, yet his expression revealed a hint of bewilderment. He could not fathom why this boy exhibited no fear of him. More perplexing was his inexplicable desire to remain near this child as a ghost. Barlow possessed a sensitivity to the mysterious and the ethereal, and he felt, albeit without clarity, that being close to this boy held promise for the future. Yet, what future could a ghost desire? Barlow was confounded, but profoundly moved, though his countenance remained somewhat stony. Disregarding the glances of others, Harry drew a small incense burner from his robe pocket, casually rubbed it with both hands, and began to operate it. Finally, he prodded the finely ground incense powder with his wand. The fragrance wafted through the air. Suddenly, Barlow's expression shifted to one of astonishment. "I can smell this." Harry maintained a neutral demeanor. "Isn't that to be expected?" "Expect at my foot." Barlow abruptly became restless, standing and pacing in place. Whispers began to circulate within the great hall of Hogwarts. "That S. Barlow, the blood ghost. He is quite terrifying. What is the matter with Barlow? What does he want?" The students presumed their murmurs were discreet, yet their voices were anything but quiet. Unfazed, Harry took a plate, filled it with food, and set it beside the incense burner, saying to Barlow, "You can eat the food if you come closer. Of course, you may also invite your friends to join." Barrow nodded and swiftly turned towards a nearby tower. Soon after, the ghost of Gryffindor approached with an air of wonderment. How extraordinary it was! The ghost tilted its head slightly, and the astonishment etched on its visage was enough to astound everyone present. Before long, the ghost of Hufflepuff hurried over, clasping a plate as if it were truly capable of holding sustenance, exclaiming with fervor, "Oh my, oh my, oh my! It has been ages since I last savored real food. This is simply delectable." The ghost's antics indeed left the others in a state of shock. Snape's brow furrowed deeply, his gaze filled with scrutiny. "Severus, this is perhaps the essence of Eastern wizardry," Dumbledore remarked with a smile. "Look, Harry is so kind." Chapter 19. The sound of something shattering after dining in the Great Hall of Hogwarts. The students began to sing the school song. Harry chose the mountain tune as the melody to accompany their singing, even retrieving a huqin to play a piece. It seemed to emanate a mysterious power from the east. Once the sound of the huqin filled the air, it drowned out the peculiar melodies of the others. Naturally, most of the tunes originated from Gryffindor, while Slytherin merely mumbled the lyrics rapidly, and Ravenclaw typically opted for recitation. Hufflepuff would sing, yet never with the volume of Gryffindor. Then, Harry Potter arrived, bringing with him the huqin and a lively spirit. Undoubtedly, Harry's performance was a rare spectacle. At least, the venerable Dumbledore, having lived over a century, had never witnessed such a display. Then, a more astonishing event unfolded. Harry put away the huqin and produced a swana. As he concluded his final note with a flourish, he placed the swana to his lips, unleashing a sound that resonated with golden splendor, as if summoning riches or invoking a wedding celebration. He continued until he gracefully finished, then tucked the suono away, composed himself, and sat upright as if nothing had transpired. Following Harry's spirited display, the atmosphere of the new term became decidedly peculiar, particularly for the individual occupying the position of defense against the dark arts professor, whose face was painted with embarrassment. After the sorting, Dumbledore had introduced this professor, who appeared exceedingly gentle, his light blue eyes initially sparkling with joy, now overshadowed by awkwardness. However, the students paid little heed to this new instructor. The professor was indeed strikingly attractive and exuded a gentle demeanor, which seemed incongruous for someone teaching dark arts defense. Even some upperclassmen debated the possibility of pursuing this charming educator. Yet Harry remained unfazed, rising alongside other Slytherin students as they followed their prefect down to the dungeon. On his first night at Hogwarts, it was evident that Harry was destined to be the center of attention, even though these Slytherin students might harbor no fondness for him, and they might even conspire against him. It matters not. The valiant Zhao Harry stands undaunted, for he is Zhao Harry of the Northeast. Regardless of the diverse assembly of individuals from all corners of the world, he possesses the ability to assimilate them through sheer force of will, let alone this group of British youngsters. In the presence of 11-year-old children, Harry exhibits not a shred of pity. "Hello," he exclaimed, hastening his steps to catch up with young Mr. Malfoy, who was accompanied by two stout companions. "Young Malfoy, it's truly you. I thought you were off to Durmstrang." Mr. Malfoy twitched his lips, his intent to flee thwarted as he turned to face Harry. "It's you, indeed." Harry beamed, his smile perhaps a touch too broad. "After our parting at Madame Malkin's, I reflected upon our conversation. May I call you Draco?" "Oh, what a delightful name. It resonates with dragons, doesn't it? You know, we have an abundance of dragon varieties where I come from. Isn't it just the Chinese fireball?" Draco retorted, displeased, as he prided himself on his knowledge of dragons. Harry chuckled. "Goodness, little dragon, don't be misled. As of now, magical creature researchers are still barred from entering China. We are quite reluctant to allow foreign wizards within our borders, and the only dragon we can share for exchange is indeed the Chinese fireball. However, that does not imply it is the sole species. Besides fire dragons, we actually have a greater variety of water dragons." Draco's face flushed crimson. How did you know I was called Little Dragon?" Harry's smile widened. "Isn't it obvious?" His unflinching social prowess left all the Slytherin students utterly bewildered. There was no need for subtlety. A direct hit, right to the heart. Harry continued, "Moreover, Little Dragon, do you know after conversing with you at Madame Malkin's, my mother has since educated me. She believes that although I spoke the truth, I was indeed too boastful and lacked the humility you might expect from someone of Eastern descent. Thus, I have genuinely reflected on my words. How could I possibly proclaim that my family's lineage has endured for over 3 millennia? Such arrogance. I've resolved to refrain from such statements in the future." A sudden sound of shattering echoed. Harry sighed. "Oh, Mr. Barlow, why the despondency again? It is night time, the perfect occasion for you ghosts to hone your skills. Why not absorb some moonlight and rest well during the day?" Bloodman Barlow. All the Slytherin students. Draco. "So, you're that Harry Potter." Harry. "Indeed. But you may also call me Zhao Harry. My adoptive mother's surname is Zhao." How to respond to that? No wonder. No wonder. The savior Harry Potter has vanished from the magical realm, yet Dumbledore consistently claims he is thriving. This peculiar situation raises eyebrows, and while many choose to believe, an undercurrent of skepticism prevails. It turns out that Dumbledore has sent him abroad to be raised, and in such a manner that he appears rather eccentric. What family could possibly endure for 3,000 years? Those who inhabit the British magical world, which has barely surpassed a millennium, find such claims utterly implausible. Unyieldingly so. Harry resides in a single dormitory, having requested the presence of a ghost within his quarters, thus ensuring that others would not intrude. Upon entering, he promptly locks the door, disregarding the chatter of those outside. He feels no obligation to heed the opinions of those younger than himself. After all, he is a mature 11-year-old male, unconcerned with the immature musings of his peers. With this thought in mind, he eagerly opens a book, preparing for some evening reading. At that very moment, he hears a sound outside his window. The defense against the dark arts professor stands there, directly before him, with the ominous expanse of the Black Lake beyond. A living person in the water is not an insurmountable issue, yet the professor is tapping on the glass, signaling for Harry to let him in. Harry, however, firmly declines, knowing that the Slytherin dormitory windows do not open. The professor crosses his arms and taps the window sill twice with his feet, realizing that his efforts are in vain, and then swims away. This night is tranquil and serene. However, For the majority of those beyond Harry, it is a night filled with gossip and chatter. Far from the serene atmosphere, the events occurring in the Great Hall alone are insufficient to satiate their thirst for discussion, especially for the other Slytherin students. While Harry enjoys the privacy of a single dormitory, the others share accommodations. Draco Malfoy, the son of a governor, shares his room with Blaise Zabini, another governor's son, who had been sorted into Slytherin before Harry. Meanwhile, Draco's two lackeys, Goyle and Crabbe, occupy their own room. During the designated quiet hours, the four gather in Draco's dormitory to gossip about Harry Potter. Indeed, I encountered him while purchasing school supplies in Diagon Alley, at Madame Malkin's robe shop. The moment he entered, I felt an immediate sense of discomfort. Draco Malfoy vehemently denies that he ever intended to befriend a complete stranger. Yet he was thoroughly overshadowed by Harry. Now, he seeks to reclaim his dignity. His adoptive mother, an Eastern wizard, claims to hail from the oldest lineage, asserting that her family boasts a history of over 3,500 years. How absurd, Crabbe interjects, supporting his brother's skepticism. I refuse to believe that any family could endure for over 1,500 years, let alone 3,500. He begins to count on his fingers, attempting to substantiate his argument. Goyle concurred with Crabbe. Indeed, Draco, your family's history is quite lengthy. I refuse to believe any lineage surpasses that of the Malfoys. Blaise Zabini smiled slightly from his side. Really? I find that hard to believe. Crabbe retorted. Do you even comprehend what you're saying? Goyle pressed on. Zabini, whose side are you on? Potter is a Gryffindor. He was misallocated by the Sorting Hat. You ought to align with us. Yet he was already a student of Slytherin. Blaise shrugged and remarked, surely, you don't genuinely believe that nonsense about the Sorting Hat misplacing him? It has been performing its duties for a millennium. If it were truly so capricious, it would have long since turned to ash. Draco interjected. So, you're suggesting that at the very least, he is qualified to be in Slytherin? Blaise replied, what else could it be? Undeniably. Blaise's words rendered the three boys speechless. After a prolonged silence, Draco reluctantly conceded Blaise's point, yet raised another query. He is the golden boy of that old bee, Dumbledore. If he can attend 2 houses, why didn't he choose Gryffindor? The 11-year-old Draco Malfoy suddenly found himself troubled, perhaps due to an unexpected surge of intellect. After all, a child just beginning their academic journey should not be burdened with such contemplations. Yet, he began to ponder the likes of Dumbledore and the so-called Savior, an inquiry that should not have piqued his curiosity, leading to an abundance of worries for a child unable to manage such inquisitiveness. Of course, the 4 boys were oblivious to the fact that their head of house, Professor Severus Snape, was even more distressed. How could he end up in Slytherin? Snape was so incensed that he nearly drew his wand on Dumbledore. For the moment, however, he merely slammed his hands on the table, the sound reverberating through the room laden with silverware, causing Fawkes, who stood by, to tremble with apprehension. Oh, calm down, Severus, my child, do remain composed. Dumbledore extended his hand to soothe, hoping this gesture might magically quell Snape's ire. You see, Harry is a good boy, and his adoptive mother is a decent woman. Severus. However, she has undeniably made Harry quite exceptional. He did not grow up in our familiar environment. The thoughts in his clever little mind are beyond our comprehension, and even his logic diverges from what we have previously understood. Severus. He is neither James nor Lily. He is Harry, and thus, he will choose Slytherin. Snape remained silent, his icy demeanor speaking volumes about his stance. Would you abandon him simply for his uniqueness? Dumbledore inquired. Snape narrowed his eyes, his gaze taking on a perilous intensity. Severus. Harry's situation is entirely different from what we previously surmised. His inclination towards Slytherin is not surprising. Dumbledore chuckled softly, pouring himself a cup of tea. I have been corresponding with Quirrell, and it has become evident that he is unlikely to be sorted into Gryffindor. If not Slytherin, then perhaps Ravenclaw. But rather than the latter, I would prefer him to be in Slytherin. After all, you are there, are you not? Snape glared at him with palpable anger. Yet, Dumbledore remained unperturbed, sipping his tea while occasionally indulging in a piece of candy. After a considerable pause, Snape finally seemed to deflate, murmuring, yes, it has always been so. Always. With that, he turned and departed from the headmaster's office. The oppressive aura surrounding him dissipated, startling Peeves, who had been lurking in the corridor, ready to frighten someone. Upon catching sight of Snape, he shrieked and fled in the opposite direction. Snape, somewhat distracted, meandered through Hogwarts. Upon reaching the tower, he encountered the ghost of Slytherin, the Bloody Baron, who approached him with a sullen expression. It seemed that the entire Hogwarts had taken on an odd and chaotic atmosphere, all due to that young Harry Potter. Descending to the 4th floor, Snape spotted the new defense against the dark arts professor standing in the corridor to his right, looking utterly despondent, even tears brimming in his eyes. This was indeed awkward. Snape mused that ever since he had encountered Potter, he had entered an awkward phase. Perhaps Potter truly was his nemesis. Determined to pretend he had not seen his new colleague, Snape attempted to take another staircase, but the man spoke up. "Good night. Professor Severus Snape." Chapter 21. The snakes are terrified. Snape nodded at the new colleague, harboring no desire for pleasantries, and turned to descend the stairs. However, it was evident that the new professor had no intention of letting him go. The new defense against the dark arts professor quickly stepped forward, blocking Snape's path. "Professor Snape, I am new here. The other professors at Hogwarts are not suited for late-night discussions, so I genuinely wish to converse with you regarding the teaching of defense against the dark arts. I have heard that you have long coveted this position, so you must possess considerable insight into this subject. May I invite you to inspect the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor?" During the opening feast, Dumbledore had emphasized that the right corridor on the 4th floor was perilous. Though this warning was directed towards students, it equally applied to all faculty members. Everyone was aware that the room at the end of the corridor housed something ominous, and some had even assisted in preparing the room before the items were placed inside. Yet, each obstacle had been arranged by different individuals, leaving many unfamiliar with the specifics. In truth, aside from those whom Dumbledore trusted most, no one was privy to the final contents of that room. Snape, however, was well aware of what lay within. However, he was aware that the newcomer before him possessed little understanding of the matter at hand. "Professor Modred, I implore you to comprehend that Hogwarts is a realm brimming with secrets. Should dangers lurk within the corridors, they're neither the first nor the last. Your duty lies in ensuring the safety of students in perilous situations. As for Severus's frigid gaze, if your curiosity is so fervent, perhaps you might consider taking up residence at the entrance, where you could apprehend any unruly troll that might heed not the warnings." Upon concluding his remarks, Severus brushed aside Modred's hand and swiftly descended the staircase, the hem of his robes swirling like ominous clouds, conjuring a tempest within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts. Modred smiled, for the storm brewing in his pale eyes was not of darkness, but of dazzling lightning. Outside the confines of Hogwarts, a sudden tempest of thunder and lightning erupted. Once Severus's silhouette vanished, the ghost in the ancient gown drifted down from the tower, alighting before Modred. This was the Grey Lady of Ravenclaw, her countenance perpetually devoid of expression, revealing no emotional shifts toward anyone. As a specter, she seemed to seek true separation from all, disregarding both the living and other ghosts. Yet, when she encountered a person, she would offer a salutation, albeit one that bore the antiquity of millennia, yet still exuding grace and nobility, along with impeccable etiquette. The Grey Lady possessed a visage of undeniable nobility, one that undoubtedly belonged to the aristocracy 1,000 years hence. Modred bowed in a knightly manner, and she promptly returned the gesture with an impeccably refined motion, reminiscent of a courtly upbringing. "Madam, the moonlight is exquisite this evening. Would you care to join me for a stroll?" Modred inquired. The Grey Lady nodded. "Indeed, it would be my honor." She extended her hand, resting it upon the crook of Modred's arm. Together, they descended until they reached the entrance to the cellar, where the Grey Lady finally smiled, her expression perfectly poised as she requested, "Sir Knight, might you summon the student by the name of Harry Potter? I wish to inquire about a matter." The Grey Lady truly exemplified the essence of a well-bred lady, and with a nod of agreement, she floated toward the Ravenclaw Tower. Once she had drifted away, the Bloody Baron emerged from the cellar, watching her depart. Modred regarded the Baron with a bemused expression, confirming that the Baron had caught his disdainful gaze before turning to leave. The Baron felt a flicker of indignation. Well, after a millennium, Mr. Baron has finally become incensed once more. The serpent head at the entrance of the cellar hissed softly, and this sound reverberated amongst the serpentine decorations within and beyond the cellar, eventually reaching Harry's dormitory. Deeply engrossed in his reading, Harry heard the faint whispers. "Oh dear. Dear Brother Barrow, after 1,000 years, you are angry once again. Are you all out of your minds?" The serpent-shaped decorations engaged in a cacophony of chatter, each one more loquacious than the last. Harry stood up and approached the dormitory door, his gaze fixed upon the serpentine doorknob. Shush. Please be quiet. There's a boy watching me, and I believe he harbors a secret affection for me." The doorknob, adorned with a serpent motif, retorted, "Honestly, Barrow is an old relic. How could this young boy possibly compare in looks? I choose the young lad, and you need to stop your incessant prattling. The boy would never fancy a mere garden snake like you. If he has a preference, it would be for the alluring creature that dwells underground." It may lack shimmering scales, but its prowess is undeniable. The serpentine image on the door spat venomous words. Or you, anyway. You allow everyone to touch you daily and possess no strength at all. Turning around is a struggle for you. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? You're merely a painting. Once burned, you cease to exist, yet you dare to argue with me? Despite being mere representations, the serpentine figures possessed a sharp tongue. Harry drew his wand and aimed it at them. Silencio. Perfect, the serpents fell silent. You must remain quiet. This is my dormitory, he asserted to all the serpent-shaped decorations. Moreover, you had better keep your mouths tightly shut, or I shall be compelled to take unfavorable actions against you. With his right hand grasping the wand, he rhythmically tapped it against his left hand. You would not wish to discover what those unfavorable actions entail. The serpents trembled in fear. They felt wronged. Yet Harry remained indifferent to their feelings, coldly turning away to arrange his books and extinguish the lights. Within mere minutes, the rhythmic sound of breathing filled the dormitory. It was not until after midnight that the serpent-shaped items dared to speak again, but even then, they refrained from prattling in the dormitory. One by one, they began to disseminate Harry's requirements throughout the entire basement, wary of inciting the wrath of this young Parseltongue. After all, many years ago, that fearsome boy had spoken kindly to them, yet this child had resorted to threats. Oh dear, how frightened the serpents were. Chapter 22. Smaller and finer would be better early in the morning. Harry found his friends at the Gryffindor table in the Great Hall. The fatigue etched on his face from a night of studying, and his bleary eyes immediately ignited Ron Weasley's sense of justice. Grasping Harry's shoulder with one hand and covering his mouth with the other to suppress an angry shout, he exclaimed, "What did those Slytherin rascals do to you, Harry? Did they mistreat you?" With reddened eyes, Ron's concern was palpable. Harry smiled and reassured Ron, emphasizing his formal name. "No, Ronald, I wasn't bullied. Nor were they unkind to me. I merely became engrossed in my studies last night." Hermione wholeheartedly agreed, exclaiming, "Oh, that is indeed true. Reading can easily captivate one's spirit." Neville shook his head in disbelief. Ron furrowed his brow, remarking, "Is that so? Can one truly become so engrossed in reading that it drains all energy? Harry, this is rather alarming. Why didn't you join Ravenclaw?" He glanced at Hermione, adding, "And you too." Hermione's expression instantly darkened. "Ronald Bilious Weasley, what are you babbling about?" Ron rubbed his cheek in exasperation. "Bloody hell. Could you refrain from using my full name?" It was evident that the mention of his full name unsettled him. Harry and Neville erupted in laughter. Of course, he had come to remind them to head to the Transfiguration classroom early in the morning, urging them to go directly after breakfast to avoid tardiness, as he had heard that Transfiguration was rather challenging. Hermione patted her chest confidently, stating, "Fear not, I shall keep a watchful eye on the two of them." Just as they were enjoying their meal, Alls arrived bearing letters. The ghostly figure of Barrow, a rather translucent entity, noticed the 3 letters delivered to Harry and turned his head slightly, inquiring, "Whose letters are those?" Harry picked up the letters and examined them, saying, "My mother sent me a letter, as did Hagrid. Oh, and this one is signed by Druids." He opened the letter, revealing it to be an invitation. "Barrow, the Grey Lady of the Tower has invited me to chat in the tower after class." Barrow appeared somewhat excited, but managed to contain himself. "Is that so? Well, are you permitted to bring someone along?" Harry shook his head. "No, the invitation doesn't mention whether I can bring an additional guest, Barrow. I believe you ought to inquire yourself if you can visit the tower to gaze upon the stars and the moon, rather than relying on me to escort you." Instantly, Barrow's ethereal form deflated. Harry, unfazed, encouraged Barrow, "You should be a bit braver." With that, he wiped his mouth and hurried to catch up with the ascending group. Upon entering the Transfiguration classroom, Harry was pleasantly surprised to find himself the first student to arrive. On the desk sat a charming tabby cat. After admiring the feline for a moment, he chose a seat in the middle and settled down. He diligently arranged his materials before spreading open his books to commence reading, indifferent to whether the cat on the podium exhibited any human-like expressions. After a few minutes, classmates began to trickle in. Spotting Hermione and the others, Harry waved enthusiastically. "Over here, Hermione, Ron, Neville, and you 2 little dragon blaze. This row is the prime listening area. Come quickly." For a moment, the individuals called were left in a state of awkwardness, hesitating at the doorway. "Don't be shy. We are all classmates. Let's be friendly and supportive." Harry, oblivious to their discomfort, believed that diligent study was paramount. Choose the best spot to hear the professor clearly. You surely do not wish to miss what is being taught. After a brief moment of anticipation, Hermione, clutching her book with a resolute expression, approached Harry. "Indeed, I desire to comprehend every single word and letter." the brave little lioness. Hermione took a seat beside Harry and inquired, "Have you prepared for this lesson?" Harry replied confidently, "Of course. I have memorized the entire book. Look how affectionate and supportive they are towards one another." The two distinguished Slytherin students exchanged glances and chose to sit behind Harry, a spot that was not overly conspicuous yet still visible. As for those two foolish Gryffindors, they were utterly unconcerned. Neville, however, was on the verge of tears. He had no desire to sit in the front row. Yet, everyone knew that Harry had reserved that seat for them, and it would seem impolite to occupy it. Neville's social anxiety suddenly surged, and even Ron, with his typically boisterous demeanor, was momentarily subdued by Neville's distress and hesitated to approach the front row. Soon, everyone had arrived. Yet the front row remained vacant. At that moment, the tabby cat on the lectern stirred, leaping down to transform into Professor McGonagall. "Well then, Mr. Weasley, Mr. Longbottom, why are you not seated promptly?" Neville cast a pitiful glance at Professor McGonagall. Ron could only tug at his collar and lead him to the front row. In class, Professor McGonagall explained that her ability to transform into a cat made her an animagus, a form of transfiguration that is considerably more perilous than ordinary transformation spells. After cautioning all young wizards, she began to discuss the fundamental principles of transfiguration. Transfiguration is a wondrous form of magic that requires not only magical power, but also the wizard's conviction. Both elements are indispensable. She then demonstrated how to transform a matchstick into a needle and instructed the students to practice. Harry had no intention of concealing his talent. He grasped his wand and aimed it at the matchstick. In an instant, the matchstick transformed into a golden staff. Indeed, it morphed into a long iron rod, adorned with intricate designs, with the words Rui Jingu Bang inscribed in the middle. Everyone, including Professor McGonagall, was left dumbfounded. "Mr. Potter, I was referring to a needle." Professor McGonagall inhaled deeply, genuinely astonished by Harry's magical prowess. Harry, holding the iron rod, earnestly remarked, "Professor, please do not worry. It can indeed become a needle." Immediately, he commanded the rod, if only it could be smaller and finer. Chapter 23. Snape was taken aback. Under Harry's instruction for it to be smaller and finer, the rod continuously shrank and narrowed until it resembled a delicate embroidery needle, shimmering with silver light in his hand. Even Ollivander, the remarkably ancient wand shop owner, remembered James Potter's wand, made of cherry wood, 11 inches long, flexible, and notably powerful, ideal for transfiguration. James had indeed excelled in this art, and was even an unregistered animagus. Professor McGonagall's expression ultimately settled into one of profound satisfaction, her smile revealing a depth of nostalgia in her eyes. James is her student. Although he once caused her considerable distress, he also fills her with immense pride. Harry's talent is equally remarkable. He surpasses even his father. Oh, Slytherin gains 5 points. Typically, Professor McGonagall adds points in increments of 1 or 2. Yet she suddenly awarded Harry 5 points for his exceptional transfiguration skills. In truth, it was not solely transfiguration that inspired Harry. He remarked, "Professor McGonagall, this actually stems from an inspiration I received from a hero." Standing at the podium, he struck the wooden block in his hand, instantly entering the realm of storytelling. This form of narrative, known as Ping Shu, is a classic art form from his homeland, with renowned storytellers gracing the radio and television daily. The performances feature both male and female talents, each excelling in their unique stories, captivating audiences with their brilliance. Harry's storytelling was no exception. With a sharp rap on the wooden block, he began, "In this world, there are 4 continents: Dongsheng Shenzhou, Xinyo Hezhou, Nanjian Buzhou, and Beiju Luzhou." His opening captivated everyone present. The stone monkey, Sun Wukong, having completed his training and vanquished the Chaos King, was in high spirits. One day, while frolicking with his monkey companions, he recalled his formidable abilities. Should any other demon or beast seek him out for comparison, he felt quite formidable. Yet, what of his monkey followers? He sensed the need for a weapon of great efficacy. As he spoke, he brandished a silver needle, exclaiming, "Behold, this is my adaptation of Sun Wukong's weapon. Although it lacks true power, it is indeed quite intimidating." Perfection. The others remained engrossed in Harry's tale, unaware that a stone could give rise to a monkey, nor did they fathom the monkey's extraordinary prowess. Truly splendid. Hermione swallowed hard. While she had heard of this story, it was only in brief, and she had never anticipated its depth. "I wish to read that book," she thought. Her sentiments echoed those of many, including Draco, who whispered to Blaise Zabini, "I must seek Potter and inquire about this book." Blaise, pondering, stroked his chin and countered, "Draco, do you not think Potter orchestrated this entire spectacle to prevent others from gaining points?" Draco was taken aback. What nonsense are you spouting? He refused to believe that anyone would resort to such tactics. After all, what could be Potter's true intention? Soon enough, he would uncover the motive behind Potter's actions. Hermione was determined to prove she was certainly no fool. She was the brightest girl in her community, having graduated elementary school at the top of her class. Harry, however, displayed no particular emotional shift. Seated beside Hermione, he wore a smile of approval. Professor, Slytherin has 12 members present, all accounted for. Harry called out, seeking direction. Snape was momentarily taken aback. Ah, the illustrious Potter, what do you mean by that? He felt compelled to clarify this vexatious Potter's intent. Indeed, this savior proves to be quite a challenge. Severus Snape had already heard of the boy's antics during Transfiguration class. Regarding the position within the Chinese school, Snape furrowed his brow in regret. He regretted it deeply. Had he known of this opportunity sooner, he would have had the time and chance to delve deeper into the study of more potent potions. Damn Potter, why couldn't he have revealed this sooner? Snape should have sought out representatives for his potions class from every house and every year. A profound irritation gnawed at him. Very well, Potter, you have chosen to be the representative for potions class. So, what will happen if I add powdered daffodil root to wormwood infusion? Additionally, where should I procure Bezoar? Snape inquired further. Harry, in response, smacked his forehead. Bezoar not only detoxifies but also alleviates heat. You may not understand what heat is, but it certainly exists. If you find yourself suffering from a blistering mouth, constipation, a dry throat, or a parched nose, a little dissolve in water will work wonders. Snape remained silent. Chapter 24. You are indeed an honor student of Gryffindor. Snape had no words to offer. He subsequently reiterated the potion's preparation method, emphasizing the importance of not neglecting the precautions. Finally, he waved his wand, causing all the books to close. Now, take out your cauldrons and begin brewing this potion. Be warned, if you do not remove your cauldron from the flame before adding the hedgehog spines, not only will misfortune befall you, but you will also lose points in a manner that could bring you to tears. As he spoke, a malicious glint shone in Snape's eyes, suggesting he relished the prospect of witnessing a student's misfortune. As Snape instructed the students to commence their practical work, Harry had already sprung into action. He swiftly retrieved a slug to set aside for later use, then crushed a snake fang before placing it into the mortar to grind. Once ground, he began to gently simmer the slug over the fire, while deftly chopping nettles. After preparing these ingredients, he placed his cauldron over the flame, following Snape's outlined steps to brew the scabious potion. Snape's gaze remained fixed on Harry's movements. Upon witnessing him retrieve the slug, Snape initially thought the boy lacked his father's potion-making talent. Yet, when he observed Harry simply steaming the slug over a low flame, an inexplicable sense of admiration washed over him. Could it be that young Potter had inherited Lily's aptitude for potion-making? Snape found himself captivated by Harry's method of handling the potion's ingredients. Lily Evans, the mother of Harry Potter, the woman who sacrificed her life for him, the woman whom Severus Snape yearned to protect, harbored a complex relationship with her husband whom he despised, yet he cherished her, regardless of the nature of his affection. Snape mused that if her son inherited her remarkable gifts, it would be the most exquisite legacy she left in this world. He would strive to overlook the striking resemblance Harry bore to James Potter, endeavoring to bestow upon the child the love he once held for her. After all, he had grown up alongside her, eventually taking the place of her sister to become her closest friend and confidant, though they ultimately parted ways. Despite Snape's unwavering love for Lily, the mere thought of imagining a life together with her, culminating in the birth of Harry, sent shivers down his spine, rendering him utterly unsettled. Yet, he recognized his profound affection for Lily, akin to that of a guardian spirit, his Patronus mirroring hers, though he would never wish to transform into a corresponding stag out of love for her. In a fleeting moment of distraction, Harry had already removed the cauldron from the flames and added the porcupine quills, the final step. As he stirred with his wand, a delicate pink mist rose from the cauldron, signifying the success of his potion for scabies. Bottling and packaging it seamlessly, he swiftly tidied his workspace, preparing to conduct his own vigilant inspection, much like Snape. Neville, in the otherwise silent classroom, punctuated only by the bubbling of cauldrons, Harry exclaimed, grasping Neville's hand. You must remove your cauldron from the heat before adding the quills, or it will melt. He reiterated loudly to the class, everyone for the final step. Your cauldrons must not be on the fire when adding the porcupine quills. A mere utterance later, a cacophony of clinks and clatters erupted, followed by billowing clouds of pink mist, clearly indicating that many had successfully completed their potions. Snape let out a cold snort. Indeed, a clever Gryffindor temperament. albeit with a hint of ambition. He had to concede that young Potter was indeed a cunning little serpent. Perhaps it was precisely this trait that warranted his placement in Slytherin. After all, his shout had assisted everyone in the classroom, including Gryffindor students, signifying that even if Snape did not wish for him to serve as the class representative, the students would still seek him out, thereby earning his peers' recognition. Furthermore, Potter had recently mentioned traditional Chinese medicine, indicating that he possessed leverage in their discussions, and it was evident that he did not perceive himself as a fool. Contemplating young Potter's cunning plans, Snape felt as though his morning had commenced on an incorrect note. Why was young Potter this way? Neither Lily nor James seemed to possess such calculating tendencies. Was this a genetic mutation, or perhaps a result of Chinese education? Or was it the influence of his adoptive mother? I am somewhat curious about what transpired over the past decade with young Potter, yet I hesitate to inquire directly. Severus Snape finally devised a plan to have Dumbledore discreetly gather information from his foster mother. It is imperative that they uncover the truth regarding young Potter's experiences. Once all the students had submitted their concoctions of the potion for scabies, Snape, in an unprecedented act, awarded Harry 10 points. Nonetheless, Gryffindor still lost 2 points due to Neville's mishap. Interestingly, Snape's deduction did not incite discontent among the Gryffindor students. After class, as they congregated, several Gryffindor students expressed their gratitude to Harry, with Neville nodding vigorously in excitement, nearly overwhelmed with relief. Thankfully, he emerged unscathed and received an A, albeit one that appeared begrudging, marked with a minus sign. Nevertheless, for Neville, this was quite an achievement. Once the Gryffindor students vacated the potions classroom, the Slytherin students gradually rose, eager to depart, left speechless by Harry Potter's increasingly enigmatic behavior. After speaking, he turned and hurried away, the hem of his black robe trailing behind him like a wave of darkness. Chapter 25. Truly, Ravenclaw lives up to its name. After class, Harry hastened to the Ravenclaw Tower, where the ghost, known as the Grey Lady, floated gracefully on the terrace. Though her semi-transparent, silvery form, combined with the tower's breeze, rendered her features somewhat indistinct, it was still evident from her elegant demeanor that she was a beautiful and noble lady. Upon seeing Harry approach, a smile graced her face. Despite the blur of her visage, the joy she radiated was unmistakable. "Good day, my lady," Harry greeted her as he quickly took a seat, rapping on the table to summon the house elf he was acquainted with. "Dobby, please bring afternoon tea and refreshments. I believe the Ravenclaw lady would enjoy floral tea and rose pastries." "Thank you." In no time, a female house elf appeared, bearing a pot of jasmine tea and a platter of rose pastries. "Oh, Master Potter has called for Dobby. Dobby has prepared the refreshments, and Master Potter wishes to invite his friend to enjoy afternoon tea. Dobby believes Master Potter's friend will certainly appreciate these delicacies from the East." The house elf squeaked, placing the treats down with an eager expression, seeking praise. "You did splendidly, Dobby. You're a trustworthy and delightful house elf." Harry commended her warmly. Delighted, Dobby let out a soft squeal before vanishing. Harry then retrieved an incense burner from his inner pocket and lit the fragrant contents. "Since you're the only one who did not descend for dinner earlier, I thought it fitting to invite you for afternoon tea here. Come, indulge in these Eastern delicacies." The Grey Lady smiled faintly, intending to say something, but suddenly realized she was indeed seated in a chair. She was momentarily taken aback, yet quickly regained her composure, casting a glance at Harry imbued with a hint of significance. "In truth, I perished a millennium ago, at a time when the concept of afternoon tea was non-existent." Harry chuckled in response. "That is quite understandable. It is akin to the present notion that British cuisine lacks merit, yet I find a roasted chicken leg quite delightful." The Grey Lady raised an eyebrow, slightly astonished. Such a statement is truly slanderous. One must remember that the gentle Helga Hufflepuff was indeed the first head chef of Hogwarts, and her culinary skills were quite commendable, unlike the fiery-tempered Godric Gryffindor, who could merely cook things to a char. Harry expressed his intrigue at this revelation. The Grey Lady began to recount tales from 1,000 years past. However, her primary purpose for summoning Harry was not merely to tell stories. She yearned for him to elucidate the matter of enabling ghosts to partake in food. Having studied this subject for 7 or 8 years, Harry wouldn't claim to possess complete understanding, but he certainly grasped more than the average person. He adjusted his posture and commenced explaining to the Grey Lady how one could facilitate a ghost consumption of food. "My lady, this fragrance originally requires the essence of rhinoceros horn, which is not a true horn, but rather a substance that exists on the rhinoceros, embodying a balance of yin and yang, positive and negative, interior and exterior, and reality and illusion. Thus, after proper preparation and ignition, it bridges the realms of the living and the dead, allowing ghosts to coexist in a manner akin to humans. However, being a ghost, occasional indulgence is acceptable. Excessive use may lead one to mistakenly believe themselves to be fully alive, resulting in unwarranted entanglements with the truly living. Harry clarified this concept for her. The Grey Lady listened intently, becoming increasingly perplexed, yet simultaneously sensing she was on the brink of comprehending soul magic. She meticulously analyzed each letter of Harry's words, earnestly delving into the meanings behind each term. The languages of the East are not entirely unrelated to English, yet they certainly lack any direct connection. As a millennium-old ghost, the Grey Lady had acquired many languages, though mastery was not universal. Moreover, Eastern languages are diverse, and she only possessed a rudimentary understanding of a dialect known as Yu, not the one Harry spoke. She had much to learn. "Thank you immensely," the Grey Lady remarked, nearly exhausting her non-existent brain cells to retain Harry's words. "This represents a new realm of knowledge, and I am fervently eager to explore it. Mr. Potter, I wish you the best of luck." Upon departing the tower, Harry discerned that this Ravenclaw ghost should properly be referred to as Lady. She was a genuine princess of the Muggle world with a noble title, and her surname was Ravenclaw. Do not inquire about my previous name. She had never displayed a hint of a smile. Yet ever since she learned of the potential to understand soul magic, her countenance had been perpetually adorned with a smile. "My father had no affection for magic. Otherwise, he would not have concealed our existence for the sake of his reputation. How laughable it is for a king to govern only a handful of villages." She spoke to Harry with a sense of inevitability, as if compelled to express her thoughts, and Harry sensed that she had been repressing herself for far too long. Nevertheless, this lady was undeniably talented. Harry explained to her the uses of blibbering humdingers, and she requested that he retrieve his textbook to showcase what he had learned that day, even offering some valuable suggestions. Truly, she embodied the spirit of Ravenclaw. Harry marveled at her brilliance as he knocked on Professor Snape's office door. The doorknob was adorned with a serpent-like design, gleaming with a metallic sheen that piqued his curiosity about its composition, resembling tarnished silver. Just as Harry contemplated whether this doorknob was indeed silver and could be exchanged for some coin, the door swung open, revealing Snape's scowling visage. "Greetings, Professor. I have come to assist with the extraction of Snargaluff slime," Harry exclaimed hurriedly. Snape lowered his gaze to the boy, who barely reached his waist, and coldly replied, "Must your humble, elderly professor personally invite you in, the illustrious Savior Potter?" Startled, Harry nearly jumped. "Of course not. No, I mean certainly not, Professor. I shall enter immediately and commence with the extraction of the Snargaluff slime." He squeezed the slime from the Snargaluff, carefully preserving it, and placed the deflated specimen into water for nurturing, awaiting the next round of extraction. Following Snape into the office, Harry noted that it was quite spacious, lined with shelves filled with various potion ingredients. Adjacent to the office was the potions storeroom. One could not deny that Hogwarts had provided a splendid space for the potions master, replete with all necessary equipment, the only drawback being its sheer size. Harry hefted a large bucket of Snargaluff from the storage area, taking a good 30 steps to reach the processing station. The technique for extracting the slime required a modicum of finesse, as he needed to extract enough slime for all the second-year students. He pinched a slimy Snargaluff and placed it on the processing table, directing it toward a small bucket to extract the slime, then tossed it into another bucket filled with water for future nurturing, mindful not to harm the creature. Otherwise, he would need to procure a new batch. Indeed, many Snargaluffs thrived in dark, damp places. Harry had previously captured a couple at Hogwarts, though they were not as clean as those in the buckets. He grasped the Snargaluff with his left hand, positioning his right hand precisely 3 centimeters above its cloaca before applying pressure, successfully extracting the slime into the small bucket on the table. It was advisable to avoid using metal buckets, as prolonged contact with the slime would corrode the metal, ultimately altering the slime's quality. Thus, Harry opted for a wooden container. Meanwhile, Snape, initially engrossed in grading assignments, found the quality of the work so lamentable that he felt compelled to berate a few hapless students. His gaze shifted to Harry, the perfect target for his frustrations. Then, Snape momentarily forgot to seek trouble with Harry Potter, the infamous giant. The technique Harry employed to handle the slime was strikingly familiar. Every motion flowed with such grace that one could not help but wonder if this childhood giant had stealthily observed something to master such a method. In fact, aside from this technique, there existed another approach, pressing the slime with the back of a knife, but that would leave the entire workbench damp. Moreover, if one desired to collect the slime for reuse, the manual squeezing method proved far more convenient. After all, if one were to use the knife's back, The slime would be completely dehydrated and perish. Snape had no qualms about having students procure teaching materials. However, young Potter's technique raised an intriguing question. Why did he possess such skill? Professor, I am finished, Harry announced, extracting parchment from his bag. May I stay here to do my homework? It's rather noisy in the dormitory. Snape's brow remained furrowed. If my aging memory serves me right, you reside in a single dormitory, Savior Potter. Snape regarded him coolly. Saint Potter. Not quite, Harry replied with a smile. So, may I work here? I promise not to disturb you. Despite his reservations regarding young Potter, Snape permitted him to stay in the potions office to complete his assignments, primarily due to the maturity displayed in handling the slime. Little did he know that Harry's request stemmed from his own ulterior motives. After all, aside from the library, Ravenclaw's collection was the most extensive, but solitary reading and research proved inefficient. He could not disturb the Ravenclaw lady at such a late hour, making his head of house the optimal choice. Indeed, his initial decision to join Slytherin had been driven by a desire for private tutoring from the head. After finishing his Transfiguration homework, Harry set it aside and turned to his defense against the dark arts assignment. The latter had not covered any particularly powerful or dangerous spells. Rather, it emphasized the nature of dark magic. As Professor Mordred had stated, it was true that no one favored dark magic, as it inflicted permanent harm, and even the finest treatments would prove futile. As Harry wrote with his quill, a sense of sadness washed over him. He penned a few words before lifting his gaze towards Snape, who showed no inclination to immerse himself in work. Seizing the moment, he inquired, Professor Snape, what is your perspective on dark magic? Snape narrowed his eyes, exuding an aura that felt somewhat perilous at that moment. Harry continued to inquire. In today's defense against the dark arts class, Professor Mordred did not impart much magic to us, but instead enlightened us about the essence of dark magic. His message was clear. Dark magic is exceedingly terrifying, inflicting irreparable damage. Thus we must exercise caution when dealing with Professor Snape. We are studying the defense against dark arts, not dark magic itself. Can we truly employ spells that are not of dark magic to shield ourselves from those that can cause permanent harm? Snape rose, striding towards Harry with a few swift steps, seizing him by the collar and yanking him up. You, how dare you? Harry, with a countenance of naive innocence, responded. I was merely echoing what Professor Mordred said. I didn't do anything. Did Snape care about what he had done or not? His expression was ominously severe, the inky blackness of his attire contrasting starkly with his gloomy visage, creating an aura of chilling foreboding. Coupled with his deep, resonant voice, Harry felt as though he had encountered a living embodiment of death itself in this brightly lit office. I shall repeat myself. Such words, especially those concerning dark magic, must not be uttered. If you dare speak another word, I will personally throw you into the Black Lake to feed the hideous merfolk. Snape hissed menacingly. Harry, feeling quite unsettled, replied, Professor, I truly did nothing, and aren't merfolk rather beautiful? This remark finally elicited a slight softening of Snape's expression. He released Harry, a fleeting hint of regret passing across his face, which Harry failed to notice. Clutching his left forearm, Snape pondered for a moment before deciding to convey something of significance. Firstly, those who become enamored with dark magic inevitably descend into madness and brutality. Secondly, you are the chosen one. Potter, you must learn to defend against dark magic rather than wield it. Finally, his furrowed brow relaxed somewhat. Merfolk are indeed grotesque, and their songs, when removed from water and exposed to air, are unbearable enough to drive one to despair. Chapter 27. Hagrid had begun to sink into profound self-reproach and reflection. Snape had not explicitly told Harry why he should refrain from expressing his desire to learn dark magic. Yet he insisted that Harry promise to keep this ambition concealed. They debated this matter for quite some time, and ultimately, Snape was reluctantly compelled to agree to provide Harry with supplementary lessons, which earned Harry a begrudging consent. Snape's countenance was so dark it seemed ink might drip from it, as he forcibly ushered Harry out of the potions office amidst Harry's jubilant buoyancy. Harry paid little mind to being pushed out. After all, being ejected was quite gentle compared to what might have occurred back in his hometown, where such behavior could have led to being unceremoniously kicked out. Indeed, foreigners tended to exhibit greater leniency towards children. Of course, he had never been subjected to such treatment due to his commendable academic performance. Excelling in academics was akin to a get-out-of-jail-free card for many students, as he had maintained the top position in all subjects except mathematics for 6 consecutive years, even achieving a perfect score in a composition during the 4th year, when full marks were rarely awarded. He had no intention of honoring Hagrid's invitation. In truth, he was not yet well acquainted with Hagrid, Their interaction had merely consisted of a greeting on the day of his arrival at the station. Hagrid appeared to harbor deep feelings for his parents, yet that did not suffice to warrant a visit to a stranger's home, unless accompanied by an adult he trusted. At this moment, it was already quite late, likely the time when everyone ought to be hastening to bed. However, Hagrid had not yet retired for the night. His duties predominantly revolved around the night shift, as he was the keeper of keys at Hogwarts and the guardian of its grounds. Furthermore, his affection for the creatures inhabiting the Forbidden Forest compelled him to conduct nightly inspections, even if it meant sacrificing his rest. As a half-giant, Hagrid was significantly taller and more robust than most, which afforded him a sense of safety while traversing the forest. Moreover, the creatures posed little threat to him. His giant blood granted him formidable defenses, much higher than that of an ordinary human. Thus, after tidying his abode and donning his leather coat, he took up his lantern and led his hound out of his quaint wooden dwelling. The air outside was not particularly cold. For many, the climate at Hogwarts was rather pleasant. Perhaps it was the influence of magic or simply the favorable location, but the weather and temperature here were exceptionally conducive to habitation. Nonetheless, Hagrid still required his leather coat, which boasted several large pockets filled with items that one could scarcely imagine, though these had nothing to do with wealth, as they were confined to the realm of magical creatures. Upon stepping outside, he noticed Harry's snowy owl approaching, delivering a letter to him. A letter from Harry. Hagrid opened it and, upon glancing at its contents, felt an overwhelming sense of disarray. It was not that he found fault with Harry's words, nor was he displeased by Harry's polite refusal. Rather, a sense of reflection began to bubble up from within, enveloping his mind entirely. Hagrid found himself ensnared in a web of profound guilt and contemplation. "Oh, Fong, my dear Fong," he murmured, cradling his timid giant hound in his arms, burying his face in the dogg's back. "Harry's little owl spoke the truth, Fong. I truly am a brash and oblivious Gryffindor." Having found a suitable excuse for his oversight, he set Fong down again, filled with renewed vigor and determination. "All right, Fong, let's embark on our patrol." He resolved to personally invite Harry the following day and insisted that he should bring Severus Snape along as well. Speaking of Snape, he was indeed a source of concern. Despite being merely 30 years old, he appeared considerably older, hardly resembling a young wizard of that age. Wizards typically enjoyed lifespans at least 50 years longer than ordinary humans, rendering a 30-year-old wizard still quite youthful. With Fong in tow, Hagrid navigated the Forbidden Forest with ease. Access to this area was strictly prohibited for younger students, except under exceptional circumstances, and even older students were advised to steer clear of its deeper recesses. Yet, Hagrid appeared utterly unperturbed by the situation. He had resided in this place for many years, having lived at Hogwarts since he was 11 and never having departed. Suddenly, Fong whimpered and crouched down, refusing to advance any further. Hagrid was well aware of his little pet's timid nature. Thus, when Fong hesitated, he immediately recognized that danger lurked ahead. The fact that Fong, even at his side, was so frightened suggested that the threat was considerable. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Hagrid retrieved a small pink umbrella from his coat pocket, gripping it tightly as he cautiously moved forward. A shadow, a dark cloak with no discernible form. What could it be? Hagrid raised his pink umbrella and pointed at the shadow, demanding, "What are you doing?" He caught a glimpse of something glimmering silver beneath the shadow. The figure remained still, yet Hagrid sprang into action. "Quickly bind it," he shouted, swinging his pink umbrella. In an instant, the shadow began to float upward. At that moment, the silver form hidden beneath the voluminous black cloak was revealed to be a young unicorn. Blood trickled down the unicorn's neck, and tears welled in its large, innocent eyes. "You!" Hagrid bellowed at the shadow. "You vile creature! How dare you!" In a fit of rage, he reached into his pocket and hurled a fire salamander egg at it. Bang! The egg struck the shadow, and in that brief instant, it ignited. Though only a small flame, it was enough to elicit a moment of surprise from Hagrid, who immediately lunged toward the shadow. However, the shadow was evidently prepared. It lunged at Hagrid, passing right through him. It was not a living being. In that moment, Hagrid realized he needed assistance. He was overwhelmed with urgency, frustration, and a hint of helplessness. "Fong, go to Hogwarts and find Professor Dumbledore." He wished to ascertain whether the shadow still lingered and to save the young unicorn cradled in his arms. At this juncture, it was already 3 in the morning, and dawn was fast approaching. Hagrid held the young unicorn closely, administering several potions to its neck, yet the effects were negligible. "You seem to be in need of assistance." "Hagrid," a clear voice resonated from deep within the Forbidden Forest. Chapter 28. Oh my, what a heartwarming scene. Hagrid looked up, Feeling a surge of hope upon seeing the newcomer, Professor Modred, please, help her. He slightly lifted his upper body to reveal the silver unicorn sheltered in his embrace. Professor Modred approached, extending his hand to gently stroke the unicorn while softly chanting. As he sang, the unicorn began to relax. Yet when it came time to treat its wound, he admitted his limitations. I'm a cursed man, Hagrid. This is all I can do. You must take her to the castle and seek Harry. He can heal her completely and restore her vitality. The unicorn is a spirit bestowed upon this world by nature. And thus, anyone who harms a unicorn and consumes its blood will be cursed. Furthermore, those afflicted by a particular curse are unable to fully wield healing magic to mend the unicorn. While the former is commonly known, the latter is a novel revelation. Hagrid, unaware of this latter curse, realized that since Professor Mordred stated he could not completely heal the young unicorn, immediate action was imperative. I will carry her to the castle first, Professor Mordred. Can you assist me in locating whatever creature attacked the unicorn and drank its blood? Hagrid implored. Of course, Hagrid. I shall track this creature down. We will convene in Dumbledore's office at dawn, Mordred replied before vanishing from sight. With urgency, Hagrid cradled the now peacefully breathing unicorn and hurried towards Hogwarts Castle, desperately in need of assistance. At 4:23 in the morning, a knock echoed on Harry's dormitory door. Although he had been studying late into the night, it had not been excessively so, and the sound roused him from slumber. Groggily, he approached the door. Oh, Harry! Thank goodness you're awake. Hagrid's gruff voice resonated as he bent down, cradling the silvery unicorn in his arms, entering the dormitory amidst Harry's bewildered gaze. Following closely was Dumbledore, who offered Harry an apologetic smile, clearly concerned for the slightly pained unicorn. Soon after, Snape appeared, his countenance as dark as ink, his lips drawn downwards, exuding an aura of palpable fury. What is it, Professor Snape? Adhering to the principle that Chinese children must seek accountability in a stepwise manner, Harry, despite Snape's menacing demeanor, resolved to inquire about the situation to make an informed decision. Oh, Harry, Hagrid lamented, pulling a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe his tear-streaked eyes. His rugged face contorted with distress. Large tears cascaded down his cheeks. Little one, you must see this poor creature. She was injured by a monster, which also drained her blood. Hagrid's eyes were red, his eyelids swollen. The unicorn is the purest being in the world. How could anyone do this to her? She is but a young one. He sniffed and wiped his nose with the handkerchief. Harry felt torn, but why come to me? Surely potions, he glanced at Professor Snape. Or magic cannot heal her. Dumbledore clarified, a unicorn, if injured, can often heal itself quite readily. However, if the injury was inflicted by dark magic, Harry, it becomes exceedingly difficult to heal, for unicorns inherently repel dark magic. Their purity renders them immune to its taint. Once contaminated, potions and healing spells struggle to take effect, especially regarding the healing of wounds. The dark magic lingers, making treatment challenging. Professor Mordred has already tended to her in a rudimentary manner, stating he is also cursed and could do no more, so Harry furrowed his brow. Mordred? The name certainly rings a bell. He recalled that when he had consumed the soul fragment cookie, he had encountered a soul named Mordred. At that time, he had no particular thoughts about it, but now, this Mordred claimed he could heal unicorns harmed by dark magic. Could it be that the two Mordreds were one and the same? If they were indeed the same entity, was this Mordred alive or deceased? Harry felt overwhelmed, yet resignedly approached Hagrid, inquiring, could you lay her down? As he spoke, he grabbed a blanket from nearby and placed it on the ground. Hagrid, place her on the blanket. I wish to examine her. He cast a helpless glance at Hagrid, who immediately fell silent, looking utterly dejected as he worried for his poor little unicorn. Observing that the wounds on the unicorn were no longer bleeding, Harry felt a sense of relief. He discerned that Mordred had employed some method to halt the bleeding, and to his surprise, Mordred was capable of such healing arts. However, he had never witnessed the precise technique, as there were some language barriers between them. Despite these differences in language, the results of their efforts were unmistakably effective. Mixing the two types of ash, Harry gradually applied it to the unicorn's wounds, spitting and muttering incantations as he did so. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits. The three entities of heaven, earth, and humanity. The three wonders of sun, moon, and stars transcend the heavens and earth, causing spirits to tremble. Malevolent forces, he my command, depart. Upon completing the incantation, he forcefully stomped on the spot where he had just spat. As Harry's actions reached their conclusion, the dark magical aura surrounding the unicorn's neck diminished increasingly until it vanished entirely. All traces of dark magic that had tainted the unicorn faded, and the once incurable wound on her neck began to heal rapidly. Oh, what a heartwarming scene. Harry felt so embarrassed that he wished he could vanish into the ground. It is well known that unicorns are fond of girls and children for their purity and charm, but Hagrid, being such a large figure, hardly exuded cuteness. Consequently, the other three turned their gazes toward Hagrid in unison. Before Hagrid could react, Dumbledore awkwardly averted his eyes, reaching out to touch the unicorn's head. However, the unicorn, clearly attuned to his intentions, tilted her head as if to leap into Harry's arms, evidently showing her disdain for Dumbledore. Snape remarked, "Well, how perceptive." Chapter 29. Is this something a human can conceive? Under Harry's care, the little unicorn soon regained her health, yet she showed no urgency to depart, even claiming the sofa in Harry's dormitory as her own. This brought great delight to Dumbledore, though he regrettably did not earn the honor of stroking the unicorn, as she completely ignored him. It seems that only Severus Snape comprehends why the unicorn would treat Dumbledore in such a manner. After all, this solitary, aged white wizard bears no semblance to an evil being, for he is indeed not malevolent. To label him as impure seems excessive, given that he is merely a single elderly man. Nevertheless, the diminutive unicorn took temporary refuge in Harry's dormitory for a week. After this period, they learned of a creature in the Forbidden Forest that specifically hunted unicorns. Hagrid had pursued it several times, yet each time the creature eluded him. Fortunately, the unicorn received word of the threat and was spared further harm. I knew it. Draco Malfoy, in a fit of indignation during meals, flung his jelly aside, casting a disdainful glance at Goyle, who was relishing his food, and then turned angrily towards Crabbe. I knew nothing good would come of this. Crabbe, huh? Huh. Ha ha. One cannot help but feel pity for poor Draco Malfoy, who found no one to confide his frustrations to. All you do is eat. He rose, desperate to find someone who might fathom his inner turmoil. It was no wonder he felt this way. Can you believe he actually spotted a unicorn at Hogwarts? Yet in the blink of an eye, it had vanished. Draco had recounted his sighting to several individuals, but none believed him. Damn it. He stood up furiously, resolved to stake out the area where he had seen the unicorn. He refused to believe he would not encounter it again. Draco Malfoy crouched in an empty room beside the potions office corridor, convinced that here he would finally behold the unicorn. What young wizard would not adore a unicorn? Pure. Immaculate and utterly delightful, the small silver-white unicorn. No one could possibly reject a unicorn. Draco gritted his teeth in frustration and shot what he thought was a menacing glare at his two lackeys before dismissing them with a wave of his hand. Begone. With you here, the unicorn will not appear. Unicorns are drawn to beauty, and he deemed himself sufficiently refined, but Goyle and Crabbe certainly did not meet that standard. Though discrimination is unjust, it pervades the wizarding world. Purebloods look down upon half-bloods and muggleborns, while muggleborns occasionally scorn those from uneducated wizarding families. The gifted disdain the less capable, and those with potent magical abilities look down upon those who possess only ordinary or weak powers. This hierarchy of contempt grows by the day, so it is not surprising that the beautiful look down upon the less attractive. Malfoy, who has always considered himself a paragon of beauty within the wizarding realm, sees no issue in this, whether it be his father or himself. Young Malfoy sat on a small stool that Goyle had brought him, waiting all afternoon, yet failing to glimpse the unicorn he longed to see. Disheartened, he noticed Hagrid hastily approaching after his meal, a mysterious, magical smile gracing his face, which finally piqued Draco's interest. He concealed himself, peering out with half of his hooded head. Severus. Hagrid, believing he had whispered, called out, "Where's Harry?" After a considerable wait, the door to Snape's office creaked open. To Hagrid's surprise, the usually sullen Snape bore a somewhat relaxed and even pleasant expression. He glanced at Hagrid, slightly shifting aside to allow him entry. "Come in, Hagrid. He is preparing bathwater for his charge." Hagrid bent low and stepped into the potions classroom, the door slamming shut behind him. Silence enveloped the room, a silence as profound as death itself. Draco Malfoy felt as though he could no longer breathe. What had he just heard? Harry Potter, the savior of their generation, had a ward, and he was bathing her in their headmaster's potions office? What kind of absurdity was this? Was it reasonable? Did it adhere to any logic? Was it conceivable for a human mind? Moreover, why was it their headmaster? There existed a generally accepted yet slightly contentious fact. Professor Snape, their headmaster, was indeed his godfather. However, their interactions were limited, and the nature of their relationship was peculiar. Draco had only discovered Snape was his godfather after turning 9, with little explanation from his parents. He had received gifts from his godfather, predominantly books concerning potions. Regardless, this was the reality, and now, here was a Potter, a savior. bathing his ward in his godfather's office, with the filthy giant Hagrid in tow. What kind of wizard could orchestrate such an absurd event? Draco Malfoy felt as though his life had become surreal. He had to tell his father. He simply had to. Clenching his small fists, young Malfoy dashed off, intent on relaying the news to his father without delay. Meanwhile, within the potion's office, Harry had prepared warm water, infusing it with a plethora of flower petals, before gently placing the small unicorn into the bath. Snape had even provided a potion for Bubbles. Although he was a stern, often irritable, and self-proclaimed elderly man, he could not refuse the pure beauty of the unicorn. She was exquisite, so much so that she willingly offered her blood and hair to please him. Even the most cantankerous of men could not deny such a magnificent creature. Thus, he provided the venue and bathing supplies, hoping the little unicorn would show some gratitude by contributing additional potion ingredients. The poor unicorn, feeling a bit chilly, communicated her discomfort to Harry. "Hagrid, could you please add a bit more hot water?" Harry implored. Hagrid, eager to assist, promptly fetched hot water and poured a little into the basin. The temperature quickly rose. Gently, Hagrid, first brush her fur, softly, Harry instructed, as he took the comb and fur-smoothing potion to groom his ward, a little unicorn named Tina. Little Tina, in high spirits, nuzzled Harry's hand affectionately. She has barely been born for 8 months, and unicorns do not cease the passage of time until they reach maturity, eventually aging naturally when the time comes. Thus, she is indeed a true juvenile. Choosing a human who is slightly over a decade older than herself to be her godfather is not a daunting task, especially since this individual comprehends the language of unicorns. Tina spun joyfully in a half-circle, allowing Harry to groom her more easily. "Godfather, do you think I should use a bit of pearl powder to make my coat more lustrous?" Chapter 30. The Many Eight-Eyed Giant Spiders. Harry is capable of understanding the language of unicorns. Apart from his innate ability to speak parcel tongue, he acquired the languages of other creatures through the later teachings of shamanic rituals. Of course, not all animal languages are mutually intelligible. They are, after all, animals. Some rely solely on body language, while others communicate through various sounds. Many animals cannot articulate their thoughts as humans do. Snakes, for instance, are not particularly verbose. Some may repetitively express a desire to eat, while others might convey a broader range of ideas. This variability depends on intelligence, spirituality, and age. Unicorns, as beings of elevated intellect, possess both high intelligence and spirituality. Although this young unicorn, Tina, has not lived long, she inherits the memory legacy of her kind, allowing her to transcend the limitations of age. Consequently, after Harry treated her and she underwent several spirit summonings, seamless communication between them became possible. Thus, when faced with Tina's request, the soft-hearted young wizard, Harry, felt he could not refuse. He earnestly looked at Snape, his cheeks flushed, and implored, "Professor, could you spare a bit of pearl powder? Tina wishes to care for her coat with it." Pearls are abundant for Severus Snape, residing by the Black Lake. Yet unicorn hair is not something that falls away casually. Though Snape exhibited a hint of displeasure, he still stood to fetch a vial of pearl powder and handed it to Harry. "Oh, Severus, you truly are a wonderful person," Hagrid exclaimed, visibly moved, his broad smile illuminating his face. "Let me tell you, Severus, I've come across a tremendous treasure, but I must discover how to nurture it." He rubbed his hands together, excitement and joy radiating from him, nearly filling the potions classroom. Professor Snape cast a cold glance at Hagrid, his eyes filled with understanding, even tinged with mockery. "What is it?" "It's a dragon, Severus, a small, adorable little dragon. But for now, it is merely an egg," Hagrid replied, pouting and making cooing sounds. "It is simply delightful. You are sure to adore him, Severus." Indeed, the master of potions, Snape, would undoubtedly appreciate a dragon, even if it currently exists only as an egg. The recent days spent caring for the unicorn Tina have caused poor Hagrid to forget that Severus Snape predominantly operates as a cold-hearted, relentless collector of potion ingredients. Harry and his goddaughter Tina, huddled to one side, wore expressions that spoke volumes of their bewilderment. Nevertheless, after her bath, Tina, with her hair dried and enhanced by pearl powder, transformed her already lustrous Draco-like mane into an even more radiant and silky cascade, making the unicorn emit an almost celestial glow. As for the curse afflicting Professor Modred, it was conveniently forgotten by all. Hagrid, well-versed in the Forbidden Forest, led the way and quickly guided the group to the domain of the Acromantula. Aragog, 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 the echoes reverberated, and soon countless Acromantula emerged from all directions. Some large, and others merely younglings, though even the latter were larger than a dinner plate. True to their nature, these spiders grew at an alarming rate, reaching a size that could evoke sheer terror. The name they called out was chilling, the very embodiment of a fearsome acromantula. Who goes there? A voice, aged and gravelly, emerged from behind the throng of spiders. The front row parted, revealing a massive web wherein a colossal spider lay, its once vibrant colors faded to gray, with 7 of its 8 eyes clouded by a white haze. Its size was astonishing, and while its front limbs moved with a disconcerting slowness, it exuded an aura of profound age. "Oh, my old friend, Aragog!" Hagrid exclaimed, tears welling in his eyes as he rushed forward to embrace the gigantic creature. Their sizes matched perfectly, resembling the most fitting of friends, despite the spider's somewhat intimidating appearance. Aragog, touched by the reunion, wrapped its feeble limbs around Hagrid, as if cradling a beloved child. "Hagrid, oh Hagrid, I have missed you so dearly, my old friend." What a poignant reunion it was. Even the ever-somber Snape refrained from voicing his disapproval of their heartfelt embrace. The sheer spectacle of thousands of acromantula was overwhelming. Their eyes glimmered astonishingly in the moonlight, contrasting with their dark, hairy bodies and vibrant carapaces, creating a mesmerizing sight. The innate human fear of multi-legged or legless creatures is indeed a reality, whether it be spiders, centipedes, or snakes, or perhaps a combination of all three. This fear is etched into our very DNA. Even wizards cannot escape this primal instinct. Despite Snape's familiarity with potions containing such creatures, the sight of so many legs still sent a shiver down his spine. Even if one could conquer the fear of snakes or spiders, escaping the grip of arachnophobia was a daunting task. Thousands of spiders, densely clustered, their eyes gleaming, evoked a sensation that could send chills through anyone, even without direct sight. Snape found himself no exception to this primal apprehension, though he did not succumb to fear. Harry placed one hand gently on the neck of the unicorn, Tina, while gripping his wand tightly in the other. The wand's tip illuminated the ground beneath them, revealing the staggering number of acromantula surrounding them. So many, he marveled, overwhelmed by the sheer multitude of these fearsome creatures. Harry sighed inwardly, casting a furtive glance at Professor Snape before turning his attention back to Hagrid. At that moment, Hagrid was engaged in a heartfelt farewell with Aragog. The two embraced like the closest of brothers, exchanging kisses on the cheeks and well wishes before parting ways. Fortunately, the acromantulas, being descendants of Aragog, had resolved to heed his words and refrain from preying upon the wizards as long as he lived. Thus, they parted to allow passage. Yet their watchful eyes remained fixed on Harry and the unicorn, who were shielded by the adult wizards. The acromantulas could articulate human speech, and their whispered conversations drifted into the ears of a few. "Silence, Potter," Snape snapped, unable to contain his irritation. Chapter 31. Caring for the Sleeping Beauty. Potter fell silent. He had no choice. Further speech would surely provoke the acromantulas into pursuit, and it was undeniable that the sight of their mass was quite fearsome. Soon, they traversed a broad expanse and entered another dense thicket, where shimmering lights danced like starlight. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that these luminous points were swirling around an ancient oak tree. The tree's gnarled bark exuded a timeless aura, and Harry felt an indescribable sensation here, one that intensified as they advanced, almost as if someone were calling out to him from a distant past, echoing through time to the present. "Let us pause beneath that grand oak," Tina suggested. Harry relayed Tina's words, and everyone followed her lead to a halt. Only then did they notice a shimmering lake before them. The water was a deep emerald green, stretching infinitely from their vantage point, with no visible end. Yet, it was not a mere extension of the sea. Its path was far more distant, yet tantalizingly close. Though unseen, it was profoundly clear. The young unicorn, Tina, approached the oak, nudging it gently with her still-developing horn before turning to circle the lake thrice, finally circling the oak 7 times before coming to a standstill, awaiting something. Suddenly, with a splash, ripples broke the surface of the lake. Everyone, including Dumbledore, exchanged bewildered glances. Such occurrences were exceedingly rare. They were aware that unicorns resided within the Forbidden Forest and had previously observed traces of their existence deep within, noting that they often moved in small groups, typically no more than 7 or 8. Yet, it became evident that their understanding of unicorns was woefully inadequate. Harry pressed closely beside the unicorn, while on the other side, he grasped the hem of Snape's robes. This gesture appeared innocuous, akin to that of an ordinary child, but only he understood the deeper significance behind it, a secret he had no intention of revealing. What he wished to address was the matter concerning the lake. "Tina, where are we?" Faced with such a considerate little unicorn girl, Harry felt an immense sense of relief, believing that among his classmates, including himself, there were few who possessed such thoughtfulness. Their conversation caused the ripples on the lake to quicken. In the blink of an eye, a beautiful maiden emerged from the waters. Her visage striking, her gaze gentle, accompanied by a fully grown unicorn. The adult unicorn approached Tina, bestowing a gentle kiss atop her head, then circled around her before turning to face Harry. It spoke with eloquence. "Greetings, esteemed Lord of the Druids. We are grateful for your salvation of our child. Henceforth, you shall have a title among the unicorns as a cherished one. Please do not refuse our blessing. Here lies the treasure you require. Take it with you, for it shall liberate all of Camelot." Harry was unfamiliar with many aspects of this encounter, yet he was well acquainted with the concept of liberation. After all, he lived on Liberation Road in his hometown. How fortuitous! He nodded, contemplating whether this savior role was to be inherited by another. Admittedly, the figure before him was quite handsome, albeit robust. Wizards did not discriminate against those of stout stature, but this individual appeared particularly formidable, resembling the mythical knights of yore. Clad in armor and embodying the essence of knighthood, Dumbledore and the others found themselves unable to approach, as if an invisible barrier separated them, preventing any greeting with the fairy or conversation with the unicorn. Yet undeniably, they could perceive all that unfolded. The fairy smiled tenderly. "Dear Lord of the Druids, you are indeed youthful, reminiscent of another young boy who was scarcely older than you in his time." A wistful glance was cast towards the figure lying in the wooden boat, expressing a hope that he too would be found. They all missed him dearly. The wooden boat, along with its occupant, was bestowed upon Harry, who discovered a sword and various peculiar items within, though he could not ascertain their nature. All of this transpired in an instant. Severus Snape quickly realized that they stood before a place cloaked in magical protection. Harry had not entered, but merely lingered at the threshold, a space where neither wizards nor animals could tread. What kind of place was this? Snape's intellect shone brilliantly at that moment. He deduced that this must be the entrance to Avalon. Young Potter had discovered Avalon's entrance, and with a unicorn no less, indicating that this unicorn was no ordinary creature. Snape regarded Tina with an almost tender gaze, recognizing her unique status among the unicorns. Thus, she was not merely an animal, but perhaps a being of intelligence surpassing that of the trolls within the castle. Although unicorns could not transform into humans, she was likely one destined to speak human language in the future. Legend has it that only those unicorns who guard their kin can converse in human tongue, and they're exceedingly rare, regarded as the finest companions of the druids among the Celts. Thus, to possess this unicorn is akin to acquiring a multitude of unicorns. Young Potter has excelled. Severus's demeanor has noticeably improved, perhaps for the first time in a decade. "Severus, oh, you cannot," Dumbledore began, hesitating. Snape curled the corner of his mouth, as if to smile. "No, Albus, I can." Unaware of the circumstances, Hagrid remained astonished that Harry could receive the unicorn's blessing. Unable to calm his excitement, he was oblivious to the cryptic exchange between the two astute individuals, nor did he need to be concerned, as at that moment, he was famished enough to devour a substantial piece of rock cake. And so, he did just that, relishing its delightful crunch and satisfying chewiness. In Harry's grasp were strands of Tina's hair, and only then did he truly observe the treasures within the boat. The items were nothing short of astonishingly beautiful. The unicorn's hair and fallen horn, an entire ship filled with golden straw beneath the man, shimmering precious gems, a sword, and a rare, ancient tome resting by the man's head. Such wealth was staggering. Taking a deep breath, Harry resolved to adopt this sleeping beauty. Chapter 32. Snape, speak plainly. After Harry decided to adopt the Sleeping Beauty, he was not placed elsewhere. There were plenty of vacant rooms within Hogwarts. Instead, he was tucked into an empty chamber adjacent to the cellar. This room, filled with dust, once echoed with the laughter of students, but had gradually succumbed to neglect over time. It was ideally situated next to Harry's own inner dormitory, making it a fitting place for the golden-haired man, far better than placing him in Hagrid's care. Though all were robust individuals, Hagrid's stature was incomparably more formidable than any other, rendering him unsuitable for the care of a seemingly comatose giant. Fortunately, the kind-hearted Harry had taken it upon himself to nurture this figure. With the aid of a house elf, looking after a comatose individual, turning him, providing water, would prove manageable. Harry resolved to offer a few items that, while not overly stimulating to the house elf, would still be to their liking, in exchange for their assistance. Having grown up under the Red Banner, Harry recognized the unfair treatment of house elves, yet he understood that he could not simply upend the long-established customs of the magical community. Moreover, house elves were inherently bound to their households, magical beings born from the union of home and family. If they departed, they would swiftly fade away. So liberation could not be hastily enacted. It required a gradual approach. With such thoughts, Harry already deemed himself an exceptional youth. As he gazed at the comatose individual he was about to take in, he envisioned himself being recognized as a commendable young man of Britain by year's end. Although uncertain if such an accolade existed, or whether it would involve garlands and grand awards, the mere prospect of such a noble aspiration was delightful. No, Tina is indeed a precious unicorn. Without a moment's hesitation, Harry shouted, "Invigorate!" And then, with a powerful thrust, he charged at the shadow reaching for Tina, only to be swept away himself. The sound of his body hitting the ground echoed twice, regardless of whether it was the platinum shadow or the black one. It was none other than Draco Malfoy. The golden portion represented his tousled hair, while the black belonged to his robe. One hand was grasping Harry's sleeve, while the other reached out for Tina, resulting in a reckless collision that sent Draco tumbling to the ground alongside Harry. Thus, Harry realized that this was not an enemy nor a villain intent on capturing the unicorn. It was merely Draco Malfoy, who had caught him and Tina in the act. Draco lay half on the ground, looking utterly disheveled. His previously meticulous hair was now in disarray. The pain from the fall reddened his eyes, and his face wore a pitiful expression. However, none of this could suppress his excitement at the sight of the unicorn. "It's a unicorn!" Draco seemed to have seized a hold over Harry Potter, exclaiming, "I must tell my father." Harry regarded Draco with an expression akin to that of a bemused fool, retorting, "And then what? You think my father will let you take her? She is the most magnificent of magical creatures, not a pet." Draco asserted with righteous indignation. "She can choose to reside at Malfoy Manor or on an island. The Malfoys can offer her the very best." Harry chuckled softly. The adorable little Malfoy did possess a sense of justice, and indeed, he wished to protect the creature he admired. Yet, his protection was far from complete. It must be acknowledged that Draco Malfoy was utterly enchanted by this little unicorn. His eyes widened, and he appeared to be in a dreamlike state. She touched me. However, what Tina truly expressed was, "Godfather, I despise him, that wicked fellow. He wants to separate us. Tina does not want to leave her godfather." Wah. After all, she was merely a little girl, not yet a year old, and her tears were entirely natural. Even though Harry was known as the Terminator of romance, having lived in a world where one could be slain for whining for a decade, this sentiment did not apply when faced with a unicorn. Thus, Harry gently comforted Tina, deciding that once she grew a bit more, he would return her to her rightful habitat among her kin. Little Tina, of course, remained unaware of Harry's intentions, just as Severus Snape, who had already begun to regard Tina as a mere collection of potion ingredients, was oblivious to Harry's perilous thoughts. Seizing the early hours of the day, Snape opted to brew 2 batches of the luminosity potion, intending to sell them in Diagon Alley. Just then, a figure emerged from the fireplace, instinctively taking the already bottled luminosity potions from the table. Oh, the esteemed Mr. Malfoy would not stoop so low as to usurp the meager accomplishments of his unfortunate and impoverished junior, I presume? Snape's visage bore no trace of anger. It was far from cheerful. "Do not be absurd, Severus," drawled Lucius Malfoy, his tone a mellifluous chant. "Your potion is indeed priceless. Even the most mundane and less esteemed of glory potions. Truth be told, your concoction is worth 100 galleons. So, what leads you to believe you are destitute?" He caressed his cheek, a dreamy smile gracing his features. "Ah, the allure of a radiant potion is always intoxicating." Snape interjected, "Speak plainly." Lucius Malfoy idly twirled his serpent-headed cane, as if casually remarking, "Potter, his affairs, Severus, you must assist me. That one seems to have resurfaced." Chapter 33. Malfoy appeared to hear the sound of his own sanity fracturing. Without further ado, Snape swiftly comprehended that Lucius Malfoy was alluding to a particular individual. His countenance darkened instantaneously, freezing for a full 2 seconds. Mr. Malfoy was accustomed to presenting his usual haughty demeanor to all, yet at that moment, he appeared devoid of arrogance. Though still impeccably groomed, he emanated a sense of urgency, as if his prior elegance and composure were mere facades. Snape, however, felt little concern. He even leisurely poured himself a cup of tea, with the dialogue between him and Lucius Malfoy occurring amidst the interludes of tea sipping. "Did Scrimgeour speak those words to you directly?" Rufus Scrimgeour, the head of the Auror Office, a Gryffindor, and a staunch adversary of dark wizards. It can be said that he had caused Lucius Malfoy considerable strife. And it is largely due to Dumbledore's protection of both Snape and Malfoy that Scrimgeour's relationship with Dumbledore has nearly reached a freezing point. Everyone was well aware of the situation, yet to assert that he harbored a profound hatred for Dumbledore would be an exaggeration. Even now, Scrimgeour's demeanor towards Snape was not particularly hostile. However, his relationship with Dumbledore had indeed grown markedly colder. After all, they had once been quite good friends. It is a peculiar aspect of humanity that thoughts and perspectives vary greatly. No two individuals can fully comprehend one another, even if they are intimately acquainted. Let us not even mention Snape, who was not particularly close to Malfoy. They were friends, yet not the sort that shared everything. Thus, Lucius Malfoy found himself momentarily stumped by Snape's inquiry, who was unaware of Scrimgeour's disdain for him. Upon the mention of the shaman, Lucius's expression soured. The incident in Diagon Alley, where he had been rendered speechless by an Eastern shamaness, was something he deemed unnecessary to disclose to Severus. Clearly, Severus felt no inhibition regarding this topic, and he continued, "The Savior's adoptive mother is a shaman, and it is said that the woman who previously won the Continental Shaman Tournament is none other than she." With a crack, Lucius Malfoy seemed to hear the sound of his own sanity fracturing. He recalled that woman, the one who had unleashed a torrent of madness upon him in Diagon Alley. The details remained vividly etched in his memory, indelible and unforgettable. In nearly 40 years of life, Lucius Malfoy had never encountered anyone who could so directly overpower him in an unfamiliar realm, crushing him with tales of ancient history and rich cultural heritage. In that moment, he had been tempted to cast a vile curse upon her, but decorum forbade such actions in the street. Now, to learn that this woman was a champion of the shaman tournament. What absurdity was this? While he had heard of shamans, Malfoy regarded them as charlatans, especially within the wizarding world where no trace of such shamans existed. After all, those who practiced shamanism were not wizards capable of wielding magic, and those who could wield magic seemed to require no shamanic practices to demonstrate their prowess. Thus, none had sought to investigate the existence of such a tournament. Yet, upon hearing it was held across the entire continent, it seemed particularly grandiose. Lucius could not help but frown. "Severus, are you implying?" Snape sighed in imitation, responding, "Lucius, I witnessed that woman, incapable of cooking, yet able to commune with a spirit to assist her in preparing meals. I observed young Potter, unafraid of the ghosts at Hogwarts, even managing to make them partake in food and drink as if they were alive. I also saw him converse with unicorns. Is this not what we once aspired to? What had they once pursued? Was it truly the supremacy of pure blood? Genocide? Do not be ridiculous. The Malfoy lineage was no stranger to intermarriage with Muggles. Those who married out simply vanished from the wizarding world. It was not that they ceased to exist. Moreover, the Malfoy family held a title in the Muggle realm. Whenever Lucius Malfoy traversed that world, he bore the title of Count, albeit one purchased and not by him. Not to mention, their family had originally possessed titles upon entering England, much like their estate, which had been their ancestral land. Let's not forget that the first Malfoy in England fancied himself akin to a figure like Merlin. They had no intention of genuinely eradicating Muggles. Without Muggles, from where would gold emerge? So, what was their allegiance to the Dark Lord? It was, of course, the pursuit of immortality, so that after death, memories would not fade into mere portraits while their souls dissipated into the ether. They sought to escape the fate of accumulating wealth only to vanish before enjoying it, to remain connected with deceased family members. This aspiration was not theirs alone, but shared by all wizards. Their pursuit was singular: immortality and the acquisition of greater resources. The pure-blood wizards do not genuinely believe that Muggles should be completely eradicated. Rather, they desire to enslave and toy with them. This was the initial promise given to them by the Dark Lord. Otherwise, why would they choose to follow him? To eliminate Muggles and half-bloods. And then who would be enslaved? Would it be these pure-blood wizards mining? What a farcical notion. Thus, if someone could provide them with such power, the question of whom to follow becomes trivial. Furthermore, Severus Snape raised a grave issue. During my investigation with Dumbledore into the disappearance of Quirinus Quirrell, I uncovered this. Chapter 34 marks the beginning of Harry's lessons with Snape. Conveniently, Snape possesses a pensieve, allowing Lucius to soon witness the memories detached from these objects. Quirrell, adorned with a peculiar item, revealed through their conversation that it was the Dark Lord, and ultimately, they all perished. Quirrell's death was already a foregone conclusion, universally acknowledged. However, for Lucius, the knowledge that Quirrell bore the Dark Lord's presence, and that the Dark Lord had also met his end, complicated matters significantly. Lucius Malfoy had once been the Dark Lord's most devoted follower, privy to many of his secrets, yet he had also taken precautions to safeguard himself. lest he face retribution. Yet, the very Dark Lord, who instilled terror throughout the wizarding world, was gone, deceased, extinguished. Moreover, he witnessed Harry Potter and his adoptive mother executing this act. They effortlessly dispatched Quirrell and extricated the Dark Lord from his head, easily tearing both of their souls asunder. If it were not for nearly 40 years of self-discipline restraining the elder Malfoy, he would have felt compelled to scream, to roar, to whirl in disbelief. What on earth is happening? How could someone slay the Dark Lord with such ease? Even if the Dark Lord was not as formidable as before, he was still the Dark Lord. Why is this so? Lucius withdrew his head from the pensive, his eyes meeting Snape's, now filled with dread. Do not fret, Lucius. Snape kindly offered a towel, adding, just remember to repay me. Lucius exclaimed, anything, Severus. I beheld that woman. I could not comprehend her words. Yet she managed to single-handedly vanquish them. If young Potter, that savior boy of Dumbledore, possesses even a fraction of his adoptive mother's prowess, I shudder to think. Snape regarded him, expressing satisfaction. After all, this signified a slight enhancement for the potions classroom and office. Even the Slytherin Quidditch team might acquire additional equipment. It was indeed a lucrative arrangement. Following Malfoy's departure, Dumbledore promptly arrived at Snape's office. Ah, Severus, this is splendid news. Dumbledore, eager for the information he sought, nearly embraced Snape, but it was clear that Snape preferred to maintain his distance, swiftly ushering him out. During this interval, the children were blissfully unburdened by such worries and concerns. Harry treated Tina to delectable candies, with young Malfoy sacrificing his entire week's allowance of sweets for the occasion. He dared only to write to Duke B for orders, refraining from requesting those exquisite confections crafted by the meticulous hands of Mrs. Malfoy. After presenting such a generous array of heart-shaped candies, Draco sensed an opportunity to connect with Tina, albeit only able to tenderly stroke her elegant and robust foreleg. Meanwhile, Harry and Tina, having received an abundance of sweets, calmly turned to make their way to Professor Snape's office. Today marked the beginning of Harry's lessons with Snape. Upon entering the office, Harry observed that Snape's demeanor was no longer the icy, somber visage it had been previously. Rather, it appeared as if the frost was beginning to thaw, at least inching towards a temperate 0 degrees. This was indeed a positive sign. After greeting Snape softly, Harry performed a transfiguration spell on an empty potion vial resting on the desk, transforming it into a small chair, which he placed opposite Snape. Shall we begin? Harry inquired eagerly, his gaze fixed on Snape. Snape's expression darkened momentarily before he nodded curtly and approached. Their lesson for the day would not encompass potions or defense against the dark arts, but rather delve into the realm of true dark magic. Snape produced a peculiar projector from the magical world, one that required neither electricity nor manual cranking. The images it displayed would come to life, even projecting into the air itself. Presently, it cast a chilling tableau into the atmosphere. It was a grim day, and Harry discerned the projection of Azkaban. Snape parted his lips, subtly shifted his jaw, and spoke in a dry tone. Recognize the individuals here, young Potter, every single one. Each and every one. Harry widened his eyes, absorbing the high-tech images of the wizarding world, where each figure appeared as a specter. Snape's voice accompanied the shifting visuals. The Lestranges, a pair of utterly irrational Death Eaters and followers of the mysterious Dark Lord, are fiercely loyal and devoid of reason. They will kill you at the first opportunity. They are also part of a family of lunatics. Young Barty Crouch Jr., whose father works at the Ministry, saw his mother fall ill due to his involvement with the Death Eaters. It is said he perished in Azkaban, yet since his incarceration, no one from his family, save for his father, has been seen again. Augustus Rookwood, a spy for the Ministry, is anything but discreet. He betrays others with great alacrity, his honest visage starkly contrasting his duplicitous actions. Snape elucidated each figure presented, until a striking yet disheveled man emerged on the screen. Snape's countenance suddenly darkened, and a dangerous expression settled upon his features. Harry gasped, his breath caught in his throat, and instinctively shut his eyes, as though struck by fear. Chapter 35. That was a face. Snape imperceptibly furrowed his brow, then resumed his introduction of the individual before them in a tone that was as indifferent as it was cold. Sirius Black. If you encounter him, you should flee at once. He has a friend who is a werewolf, and it is quite possible that they will seek you out on a full moon. After all, this man is an illegal animagus, a filthy black dog, who blends seamlessly with wolves. Although his tone remained detached, his words were laced with personal sentiment. Harry's breath grew labored. He wished to speak, yet when he opened his mouth, no sound emerged. Snape cast a curious glance in his direction before continuing with his introduction. After several images of Death Eaters, the scene shifted to a figure resembling a man who bore an uncanny resemblance to an oversized rat. He looked remarkably like a large, plump rodent, fat, with rodent-like teeth, small eyes, and even the mannerisms of a rat, with his hands tucked against his chest. You must remember, this is an illegal animagus who can transform into a rat. He was also one of the candidates to be the secret keeper for your family. Unfortunately, your family was betrayed, though whether it was Black or this Peter Pettigrew remains uncertain. One of them is surely the culprit. Snape's voice turned nearly frigid. This night, he imparted to Harry Potter the essence of these revelations, about the Death Eaters, those who sought to kill him, intertwined with the identity of a foe who also served as Harry's protector. Harry's expression remained largely unchanged, his gaze occasionally becoming vacant, though this was obscured when he lowered his head. At last, he lifted his chin and donned a smile. Professor, I am, after all, a shaman who can communicate with small creatures. Therefore, animagi do not intimidate me. I, too, can transform into an animal and even acquire some of their abilities. Though there are time limits, Snape was momentarily taken aback by Harry's words. He knew the boy who lived all too well. Although he was merely an 11-year-old first-year student at this moment, he was inherently a stubborn lion, unburdened by excessive concern, and he did not conceal his emotions. If he felt anger, he displayed it openly, even in defiance of authority. Potter was precisely this way. Snape understood young Potter intimately, aware of every motivation behind his actions. Even if the Potter before him was a version influenced by Eastern teachings, it did not negate his identity as a Potter. The following morning at breakfast, the remnants of sleeplessness were evident on Hermione and Harry's faces. What good book is there to read? Hermione, accustomed to late-night study sessions, casually picked up a boiled egg and pressed it against Harry's eye. Stop! What are you doing? Draco exclaimed, rushing over to restrain the egg, incredulous. That is his face. Our Savior's lovely visage should not be smeared with egg. I am merely erasing the signs of his late-night endeavors. Hermione retorted. Draco, with an oddly high-pitched tone, interjected, Oh, I assume you still remember that you are a witch? Our poor, beautiful little savior merely had a restless night. He does not require an egg to roll around on his face. He just needs this. He produced a potion bottle inscribed with the words Radiance Elixir. Hermione's wide eyes fixated on the vial, her expression betraying her bewilderment at the existence of such a potion. Yet, it was undeniably real. Without a second thought, Draco poured its contents into Harry's mouth. After administering the potion, he presented a mirror before Harry, and indeed, the visible signs of his sleepless night swiftly faded. However, as if in tandem with the diminishing fatigue, Harry's dark hair gradually transformed into a nearly silver-golden hue, mirroring Draco's own locks. Amidst Hermione's astonished expression, Draco draped an arm around Harry's shoulders, displaying a camaraderie that was unmistakably genuine. How do you like that? I have offered you my finest Radiance Elixir. Harry, my dear friend, we are brothers now, are we not? He lowered his voice conspiratorially. Tina will soon be calling me uncle, won't she? Regardless, on that early morning, the ever-spirited Harry Potter was indulging at the Gryffindor table, and no one seemed to mind. However, today Draco Malfoy had also graced the Gryffindor table, audaciously administering a potion to Potter, which left many in astonishment. Yet, Dumbledore remained ever smiling, raising his cup in a toast to Draco at the Gryffindor table before turning back to converse with Snape. The students were left in a state of disbelief. Fortunately, the day progressed swiftly to classes. It was still Transfiguration that morning. Having already demonstrated his stance toward Gryffindor when Draco inquired about the reason behind Harry's hair color change, Professor McGonagall patiently elucidated the magical principles involved. What about using the Transfiguration spell, just to change the color? Harry seized the opportunity to propose. His words ignited excitement among the students. Ron, your rat Scabbers is far too gray. The color is drab and unappealing. Let's transform him. Bring him to Transfiguration class tomorrow. Harry clapped Ron on the back and turned to Professor McGonagall, saying, Professor, Ron has a pet rat, Scabbers, who has been with him for 10 years. He has aged quite poorly. Could you make him a bit more adorable? Chapter 36. The rat's so ugly it could make one cry the sky is blue, but not because it is genuinely blue. Rather, the visual effect it presents appears blue. As the human eye cannot discern the true color of the sky. An animagus is a person transformed. However, if one were to maintain the state of an animagus indefinitely, it would become difficult to distinguish whether they are human or animal. A common rat's lifespan does not exceed 3 years. An animagus's lifespan does not shift due to the animal form they assume. Therefore, it can be inferred that a rat that has lived for 10 years is likely not a true rat. In the realm of wizards, anything is possible. Perhaps it is a magical mouse, or perhaps one that has consumed a potion, or even a zombie mouse. The possibilities are endless, far exceeding just one or two. Regardless, these remain mere speculations. After all, a pet mouse that has lived for 10 years is certainly a sight to behold. Professor McGonagall's expression did not reflect undue severity or harshness. Rather, she appeared somewhat intrigued as she addressed Ron, saying, "Oh, Mr. Weasley, might you bring your pet to class? I believe it would be splendid for tomorrow afternoon's Transfiguration lesson." Her words undoubtedly delighted many Gryffindor students, who erupted in applause. In stark contrast, the Slytherin students remained silent, some even wearing displeased expressions. It is worth noting that among these Slytherin students, few were not the offspring of Death Eaters or aspiring Death Eaters. Their parents likely had once aligned themselves with that mysterious figure, the so-called pure-blood supremacists, who incessantly clamored for the eradication of wizards born to Muggle parents. Dumbledore, however, held an opposing view to such rhetoric. He was a nearly perfect white wizard, advocating for peaceful coexistence among all. He wished for wizards of Muggle descent to have the freedom to choose their paths and envision a world where wizards and Muggles could coexist without interference or harm to one another. This perspective stemmed from his own background, life experiences, and past encounters, standing in stark contrast to the beliefs of that enigmatic figure. As a prelude to the current classroom dynamics, it was Harry Potter, a Slytherin student, who proposed inviting a professor who does not usually attend a class to listen in during the upcoming Transfiguration lesson, even suggesting the presence of the greatest white wizard, Professor Dumbledore, which garnered the support of his Gryffindor peers. The Slytherin students were far from pleased. Yet who was Harry? He was the legendary savior. Naturally, the savior would not show favoritism. He continued, "I also hope to invite our headmaster. As we all know, our headmaster, Professor Snape, is the youngest master of potions and is destined to become the greatest potion master. He is still quite young, considering the average lifespan of wizards is 150 years, excluding those with particularly long lives. This is a minor point. The essence of my argument is that we could examine the differences between how potions alter the color of small animals' fur compared to spells. Is that not worthy of research?" As he spoke, he took out a small notebook and flipped it open, asserting, "I believe it would make for an excellent assignment. We could easily write 5 inches. His words moved Professor McGonagall to tears. The Slytherin students, too, began to stir with excitement, not due to the prospect of a 5-inch assignment, but rather for the sake of their headmaster. Behold, what a splendid outcome this was. It is not that Professor McGonagall is particularly indulgent towards Harry. Rather, the circumstances of the entire affair are rather fortuitous. Although the relationship between Gryffindor and Slytherin may not appear particularly cordial at present, it has significantly improved from their previously antagonistic stance. The two houses no longer sit in stark opposition, nor do they resort to brandishing their wands and challenging each other to duels at the slightest provocation. This marks a notable advancement. Subsequently, there is the matter of a mouse, suspected to be an animagus, residing among the students as Ron Weasley's pet. Yet, she does not perceive this as a clever ruse by Harry. Nonetheless, the day is filled with excitement for all, particularly for Ron, whose pet, Scabbers, has garnered attention, leaving him nearly beside himself with joy. To ensure that Scabbers does not wander off before the following day, he swiftly devises a plan to confine Scabbers in a magical cage with the assistance of his brother Percy. Thus, this rather unfortunate-looking creature will remain secure. Chapter 37. The Fundamental Laws of Transfiguration. News of the open class spread through Hogwarts Castle as if it had sprouted wings. Severus Snape busied himself in his office, brewing a large cauldron of potions, which he then transferred into a sizable narrow-neck flask. In the classroom, aside from Professor McGonagall and the students from Gryffindor and Slytherin, both Dumbledore and Snape had been invited, sitting behind the students with solemn expressions. Other students also attended, including Professor Flitwick, who, despite not having a class, made an appearance, finding a small stool to sit on due to his diminutive stature. Professor Sprout, occupied with her 5th-year herbology class, could only send the prefects who had no lessons to attend, and even requested her favorite student, Cedric Diggory, to come and observe. After all, who would wish to miss such an extraordinary open class? Even if one were to miss it, one ought to gather knowledge from various sources. Thus, the clever Cedric, a Hufflepuff, devised an ingenious method to record the entire lesson using a crystal. What a brilliant idea! Arriving early to arrange seating in the classroom, Harry ensured that Cedric had the optimal position for observation, prioritizing the placement of the recording crystal. With all preparations complete, students trickled in, many bringing their pets along, enticed by the prospect of a color-changing charm. Not only Ron Weasley, but even Hermione Granger, unable to resist the allure, found herself longing for a pet of her own. Although she currently had none, she silently resolved to acquire a magical creature that, while perhaps not overly energetic, would certainly possess strength. Of course, it must be a legal one. Before long, Professor McGonagall arrived, clad in a black robe adorned with golden trim, its sleeves embellished with subtle red vine motifs, exuding an air of understated elegance. Her hair was swept up high and secured with a beautiful shell hairpin, accentuating her elongated neck and imparting a more professional demeanor. Truly, she is a professor whose presence commands respect and admiration. Ladies and gentlemen present, I implore you to direct your attention as we explore the conveniences bestowed by the Transfiguration charm. At the outset, Professor McGonagall astounded everyone. In the absence of sufficient tables and chairs, we could resort to the Transfiguration charm. But what if hunger strikes? Can we transform any object into food? As the question lingered in the air, hands swiftly rose. Miss Granger. Professor McGonagall acknowledged her. A wave of satisfaction washed over Professor McGonagall. Splendid, 2 points for Gryffindor. Even amidst the entirety of Hogwarts, Hermione Granger's intellect stands unparalleled, not to mention her remarkable diligence. The elderly professor felt a profound sense of pride. Following the inquiry, Professor McGonagall elucidated the second exception among the 5 fundamental principles of Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration, the alteration of skin and fur color. In essence, transfiguration involves the modification of an object's appearance. However, such alterations are not trivial. For instance, one might replicate numerous gold coins, yet the replicas hold no intrinsic value. They may appear authentic, but when weighed, they possess no heft. This too falls under Gamp's laws. Human transformation differs from that of animals. If humans could transfigure, it would retain the essence of their human form. In contrast, animals can change, but only in terms of skin and fur. Human transformation is similarly restricted to hair and nails. After discussing these concepts, Professor McGonagall decided to use the pets of the students for demonstrations. First was Neville's toad, Trevor, a creature not particularly charming and somewhat temperamental. Despite this, Trevor, lounging atop the desk, seemed fond of Professor McGonagall. The professor first employed a dazzling color-changing charm on Trevor's skin, and instantaneously, the yellow-green hue morphed into a vibrant rainbow. Severus Snape approached, producing a small vial of potion and applying it to Trevor, thereby fixing the colors. Although the hues were somewhat peculiar, Trevor now sported a green head, a red posterior, and a dizzying swirl of colors across his body, culminating in a central black spot that left observers bewildered. The potion's effects would last for 3 hours, while the charm would likely dissipate in just 2. Professor McGonagall expressed her gratitude to Snape and turned to the students, declaring, "Thus, we have a marvelously colored pet. Mr. Longbottom, you may take it for a stroll." Neville was elated, cradling Trevor with joy radiating from his face. For the first time, Trevor did not kick in Neville's arms, evidently feeling less disdain for him due to the enchanting coloration. Soon it was Ron's turn with his pet Scabbers. Following the same procedure, Ron approached with Scabbers, presenting the cage to Professor McGonagall. "Behold, this is Mr. Ron Weasley's pet, which is said to have lived for over a decade," Professor McGonagall remarked, forcefully extracting it. Something felt amiss. She meticulously examined Scabbers, prying open its claws for inspection and scrutinizing its teeth. There was indeed something wrong. Professor McGonagall aimed her wand at Scabbers, revealing its true form. Chapter 38. Preparedness breeds confidence. As expected, with a single counter-animagus spell, the creature known as Scabbers gradually transformed under the spell's influence into a man, short, curled up, and somewhat rodent-like in appearance, but most notably, an adult man. Even a boy could scarcely tolerate an adult man lingering perpetually by his side and sleeping at the foot of his bed. In an instant, not just Ron, but also his dormitory companions were utterly confounded. There was nausea stemming from the Transfiguration classroom that afternoon. No one could resist the raucous yet exhilarating atmosphere of the lesson, especially with the spectacle of a pet being transformed into a human, which left all present in a state of shock. Immediately, everyone sprang into action. They understood that this was not merely the transformation of an animal into a person, but rather the effects of the counter-animagus spell. That mouse was an illegal animagus. Cedric Diggory, undoubtedly one of the most outstanding students present, quickly grasped the situation. Yet, he did not relinquish the crystal ball he was recording with. Instead, he called out to the head of Hufflepuff, Stebbins, "Close the doors and windows." Although Stebbins was a moment slow to react, she did not delay matters significantly. She waved her wand, sealing all the entrances, and then directed the 5th-year boy near the back door, "Keep a close watch." Not only the Hufflepuff heads, but also those from Ravenclaw began to mobilize. The scene indeed appeared extraordinarily eerie. Professor Snape's words astonished not only the students but also the professors present. Naturally, the crystal ball faithfully recorded every moment. Chirp. Amused scalded. Chirp. Snape, I am fearful. I dread retaliation from the Death Eaters. The half-transformed man hastily explained, his eyes darting about. But the Death Eaters have all been imprisoned in Azkaban. You reside with the Weasleys, and Mr. Weasley works at the Ministry of Magic. Their home is certainly not lacking in news. Harry interjected suddenly. Do you not realize that this is safety? You have entered Hogwarts countless times alongside Charlie, Bill, Percy, and the twins with Ron. How could you have not sought help from Dumbledore? He is the greatest wizard. He could at least protect you, Mr. Mouse. Are you genuinely afraid of harm from Voldemort's followers, or are you one of them, evading inquiries from others rather than the Dark Lord's minions? Such resolute and confrontational words astonished even Dumbledore. He believed Harry to be a good boy. He had met his adoptive mother and understood that his upbringing was rather different. However, such a coherent analysis allowed even him to infer conclusions without needing to know all the preceding circumstances, which left Dumbledore somewhat astonished. Harry continued, From the very first moment I encountered you, sir, I harbored suspicions. I am a shaman wizard, or, as you may prefer to call us, a druid. Our paths may diverge in focus, yet our essence remains the same. Thus, I possess the ability to communicate with animals and have an acute sensitivity towards them. From the moment I first saw you beside Ron, something felt amiss. You are far from an ordinary pet rat. These words somewhat mitigated the astonishment of the others, particularly those aware of Harry's prior circumstances, which could not be concealed from the other professors. Moreover, Harry had never intended to obscure this fact. He continued thus. I sought out the ghost Peeves within the castle, who remarked that you bore a striking resemblance to a little companion of my father's, Peter Pettigrew. I knew it was you. I have perused every piece of news related to you. Indeed, being well prepared instilled confidence. Harry slammed a stack of newspapers onto the table, accompanied by several photographs. The images scattered, each depicting the illegal Animagus, even revealing his transformed rat state missing a finger, rendering him utterly unrecognizable. The illegal Animagus, known as Peter Pettigrew, was evidently known to the venerable professors present. Their reactions varied, yet all were clearly astonished by Harry's revelations. Professor Flitwick gazed at Harry in amazement, then turned to Peter Pettigrew, curiously inquiring, But why, Harry? He was your father's closest friend. Hearing this, Harry felt a surge of pride. He had indeed conducted thorough investigations. I consulted Peeves, who claimed to know many secrets unknown to other ghosts. Thus I asked him to lead me to this. He produced a piece of parchment, aimed his wand at it. I solemnly swear I am up to no good. The parchment transformed into a map, gradually revealing Hogwarts Castle along with the names of individuals and their corresponding locations. Harry smiled shyly. I acquired this with the assistance of Madame Rosamerda, having stealthily borrowed it from the twins. The creators listed on it are Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs. Upon inquiring with nearly headless Nick, I learned that Prongs is my father, while Wormtail refers to this gentleman, Peter Pettigrew. Subsequently, I researched old newspapers and discovered that he was a hero who perished while pursuing the infamous Padfoot, Sirius Black, yet he himself did not die, which is quite peculiar. Harry awkwardly scratched his face. Thus, I sought out my mother, the enigmatic witch, who quickly uncovered the truth and wrote to me, advising me on the next steps. Instantly, all doubts regarding Harry dissipated. The witch known as Chui, she indeed possessed an air of mystery. Chapter 39. I can help you summon a soul. An 11-year-old child, not yet 21, despite residing at a boarding school, is rumored to be a savior. It is widely acknowledged that those bearing the title of savior often emerge amidst peril. Thus, she cannot simply neglect her son. However, her visit was not under the pretense of being Harry Potter's adoptive mother, seeking to check on a presumed relative of Harry Potter. Rather, she approached Azkaban as the mother of a savior, intending to confront the accomplice responsible for the murder of her adoptive son's family. The Ministry of Magic granted her permission to observe the Death Eaters in Azkaban precisely because of her connection to Harry Potter. She strolled through the facility, meticulously observing the Dementors, Azkaban's notorious inhabitants. Whether she engaged in conversation with the Death Eaters holds little significance, as she indeed exchanged words with each of them. The events took place in the early hours of the day before yesterday, or more aptly, in the stillness of the dawn. After all, wizards do not adhere to the rigid schedules of the mundane world. Thus, Zhao Cuixi, with her canvas bag containing a large water bottle and substantial bread, confidently approached Azkaban, accompanied by several ministry officials. Naturally, she could not act immediately. She dismissed the ministry officials nearby and approached the prison cell a man reputed to have savagely slain an entire street of muggles, reaching out to grasp the 6 dementors hovering above his head. "Who are you?" the man rasped, casting a glance at her before lowering his head. Opting not to engage in conversation, Zhao Cuixi, unfazed by his demeanor, as she was known to be a remarkably sociable woman, replied nonchalantly, "I am here to tour Azkaban, as I have heard it houses many nefarious beings. However, I must say, none of the wicked entities piqued my interest. I found the Dementors quite fascinating. I should consider adopting a few. They are indeed essential guardians. By the way, I've heard that the prisoners here are followers of someone named Voldemort, who is responsible for numerous deaths, including the massacre of an entire street." The man's rage was ignited by her words. He attempted to rise in agitation, but his frail body betrayed him, and he could not stand. He crawled a few paces, struggling to lunge at her, but the iron bars of his cell thwarted his efforts. Powerless, he pounded the ground in frustration, his strikes growing slower and lighter until he finally collapsed, howling, "No, that's not true. I'm not the killer. It was not me. I caused the deaths of my dearest friends and family. I am responsible for my friend's demise, for the death of my closest companion and my beloved female friend. I am the reason my godson is left without parents. I am to blame for the deaths of James and Lily. It was I." Zhao Cuixi, she crouched down, peering through the bars with unwavering certainty, and declared, "You seem rather dog-like." The man abruptly lifted his head, his eyes wide with astonishment as he scrutinized her, attempting to glean some insight from her gaze. After a prolonged silence, he inhaled sharply, regaining his composure. "Who are you? Do you know me? Are you acquainted with Harry? Is he well?" He rifled through his memory, recalling everyone he knew and those who might know him. Yet he could not find anyone resembling the Oriental woman before him. Yet, she could accurately name his animagus. "Who is she?" Zhao Cuixi nodded. "If you are referring to Harry Potter, then indeed I know him. I am his adoptive mother, and now he is called Harry Zhao. No longer merely Harry Potter. In my household registration, he is listed as Zhao Harry." This one statement sent a grown man into a frenzy, leaping about in his prison cell. Soon, she learned the truth from him. Harry could have potentially avoided being an orphan. The myriad spells employed by wizards are vast and varied, with numerous methods available to protect a dwelling and its inhabitants from detection. Harry's home was safeguarded by a spell known as the Unbreakable Vow. However, this spell required a keeper to ensure its efficacy. If no one were to betray the trust, it would indeed be the safest option. The man drew the fire outside, while another true keeper remained concealed, evading capture. Yet, the betrayal came from the true keeper, Peter Pettigrew. It was he who caused the destruction, resulting in bloodshed on the streets, and you have languished in prison for years seeking redemption. Because it was your suggestion to switch roles. Zhao Cuixi reflected on this revelation, her eyes glistening. It had been a long time since she had encountered such folly. It was almost touching. How could someone so foolish have graduated from school? Or was it that Hogwarts produced such simpletons? She sighed, contemplating transferring Harry to another school. The man retorted, "Do you hear the nonsense you speak?" Nevertheless, Zhao Cuixi had gleaned enough about him to know his name was Sirius Black, and that he was quite wealthy, with his fortune intended for Harry. How could she bear to accept such generosity? She covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. "Rest assured, I'm a shaman mother. I can summon a spirit and see what excuses Peter has to offer." Chapter 40. Snape found it hard to believe. Summoning spirits was a simple task for shamanic wizards. To put it succinctly, druids primarily focus on connecting with nature and communicating with animals, while shamans extend this communication to all beings, including the souls of the deceased, both human and animal. Thus, when Sirius Black provided a glimpse of his memories concerning Peter Pettigrew, it became apparent that Pettigrew was not dead. He was very much alive. In an instant, Sirius Black felt the urge to rush out and protect Harry, who was perpetually in danger. Yet, Zhao Cuixi would not permit it. As Harry's adoptive mother, how could she allow him to come to harm? Thus, she promptly opted to quiet Sirius Black while she herself engaged with the rampaging Dementors. These creatures exist in a liminal space between the corporeal and the ethereal. They lack independent thought, yet are innately drawn to the joyful memories of humanity, subsisting by consuming these memories. Ultimately, the Dementors devour the very souls of their hosts, acting as harbingers of death, solely responsible for the extraction of souls and devoid of any desire for communication with humans. Due to their existence straddling the boundary between spirit and being, Zhao Cuixi found it relatively easy to converse with them. Through the memories they had consumed, she effortlessly discovered that a certain Peter Pettigrew had betrayed them, and intriguingly, he had transformed into a mouse, specifically an unappealing one. This detail became particularly intriguing, as Harry's letter had mentioned a boy named Ron Weasley, who possessed a pet mouse that had lived for a decade, and Harry suspected that this mouse did not resemble an ordinary rodent. Initially, Zhao Cuixi held no particular thoughts on the matter, but upon reflection, her vigilance heightened. She swiftly approached Black to inquire about Peter Pettigrew, knowing that he had been a close friend of Black's for 6 or 7 years and should possess deeper insights into the matter. Indeed, Sirius Black readily acknowledged the assertion. "Do not be absurd," Zhao Cuixi scoffed, casting a disdainful glance his way. "Human nature is intricate, my dear dog. You loathe him, yet you undoubtedly once cherished him. Therefore, when faced with him, it remains uncertain whether you could truly strike with lethal intent. Nevertheless, capturing him must occur in full view of the public. Otherwise, it loses its significance. I must contact Harry. You shall wait here. In a couple of days, you may be summoned to testify. It would be wise to seek out others who knew of this matter back then to serve as witnesses." Consequently, she relayed her findings to Hedwig, who conveyed the information to Harry. This led to the occurrence of a public lesson. Zhao Cuixi expressed her astonishment and contributed her thoughts, thereby enhancing the quality of the lesson. Particularly notable was the recorded content, which vividly depicted the specific circumstances and the ensuing chaos, serving as substantial evidence. That very evening, Dumbledore reproduced this evidence in numerous copies, submitting 3 of them to the Wisengamot's High Court. Early the following morning, Dumbledore personally visited Azkaban to meet with Sirius Black, and, by noon, he approached the Ministry of Magic to request a re-examination of the Black case. One must acknowledge that the lives of wizards are indeed leisurely, seemingly filled with comfort and convenience. However, Dumbledore, the most formidable white wizard, is certainly an anomaly among wizards. When idling, he enjoys a leisurely pace and has a penchant for sweets. Yet once he embarks on a task, his efficiency is unparalleled. In less than 36 hours, the Wisengamot reopened the Black case from years prior. Harry glanced at the materials he needed to process and surmised that it was most likely a potion of truth serum. When handling the Icelandic stalactite, he exercised particular caution. Many potions relied on stalactites, yet their processing methods varied, leading to different effects. The portion of stalactite used in the truth serum required meticulous attention, even more so than usual. After washing and grinding the stalactites in a mortar, he set them aside for later use and turned his attention to the gallbladders of Sri Lankan vultures, from which he needed to extract bile. While he busied himself, Severus Snape was equally occupied. It appeared that, in addition to the truth serum, Snape was diligently preparing another potion. How impressive! To prepare 2 potions simultaneously without error. It was no wonder he was summoned for assistance. Harry cast a near-admiring glance at Snape before promptly returning to his tasks, seemingly unaffected. His dedication to potion-making was indeed touching, even for Snape, who was typically draped in a cloak of sarcasm. Thus far, Severus Snape harbored less animosity toward this young Potter, for he was a child who had inherited Lily Evans' talent for potion-making. Snape nodded in satisfaction, but then, with evident displeasure, began to tackle the intricacies of preparing the aconite. That evening, Harry nearly single-handedly completed the preparation of the truth serum, and time swiftly approached 10 o'clock. The potion in his hands had begun to simmer gently, while his truth serum was conspicuously lacking only the final step, which would require an additional half-hour. Although Snape felt a slight unease, he refrained from probing further. If one were to consider James Potter's character, young Potter would have likely exclaimed that he was merely half an hour away from perfectly brewing a potion, and Snape would have undoubtedly sought to claim credit for the concoction. However, young Potter displayed an extraordinary sense of maturity, which struck Snape as somewhat surreal. Equally perplexed was Dumbledore. Chapter 41. Truly difficult to express. The sense of unreality that Dumbledore experienced differed from that of Snape. After all, Dumbledore was the greatest wizard of over a century, having traversed numerous significant events in his youth that shaped his current self. His accolades and renown were not merely bestowed upon him. Thus, even the most formidable of wizards appeared trivial in the presence of such a shrewd elder. This is why he felt a sense of unreality. Dumbledore had indeed questioned the case of Sirius Black in the past. After all, he had watched the 4 of them grow up. He was acutely aware of what Black was like as a child and understood the circumstances of the Black family. Sirius was not one to betray. However, he was unaware of the changes in Secret Keepers. Naturally, most crucially, Sirius himself had confessed to the deaths of James and Lily. As the final straw that broke Dumbledore's resolve, it was Sirius's own testimony. He admitted to having caused the demise of James and Lily. Dumbledore held a certain regard for James, yet his feelings for Lily were particularly profound, Her vibrant red hair and enchanting visage perpetually reminded him of a bygone era. In that moment, he lost the capacity for rational thought. When he later sought to reaffirm this matter, Sirius refused to meet with him. Even when others approached him, he acknowledged his role in the death of his most cherished friends, thus depriving them all of the chance to uncover the truth. Remarkably, it was a mere exchange between Harry and his adoptive mother that resolved this issue, leaving Dumbledore feeling as though it were surreal. Nonetheless, this incident led Dumbledore to a greater self-awareness. Having surpassed a century in age, he ought to be a mature wizard. Yet he found himself still swayed by his emotions, an embarrassment indeed, despite being in his 90s at the time of the incident, nearing a full century of existence. It was disheartening that he could not master his feelings. Overwhelmed with sorrow, Dumbledore unearthed an old photograph. Within it were two youthful figures, remarkably young and handsome. A smile crept across his face, accompanied by a soft chuckle, his eyes reflecting nostalgia. However, he did not linger on the image for long, as he needed to rise early the next morning to prepare for the Wisengamot hearing. At 6:30 the following morning, Harry arrived at the school gate, where several others had gathered, including Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall, who were also waiting. In stark contrast, Snape made his entrance at 6:50, cradling a steaming cup of potion, the whereabouts of his other concoctions remaining a mystery. As the clock approached 6:55, a man with gray-brown hair, whose very demeanor seemed to inscribe honesty and integrity upon his face, hurriedly appeared. Clad in an antiquated wizard's robe, his attire, though worn, did not tarnish the sincerity and uprightness etched upon his visage. Despite the age of his garments, they were clean and tidy, exuding an air of cultured gentility tinged with poverty. Upon seeing the newcomer, Snape emitted a disdainful snort, his expression rife with contempt. What a loathsome brute. A group of utterly ungrateful Gryffindors, relying on others to shoulder their burdens while behaving as though it were their birthright. Look at the esteemed saint, Mr. Lupin. At this moment, he must be wishing that his former comrades remain beyond salvation, or perhaps he yearns for his grand entrance to underscore his significance. Such words indeed strike a chord. Dumbledore had just intended to offer a word of counsel to Snape when he noticed the gentle, yet impoverished man genuinely displaying a look of sincere apology. He stepped forward. Addressing Snape, "Severus, I am truly sorry. I received the news only last night, and I was so exhilarated that I couldn't sleep a wink. Even now, I am somewhat dazed. As you know, one cannot apparate in such a state of confusion. I came here on the night bus, which depleted the last of my pocket change." As he spoke, he reached out to accept the potion from Snape's hands. "Thank you ever so much, Severus." At that moment, Harry interjected, "Professor, is this the potion brewed last night? The one made with wolfsbane?" He continued, "I have seen the recipe for this potion before. It is indeed a complex concoction, requiring vigilant attention for hours on end. Such a potion would fetch several hundred galleons on the market." With wide, innocent green eyes, he recited, "The wolfsbane potion, in its previous formulation, was exceedingly challenging to brew, necessitating a full 24 hours of watchful fire. A potion of this caliber is almost priceless. However, a little over a decade ago, it was improved, reducing the brewing time and modifying some of the ingredients, making it more accessible. Yet, the brewing technique and the preparation of the ingredients remain quite intricate, and not every wizard possesses the skill to create this potion. Furthermore, due to its relatively low demand, few potion masters are inclined to undertake its production." Harry's candid remarks placed the potion's recipient in an awkward position. "Oh, Harry, actually, it is Remus that Dumbledore wishes to counsel you about." However, Harry did not afford Dumbledore the opportunity to speak. "It is Mr. Lupin, correct? I understand the necessity of this potion must be a source of great distress, especially since managing oneself on a full moon requires significant external assistance. Nevertheless, receiving this potion for free may not align with your desires. I can see you are a man of integrity. Your appearance alone reveals your honesty and kindness. Yet, given your evident financial constraints, have you considered seeking employment that suits your skills?" Lupin was nearly brought to tears. At first, Snape mocked him, and he, of course, managed to endure it. The irreconcilable conflict between them had existed for quite some time. He had nearly taken Snape's life, Merlin forbid, although it was not intentional. The fact that such an act was committed by his dearest friend rendered it even more poignant. Thus, when Snape derided him, he bore it. Yet the urge to weep lingered within him, a peculiar sensation, one of simultaneously wanting to cry and to laugh, to strike Snape and to embrace him. They despised each other. Yet his feelings for Snape were extraordinarily intricate. If he were still 17, resentment would have been his sole emotion, but at 30, his sentiments were far more nuanced. They had harbored animosity and fought side by side, and now both needed to protect Harry. Consequently, when Snape ridiculed him, Lupin felt a deep yearning to cry, a poignant frustration stemming from a desire to atone for past transgressions, yet facing relentless derision. Then came Harry's request. Just look at the only robe on him, without patches. It was purchased a decade ago. This made Lupin feel even more aggrieved. Following that, the angelic Harry suggested he find him a job. Lupin thought he adored this child, felt remorse for him, and genuinely wished to make amends, whether to Snape or Harry. In an instant, this bizarre atmosphere enveloped him. Lupin's eyes, brimming with emotion and gratitude, made Snape wish he could dig a new castle out of the ground with his toes. Chapter 42, signed by freelance writer Rita Skeeter. The minor incident at the gates of Hogwarts quickly dissipated as they journeyed to Wizengamot. Regardless of past conflicts, adults invariably choose the most amicable path to reconciliation, even if that reconciliation lasts merely a few minutes. Therefore, Snape did not dwell on Lupin's nauseating gaze. He was acutely aware that this seemingly gentle and upright individual was not genuinely so. His mildness and integrity were mere facades, designed to conceal his true circumstances, to mitigate the disdainful glances he would receive in an environment that would discriminate against him once his true identity was revealed. After all, if he were truly a gentle and upright person, he would not have remained so passive during his tenure as a prefect, merely speaking of his friends without taking any decisive action. Snape was well acquainted with those individuals. One was a troublemaker, another relished chaos. A third would only intervene when things went awry, and the last merely followed along as a lackey. With such a dynamic, it was no surprise that the lackey would betray them and the mediator would flee. Consequently, Snape harbored no fondness for Lupin, the mediator, nor did he feel compelled to understand him, a stinking werewolf. Snape thought, if only it were possible, he would wish for this foul werewolf to keep a considerable distance from Lily's child, to be as far removed as possible, or ideally, to have never existed at all. Nevertheless, their group eventually arrived at Wizengamot. The Wizengamot stands as the supreme tribunal for wizards in Europe, an exclusive institution divided by nation, meaning that each European country possesses its own Wizengamot. Wizards from other nations lack the ability to be tried under a foreign Wizengamot. Extradition remains a necessity. Furthermore, wizards from other continents facing difficulties in Europe must submit their applications here. Presently, among the plaintiffs is a wizard from Asia named Zhao Cuixi, who occupies a seat beside Harry. Adorned in ostentatious attire, her fully retro, shamanic robe renders her almost otherworldly, resembling a demigod bridging the realms of humanity and the spirit world. In ancient Chinese mythology, such beings are referred to as ghosts, though they are not the malevolent spirits of folklore. In the foundational tales of the English and other Europeans, they are seen as descendants of gods, immortal not in life, but in their ability to commune with the divine. Their garments never reveal the human form. Instead, they are adorned with feathers, fur, tails, horns, gemstones, and shells, devoid of sheer white fabrics. Moreover, traditional shamanic practitioners and druids have virtually vanished from English soil for millennia. Thus, the sudden emergence of such a figure, albeit foreign, is of considerable significance. What amplifies this importance is that this woman is not merely a shaman. She is also the adoptive mother of the Savior. Her presence in the plaintiff's seat generates trepidation among contemporary wizards who possess limited understanding of ancient sorcery, particularly regarding a shaman who serves as the Savior's maternal figure. This concern is compounded by her claimed ability to communicate with the minions of the Dark Lord, revealing truths that are deeply unsettling. Notably, she asserts that the Dark Lord remains alive, albeit in a diminished state, 3/4 of his former self. Such assertions are scandalous. The current predicament is that both the Ministry of Magic and the Wizengamot are acutely aware of the actual circumstances surrounding the Black case. Yet they must proceed with this hearing. They have endeavored to dissuade the Savior's adoptive mother from disclosing the reality of the Dark Lord's condition, a task that has demanded significant concessions from them. For Minister Fudge, the price has been particularly steep. The hearing swiftly concluded in light of compelling evidence, unveiling a narrative steeped in the distortion of humanity and moral decay, encompassing themes of love and betrayal, as well as loyalty. It is profoundly moving. Had the victims in this case not been a married couple, one might have wished to see Black emerge as the secret admirer of one of the afflicted. After all, the essence of humanity lies in its fascination with morally ambiguous emotional intrigues. Even among wizards, one cannot dismiss their humanity, as they too are drawn to such gossip. Fortunately, the elderly wizards possess longevity, granting them a degree of resilience against such trivialities, thereby preventing sensationalist newspapers from fabricating absurd tales. The following day, the Daily Prophet reported on the retrial of Sirius Black, the last remaining heir of the Black family, who had recently emerged from Azkaban. He was not the true traitor, nor a Death Eater. Throughout the war, he had fought against the Dark Lord, while the real betrayer was the one who feigned his own death, Peter Pettigrew. The article provided a detailed account of the events surrounding the case. However, an insert in that day's edition contained a poignant love story, in which the author suggested that Sirius Black harbored deep feelings for Lily Potter. Yet, due to the kindness bestowed upon him by James Potter and his parents, he was compelled to bury his affections, leading to his self-imposed exile after Lily's tragic death, as he sought atonement for his perceived misjudgments. This piece was signed by freelance writer Rita Skeeter. What nonsense! Harry slammed the insert onto the long table, his expression darkening. Rita Skeeter had truly outdone herself in fabricating tales. It seemed he would relish the opportunity to confront this woman, as she was slandering and spreading falsehoods. How can you be sure her words are false? Retorted Lavender Brown, a love-struck first year from Gryffindor who had read the article. It's so touching. Her writing is so moving. Chapter 43, The Suffocating Silence. Lavender Brown, with her unwavering belief in the invincibility of true love, had always made Harry uneasy. He had been avoiding her, not because he found her unworthy, but because her incessant daydreams of fairy tale romances made him uncomfortable. After all, Harry Potter was a child who had been schooled for 6 years in a distinctly pragmatic manner, where the notion of princes and princesses symbolized the oppressive elite. And it was far more commendable to aspire to be a new generation of civilized and progressive youth. Why, then, should one's mind be preoccupied with matters of love? As a scion of the most renowned family of romantics in the wizarding world, Harry appeared almost transformed, akin to a reformed Potter. Whether he truly had changed or not was unverified, but the potions master, Professor Slughorn, who had endorsed potions for Severus Snape during the hearing, eagerly engaged Harry in conversation for quite some time, particularly when he learned that Harry had been appointed as the potions representative in his first year, a novel position, yet one with distinct implications. Slughorn became positively animated, especially after hearing that Harry had assisted Snape in brewing potions for half the night. "Oh, you must have inherited your grandfather Fleamont Potter's gift for potions," exclaimed Slughorn, wiping a tear from the corner of his eye, as though he shared a close bond with Harry's grandfather. Harry could only respond with an awkward yet polite smile. However, straying back to the subject of romantic notions, the entire magical community, including magical creatures, acknowledged that the Potter family excelled in matters of the heart. Now, as Harry sat in the Hogwarts Great Hall for dinner, feigning complete indifference to love, he was indeed shocking others with his demeanor. After all, the Potter family was not originally known by this surname. They adopted the name Potter in the 12th century. Generations have been characterized by romantic inclinations, particularly a tendency to marry the youngest daughter of certain families. It is indeed a testament to the ancestors of the Potter lineage that they have not perished. As for why one might attribute this to ancestral blessings rather than the favor of Merlin, it is perhaps due to Harry's current faith, which emphasizes a closer communion with ancestors. This statement was truly excessive. Not only did it silence the students from Slytherin, but even those from Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff ceased their clamor at the utterance. An eerie stillness enveloped Hogwarts that evening, rendering the Great Hall so quiet that one could almost hear a pin drop. This deathly silence, this surreal tranquility of the Great Hall, was further intensified by the gaze of the crowd upon young Lavender Brown, a mere 11-year-old girl. It must be said that, in that moment, the entire Hogwarts community seemed at a loss for how to alleviate the palpable awkwardness. Even Lavender, who prided herself on her reasoning, was at a standstill. After an uncomfortable minute of silence, Harry finally broke it with a sigh. "Brown, love is important. Familial bonds are vital, and friendship holds great significance. The affections of people are indeed profound emotions, but not all feelings can be explained through love. At your age, you hardly grasp the essence of love. When you truly understand what love is, you will find it far less simple to declare its importance. Furthermore, love encompasses more than mere romantic affection. Your understanding of love is still quite narrow at your tender age." Lavender did not respond. Her eyes reddened as if she had been deeply wronged. It was only after she turned to leave that the Great Hall buzzed back to life. It must be acknowledged that the students were largely unsupportive of Lavender's remarks. However, they displayed considerable leniency towards an 11-year-old newcomer. Even the other 11-year-olds did not feel it necessary to confront her, as they recognized that such actions would not resolve anything. Hermione interjected when Ron began to criticize Lavender. She is merely an 11-year-old girl who still believes everything revolves around love, Ron. She did not mean any harm. She simply spoke without thinking. Hermione sighed, casting an apologetic glance at Harry. You are right. I hope she comes to understand that not all love is romantic. Relying solely on love as an explanation for everything is indeed problematic. You are correct. While true, it may be a bit lofty for a child to comprehend. This is indeed concerning. Hermione shook her head, realizing in that moment how endearing books could be. Matters of love felt overly mature and unsuitable for someone of her age. Indeed, it would be best if they were never deemed suitable. She suddenly felt that the author of that report might not be entirely sane. Otherwise, how could they have penned such outrageous claims? After all, Harry was one of the parties involved, and he certainly knew the truth. If he denied it, it would be wise to refrain from further discussion, regardless of its veracity. It was truly a source of concern. The worry stemmed from the fact that Hermione needed to have a serious conversation with Lavender Brown as they shared a dormitory. She could not allow discord to arise between her friends without a chance for reconciliation. After dinner, Harry, adhering to his usual routine, went to check on the sleeping beauty. The golden-haired young man showed no signs of awakening. If it weren't for his slightly stable vital signs, one might suspect he had succumbed to death. Harry entered the empty classroom, gazing at the sleeping figure sprawled on the floor, and was tempted to cast a spell to ascertain whether he was truly incapable of awakening. Which incantation would be most suitable? Harry raised his wand. Although he was not a malicious person, it seemed harmless to use a spell to assess the condition of this sleeping beauty, did it not? Do you wish to do something to him? A youthful voice inquired. Turning, Harry saw it was a unicorn Tina. You wouldn't want to do that, she said gently. Trust me, he is a very important individual, and he is waiting for someone significant, much like the tale of Sleeping Beauty. He is the sleeping prince, simply awaiting his king. Harry looked at the sleeping beauty in exasperation, but his words were directed at Tina. My dear Tina, are you certain? This fellow may be rather handsome, but he is as robust as a bear. Awaiting his king, is he? One swipe from him could very well dispatch a king. Not even the most callous individual could resist the charms of a unicorn. Soon, they departed the classroom, leaving the expansive space for the sleeping beauty to enjoy in solitude. As they exited, a figure appeared beside the golden-haired young man. Chapter 44. Let us all play big. The little unicorn, Tina, had fallen asleep. She was truly adorable and enchanting. No one could resist her beauty and purity. Thus, in the middle of the night, Draco Malfoy stood hesitantly at the door of Harry's dormitory, ultimately knocking and entering. She is truly beautiful. Draco swallowed hard, utterly enchanted as he leaned closer to Tina, his eyes reflecting affection. Harry, she is stunning. I must see her every day to rest easy. Without her presence, I cannot sleep. He reached out to touch Tina, but upon witnessing her serene slumber, he could not bring himself to do so, opting instead to lie face to face with her, grinning foolishly in adoration. Draco paid no mind to Harry. His heart and soul were captivated by Tina. How could such a delightful creature as a unicorn exist in this world? Muttering to himself, Draco left Harry's dormitory. Once the door closed, Harry finally opened his eyes. He found the situation today to be quite peculiar. Lavender Brown's excitement today was indeed quite peculiar. Although he was aware of the girl's tendency towards romantic notions, her words transcended mere thoughtlessness. In the wizarding world, no one dares to invoke the name of the mysterious figure lightly. Even the smallest curse is rarely accompanied by such slanderous references. Thus, Lavender's behavior was truly baffling. Harry sought to uncover the truth behind this oddity. He was determined not to let his own troubles endanger others. So he took a deep breath and rose to seek counsel from the ghosts and portraits within the castle. However, as he stepped out, discussions about Lavender's dinner remarks were already underway in the Gryffindor girls' dormitory. Parvati Patil appeared quite indignant. Lavender, what you said last night was utterly inappropriate. The reports have already clarified that Sirius Black, wrongfully imprisoned for a decade, is Harry's godfather. The individuals involved are far more aware of the situation than you are. Yet you choose to believe a sensationalized narrative akin to a romance novel and use it to belittle Harry. This is profoundly disappointing. Hermione, though less direct, clearly shared the sentiment. Lavender, refusing to relent, retorted, You don't understand. Love is the most beautiful thing in the world. If it weren't for love, why would he have felt guilt for so many years? But not everything can be attributed to love. Parvati, exasperated, shot back, We have a story in India that reflects this. An uncle was forced to assist his nephew's enemy, and on the battlefield, he allowed his nephew to kill him. Was that because of love between them? She glared at Lavender. Don't misconstrue this. The uncle felt remorse towards his nephew and wished to atone with his death. Black is not dissimilar. He believes his decisions led to the demise of his friends, and he feels guilty towards his godson. Choosing imprisonment as penance, rather than death, is already a rather lenient form of self-punishment. You need to expel those romantic notions from your mind. Parvati was quite articulate, and her lack of restraint in addressing Lavender stemmed from their close friendship. While Hermione, Ron, and Harry shared a bond with Draco, Parvati was particularly close to Lavender. The dormitory's odd number of girls had left Hermione out, and the others formed a sisterhood. However, today's situation exceeded their capacity for acceptance, prompting a silence among them, allowing Lavender's best friend to intervene. Yet when Parvati spoke, Lavender's defenses crumbled, and the poor girl burst into tears, feeling utterly wronged. Parvati softened her tone. Lavender, I know you adore love stories. We all yearn for that kind of beautiful romance. But we cannot use love to explain everything. No, you all don't understand me. Lavender interrupted, turning away and burying herself in her bed, refusing to engage. There was no way around it. No one could offer further persuasion. They could only allow her to vent her emotions. That evening, the Gryffindor girls' dormitory was steeped in a suffocating atmosphere that was almost unbearable. However, the one who felt the most anguish was Harry himself. He wandered around Hogwarts, even reaching the end of the corridor on the right side of the fourth floor. Yet he could not discern what had taken control of Brown, rendering her somewhat unhinged. He opened the door at the corridor's end and was met by a formidable three-headed dog, vigilant and alert. Harry had cast numerous concealment spells upon himself, a task not particularly difficult, as he could follow the instructions from Spellbook. Additionally, he played a tune on a drum to further blend into his surroundings. Yet these efforts could not thwart the dog's acute sensitivity. Beyond its keen sense of smell, the creature possessed hearing and vision that differed from that of humans, along with instincts that humans lacked. Thus, as soon as Harry entered, the three-headed dog sensed something amiss. However, it did not react with frenzied barking. Instead, Harry pulled a Swanna from his pocket, deciding it was time for a grand performance. Chapter 45, Professor Dumbledore's Constant Comings and Goings. How are his legs holding up? With a 1,000-year-old Peepa and a 10,000-year-old Jung, a lifetime of Eru playing, and the Swanna heralding the finale. In the dead of night, Harry raised the Swanna and played with fervor. The high-pitched notes resonated, causing the glass windows to tremble. Were it a person? Only a virtuous soul could sing such high notes without inciting annoyance. Otherwise, one would surely receive a few reprimands. Although Harry played the Swanna well, singing those high notes proved challenging for a child still untouched by the voice-changing phase. Thus the Swanna was a fitting instrument. Typically, the high notes of a performance serve as an exhilarating introduction, and Harry's playing was indeed of a staggering caliber, easily rousing listeners to excitement. Consequently, the three-headed dog, which was supposed to fall asleep at the sound of music, found itself unable to resist the onslaught of such unconventional melodies. It became restless and lost its fighting spirit. This was not the dog's fault. While it was designed to slumber to music, it could not withstand such a raucous tune. Yet for the moment, Harry's fear of the creature had waned. As he played the Swanna, he lulled the three-headed dog into a stupor, eventually managing to unlock the chain around its neck and lead it away. They struggled momentarily at the trapdoor, requiring a firm tug to maneuver the dog's large, cumbersome frame through. Once both were on the ground, Harry climbed onto the dog's back, beginning to ride this colossal beast. The drowsy creature did not resist being ridden. Despite its three heads operating independently, Harry was able to communicate effectively with it, and thus it behaved quite cooperatively. The colossal canine barreled through the surroundings like a living projectile, utterly oblivious to the obstacles in its path. Despite encountering numerous impediments along the way, Harry, the resourceful traveler adept at carrying an array of items, had an assortment of belongings tucked within the folds of his robe, so many that even he could scarcely account for them. Thus, after he had flung aside 5 axes, 3 hammers, and a collection of hefty iron balls along with 2 prefabricated boards, he finally arrived at a location beset by flames both in front and behind him. This was not a trivial challenge to navigate. Approaching the sole table that stood in the vicinity, Harry noted 7 bottles placed upon it, accompanied by a note. The three-headed dog continued to meander in a dazed state, clearly still under the influence of the tune Harry had played on the Swanna. The effect lingered even after half an hour, leaving the creature in an exuberant frenzy. Unfazed by the flames encircling it, the dog would occasionally yelp in distress whenever singed, its cries resounding with an intolerable shrillness. Harry quickly identified the correct potion among the bottles and consumed it, allowing him to pass through the flames and enter the final chamber. He did not neglect the other bottles, which included 2 vials of nettle wine and 3 particularly vile poisons. Naturally, He could not resist stowing away 6 of these bottles in the capacious inner pocket of his robe, which was more than capable of bearing their weight. As he approached the expansive, vacant room, he was met with an empty space devoid of any furnishings. After surveying the area, Harry's attention was drawn to a painting affixed to the wall. The artwork depicted a charming house with a small garden, adorned with vibrant flowers, and a delightful red-haired girl peering shyly from behind a cluster of blooms. She was truly enchanting. Harry stepped closer to the portrait and waved at her. The little girl gasped in surprise and swiftly turned to retreat into the house. Yet Harry was eager to engage her in conversation. He called out to her, "Hello, Anna. It's Peeves, who knows many secrets within this castle. He has seen you," Harry explained, "and described your appearance in such detail that I could easily recognize you, Ariana." Ariana Dumbledore, the sister of Professor Dumbledore, had tragically passed away in her youth, a victim of a dark curse. Thus, this genuine little angel, with her beautiful red hair and charming demeanor, bore no annoying traits whatsoever. The only issue was her current existence within the confines of this room. "You must have a remarkable bond with Peeves," Ariana remarked with a smile, "for no one but blood relatives like Barrow can manage him." Harry chuckled in return. "I never anticipated this place would be so shrouded in mystery, only to discover that it houses your portrait, Anna. Does Professor Dumbledore fare well with all his comings and goings?" Ariana was momentarily at a loss for words. She shall never grow old. Yet her elder brother has surpassed a century. Hogwarts, the esteemed institution she once yearned to attend but could never grace, has now become her nearly eternal abode. Presently, someone inquires if the many staircases and lengthy corridors of Hogwarts would cause discomfort to her aging brother's legs. It truly moves her to tears. Such a question reflects profound humanity. Ariana offers an awkward yet courteous smile. You might wish to pose that question to him directly. By the way, having successfully navigated the challenges, do you desire something in particular? Or perhaps you wish to inquire about something? Harry promptly asks, "I wish to know if anyone has entered before me." Chapter 46. How Foolish I Am, Truly, by Xiangling's Wife. What is the happiest thing for you? Ariana posed these 3 queries. However, her memory remains remarkably intact, leading to a conundrum within the Muggle realm. If one were to preserve all the memories of a person and implant them into the mind of another devoid of memories, would that individual become the former? Harry had not extensively pondered this quandary. He was neither a philosopher nor a biologist, and thus the matter was fundamentally detached from him. He could not infer the essence of Ariana's memories, yet he understood that sincerity was paramount. Regardless, Ariana found the notion quite exhilarating. She softly inquired, "What does it mean to liberate all of humanity?" This was a question Harry could readily answer. In 1986, as a first grader, he attended elementary school in China. His articulate explanation was nothing short of dazzling. The somewhat dimly lit classroom at Hogwarts suddenly shimmered with a radiant glow, both gentle and piercing. Ariana remarked, "I do not quite grasp what you are saying, but it sounds remarkably sensible." "Indeed, it is." Harry spoke with utmost seriousness, elaborating for quite some time, ultimately conveying the diversity of humanity. As long as no harm befalls others, one's beliefs should not exclude those of differing faiths. Such exclusion is unreasonable, dogmatic, and hegemonic. Harry's eloquence left Ariana captivated, nearly bursting forth from the painting to applaud him. "You are absolutely right." She wholeheartedly endorsed Harry's perspective, wishing fervently that her brothers could also absorb these truths. This, she believed, was the ideal, the path we ought to pursue. What nonsense the Dark Lord and Death Eaters represent. What folly the pure-blood supremacy. These ideas ought to be consigned to the annals of history. Behold, it is indeed the youth who are more receptive to new ideas. Harry had expounded upon the liberation of all humanity for an extended duration. Yet at that moment, chaos reigned throughout Hogwarts. While it is true that young wizards are prohibited from venturing into the 4th-floor corridor, the proximity of this corridor to both Gryffindor and Ravenclaw houses meant that they could still hear the deafening sound of a swona, a traditional Chinese double-reed instrument, which seemed capable of exhausting their spirits for 3 days and nights. The sheer volume of the sound rendered even those students who had initially planned a nighttime escapade too apprehensive to move, leaving them to endure their anxious wait in the dormitory for news from outside. In contrast, the professors of Hogwarts, roused from their slumber, rushed to ascertain the source of the commotion emanating from the trap room. To their astonishment, not only had the room's challenges been violently overcome, but the 3-headed dog had also vanished without a trace. However, the most bewildering revelation awaited them upon their arrival in the Chamber of Flames and Potions. There, they discovered everything had been stripped away. No potions, no tables or chairs remained, save for the 3-headed dog, which sat there, looking utterly perplexed and disgruntled. It cannot be him. Professor McGonagall interrupted Dumbledore. The Dark Lord has not infiltrated yet. You are correct. Minerva. He should not have gained entry. We have scrutinized everything. And the pressing question now concerns who has intruded, Dumbledore replied. Just then, Harry Potter emerged with great effort, carrying the portrait of Ariana. Dumbledore was taken aback. Professor McGonagall, maintaining her composure, inquired, Harry, what are you attempting to accomplish? And do you not realize it is curfew? How could you? Harry shrugged. I am fully aware that I should not be wandering about, Professor, but I genuinely have urgent matters to attend to. It is imperative that I do this. He set down the portrait, a look of resignation on his face. I have a theory. As you are aware, Hagrid discovered that unicorns were being drained of their blood. I am deeply concerned, for Tina is my dear goddaughter, and I cannot bear the thought of her and her kin suffering. He continued, through Peeves, I learned that this place is not genuinely perilous. Rather, it is a realm of challenges designed to deter adventurers. Sighing, Harry remarked, according to the narrative, this is the moment when someone stumbles upon this location, overcomes the obstacles, and ultimately claims the treasure. Anyone who has played a game knows this is the typical trajectory of storyline. As the chosen one, it falls to me to navigate these trials, does it not? I must be foolish indeed. Dumbledore felt an urge to transform into a relentless nag at that moment. In the wizarding world, be it the most illustrious of white wizards or the most malevolent of dark sorcerers, they have consistently underestimated the imagination of muggles. Chapter 47. What I See is Fear. On this night, which had scarcely half its hours remaining, Harry regaled Dumbledore and the other professors with numerous enchanting tales from the Muggle world, including stories of a humble plumber rescuing a princess, a lowly warrior with minimal prowess embarking on a perilous journey to save her, and tales of being cast onto a treacherous island, fraught with challenges, only to escape and find themselves on yet another perilous isle. Narratives intertwined with elements of video games. In Harry's narrative, regardless of the identities of those rescuing the princess, whether they're elementary school students, middle schoolers, or even children from kindergarten, and irrespective of their intentions, be it to save the princess or to escape the island, they ultimately share a singular, paramount objective, to vanquish the Dark Lord. These individuals, destined to confront the Dark Lord, are collectively referred to as saviors. Thus, Harry Potter is acutely aware of his purpose, for he is indeed a savior. Behold, this epitomizes the fruits of education. In that moment, all the professors fell into silence. What a profound realization it is. What a painful coexistence. What a torment it is to discern the truth. Yet, the matter is not grave. Harry, brimming with joy, showcased the crimson stone he had received from Ariana. I must concede, this object possesses remarkable beauty, Professor, he remarked, polishing the stone against his garment to enhance its shimmer. Truth be told, what I perceive within it is fear. How could such a splendid, gem-like red stone evoke trepidation? Except for Dumbledore, no one seemed particularly concerned. Nevertheless, they all understood its significance. Harry nodded in agreement with Dumbledore's assertion. It is indeed time to destroy it. It serves little purpose remaining. Hey, this is the Philosopher's Stone. Professor Flitwick interjected, reminding Harry that its owner had lived for over 6 centuries thanks to it. Harry remained silent, but wore a knowing smile. You may keep it for now. Harry, can you safeguard it? Dumbledore inquired softly, his voice tinged with a hint of pleading. Harry's words elicited a sigh of relief from Dumbledore. No one comprehended the true nature of the Philosopher's Stone's creation, nor could they fathom why its master, Nicholas Flamel, would wish to destroy it. Yet, Dumbledore understood perfectly. He endorsed Flamel's choice. That was why he agreed to protect the stone while Flamel sought materials for its destruction. However, he had not anticipated the events would unfold in such an extraordinary manner. That night, none could find peace in slumber. The following day, it seemed only Harry, attending History of Magic, enjoyed a fleeting respite. The fearless and dauntless Harry nodded. Indeed, it was I who procured it, Minnie. You know, I seldom venture out at night, unless compelled, for I am aware of my identity as a savior. Being a savior requires overcoming trials, so I ventured into perilous territory and, upon succeeding, was rewarded. His large eyes blinked innocently, shimmering with clarity. Can you guess what I discovered during the challenge? Hermione, what? Harry rushed over to seize her. Hermione was promptly drawn along. In an instant, the corridor outside the History of Magic classroom became crowded and chaotic due to this unexpected commotion, with everyone jostling against one another. Ultimately, Lavender Brown, at the forefront, was thrust against the wall, immobilized. Lavender Brown, get away. You all move aside. What do you mean move aside? Everyone was piled on top of one another. with no one willing to step aside. Lavender Brown was on the verge of tears, her eyes red and glaring at Harry and Hermione pressing against her back. "I swear I'll kill you," she exclaimed. Harry replied, "Lavender, it's your lack of understanding of us that leads you to utter such threats. If you truly knew us." Hermione, wearing a look of regret, interjected, "Lavender, we really didn't mean to." Harry interrupted her, "Lavender, if you genuinely understood us, you wouldn't merely be shouting about wanting to kill us. You would actually intend to take action." Hermione turned pale. Harry burst into laughter. "Minnie, haven't you noticed? Since October began, Lavender has been rather off. At the end of September, a vampire had appeared, preying on unicorns. Now, in October, Lavender Brown not only insulted others by invoking the name of the Dark Lord, but her entire demeanor had shifted to one of peculiar volatility. Was no one questioning this?" Shaking his head, Harry seized the moment while everyone was still processing, pulling out a large roll of yellow parchment from his inner pocket, disregarding the others, and directly placed the marked parchment upon Lavender's head. "What on earth is this?" Hermione screamed. Harry quickly gestured for silence. "Quiet down, please. This is a set of runes meant to bind a soul. Lavender must be possessed by a spirit, and I intend to exorcise it." Chapter 48. Come Forth, Female Phantom. The act of exorcism itself was already absurd, but what was even more astonishing was that Hermione actually believed Harry's outlandish claims. Following his guidance, she summoned Ron, Neville, and Parvati Patil to assist Harry in exorcising Lavender Brown. To her surprise, not only Gryffindor students were involved. Harry also called upon Draco Malfoy and Blaise Zabini from Slytherin, along with classmates from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. At dusk, after dinner, everyone gathered in the small classroom near the dungeon. The handsome boy asleep nearby remained undisturbed. Harry assured everyone not to mind the sleeping figure, stating he would handle everything, and began to set up the classroom with the group. Unlike what the others presumed, Harry did not merely intend to exorcise a spirit from Lavender. He had a rather unique plan. The fact that Lavender could be bound by runes indicated she was indeed possessed, although the spirit might not manifest at any given moment. It was evident that something haunted her, albeit with insufficient power. Harry sought to draw out the spirit while it was still weak, bound by the runes. Lavender screamed and thrashed within the circle Harry had drawn, desperate to lash out at him, yet utterly unable to escape. He had never witnessed anyone behave in such a manner. At that moment, Lavender Brown certainly appeared abnormal. She screamed wildly, struggling as if engaged in a battle against invisible bonds. Even ignoring this, her eyes were a ghostly gray, her pupils reduced to mere pinpricks. Her hair was disheveled, and a strange, hissing roar emanated from her throat, instilling fear in all who beheld her. The young students watched in horror, initially drawn by Lavender's peculiar behavior. They had followed Harry's lead, believing he could provide her with healing, although they were aware that Madame Pomfrey could treat many ailments in the hospital wing. The allure of participating in the healing process far outweighed the thought of merely escorting a classmate there. Thus, a group of 11-year-olds, entranced by Harry Potter, found themselves in this classroom, placing Lavender within the magical circle he had drawn. At first, Lavender appeared untroubled, but it was not long before she began to act erratically. Even her cherubic face seemed unrecognizable. Harry stared intently at her, seemingly searching for answers in her expression. Instead of acting promptly, he circled around her. "I will kill you." Lavender's lips, now twisted, uttered such chilling words, her voice utterly transformed. It was a sinister tone, reminiscent of an adult woman's. The onlookers were struck dumb. This voice was certainly not one that could belong to young Lavender. She was merely an 11-year-old girl. Yet the words that escaped her sounded as if they belonged to a 200-year-old crone, akin to the wicked witches lurking in the depths of dark fairy tales. "Bloody hell!" Ron exclaimed, terror evident in his voice. What on earth was happening? He looked at Harry, bewildered. Yet Harry remained composed. He stepped forward and retrieved the long drum. Beginning to play, the initial beats were soft. Thud, thud, thud. It was then that Harry began his exorcism. As the drum beats resonated, the tune shifted, and a new energy enveloped Harry. "Oh, this sacred drum beats like thunder, summoning my 3 halls to arms, first calling the 28 constellations to muster their troops. The eastern direction must be counted first, where the wood element reigns, aligning with the rising sun." The rhythm intensified, shaking the very classroom with its thunderous resonance. Unfazed, Harry sang and danced, the drum echoing with relentless vigor. As his incantation grew more urgent and the tempo accelerated, Lavender's struggles intensified. She began to scream. However, in the moment her mouth opened to an unimaginable extent, Harry bellowed, "Queen along." In an instant, a massive wolf's silhouette materialized from Harry. Its majestic form fleetingly visible before transforming into a swirling mist that lunged toward Lavender. With a swift lunge and a turn, the ethereal mist transformed into a colossal wolf, which had already passed through Lavender, clutching a shadowy figure in its jaws. It was a woman clad in archaic court attire, though her features were obscured. An aura of profound gloom emanated from her, as if her very soul were steeped in darkness. The giant wolf held her tightly, rendering her powerless. Yet her fury was palpable. "Why do you treat me thus?" She bellowed at Harry. "You wretched little bastard. You deserve to perish. How dare you still draw breath?" Harry, typically unflappable, found himself unnerved by the apparition's madness, as it was beyond the realm of the conceivable. The specter's gaze bore into him. "Look at your black hair, so curly and reminiscent of wretched wool." Harry glared back, his eyes suddenly ablaze with intensity. The specter screeched, "Ah, just as vile, just as repulsive." She attempted to flee, but the giant wolf held her fast. "Since communication is futile, I cannot allow you to cause further distress. My classmates are not your vessels," he declared, producing a wooden bottle aimed at the specter. "Enter, spirit." In the blink of an eye, she was ensnared within the bottle. Then, Harry's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. The specter was, indeed, one of the most perilous creatures known to mankind, far more formidable than the Dark Lord himself. This thought replayed in Harry's mind as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 49. Ginseng Chicken Soup, a Nourishing Delight. The following morning, Harry awoke to the melodic chant of Zhao Cuixi. The situation was rather straightforward. Amidst this chaos, Professor Snape had finally been roused. The golden-haired Adonis had stirred. Though clad peculiarly and possessing a robust physique, he was undeniably an adult who appeared less lecherous, standing guard beside the savior, Harry Potter, with a look of profound emotion. Snape regarded the golden-haired figure, rendered momentarily speechless. He had never fathomed that a pure human could be so robust. Hagrid was indeed massive, but he was half-giant, as everyone knew. Yet the man before him bore a handsome visage that would typically align with the slender stature of the Malfoy lineage, while in reality, he was a veritable titan. Lying down, his stature was less apparent, but upon rising, each step he took resonated with an earth-shattering presence. Truly a sight that could be overwhelming. Thus, Snape rubbed his forehead and uttered his first words to the muscular man. "Release him." The man responded with a confident, "You shall not pass." Snape's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing dangerously. He had amassed a plethora of venomous words, and the unfortunate blonde brute before him had unwittingly stepped into his line of fire. "I presume, sir, that you, a strikingly handsome man with golden hair and blue eyes, are a rational being capable of comprehending human language. Thus, I must implore you to recognize that, as an adult, you ought not to embrace a stranger's child, especially one who lies unconscious and in dire need of medical attention. If I am not mistaken, your actions carry significant implications of child abduction, a criminal offense. Do you wish for me to cast a malevolent curse upon you, compelling you to face justice immediately?" As he spoke, he had already raised his wand. The blond man glanced at Snape's wand with a look of bewilderment. "What use is a stick? You ought to wield a sword and rush at me like this," he said, demonstrating with exaggerated arm movements. "Like this. You should come charging at me, slashing down. That would truly be—" "What was it you said?" His brow furrowed, confusion etched upon his face. "What does it mean to cast a curse? What are you talking about?" Snape's lips curled into a sinister smile. "What do you perceive this to be, sir?" He swiftly flicked his wrist. "Fine." In an instant, the blond man found himself immobilized. Snape approached and forcibly extricated Harry from the man's grasp, lifting him awkwardly yet determinedly. Upon returning to his office, Snape employed a variety of spells to assess Harry's condition. However, it became evident that Harry's state did not align with physical injuries. Thus, administering potions would be of little efficacy. As for ailments of the soul or mind, while Snape's potions could provide some relief, the complexities of the soul posed the greatest challenge. He could only alleviate the pain of the soul, not cure the underlying issues. And the same applied to mental disorders. Consequently, he procured 2 bottles of potions he had preserved for a decade and administered them to Harry before contacting the renowned soul master, the only widely recognized shaman in England, Zhao Cuixi. It must be said that Zhao Cuixi was indeed formidable. Upon receiving his message, she promptly appeared at the gates of Hogwarts, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Dumbledore even voiced a spiritual inquiry. "Ms. Cuixi, my dear friend, have you truly not changed your name after attending Hogwarts? You know, my memory may be failing me in my old age." Zhao Cuixi's mouth twitched slightly. "I assure you, I have never been to Hogwarts. Dumbledore's words had elicited a dialectical response from her. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, Zhao Cuixi arrived at Snape's office to find Harry resting upon the sofa, his small face a shade of purple, his disheveled hair resembling a charred chestnut. "Oh, this poor little creature," she lamented. Zhao Cuixi was far superior to Harry on the path of the shaman, for she was older and possessed an innate affinity for the spiritual realm. Unlike Harry, she did not require a plethora of auxiliary tools. Instead, she approached him directly, gently massaging the soft flesh of his palm before proceeding to pat his shoulder. "Sleep soundly, my dear," she began her chant. "The moon shines bright, the breeze is gentle, and the shadows of the trees dance upon the window." Her voice grew increasingly soft, and Harry's complexion improved noticeably. By around 10 o'clock that evening, Harry had slipped into a deep slumber, resembling an ordinary child in peaceful repose. As the midnight hour approached, she sang, "O my child," in the throes of nightmares. "I shall pat your shoulder," igniting the warmth of the fire, her melody drifting through the night. As dawn broke, Harry opened his eyes, marking the return to the initial scene. It must be noted that Zhao Cuixi possessed an effortless ability to conjure lyrics, as if they flowed naturally from her being. Were she to perform in a film akin to that of Lu Sanjia, she would undoubtedly shine alongside the leading lady. In the soothing embrace of his mother's song, Harry found relief from his fatigue. Upon awakening, he meandered over to the table, curious about what delicacies awaited him. To his surprise, there was indeed something delectable. "Mom, am I really to drink this first thing in the morning?" he lamented, holding up a large bowl. "Zhao Cuixi replied, It has been simmering all night. Were you not a minor, I would have you drink deer antler wine. This ginseng chicken is exceptionally nourishing," she explained. "I specifically went to dig it up before I left. There aren't many good chickens around here. I even ventured into the forest last night to catch it. It's quite restorative. While it may be nourishing, Harry couldn't help but notice that the chicken looked rather peculiar. Yet, Zhao Cuixi remained unfazed. Chapter 50 unfolded with Umbridge proudly raising her notebook. Regardless of the chicken's odd appearance, its flavor was delightful. At least Harry found it remarkably tasty. The meat was succulent. Unlike any ordinary chicken, and certainly not the turkey that was so popular in the area, Harry resolutely refused to eat turkey, even when it was served by the house elves. However, this chicken soup was indeed exceptional, far surpassing the stewed chicken he had savored back in his northeastern hometown. "When I saw that chicken, I knew it was a good stock," Zhao Cuixi declared with utmost seriousness, crunching on a piece of the tender breast. "Although it lacked feathers, I recognized it as merely a mutated chicken. I have heard that foreign chickens are treated with various substances, lacking feathers and possessing 3 pairs of wings and 4 legs. Though this chicken has but 1 pair of wings, it indeed has 4 legs." After having breakfast, Harry proceeded to attend his classes. However, under the fervent insistence of Zhao Cuixi, Dumbledore found himself appointed as the professor of music at Hogwarts. He also introduced 2 new courses, an introductory exploration of shamanism and a comparison between the ancient Druid teachings and shamanism. Naturally, music was not a compulsory subject. All that was required was an invitation letter and a contract issued from this end. Such occurrences are not uncommon in the magical realm, and Dumbledore swiftly arranged everything. As for the golden-haired, burly man who had embraced Harry with overwhelming emotion, he had been placed in Dumbledore's office by Snape and had not been seen since. Everyone, including Snape, presumed that Dumbledore had dealt with him. While the students did not harbor such grim thoughts about his fate, Snape doubted the man's continued existence, unless he possessed some remarkable utility. Otherwise, given the man's expression of poignant affection and melancholy towards Harry, it would indeed be peculiar if Dumbledore chose to retain him. If Dumbledore were truly the gentle and benevolent figure many believed him to be, the magical world would have long since fallen into disarray. Even with a limited understanding of Dumbledore's past, Snape could not reconcile the notion that someone capable of defeating Grindelwald in their duel could be particularly gentle or kind-hearted. Did Snape honestly believe that Dumbledore could defeat Gellert Grindelwald merely with his wand? He harbored doubts. In fact, it was not just Snape who doubted. Even Cornelius Fudge, who later found himself elevated to the position of Minister of Magic under Dumbledore's influence, shared these sentiments. Yet Fudge understood that this was his moment to step into the limelight. Fudge was exceedingly anxious. He feared that Dumbledore sought to usurp power, and he was even more terrified that Dumbledore's formidable reputation would render his own position utterly insignificant. Thus, Fudge devoted himself to creating obstacles for Dumbledore. Once, those self-proclaimed noble pureblood families had derided him as Dumbledore's puppet. Now, he felt more like a lackey to those same families. Minister Fudge was self-deprecating under certain circumstances. Yet the majority of his time, apart from work and rest, was consumed with thoughts of contesting Dumbledore for power rather than squabbling with the pureblood families. After all, the pureblood families provided him with benefits, while Dumbledore demanded them. For instance, at this moment, Dumbledore had declared his intention to augment the curriculum at Hogwarts and had requested funding for the salaries of the new professors. This was utterly infuriating. Cornelius Fudge was acutely aware that this funding would not come from him or the Ministry of Magic. It would be supplied by the pureblood families. The school board members were financing Hogwarts, and Dumbledore was indifferent to how burdensome this was for him. He simply expected Fudge, the seemingly powerless Minister of Magic, to procure the funds. This was indeed a stroke of bad luck. In a fit of anger, Fudge sent owls to the Hogwarts board members. This was not a task that should have fallen to him. It was the responsibility of the headmaster of Hogwarts. Were it not for the turmoil inflicted upon the pureblood families by the Dark Lord, and were it not for Dumbledore's victory in the Second Wizarding War, this matter would never have necessitated the Ministry's involvement as a mediator. Fudge was aware that the newly appointed professor of the added course was of Chinese descent. He had encountered that enigmatic Chinese woman during Black's hearing, where her peculiar demeanor and the opulence of her attire had captured his attention. Adorned with over 50 feathers, each from a distinct species of bird, and her furs, devoid of any hint of gloom, appeared as if they were bestowed upon her by the very creatures they originated from. Fudge found himself utterly fascinated, wishing to engage her in conversation, but alas, she was whisked away by Dumbledore. This was indeed an unfortunate turn of events. Though not entirely informed, it was common knowledge that shamans and druids shared a common ancestry. And the original practitioners of magic on British soil were the druids of old, who could wield magic without the aid of wands. A formidable group indeed. Among them, the most powerful were those druids who understood the language of dragons. Such accounts, albeit scant, were sufficient to stir one's curiosity. Fudge resolved to seek an audience with that shaman. At that moment, a knock echoed from the door. Upon granting permission, a plump woman, dressed charmingly in pink, entered. Her cheeks and lips were similarly rosy, and she donned a small, circular pink hat, creating an oddly vibrant appearance. "Umbridge, what brings you here?" Fudge inquired, his expression one of relief. A hint of a whimsical hue began to blossom on Umbridge's face. "Minister, dear Mr. Fudge, I have heard, well, yes, I have heard that Hogwarts has introduced a course related to druidic teachings. Might I?" Fudge rubbed his temples. "Dolores, I know you are an adherent of druidism, but the current curriculum may not align closely with your beliefs. The old teachings differ significantly from contemporary druidism. Wouldn't you agree?" Umbridge proudly lifted her notebook. "Of course, there must be differences, which is why I intend to thoroughly investigate how they diverge. Minister, I assure you I will not be outmatched by that Eastern woman's discourse. Should she falter in any aspect, we could seize the opportunity to challenge her, could we not?" "Oh, clever Dolores." Fudge immediately perked up. Indeed, this proposition had been jointly suggested by G and Harry. Chapter 51. Harry Plays the Daughter. While the legend of King Arthur is well known throughout England, the tales of the Muggle realm differ vastly from those of the magical world. As for Merlin himself, it is said that he was sealed within an oak tree by a sorceress who harbored unrequited love for him, thus rendering the oak a symbol of true magic. However, in the wizarding world, this narrative is far less rigid. Thus, the story commences from this juncture. Indeed, within the legends of the wizarding world, the young Merlin served as the tutor to King Arthur, unbeknownst to Arthur, who was blissfully unaware that his mentor was a sorcerer. Merlin played an indispensable role in Arthur's formative years. In any case, the tales of Merlin imparted to children are rather universal, allowing students to enact the story of Merlin quite effortlessly. The choice of who shall portray Merlin and who shall embody Arthur hinges upon the gravitas of the candidates. Thus, the students of Gryffindor decided upon their prefect, Percy Weasley, to play Merlin, while the role of Arthur would undoubtedly be entrusted to the indefatigable Oliver Wood, whose devotion to Quidditch left no room for dissent. To extricate Wood from his beloved sport and garb him in medieval attire required considerable ingenuity. There exists no terror quite like that of the East. Any that may compare is merely a cursory encounter with fear. And so, the thrilling events commenced. However, prior to the excitement, a warm-up of merriment ensued. Umbridge, clad in a pink woolen coat with a matching silk skirt and pink high heels, sat at the head table, observing the students' earnest performances. The Gryffindor students' rendition of Merlin's tale proved exceedingly successful, culminating in the scattering of acorns that fell with a delightful patter upon the Great Hall of Hogwarts, creating a scene both amusing and whimsical. The Hufflepuffs' performance was more straightforward. They orchestrated a symphony with pots and pans that resonated with a newly learned melody, captivating all who heard and compelling them to sway along. Following them were the Ravenclaws, often labeled as bookworms, yet they displayed the most extravagant creativity among the students thus far, led by some unknown inspiration. This band of young eagles adorned themselves as medieval witches. Midway through their procession, an alarming spectacle unfolded. They ignited in flames, embodying the tragic fate of the witches, with one armored woman wielding a sword, shouting, "Long live France." Yet she too succumbed to the flames. Ah, how tragic! The horror escalated as, upon their collapse, a group of male students clad in ecclesiastical garb approached with stern countenances. They gathered the jewels and coin purses from the fallen witches, their faces devoid of emotion, until they turned their backs to the audience, unleashing a cacophony of laughter that pierced the air. Truly a frightful sight. Each witch that passed was a familiar figure to many, with several not even witches by nature, yet branded as such, including the armored woman wrongfully deemed a witch. For these children, aged 11 to 17, such scenes were indeed terrifying. And then the terror intensified. The Slytherin students prepared a chilling display of Eastern horror. Draco's hair was enchanted to grow long and wild, cascading into a golden braid, while he donned a particularly classic long gown. He plays the role of a white-haired oracle. The oracle is seated in a palanquin carried by Gaul and Crab, and soon arrives at the doorstep of a destitute family. The parents of this impoverished household are berating their daughter. "If you cry again, I will beat you to death." The fifth-grade senior, Worthington, assuming the guise of a cruel matriarch, has deliberately consumed an aging potion to appear older, donning tattered clothing that renders her almost unrecognizable. The sixth-grade senior, Harper, portraying the father, feigns a simple demeanor, yet his words are chilling. "Daughter, your father has sold you." The role of the daughter is played by Harry. He too has ingested a potion to enhance his likeness to a young girl, and with his naturally slight frame, he remarkably resembles a girl. Coupled with his superb acting skills, he captivates the audience, kneeling on the ground, forlorn and desolate, tears streaming down his cheeks. "Mother, grandmother discarded my newborn sister in the mountains yesterday. Please do not abandon me. I will not eat, only drink water. I can work and take care of you. I beg you, do not forsake me." At this point, the audience is moved to tears. None can resist the poignant narrative. "My dear girl, our family lacks sons. To bear a son requires wealth," laments Harper's father. "We have sacrificed everything for children, and now you are the only one left who can be sold. Consider it a repayment of your parents' kindness, all right? Father, please do not sell me." Harry, embodying the daughter, weeps inconsolably. Just then, the Oracle Draco enters, her presence exuding a disdainful aura that provokes irritation. "In town, Mr. Riddle has offered a gold galleon for your daughter. Look at this scrawny girl. She is worth a gold galleon. Such a rare opportunity should not be missed. Discuss among yourselves whether to sell her, but do not weep before me. It's bad luck." What follows is a dramatic struggle, ultimately resulting in the sale of Harry's character. In the blink of an eye, the lights dim. The slight figure of Harry's character, clad in a vivid crimson wedding dress, is bound, facing a coffin containing a corpse. Behind the coffin stands a large wooden board inscribed with the name Mr. Riddle. Chapter 52. Gellert knows he is in the wrong. Riddle, a surname rarely encountered in the wizarding world. Harry's thoughts on this. Riddle, after all, is an Eastern name, deer, not riddle. However, when written in English, it becomes riddle, so one should not dwell too much on the details. Understanding the essence suffices. Among those compelled to grasp this essence is Professor Dumbledore, sipping peculiar Eastern beverages while chewing on a delicacy known as sugar triangles, savoring the terrifying drama performed by the Slytherins on stage. Now, the frail daughter of Harry, clad in a garment of deep crimson, her head adorned with a scarlet veil that revealed the pallor of her face and the blood-red hue of her lips, was bound and placed beside the corpse of young Riddle, exuding an aura of sheer terror, especially in the dim light. An array of sound effects began to weave through the air, the whisper of the wind, the rustling of branches, the hoots of owls, and the cawing of crows, all merging into a haunting backdrop, accompanied by murmurs of conversation. "Mr. Riddle, the auspicious hour has arrived. We must see the young mistress on her final journey." In tone of voice, "Let us proceed, for we shall personally escort her." The sound of footsteps approached, indicating a gathering of people, with hushed discussions surfacing, likely about burying the deceased master in the dead of night, along with his newlywed bride, both to be interred in the grave, ensuring that the master would have a woman to attend to him in the afterlife. The fact that the young bride was not yet 15 and not of marrying age was irrelevant. Her parents had sold her. Tension gripped the audience, their hearts aching for the unfortunate daughter of Harry. Yet, at that moment, she collapsed with a thud onto the ground. Upon entering, the conjurers rushed to inspect the poor girl, only to hear a piercing scream from one of the seers. How could she have died so prematurely? Who bound her so tightly? What were we to do? Chaos ensued. Nearby, Draco's voice rang out in alarm. What sort of business is this? How can we proceed with the burial? Quickly, summon someone to chant the rites. This woman, dressed in red and strangled, is destined to become a wraith. Thus, the daughter of Harry brought about the demise of all present. Ultimately, only her piercing laughter echoed amidst the lifeless bodies. But the tale did not end there. She suddenly appeared before Umbridge, her eyes fixed upon her, unblinking. In an instant, the rosy Umbridge, having just arrived at Hogwarts for less than 48 hours, turned ashen. Her eyes rolled back as she fainted. This marked the conclusion, a flawless performance of Eastern horror by the Slytherin students of Hogwarts. The typically ominous green associated with Slytherin held a sinister connotation in the eyes of Europeans. Yet these Hogwarts denizens had never contemplated that the ardent red could embody far more darkness. The various shades of red, vivid, resplendent, fervent, dazzling, also bore a twisted, shadowy essence. As night descended, saturated in crimson, there knelt a young bride, delicate and trembling, clad in her wedding attire before the altar. Watch her timid gaze darting around, seeking her groom's presence. Observe her small feet drawing close, fearful of stumbling at the threshold. After Umbridge fainted, the final wedding projection escalated the atmosphere of dread to its zenith. Dare I ask, are you afraid? Not only the students below the stage, but even Professor Dumbledore felt a chill run down his spine. He was merely a professor, not a deity. Dumbledore was engulfed by an unsettling chill. Previously, he had known Gellert as a rather amiable individual, yet it appeared that he had transformed, becoming almost mad, his conversations marked by an unstable demeanor. He would erupt in fits of rage, only to swiftly revert to a gentle disposition, leaving many with a rather unfavorable impression of him. However, irrespective of the circumstances, Gellert was aware of his transgressions. Dumbledore took a sip of the peculiar Chinese coffee, seeking to regain his composure. The notions of pumpkin lanterns and magical creatures were mere trivialities. In Chapter 53, chaos ensued as everyone screamed and fled. The concept of siblings had always been regarded as expendable. The following day, Harry emerged as the shining star of Hogwarts. His portrayal of the female ghost was both exquisitely beautiful and terrifying. His performance was so remarkable that it was captured by the Crystal Ball, replicated thousands of times, and began to be sold at high prices in Nocturne Alley. For a time, discussions revolved around the shamelessness of Riddle Sr. and Jr., the perilous folly of parents selling their daughter, and the plight of the female ghost, all creating a tumultuous atmosphere of anxiety. Strikingly, it was not a single individual who was most distressed, but rather Serpent. Nagini, her head enveloped in fear, found herself in a dire state. Although she was currently a snake, she once was a woman of the East. Was this some form of a horror test? Who was responsible for creating such a nightmare? Hiding in the shadows, Nagini struggled to maneuver her body. She needed to locate her Tom. It was imperative that she discern whether the gentleman or young Master Riddle was alluding to Tom, and she must seek him out for clarification. As for Tom's identity, Nagini hesitated to articulate it. How could she express that she was now a snake? Even if she did, would anyone comprehend her plight? Now let us welcome our star, the female ghost, Harry Potter. He approached with the swiftness of the wind, exuding an eerie and chilling aura. Behold, the ghost has arrived. Peeve's shrill scream pierced the air, drawing attention to the fact that he was more ghostly than any specter among them. Everyone, take a closer look. Peeves was incensed, for he believed he ought to have played the role of the female ghost, despite having served as her stand-in when Harry was unable to apparate. Yet, the accolades were solely bestowed upon Harry, leaving Peeves begrudgingly discontent. Harry was not one to seek the limelight for himself. He quickly seized Peeves and drew him closer, posing with a peace sign. Come on, Peeves, I know you're lurking nearby. Let us take a picture together. He raised his voice. I cannot have brought this little ghost to life without Peeves' assistance. In several instances, two little ghosts appeared, and, in those moments, it was Peeves who co-created the very same role with me. We must ensure that the contributions of our spirited friend do not go unrecognized. A freelance journalist aspiring to join the ranks of the Daily Prophet, yet still falling short, found herself in a state of utter bewilderment. She had infiltrated Hogwarts, only to be unexpectedly called out by name. Who had betrayed her? The very thought filled Rita with trepidation. Her initial intent was to meticulously document the tumultuous actions of Dolores Umbridge, the Minister of Magic's underling, during her brief tenure at Hogwarts. However, little did Rita know that Umbridge would be rendered ineffective in less than 48 hours, rendering her efforts utterly futile. Instead, she pondered the prospect of investigating the recently sensationalized performance of the Hogwarts Ghost, which had captivated audiences. Although she had witnessed the performance firsthand and was indeed awestruck, she regrettably had not recorded any details. Who could have anticipated such a frenzy surrounding it, especially with that performance recording crystal ball, which had become all the rage? Any household lacking one would be viewed as outdated. Thus, she resolved to shift her focus and delve into the intriguing backstory of the show, which surely surpassed the pointless endeavors concerning Umbridge. Harry, on the other hand, had no intention of apprehending Rita Skeeter at that moment. He had his own plans. "Have you captured the photograph, Skeeter?" he inquired, a smile gracing his lips as he watched a small beetle flit out the window before releasing Peeves. However, this moment of joy was fleeting, as Professor Snape soon seized Harry once more. Professor Snape loomed like a vast black bat, commanding the corridor as no one dared to approach him. His billowing robes trailed behind him like waves, leaving an indelible impression on the students, fearful of him. They often likened him to a vampire, a creature that could snatch children away at any moment, a living nightmare for all students. Yet now, no one feared him any longer. The notion of vampires and monstrous beings paled in comparison to the terror instilled by the little ghost girl. Why was she so frightening? Firstly, she was a child. Secondly, she was a little girl sold by her own parents. Thirdly, she had been so fragile in life that even a tight binding could end her existence. Fourthly, the notion of a girl who could kill everyone after death was not uncommon, but a figure like Snape was not. Thus, the little ghost girl was far more terrifying than anything else. More alarmingly, Harry lived amongst them, and he was the very boy portraying the little ghost, which was enough to strike fear into anyone's heart. Particularly when Snape dragged Harry by the collar through the corridors of Hogwarts, the scene was undeniably chilling. The once feared Dark Lord now held the trusted young boy, invoking cries of panic from the onlookers. Snape's expression remained icy and impassive, as if frozen in time. Before long, they arrived at the headmaster's office. "Ah, Severus, Harry, come quickly." Dumbledore beckoned with a benevolent smile. "We have extracted some information from the ghost trapped in the bottle, as well as from the blonde gentleman who seems to recognize her. Let's go and investigate further." Chapter 54. Well said, but who is Doe-E? Morgoth mused, feeling utterly foolish. She was aware that she was a female ghost, yet she remained oblivious to the existence of those capable of capturing spirits. As a ghost susceptible to being captured, Morgoth possessed a certain degree of self-awareness, yet she also understood that in this magical realm, there existed no spells for capturing ghosts. Similar types of magic were entirely absent. Having lingered in this world for over a millennium, she was acutely aware of the myriad transformations that had befallen the magical arts. Thus, she had been secretly devising her plans. She intended to find the body of a witch to resurrect herself. Even though the blood of unicorns bore a curse, it mattered little to Morgoth, a woman already cursed 1,000 times over. For heaven's sake, she had been rumored among muggles to be both the mistress and sister of Arthur, having borne Mordred. But that was far from the truth. Her relationship with Arthur, that golden-haired fool, was not one of siblings. Rather, her sister Morgana shared that bond with him. Although this may sound rather peculiar, it was the Middle Ages, a time when kings and lords freely indulged in their desires. Even within noble circles, one could scarcely speak of the king's sordid affairs. Therefore, Morgana was Arthur's sister, and Morgoth was Morgana's elder sister. But Morgoth and Arthur were not siblings. They were adversaries. A matter quite simple. Morgoth seethed with rage, trapped within a circle, wishing fervently to transform into a monster and devour everyone in sight. Yet she found herself powerless. She was merely a ghost, a spirit that had lingered for 15 centuries, filled with resentment, albeit not excessively. After all, she had no clear understanding of how to harness the resentment necessary for her potent tonic, considering her arch-nemeses were either deceased or vanished. Alone, she drifted through this world, thankful for her very existence. Otherwise, she would be unable to siphon the blood of unicorns. Would she? What a painful realization it was that there still existed those who could capture ghosts. "I shall slay you all," Morgoth screeched, thrashing within the circle. Harry observed her erratic movements and threatening cries, exclaiming, "Ah, should you escape this circle, you will surely be devoured." Once fearless of heaven, earth, or even Dumbledore, Morgoth suddenly froze, as if she had been encased in ice and subsequently shattered. She was indeed ensnared by this young wizard, and thus when he warned her of her potential demise, Morgoth could not dismiss it as mere deception. Could it be that she truly faced consumption? Morgoth could almost hear the crackling of her own neck as she turned to Harry and asked, "Will you consume me?" "Eat," Or not? Harry blinked innocently, his demeanor exuding utmost naivety. Then could you elucidate why you chose to possess lavender? After posing this question, Harry settled himself in a nearby spot, ready to listen to the unfolding tale. Given that Harry is the youngest among them and possesses a somewhat atypical social anxiety, he hesitated to sit down alone, instead pulling Professor Snape to join him. He casually grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds and placed them in a mysteriously appearing dish, offering it to Professor Snape, who appeared bewildered. He had no experience with such snacks. It was not that he was lacking in some way, but rather that they had never encountered this before. Observing Snape's confusion, Harry promptly demonstrated how to consume the seeds, even producing an ashtray to collect the shells. For some reason, the blonde gentleman exuded a desire to immerse himself in the magical world, yet harbored an inexplicable resistance to it. A curious contradiction. Nonetheless, it was of little consequence. After all, the blonde gentleman was a living person who could resort to a truth serum if necessary, while the female ghost was impervious to potions and could not extract thoughts. Thus, the three of them sat together, munching on seeds and sipping tea, their 6 eyes fixed intently on the ghost, eagerly awaiting her tale. The ghost, Morgause, began her narrative. Naturally, within her story, her sister, the princess, was portrayed as the kindest, most adorable, and utterly innocent witch, with all blame resting on Uther and Arthur. While Merlin was merely a pawn of muggles, Morgause concluded, ultimately, my misdeeds are not of my own volition. I'm even more wrong than Doe. My beauty brings me pity. It is all their fault. Dumbledore interjected. That is quite well articulated. But who is Doe? Morgause retorted. Do not concern yourself with who she is. Just tell me, am I wronged? Am I pitiable? My dream of creating a realm of magic has been shattered. All because of Arthur and Merlin. My sister and I were noble, she a princess. Yet Uther, that shameless old man, not only denied her identity, but sought her demise, poisoning her while feigning friendship with Merlin. It is all their fault. At this juncture, Harry whispered to the 2 adults beside him, she wishes to be revived. What should one do when a ghost yearns for resurrection? Therefore, Morgause continued, I believe I have garnered sympathy, recognition, and understanding. I intend to observe which becomes the fortunate one. I shall possess her, feeling the vitality of life through her. At a specific moment, I may resurrect through her. The implication was unmistakable. Just as they prepared to let Morgause experience the essence of education, Hagrid burst into the headmaster's office, following closely behind the blonde gentleman, exclaiming, I simply could not stop him. Professor Dumbledore. Chapter 55. Come back and speak to me, you fool the 5 nations. The burly blonde gentleman was on the verge of tears, his azure eyes glistening as if about to spill over with oceanic waves. Who could withstand this? Yet a sudden, jarring voice pierced through. Arthur Pendragon, you muscle-bound fool. The golden-haired handsome man lifted his head and beheld the ghostly figure of Morgause suspended in mid-air. Morgause. He recognized the specter. Although this moment felt like a distant past for Morgause, for Arthur, it was as if it had transpired merely yesterday. It seemed as though he had simply slumbered for a millennium. In his final moments, he had grasped a myriad of truths. Yet they held no significance now as he faced imminent death, destined to fade into dust. His heart ached for the countless people and memories he would leave behind. But the one he cherished most was his devoted servant, Merlin. It might evoke laughter, yet in the face of death, the human mind is often beyond the grasp of reason. Arthur thought to himself that he must remember Merlin, must recall every detail of him. If that persistent voice in his mind was not deceiving him, he would be reborn, and he yearned for the first face he would see upon awakening to be that of Merlin, hoping to open his eyes and find him there. However, fate had other plans. Not only did he not encounter Merlin, but upon opening his eyes, he was met with a boy who bore a resemblance to Merlin, only to be thrust back into unconsciousness. When he finally regained consciousness, he found himself in the presence of a brawny man, who was certainly not Merlin. He vowed that this man was not Merlin, and it mattered not. The towering figure seemed devoid of malice, yet he was clearly restraining him. As a king, how could he be bested by such trivial antics? Thus, he ascended to the highest point of the castle, typically the domain of its paramount authority, and there, in a surge of excitement, he once again spotted the small head that resembled Merlin's. To his astonishment, Morgause, the witch notorious for her malevolence, dared to appear before him. Though she had become semi-transparent, she remained Morgause. Yet, her memories of Arthur had faded. She could hardly recall his visage. Had it not been for Arthur's words, she would not have recognized him at all. Still, all present understood the gravity of the moment. Morgause, known to all wizards, was a name steeped in familiarity. even if Ron's father also bore the name Arthur. In truth, when one spoke of Arthur, it invariably referred to Arthur Pendragon, the king of Camelot. Both figures existed 15 centuries ago, yet now they stood in the same realm. One a ghost, the other a living man. Dumbledore furrowed his brow. In fact, he realized he was the eldest among them. Morgause had died at a relatively young age, during the zenith of magical prowess, and upon becoming a ghost. She could not interact with the living, thus truly living only a few years thereafter. As for Arthur, he had been slain by Mordred while still in his youth. Mordred. Dumbledore smacked his forehead, recalling that his school also had a Mordred. He wondered if it was the same one. In that instant, the worries he had harbored regarding the future of the magical world began to dissipate. What was there to be anxious about? The world has become quite dilapidated. Yet now the venerable Merlin has finally manifested, sending a mender to his side. What more is there to worry about? The elderly Dumbledore is positively beaming. Indeed, the food brought by Harry is truly fortuitous. He proclaims that these peculiar snacks are more effective than Felix Felicis. Whether these snacks genuinely surpass the potion in efficacy remains unverified. However, they have undeniably secured a position akin to confectionery in Dumbledore's esteem. It will take some time to ascertain that the golden-haired gentleman is indeed King Arthur, whereas the Spectre Morgause lacks such favorable prospects. After all, her desire for resurrection is her own affair. Yet employing a young witch for this purpose, while harming a unicorn to drink its blood, leads her to a fate that would likely invite a Dementor's kiss, resulting in her soul being siphoned away. In such circumstances, she has no escape. The judgment of spirits does not fall within the jurisdiction of the Wisengamot. No, you cannot extinguish her soul. The man resembling Arthur intervened loudly as discussions on how to eliminate Morgause ensued. He stood, radiating a brilliance akin to the legends, appearing as a luminescent entity even without armor. In the headmaster's office, all parties relevant to the matter were summoned for the trial of Morgause, including Lavender Brown and her companion Parvati Patil. Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, Harry, Zhao Cuixi, the Unicorn Tina, Arthur, Hagrid, Lavender Brown, and Parvati Patil, 9 individuals along with a unicorn, gathered around a circular table, indented at the center where the plate sealing Morgause was placed. Dumbledore clearly articulated Morgause's transgressions. A fervent debate ensued, as the group sought to obliterate Morgause entirely. However, the man resembling King Arthur rose to halt the proceedings. He reiterated, "We cannot destroy her. This matter is not simply about erasing her soul." Oh, listen to the benevolent king. Yet Arthur held his own reasoning. He stated, "Morgause is the sister Morgana, sharing the same mother but different fathers, and though we lack blood ties, we are undeniably connected. I do not wish for her demise, even if she covets my fame. I still hope for her soul to find peace." Unparalleled, Dumbledore felt compelled to applaud him. This exemplifies the extraordinary kindness of a true monarch. How I wish that old Grindelwald would take a lesson from this genuine king. For kingship is not merely a matter of golden locks. Chapter 56. No one mentioned the fleeting pink umbrage again. Ultimately, a viable solution for Morgause was devised, allowing Zhao Cuixi to transport her to China, where she would be placed in a shrine to receive offerings. Once she had absorbed sufficient incense and her grievances had dissipated, they would reconsider her fate. This process typically requires several years, and for Morgause, a millennium-old specter, it would likely take at least a decade or two. For over a decade, this seemingly deranged female spirit, akin to a mysterious figure, found herself devoid of allies. After all, no matter how much the enigmatic individual stirred up chaos, he ought to emerge and instigate some disturbance by now. In Harry's current predicament, even if he refrained from taking action himself, his adoptive mother would undoubtedly intervene. To be candid, Zhao Cuixi was indeed formidable. Without delving into other matters, the moment she stepped into the Forbidden Forest, even the densely populated Acromantula had to yield to her presence. Originally, Hagrid had garnered the friendship of the Acromantula due to raising Aragog, which ensured that they would not harm Hogwarts students. However, with Zhao Cuixi's arrival, the situation escalated. Within just a few days of her arrival at the school, the Acromantula seemed to fear her, retreating rapidly at her approach. Moreover, she possessed the ability to command them. A gathering of such numerous Acromantula could easily annihilate the Death Eaters, and with the addition of other dangerous creatures, it would effectively decimate the mysterious individual's cohort. Even if he could control serpents, what if Harry's adoptive mother could command birds? In this world, the natural order dictates that one creature often preys upon another. There are always animals that feast upon snakes, and that is not even considering the possibilities. Dumbledore glanced at Harry with a hint of concern. Following the trial, Harry resumed his studies at Hogwarts, attending classes methodically and seeking tutoring from Snape in the evenings, appearing utterly unperturbed by the bizarre occurrences he had experienced. As for the golden-haired Adonis, Arthur, who bore a striking resemblance to the legendary King Arthur, he seemed just an ordinary man. Although residing at Hogwarts, he spent most of his time alongside Hagrid at the forest's edge, seemingly still engrossed in his quest for the Merlin he spoke of, harboring suspicions that Harry might indeed be Merlin himself. After all, Arthur had mentioned that while he and Merlin were childhood companions, he had never encountered the young Merlin. Yet Harry possessed all of Merlin's physical traits: black hair, curly locks, and green eyes. Although he had noted that Merlin's eyes sometimes appeared blue, they would reflect green in sunlight. Dumbledore pondered that these notions were likely figments of Arthur's imagination, a common occurrence. Even wizards could succumb to delusions, and the likelihood was even greater for non-wizards. Thus, matters resolved themselves, and life continued quietly at Hogwarts without any further mention of the fleeting pink umbrage. As for Lavender Brown, she had always been an ordinary girl with a penchant for romance. But following this incident, she experienced an epiphany. The 11-year-old publicly declared her vow to sever all ties to matters of the heart and focus solely on her studies. Truly, Merlin be praised. Harry, moved by Lavender's revelation, applauded her vigorously, exclaiming, "Fantastic, Lavender! You are truly remarkable." Due to Harry's enthusiastic support, other students joined in the applause, appearing genuinely in agreement with Lavender Brown's decision. What delightful children they were! Oh, Severus, they truly are adorable, are they not? Dumbledore gently wiped away the non-existent tears of emotion from the corners of his eyes. His pair of azure eyes gazed through the vibrant expanse of the Hogwarts Great Hall, reflecting upon the distant shadows of the past. He quietly observed the raucous little giants below. The recent trial concerning the female ghost had truly astonished him, particularly given that the little giant was merely 11 years old. While one could overlook the peculiarities of young Potter, the revelations from Lavender Brown and Parvati Patil indeed led him to realize that he had previously underestimated these two Gryffindor girls. After all, although Lavender was a victim, her venomous words stemmed from her own heart. Logically, even an 11-year-old child ought to conceal their innermost thoughts, yet she boldly articulated them, confessing that her own notions had been amplified by the ghost's influence, rather than denying their existence. Was this something a rational person would voice? Astonishingly, Patil even encouraged her. Snape furrowed his brow. He was well aware of the typical Gryffindors, Old Potter, the foolish black, but likewise he recognized Lily among them. However, unlike Old Potter or the foolish black, who clung to their righteousness as justification for punishing evil, even if that meant targeting an ill-defined future malevolence, Lily would not behave thus. It appeared that Gryffindor girls were indeed different from their male counterparts. They possessed the courage to admit their mistakes. Snape was a man resistant to change, yet he was also among the most susceptible to transformation. He despised Gryffindor, yet he now acknowledged that genuine bravery resided within its ranks, even if it was not accompanied by great intellect. He wondered if anyone else had noticed this. Casting a glance at Dumbledore, he observed him surreptitiously indulging in the dessert before him and promptly shoved a plate of cake beneath Dumbledore's beard. "Hey!" Dumbledore quickly tucked his beard away and conjured a bow to adorn the length of it, ensuring that the cream would not mar his lovely whiskers while he savored the cake. Snape let out a heavy huff and turned away, unwilling to look at Dumbledore. How wonderful it was to be a student. A nostalgic sentiment washed over him. Dumbledore chuckled lightly, attempting to ease the awkwardness, though it seemed futile. Thus, time passed amidst their efforts to coexist peacefully. Harry soon fully integrated into Slytherin and stirred the dynamics within Gryffindor. The previously tense atmosphere between the two houses eased significantly. Even during classes, no conflict arose from their seemingly traditional disputes, which was indeed commendable. Not only were there gifts aplenty under his Christmas tree, but even Tina's little unicorn Christmas tree overflowed with presents. "Godfather, help me unwrap the gifts," Tina exclaimed, bouncing with excitement, her tiny horns beginning to glimmer. "Come, let's discover the treasures that this year holds." Harry precisely located a box, and upon opening it, a cloak flowed out like water. Chapter 57. Why go to Durmstrang? What is this? Tina nudged the cloak with her head, rubbing against it until her entire head disappeared within its folds, leaving only her neck and below visible. "Wow, I can't see anything." Tina's 4 little hooves flailed outside, her beautiful tail swishing back and forth. "Godfather, help Tina." No one could refuse the plea of a little unicorn. No one. Harry, being human, was no exception. He swiftly rushed over to rescue Tina. Tina, her legs splayed in a split, lifted her head in bewilderment. grateful to have regained the light. My goodness, that was terrifying. It was pitch black, not a glimmer of light to be found. Darker than night, darker than darkness itself. Harry chuckled. Of course, it is an invisibility cloak, and not just any cloak, but the cloak of death. When you wear it, you can evade death. Tina raised her little head, a look of confusion etched on her face. But isn't death the most equitable of all? Death is the beginning of life, eternally the most just. Indeed, dear little girl, death is the most equitable. No one can escape it. The fear people harbor towards it stems merely from the unknown. Harry's voice was gentle, a softness that seemed far beyond the capacity of an 11-year-old boy, radiating a warmth akin to paternal affection. Were anyone to witness this exchange, they might find Harry peculiar. However, Tina would not perceive it that way. Her innocence and purity were unfeigned. Yet, having received the invisibility cloak, Harry felt compelled to embark upon his nocturnal adventures. There is also a letter. Tina's delicate voice chimed once more as she picked up the letter and placed it into Harry's hands. Oh, it bears the scent of evening primrose. The paper is crafted from evening primrose. Though I am not a moon-stricken beast, the scent is quite delightful. Ahem, the ink contains dragon's blood. What a tasteful gift-giver. Harry unfolded the letter to reveal familiar cursive script. Dear Harry, this magical invisibility cloak belonged to your father, and I hope you will make good use of it. Your father entrusted it to me for safekeeping from the very beginning. I cannot elaborate too much, but please understand that possessing this cloak does not truly shield one from the footsteps of death. To provide excessive explanation may lead you to think I am making excuses. Conversely, a lack of explanation might cause you to dwell too much upon it. Thus, I shall offer you a simple and comprehensible explanation. Before the enigmatic figure sought to extinguish your life, I had already discovered two immensely powerful magical artifacts. I aspired to comprehend their intricacies, hoping to wield them to transform the mysterious figure and his followers. Alas, I fell short of my ambition, for while I remained engrossed in my studies, the enigmatic figure found you, tragically claiming the lives of your parents. Your father had once confided in me that, should he meet with misfortune, he wished for me to entrust this garment to you when you were ready to utilize it. Please, make good use of it. With love from those who cherish you. Tina instantly forgot her earlier desire for evening primrose and nestled joyfully in Harry's embrace, giggling with delight. The two little ones tidied up and prepared to dash to the great hall for breakfast. However, upon reaching the entrance to the cellar, they spotted Hagrid cheerfully dragging a large sack towards them. Hagrid, have you had breakfast yet? Harry called out eagerly. Not yet, Harry. Hagrid replied with a hearty laugh. I'll be having breakfast soon. What does Tina want today? I've got fresh carrots in my pocket. Little Tina shyly covered her face with her front hooves and timidly asked, Oh, can I have one? I've actually been craving some magical plants lately. Harry suddenly recalled Tina's mention of evening primrose and felt a twinge of shyness himself. Hagrid, do you have any evening primrose? Hagrid nodded enthusiastically. Of course. I know a spot where a whole patch of evening primrose grows. I'll bring some to you tonight, Harry. You can try shaping it into a ball for Tina to play with. It's both delicious and entertaining. Tina immediately perked up, bouncing with joy. Harry, in turn, used a levitating charm to float Hagrid's large sack to Snape's office. However, Snape had no intention of joining them for breakfast in the Great Hall, so they set off together, leaving Snape alone to deal with the contents of the sack. Hagrid, unconcerned about the sack's contents, believed that while Snape may not be omnipotent, he was certainly only slightly inferior to Dumbledore. Moreover, Snape's proficiency in potion-making rendered those materials quite significant for his beloved creatures, as the potions could heal most of their ailments. Thus, Hagrid harbored no ill feelings towards Snape. In fact, he had a slight fondness for him, viewing him as a person with a cold exterior but a warm heart. Though he would never voice such sentiments, considering that Snape had matured and was no longer the most unkempt individual at Hogwarts apart from himself. Consequently, Hagrid continued his customary practice of delivering bits of fur and nails shed by his creatures, along with some rather troublesome and unfriendly items, such as blasted screws, without informing anyone else, confident that Snape could manage. Just as they left, Snape had yet to address the myriad of potion ingredients in the sack when he noticed Dumbledore's head emerging from the fireplace. Hello, Severus. Dumbledore greeted amiably. Snape cast a glance at him, and Dumbledore, undeterred by Snape's demeanor, continued speaking. Severus, we must make a trip to Durmstrang. Indeed, why venture to Durmstrang? Severus Snape perceives little merit in this undertaking, particularly given that Durmstrang is notorious for its rampant dark magic. Moreover, the headmaster of Durmstrang was once a Death Eater, and he harbors a personal vendetta against Snape. Chapter 58. The ailing individual is Ravenclaw's Cho Chang. Igor Karkaroff, the current headmaster of Durmstrang, was notably one of the more deranged Death Eaters, yet he swiftly turned against the Dark Lord following his disappearance. While others may regard his defection as indicative of a moral character, Snape is acutely aware that this man is far from virtuous. Therefore, he is most reluctant to accompany Dumbledore to Durmstrang. Frowning, Snape cast a disapproving glance at Dumbledore's head and inquired, "Do you wish for me to accompany you to Durmstrang to explore the locale, or is it that you seek to journey to Nurmengard, thereby requiring me to fulfill your obligations at Durmstrang?" Dumbledore's expression momentarily faltered, only to be replaced by a hint of cunning, as he replied, "Oh, Severus, you know me well. I'm not one to act selflessly. While I do possess my own interests, I assure you, I would never harm others for personal gain. Thus, I genuinely need to visit Durmstrang and indeed require a trip to Nurmengard as well. Will you join me? I truly need your assistance. Sincerity, indeed, is a formidable weapon." Initially disinclined to acquiesce, Snape ultimately nodded in agreement. "Let us discuss the potions you must prepare." Dumbledore began to enumerate the potion-related products they would require for their journey, assuring Snape that he would not permit the filthy werewolf recently discharged from St. Mungo's, nor the foolish dog, to visit Harry at Hogwarts. "Very well," Snape nodded. "I shall have these items ready before our departure, and you must remember your promise." 3 days later, the two departed from Hogwarts, en route to Durmstrang. Meanwhile, the children still at Hogwarts continued their studies as usual, unconcerned with speculations regarding the headmaster's and potions professor's absence. The headmaster's departure may have deprived them of some amusement, but the potions professor's absence was indeed a welcome change. Who could possibly fear Professor Snape? Thus, the little creatures of the school carried on with their lives, enveloped in peace and a modicum of joy, attending classes and completely forgetting the terror that accompanied the billowing black robes that occupied the corridors. Harry himself was not afraid of Professor Snape, yet Neville was utterly terrified. Harry had made numerous attempts to reassure Neville, though with little success. "Harry, you must believe me. You are the only one who finds Professor Snape unthreatening," Hermione remarked, cradling a book, a wry smile adorning her face. "But it matters not. You know you are quite different. After all, you fear nothing, not even ghosts. Why would you fear Snape?" Harry was amused by Hermione's words, erupting into laughter, and soon the others joined in merriment. Hermione's assertion holds some merit. Indeed, Severus Snape possesses a certain vampire quality, yet he is not a vampire, a fact that Harry can confidently attest to. However, it is evident that even without Harry's endorsement, Hermione does not perceive Snape as a monstrous being. For Hogwarts is a school populated entirely by underage wizards. The presence of a creature would create quite the predicament for the students. Consequently, the discussion surrounding Professor Snape reached an impasse, as no one wished to delve further into the matter. While the reluctance to discuss the topic is understandable, the absence of a potions master at the school does present some inconveniences, particularly when a student is gravely ill. The ailing student in question is Padma, Patil of Ravenclaw, a beloved flower of the house. No one can resist the allure of this enchanting Eastern girl, whose features are soft and gentle, reminiscent of a crystal-clear spring. Her eyes are as dark as ink, and while her complexion may not be alabaster, it is undeniably pristine. Her black hair cascades over her shoulders, and although she is merely 12 years old, her innate grace has already earned her the recognition of being a beauty at Hogwarts. Of course, due to the distinctive appearance of Asian individuals, she embodies youthful charm rather than the allure of a matured woman. In contrast, her peer, the taller and more mature Cho Chang, should appear older, yet the two girls seem to share an almost indistinguishable age. This peculiarity has led to speculation among the older students at Hogwarts, who wonder if Padma, too, will retain her youthful appearance into adulthood, as if she possesses an inherent charm of eternal youth. It is no surprise, then, that boys have begun to take notice of Padma. They may hesitate to gaze upon Harry's adoptive mother, but surely they can dare to admire a 12-year-old girl. One such boy, Snodgrass, a fifth-year student who has yet to pass his OWLs and obtain his ordinary wizarding level certification, is already contemplating his future beyond the confines of the school. Naturally, he must also consider the prospect of marriage post-graduation. Despite Padma's tender age, he reasons that he can wait until she reaches her 5th year and earns her certification to propose. With a small family shop to sustain them, they can manage quite comfortably, and should they have children, all the better, even if they do not achieve great success. 3 years is ample time for him to save a modest sum. The Snodgrass family has a history of producing several Death Eaters, and he understands that finding a pure-blood wizarding family may prove challenging. However, Padma's family immigrated 8 years prior, and he believes he can charm her, a naive young girl, especially given her seemingly ageless quality. Thus, he resolves to administer a love potion to win her affection. What Snodgrass did not anticipate, however, was that after administering the potion, Padma would fall into a state of unconsciousness. She resembled someone petrified, utterly unresponsive. Her eyes remained open, yet devoid of focus. If one were to close her eyes, she would appear akin to Sleeping Beauty. How could this transpire? Professor Flitwick is deeply concerned. He held a profound affection for his students, particularly for a young girl named Xiaozhang. Her gentleness and tranquility were rare in the entire school, and indeed, in Professor Flitwick's tenure as the head of Ravenclaw, she was an exceptional presence. He worried for her, akin to a parent's concern for their child. Professor McGonagall was equally distressed. I have contacted Slughorn. He should be able to ascertain the nature of Chio's predicament. Chapter 59. The state of one soul departing is perceived as a potential salvation in Eastern philosophies. Retired Professor Slughorn arrived to examine Xiaozhang's condition alongside Madame Pomfrey, and they both fell into a heavy silence. It was not that they lacked the desire to help, but rather that Chio's situation was peculiarly troubling. Madame Pomfrey, of course, possessed numerous spells for examining patients and had applied them to Xiaozhang. Yet the disheartening conclusion was that her soul had indeed vacated her body. Her state of unconsciousness was not the result of a potion mishap, but rather a consequence of her spirit's departure. This was a source of deep concern and urgency. A person cannot survive devoid of a soul. Such a notion is utterly illogical. Professor Slughorn, who had come specifically to see Harry Potter, was a gentle and loquacious gentleman. His portly figure and the plump, unwrinkled visage made him appear amiable and forgiving. Thus, when he spoke, his words flowed as smoothly and softly as his demeanor. "Ah, this is Harry. What a fine young man indeed." He chuckled as he settled beside Harry, offering him a cup of pumpkin juice. "Youngsters ought to indulge in food, at my age. One lacks the appetite to truly relish good cuisine. What a pity, Harry." Harry smiled as he accepted the pumpkin juice. "Sir, you are quite right, but in my homeland, there's an old saying, food is the essence of life. Another adage states, the emperor prioritizes meals, and yet another asserts, in life, sustenance is paramount. Therefore, even if one lacks appetite, one should cultivate an interest in food. Even if the fare is not bountiful, we can always discover intriguing dishes. Look, Hogwarts has recently expanded its culinary offerings. You might find something novel to try. Freshness is the ultimate allure." Encouraged by Harry's recommendations, Slughorn sampled a few dishes, and these simple bites seemed to awaken his palate, prompting him to open up in conversation. It is worth mentioning that Slughorn held a considerable fascination for Harry Potter. Yet his interest lay more in Harry's identity than in Harry himself. His greatest delight was in gathering his most accomplished students, not in a literal sense, but rather in a psychological one. If Harry were to assess this inclination, he might label it as a form of collecting, akin to philately. However, they had yet to develop the familiarity necessary to broach such a topic. Slughorn had many students, including some who were fierce adversaries, yet that mattered little to him. They were all his students, many of whom were impressively talented, even the Dark Lord himself. However, Slughorn would certainly refrain from discussing such matters with the savior of the wizarding world. Initially, he had even entertained the notion that the Dark Lord might be the very savior of wizards. Who knows what the world has in store for us? Although there lingers a tinge of regret in my heart, an exhilarated Slughorn began conversing with Harry about the condition of Autumn Zhang. Her soul has vanished. Harry was taken aback by this assertion. How could that be possible? Her soul had never been harmed and should not be missing. Moreover, if that were the case, wouldn't her parents come to address the issue? Despite the deep regret of being unable to assist, Slughorn affirmed Harry's claim. "Yes, we were informed this morning. The Zhang couple is likely to arrive before noon." Furrowing his brow in thought for a moment, Harry rose to his feet. "May I go see Autumn Zhang?" "Oh dear." Professor Sprout, visibly anxious, rushed over to assist Harry, assessing his condition, which was evidently more than just a reaction to the Mandrake's screams. She called out, "Get 2 people to escort him to the hospital wing. Quickly." Having received Harry's implicit cue long ago, Draco and his companions sprang into action. Draco supported Harry on his left, Ron on his right, while Hermione cast a levitation charm and Neville gathered their belongings. Thus, a throng of children hurriedly made their way out. Professor Sprout, her brow furrowed in concern, watched them depart with a puzzled expression. With a sigh, she remarked, "Yes, Mr. Zabini, it seems that some peculiar happenings are afoot." Meanwhile, while classes continued, Harry and his friends rushed to the hospital wing. Indeed, within the wing, a bed was partitioned by a screen, and 2 individuals of Eastern descent could be seen at the entrance. By this time, Harry had summoned Zhao Cuixi, and upon seeing the new colleague, Madame Pomfrey was less irritable, instead welcoming them to the other side. "Keep your voices down," Madame Pomfrey said, handing Harry a vial of calming potion. "If you pull any more pranks, I will inform your headmaster." Harry chuckled, quickly consuming the potion to stifle his hiccups. "Madam, I learned about Zhang's condition from Professor Slughorn. May I see my mother?" Madame Pomfrey paused, glancing at Zhao Cuixi. Suddenly, she exclaimed, "I can't believe I almost forgot about this." Grasping Zhao Cuixi, she headed toward Autumn's bed. "Of course, you are the expert in soul studies." As Madame Pomfrey led Zhao Cuixi toward the bed, Mr. and Mrs. Zhang appeared to be seeking her, having just stepped away from Autumn's bedside, and they crossed paths. "Madam," Mr. Zhang quickly interjected, "we wish to try and save Autumn." Madame Pomfrey timely replied. "Mr. Zhang, Mrs. Zhang, I happen to have a soul master here," Harry quickly added. "Uncle Zhang, Aunt Zhang, my mother can call her soul back. Would you like to give it a try?" "Ah, we are all Chinese. Who would know how to call soul back?" Madame Zhang was particularly agitated. "Yes, I understand. I know that I am needed. But how exactly should we proceed?" She paused. "I was planning to consult my grandmother immediately. How fortunate it is that I didn't." Gratefully, she turned to Zhao Cuixi and implored, "Please, you must assist us, save my daughter." The concept of a soul departing from the body is viewed in the East as a matter of salvation. Instantly invigorated, Lady Pomfrey was eager to witness the procedure firsthand. Chapter 60. Harry immediately grasped the situation concerning Qiuzhang. The act of calling a soul back is an innate skill that awakens in any Chinese woman past the age of 45, provided she has not left China. Even if she has not borne children, this ability will manifest, assisting other mothers in the performance of this rite. Madame Zhang was a second-generation immigrant. Her grandmother possessed this skill, while both her mother and she had merely heard of it without ever acquiring it. Mr. Zhang, similarly, had assimilated into Western culture even earlier and was thus less familiar with it. However, the legendary act of soul calling is passed down through generations, and no Chinese child can escape this folklore, unless born to parents who are no longer living and not raised in China, in which case they might evade this curse. Thus, although the Zhang couple had not learned this skill, they firmly believed in the authenticity of the soul-calling ability. With someone now claiming to possess it, how could they not be overjoyed? Lady Pomfrey could ensure that Qiuzhang maintained her physical vitality during her unconscious state, while matters concerning her soul would be directed by Zhao Cuixi. Ideally, if they knew where Qiuzhang had lost her soul, they could call it back from that very place. However, they were currently unaware of the reasons behind her soul's departure or its whereabouts, necessitating some auxiliary methods. Zhao Cuixi instructed, "Madame Zhang, take an old garment of her daughteress that she frequently wore, preferably unwashed. Sit beside her and call her by the name you usually use, your affectionate terms, your most intimate address. Begin this immediately after dinner and do not cease." Madame Zhang nodded, understanding the importance of conserving her strength. Mr. Zhang promptly inquired, "And what about me? What should I do?" Zhao Cuixi replied, "Your wife is exerting herself for your daughter, Mr. Zhang. It is imperative that you tend her needs. If she is thirsty, provide her with water. If she is weary, offer her restorative potions. Can you manage this?" Lady Pomfrey readily affirmed his capability, quickly summoning a house elf to prepare the necessary items for him. Meanwhile, his wife needed to retrieve Qiuzhang's old clothing and ensure she was well fed to maintain her strength for the soul calling. As for Harry and his adoptive mother, they also ventured out to make preparations. It was just past 5 after dinner. Both mother and son donned their wizarding attire. Although it was a modest affair, they intended to approach it with a semblance of formality, as they believed it could turn into a lucrative endeavor within the magical world in Britain, and they were keen not to miss out. Thus, the 2 individuals were adorned with a string of elongated, staff-like artifacts that resonated like bells. While in their hands, they held the wong drum. Their distinctive hats added an exquisite charm to their appearance. After ensuring that every participant was adequately instructed, Zhao Cuixi finally exited the castle, parting ways with Harry at the entrance as he ventured inward. Like her, Harry commenced his exploration of the castle from the grand entrance of Hogwarts, surveying each corner with keen observation. Typically, a soul would be lost due to some unsettling event, often resulting from a child's fright, leading to a partial loss of their essence. However, the current situation concerning Qiuzhang was markedly different. Thus, it was imperative for the mother and son duo to be vigilant and attentive, meticulously seeking the whereabouts of the wandering spirit. After a thorough search, Harry ultimately discovered the weeping Qiuzhang and the sorrowful spirit being comforted by moaning Myrtle ensconced within a stall of the abandoned girls' lavatory on the second floor. Presently, Qiu Zhang existed merely as a living spirit, not yet a ghost, her aura radiating warmth rather than an eerie chill. Yet, she was utterly despondent, nestled in Myrtle's embrace. Both girls weeping in a pitiful manner. Myrtle, indifferent to her own tears, had filled the restroom with her sobs, her weeping releasing water from the lavatory itself, which Harry disregarded, for the restroom had been out of service for decades. The water was merely ordinary, and, as long as he could mentally reconcile with the situation, he paid it no mind. However, the spirit of Qiu Zhang could not endure this. Clutching a bundle of soul energy tightly, he urged her, "Hurry to the hospital wing. Your mother has arrived." Startled, Qiu exclaimed, "What? She is here?" Overwhelmed with emotion and on the verge of tears, she found herself silenced as Harry playfully tapped her face with the drum, preventing her from crying. After a moment of contemplation, she confessed, "I don't understand why I feel compelled to pursue a romantic relationship. I never intended to, yet after drinking the butterbeer that Carlo brought me, I inexplicably wanted to be with him. But truly, I don't wish to be in a relationship." Her voice rose in frustration. "I don't like Carlo. I don't want to date him, but at that moment, I felt an undeniable urge to be with him. I can't bear it." Oh, so it seemed her own feelings were too overpowering to dismiss. Indeed, early romances were frowned upon, a truth known to every Chinese child. In an instant, Harry comprehended Qiu Zhang's turmoil. Chapter 61, The Assurance of Safety. Convincing Zhang Qiu to seek out her mother proved to be a formidable task, yet Harry succeeded. As the thought of using a love potion, a remarkable elixir, crossed his mind, lending theoretical support to his persuasion. This entire exchange remained unseen by others, but to Harry, it was vividly clear. Upon entering the hospital wing, Qiu was irresistibly drawn towards her mother-esque call, taking deliberate steps towards her. Soon, the power of the old garment enveloping her became evident as it wrapped around her, compressing her spirit and guiding it back into her body. "Mrs. Zhang hurriedly rushed over to embrace Qiu Zhang. Harry's voice was soft and gentle, seemingly enchanting Mrs. Zhang to the extent that she complied with his every word. In no time, she cradled Qiu Zhang and laid him on a bed in the infirmary, one hand pressing down on his garment as the other gently patted his forehead. Soon, Qiu's spirit quieted. Mrs. Zhang's movements became increasingly natural, although not by blood. The mother and son had discovered a certain rapport, aided by Harry's magical prowess. Since childhood, he had been clever, often causing a stir akin to the magical surges Dumbledore had mentioned. This stood in stark contrast to Zhao Cuixi, who struggled to cast spells without outside assistance. Otherwise, she wouldn't have clung to him so tightly after encountering him during her nightly escapades. Thus, within 20 minutes, Harry had unilaterally found his adoptive mother, though it was evident that she was in a rather abnormal state. After all, no one should feel at ease intruding upon the domain of the Acromantula, and Zhao Cuixi was no exception. Under normal circumstances, the Acromantula would flee upon sighting her. Yet now she was within their territory. Consequently, Zhao Cuixi wore a dreamlike expression, rummaging through her large bag as the Acromantula could only watch in astonishment. It must be said that magic is indeed incredibly useful. The magically expanded bag was an indispensable item for home and travel. Zhao Cuixi had accomplished what others had never conceived. She had Dumbledore cast the space expansion spell on every pocket of her clothing, subsequently stuffing the enlarged bag into her own pockets, allowing her to take what she pleased without hesitation. And indeed, it worked as intended. The Acromantula's eyes turned red with aggression. Yet, they sensed a peculiar aura emanating from this eccentric woman, rendering them hesitant to approach, resulting in a stalemate. Harry awkwardly approached Zhao Cuixi and inquired, "My dear mother, may I ask what you are doing?" "Oh, perhaps it is unnecessary." Harry inhaled deeply. "Crabs are crabs, and spiders are spiders. Surely our family does not enjoy eating spiders?" Zhao Cuixi disagreed. "That is only because there are no spiders of such size. If one were aware that spiders could grow larger than crabs and possess more meat, I assure you, everyone would choose to eat spiders instead." Her gaze towards the Acromantula brimmed with avarice. "Crabs are scarce and expensive, but with so many spiders here, if this were to develop into an industry, I tell you, dear son, we would strike it rich." "Rich? What riches?" The Acromantula was indeed formidable, temperamental, and fond of inflicting harm upon humans, relentlessly pursuing them. However, this was predicated on their predatory nature. In this world, there exists a fear stemming from being lower in the food chain. A creature, regardless of its bravado, will tremble in the presence of its nemesis when it lacks the means to defend itself. Such fear emanates from the very depths of its soul. The acromantula was no exception to this principle. Thus, the once menacing acromantula finally learned the meaning of fear. Because Zhao Cuixi truly indulges in spider legs. She just roasted a large spider and devoured its legs, the meat exquisitely tender and sizzling with each bite. If she were the sole consumer of spiders, they would not fear her. However, she claimed that her entire family partakes in this peculiar feast. Upon witnessing her family, which has grown to nearly 1,000 spiders, Aragog was overwhelmed and bellowed, "Run! Flee!" All the giant eight-eyed spiders began to scurry in a frenzy. They dashed away on their elongated legs, resembling creatures with 8 wheels, almost flying. In mere seconds, the 8-eyed spiders vanished, leaving behind only those still struggling in the sack. "It matters not," Zhao Cuixi shrugged. These creatures were far too close to the school. It would be better for them to retreat farther away, as the sheer number of spiders could trigger the children's fear of clusters. After tending to this area, Zhao Cuixi concluded that the territory of the 8-eyed spiders was suitable for cultivation. The school's meals were rather monotonous, and planting some vegetables would be beneficial. Fish and meat cause phlegm, while radishes and cabbages ensure safety. Resolute in her decision, she followed Harry back to the school. Little did they know, Zhao Cuixi's remarkable inspiration had stirred quite a commotion in the forbidden forest outside Hogwarts, a situation that would indeed escalate. However, at that moment, no one cared. After all, the 8-eyed spiders outside the school had migrated that night, and Slughorn had even managed to acquire some of their venom, leaving everyone quite satisfied. The only one feeling discontented was Arthur, as Hagrid's friend was departing, and Hagrid had to bid farewell to his old companion. Meanwhile, Arthur, disturbed late at night, could only accompany Hagrid with a dejected expression into the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Chapter 62. How could they possibly attract a silent presence? Deep within the Forbidden Forest, it was dark and tranquil, seemingly devoid of moonlight penetrating the dense canopy of shadows. Hagrid felt no discomfort in this absence of light. His lantern illuminated the path ahead. His massive frame moved effortlessly through the woods, his strides imbued with an inexplicable lightness. Unlike Arthur, the golden-haired lad who bore a resemblance to King Arthur, and who was not quite so agile due to his unfamiliarity with the terrain. After all, Hagrid had lived here for decades. His age was considerable, which explained why he referred to everyone as Little One and still regarded Snape as a youth. Thus, his familiarity with this place was akin to knowing one's own home. Consequently, he quickly located Aragog and commenced his farewell with this old friend. As these two brothers, of different bloodlines and species, exchanged their poignant goodbyes, Arthur found himself utterly bored. Just like that young servant from years past, he wished for something delicious to satisfy his hunger, ideally a roasted chicken every day. Yet, he had never encountered a single one. Although Hogwarts provided roast chickens, Arthur was reluctant to dine in the Grand Hall. He preferred to nestle in Hagrid's cozy hut for his meals. If one were to ponder the reasons behind his reluctance to visit the Grand Auditorium, it might stem from an overwhelming sense of disillusionment. Let us attribute it to that psychological disparity, shall we? Arthur resolutely refused to admit that his aversion was due to the fact that seated among the faculty was an individual who bore an uncanny resemblance to a former adversary of his. Sharing the same name, Mordred. Mordred, the very one who had pierced him through with a sword. How could this be? How dare he bear such a name and possess such a visage? Arthur resolved to spare Mordred the embarrassment of their encounter, primarily because he feared he might succumb to the temptation of wielding a curry stick and ending Mordred's existence right then and there. This was the crux of his trepidation. With a sigh, he continued to await Hagrid's farewell gathering. It truly surprised him how profoundly Hagrid's emotions ran. So much so that he could bid farewell to a colossal magical spider for an extended period. Arthur took a few steps away, preparing to survey his surroundings. However, not far from his position, he was confronted by a sinister cloud of black smoke. To his astonishment, the panic that surged within him upon sighting that smoke was palpably real. He had never experienced such visceral fear, not even during his time in Camelot. It felt akin to standing before the most terrifying of horrors. Yet this was illogical. As he raised his sword, the Sword of Kings, in readiness to confront the ominous mist, he felt compelled to summon Hagrid, who had lived in the magical realm, to identify this foreboding presence. "Hagrid, come quickly," Arthur urged, striving to maintain composure, though his tone betrayed his urgency. "There's something sinister here." Hagrid rushed over, accompanied by Aragog. However, the moment he beheld the scene before him, he felt a chill run down his spine, his hair standing on end. "Hurry, Aragog. Take your kin and flee. Warn others to leave this vicinity." Hagrid reacted swiftly, pushing Aragog aside while drawing forth his pink umbrella turning to Arthur with a furious exclamation. "Where did you acquire this thing?" Arthur felt aggrieved. He was still in the dark about the situation. Fortunately, Hagrid quickly grasped the gravity of the moment and offered an apologetic smile. "Forgive me, Arthur. I forgot you're a muggle. Quickly, alert Professor McGonagall at Hogwarts and ensure the young wizards remain indoors. Also, summon Professor Lupin and Harry. Hurry, I'll keep watch here." Unclear about the circumstances, Arthur felt compelled to dig deeper. He swiftly handed his Sword of Kings to Hagrid, instructing, "This is the true Sword of Dragonfire. Please safeguard it for me. I may need it shortly." With that, he turned and dashed away, his voice echoing from a distance. "But my sword can carry you far. Do not lose her." At that moment, Hagrid had no inclination for banter. Given the gravity of the situation, he was too anxious to even comprehend the jest in Arthur's final statement, as the entity before him was truly terrifying. "What truly instills such fear in you, Hagrid? Your terror has become palpable. Pray, tell me what it is that frightens you so, for I am determined to assist you in vanquishing it." Even when pushed by Hagrid, Aragog harbored no anger toward his old friend. Thus, he chose to remain, urging his offspring to relocate swiftly while he stayed by Hagrid's side. Hagrid did not wish for his dear companion to meet an untimely demise in the Forbidden Forest. He pressed Aragog firmly, reminding him, "Do not forget the troubles your reluctance to leave caused me last time. This threat is beyond your control. I have summoned the very woman you dread to assist us. She can handle anything. Aragog, you must depart at once, lest you become her next meal." Yet, the truth of the matter was that Hagrid was nearly frightened to death himself, remaining taut with anxiety. He could not fathom why the creature had appeared at Hogwarts. After all, this was a haven for young wizards, capable of wielding their magical powers. How could such a being be attracted to them? Meanwhile, Arthur was racing at breakneck speed. He burst into Hogwarts, shouting, "Hagrid is in danger. There is trouble. Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, Harry, quick, come to his aid." It was now dawn, and everyone was preparing to rise. Arthur's cries quickly summoned those who needed to respond. Madame Pomfrey kindly provided Harry and Cho with vials of energy potion as they exited the hospital wing. So when they appeared before Arthur, they looked far from weary after a long night. "Come, let us save him," Arthur urged, pulling Harry along as they dashed outside, with Professor McGonagall hastening to follow. Chapter 63. Tell me how you came to know those advanced spells? Before long, Arthur led Harry and the others to Hagrid in the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid's hands trembled, clearly on high alert, as he held his pink umbrella aloft, its tip aimed squarely at the ominous black mist. As Arthur arrived, the sword of Gryffindor soared into his hand, as if it were a true sword that recognized its master. Cho gazed at the sword, her eyes wide with wonder. However, she soon sensed an unsettling change. In that instant, Harry acted. Professor McGonagall also sprang into action. The black mist suddenly vanished, only to collide with Cho's face. Naturally, she would not permit such a thing to infiltrate her body. Typically, her body was a solitary abode, but should a spirit take residence in a moment of panic, she could not predict who might enter. Thus, she dared not allow such a dark entity within. Harry cast several binding spells in an attempt to counter the swirling black mist, but his efforts were evidently in vain. He could only momentarily impede its advance. However, it was clear that Professor McGonagall's magic was effective. Her enchantment disoriented Zhao Cuixi's form, bewildering the dark mist for just an instant. Seizing that fleeting moment, Zhao Cuixi suddenly produced a blank talisman and forcefully struck it against the black mist. A billowing white vapor emanated from the talisman, forcibly drawing the dark mist into its depths. Perfect. It was perilously close. Hagrid pounded his chest, having remained on high alert, fearful that the black mist might breach the castle. Arthur, too, gripped the Sword of Kings tightly, ever ready to strike at the encroaching darkness. "Murmuring," Hagrid croaked, looking as if he had narrowly escaped death. "It will parasitize those who have not yet mastered magic, but possess magical potential. Since such individuals are often children, Murmuring easily attaches itself to them, and most of these children do not survive past the age of 10. Murmuring is terrifying, immensely powerful, and it will obliterate everything." Of course, Professor McGonagall provided a clearer explanation of this entity known as Murmuring. This dark magical force stems from fear. It is a product of dark magic that can inhabit young wizards, who become Murmurion's hosts. A host devoid of Murmuring will seek out others with magical potential to latch onto. This individual must possess magic yet be unable to wield it or even suppress it. The more they repress and fear, the more Murmurion delights and finds it easier to attach itself. "But why is it coming after me?" Zhao Cuixi pointed to her own nose, clearly displeased. I'm not W. No, that's not right. Suddenly, Harry had an epiphany. Mom, that's you. You are a wizard. You simply studied a shamanistic system in China, which differs from the wizarding system here in England, but both possess magical abilities, albeit directed differently. Exactly, we all know that. Zhao Cuixi affirmed. The matter was that simple. Murmurian merely sought to merge with someone who could not wield magic, but had magical potential. Yet Zhao Cuixi was not that person, which is why she could tear Murmurian apart. Well done, Mr. Potter. Professor McGonagall expressed her satisfaction, awarding Slytherin points. Mr. Potter, for your keen observations and the spells you just cast. Keep your voice down. Harry, tell me, how did you acquire those advanced spells? Harry had just cast a series of over 10 spells, more than half of which were typically learned in the 5th year. This was quite an embarrassing moment. Harry revealed a bashful smile and said, well, Professor McGonagall, the truth is, I actually purchased a multitude of books. At the start of the term, I acquired nearly all the textbooks at Flourish and Blots from 1st year to 7th year. After all, the staff there informed me that the curriculum hadn't changed in decades. So I decided to buy them all in preparation for private study. As you know, it's typical for us Chinese students without exception. Thus, I learned these spells. But I swear, today is truly the first time I've ever used them. I've never used them before. Zhao Cuixi nodded in agreement, supporting Harry's statement. I assure you, she has never used these spells prior to today. Concealing matters from teachers is not a common trait among Chinese parents. Yet, Zhao Cuixi was different. She had been merely a child herself when raising her own. What was wrong with shielding her child from teacher? Moreover, the child was so diligent. What harm was there in a little concealment? Consequently, Professor McGonagall found herself easily swayed by the duo. Not just Professor McGonagall. Anyone in her position would have been at a loss. After all, while Harry hailed from the Northeast, with Zhao Cuixi, they became a formidable duo. 2 from the Northeast. And the Roman numeral for 2 has historically been associated with madness. Whether it drives one mad or causes one's own insanity, Professor McGonagall, guided by her tabby cat instincts, promptly decided to acquiesce to their assertions, preserving her fragile composure. However, the pair had no intention of letting the matter rest easily. With the specter of Momo Ran emerging, how far could the terrifying Dark Lord be? Thus, when Harry heard a rustling sound in the dormitory accompanied by menacing whispers of I'll kill you, I'll tear you apart, he shivered and instantly closed his eyes. Chapter 64. If you don't believe it, just read Strange Tales from a Chinese Studio. Unbeknownst to many, a peculiar type of glasses began to circulate among the students. The lenses of these glasses were remarkably transparent, yet tinted with a hint of color, resembling the sunglasses worn by muggles. However, in dimly lit environments, they did not hinder visual clarity. There seemed to be a legend that these glasses enhanced one as clarity and intelligence. Donning them allowed one to perceive a more vivid world and even witness the trajectories of magical movements. Of course, only those of exceptional intellect could discern such phenomena. In an instant, these glasses became all the rage, with everyone eager to wear them. When everyone donned glasses, they ceased to be extraordinary, and to this day, no one has traced the origin of their popularity. Regardless, the glasses became a widespread trend. Harry even provided the faculty with a pair of these enigmatic glasses. The moment Mordred put on the glasses, he transformed into a figure of genteel sophistication, utterly unlike any ordinary wizard. He appeared more profound, yet not in the same manner as Snape's depth. However, no one anticipated that besides Zhao Cuixi, who would grant her adopted son the courtesy of wearing glasses, the professor of defense against the dark arts would also sport spectacles. It was truly amusing, particularly given that this professor was exceptionally handsome. Even Hermione, who was typically engrossed in her studies, couldn't help but lavish praise on his bespectacled appearance. Indeed, Professor Moddard appeared remarkably handsome. Hermione exclaimed, I have never encountered anyone so striking. Perhaps, Hermione, you now resemble an 11-year-old girl. Ron interjected, oblivious to the peril of his own words. Clearly, he had forgotten the terror of Hermione's wrath. Thus, it was evident that Ronald Weasley had received his just desserts. Although Harry had firmly secured the position of potions class representative, there were numerous other subjects. Hermione unreservedly claimed the roles of representative for Transfiguration and Charms classes, and she was now poised to compel Ron to complete his assignments without delay. With a woeful expression, Ron slumped over the table, his face reddening where it met the surface. No, please, Hermione, I promise I won't speak out of turn again. Hermione remained unmoved, her demeanor cold and unyielding. Soon, the table was filled with students rushing to finish their assignments. A cheerful Harry skipped up to the second-floor restroom and knocked on the door, moaning Myrtle. Are you in there? He knocked again, moaning Myrtle. Are you home? Suddenly, a torrent of water burst forth. Harry instinctively ducked, the spray splattering onto the corridor outside. At that moment, Myrtle's shrill voice pierced through. "Whose house is in the restroom? You idiot! You all bully me. You all wear glasses. Don't you mock me for being a bespectacled girl?" Her voice escalated. "I despise you all." She poked her head out of the restroom, her eyes brimming with grievance. "Oh, it's you," she exclaimed upon seeing Harry, a hint of bashfulness creeping onto her face, her indignation somewhat fading. "I know you. You are the chosen one. As they all say. What brings you to me?" Harry offered an awkward yet polite smile. "I merely wanted to inquire if anyone has visited here recently." Myrtle tilted her head, perplexed by Harry's query. He continued, "I wish to know if anyone has come to this restroom in the past few days." Only then did Myrtle catch on, pouting in dissatisfaction. "I knew it. You don't care about poor moaning Myrtle. You only concern yourself with your own matters." Harry hastily clarified. No. Myrtle, do you recall the incident that left you crying here for eternity?" Myrtle's eyes widened in disbelief, gazing at Harry as if he were a dreadful monster. Harry remarked, "I understand. You don't remember. You only recall someone speaking in the restroom, wanting him to leave, and then you appeared here, correct?" Myrtle instantly became shy again. "You've inquired about my past." Harry chuckled. "So, I am curious if anyone has recently visited this abandoned lavatory." "Myrtle, I know you are a kind-hearted girl, and surely you would not wish for anyone to encounter misfortune again, would you? Is it Professor Mordred?" Harry was taken aback. He had long harbored suspicions about the professor's identity, but reasoned that this individual could hardly possess any extraordinary background. After all, they already had King Arthur. What could be stranger than that? However, if he were a minion of Voldemort, the matter would take a different turn. Voldemort was capable of unspeakable acts, and even if Harry had seemingly vanquished him, Voldemort would not relinquish his hold so easily. Pondering this, Harry resolved to seek some assistance. He carried a guardian serpent with him. In these times, strength must confront strength, and the brave prevail when paths collide. With this thought, Harry felt invigorated and promptly produced a talisman to offer incense and invoke the spirit. An old saying proclaims that serpents can attain enlightenment, causing no harm to others, and, with prolonged cultivation, transform into dragons. The elder spirit he honored was a celestial being with budding horns atop its head and a glimmering red mark on its forehead, captivating all who beheld it. Those who encountered it were often enchanted, believing it to be a sentient serpent, though, in truth, it was a colossal python. This python, imbued with spirit, was exceedingly friendly towards humans, particularly fond of Harry. After all, it had traversed hundreds of miles from Shandong to the northeast, crossing the Great Wall. All for him. The python, destined to become a dragon, had found a more convenient way to connect with Harry, exhibiting a gentle demeanor as if it understood how to relate to humans. Accompanying it was a smaller companion, also of vibrant green, equally handsome and comfortable in its form. Its demeanor was gentle, embodying a kindness rarely witnessed, a true marvel. As the giant python recounted, if one were skeptical, they need only consult strange tales from a Chinese studio. However, it was clear that this was not suitable reading for someone of Harry's age, especially not for foreign children. In no time, Harry had acquired the formidable powers of the two elder spirits, his presence swelling to an imposing height. Chapter 65. Ah, what a rare visitor! Urchin and Shao Cuixi, two serpentine spirits who had existed since the Ming Dynasty and continued to thrive to this day. Notably, they grew at an astonishing rate, particularly Urchin, who had reached 3 feet in length within just a few months. Initially, he was kept by a snake charmer, but upon reaching 3 feet, he was deemed unsuitable for performance. Nevertheless, the snake charmer was reluctant to part with him. Eventually, he introduced Shao Cuixi to the snake charmer, who also grew rapidly. Due to the deep connection between them, Urchin remembered the charmer's words, to inflict no harm, to refrain from unnecessary killing, to be a good serpent, and ultimately aspire to transform into a dragon, achieving divinity. Thus, the two serpents continued their cultivation until one day, a divine decree declared that they could not attain enlightenment. Their hearts shattered, for they had already begun to sprout dragon horns, yet were denied the full realization of their potential. Then they encountered Harry, who was wildly running through the deep mountains of Sichuan. They instinctively overlooked Zhao Cuixi, for Harry was irresistibly alluring to snakes. Although he was but a child at the time, he possessed an innate affinity with serpents that was truly remarkable. It is well known that while snakes are severely limited in vision, their sense of smell is extraordinarily developed, functioning in a unique manner that is nothing short of impressive. Thus, they chose to follow Harry as they traversed the Shanhai Pass. Upon emerging from the pass, they realized that the woman accompanying Harry was quite formidable. particularly due to the presence of some extraordinary and mystical items on her person, which were especially beneficial for their cultivation, enigmatic and ineffable. Harry also possessed such items, albeit in lesser quantity. Weighing their options, Urchin and Shaoqing ultimately decided to take Harry as their disciple. Curiously, after crossing the Shanghai Pass, it was as if they had experienced a revelation, suddenly comprehending a new method of cultivation. The two pythons, having lived for 6 centuries and possessing substantial physical prowess, were indeed rare in their strength. Consequently, when they lent their power to Harry, he transformed. He was no longer simply Harry, but rather an indomitable force known as Twisted Wheel Harry. With such formidable power, Harry was unreserved as he made his way to Professor Mordred's office for defense against the dark arts. The bespectacled Professor Mordred was polishing a sword when Harry burst into the office, showing no hesitation as he seized Mordred and headed straight for the abandoned girls' restroom on the 2nd floor. "Harry," Mordred exclaimed, his face contorted in disbelief. "This is absolutely not permissible. This is a ladies' restroom. There is nothing wrong with it. It's an abandoned restroom," Harry retorted, showing no regard for Mordred's protests. "Hurry, don't make me wait for my mom to arrive. If she catches me, I'm done for." Mordred replied, "In that case, I shall certainly delay until your mother arrives." Harry offered no opportunity for resistance. Although it was evident that Mordred was quite strong, he could not bring himself to harm Harry. Thus, he refrained from using the sword against him, while Harry, undeterred, dragged him to a rather unconventional faucet and hissed twice. "What on earth is that noise?" Mordred was taken aback. He fixed his gaze on Harry, incredulity filling his eyes as the hiss echoed. Following that sound, the sink began to stir, yet Mordred's attention remained solely on Harry, his eyes nearly sparking with intensity, desperate to discern some hidden trick. Then, he felt a sudden sense of weightlessness. "Harry Potter!" Zhao Cuixi's furious roar shattered the ceiling of Hogwarts. Look at him. Even as he plummeted, he had the audacity to wield a sword for his dear mother. Casting a disdainful glance at the gradually repairing entrance, Zhao Cuixi turned and headed to the kitchen. She had her own methods to deal with him. In this day and age, even if a son were akin to the Monkey King, a mother could certainly be likened to the Buddha himself. As for the happenings within the school, the two professors in Germany remained blissfully unaware. The moment Dumbledore arrived at Durmstrang, he left Snape behind and operated alone to Austria. He did not reach for his wand in the customary manner to seek an appropriate means of transport. Although his destination could not be reached via apparition, he had his own methods. Dumbledore swiftly cast a spell that appeared deceptively simple. However, once the incantation dissipated into the air, an extraordinary creature came galloping toward him, capable of traversing water with ease. It resembled a horse, but with smaller hooves and a more slender head. On top of its head, in addition to its ears, sprouted 4 upright horns, and its coat was notably shorter, while its tail deviated from the typical equine form. The creature halted before Dumbledore, observing him for a moment before lowering itself to allow him to mount. This was no ordinary animal. It was a magical beast that had been smuggled from China by a circus long ago. Dumbledore had rescued this creature, though he was uncertain how to care for it. Yet, it seemed to hold a fondness for him and for that other person. The creature adored both of them, which was why Dumbledore permitted it to reside there. It could soar across the vast lake, enabling him to reach the towering edifice above. Soon, it carried Dumbledore over the plains of Nurmengard, traversing the waters of Nurmengard Lake, until they arrived at the truly disheartening place known as Nurmengard Prison. Standing at the prison's entrance, Dumbledore could not help but scoff at the absurdity of all. This entire expanse was referred to as Nurmengard. While people were aware that a certain individual was imprisoned within, it was evident that to locate him, a thorough search would be necessary to find Nurmengard Prison, which encompassed plains, castles, lakes, and forests, resembling a small kingdom. Ultimately, it was home to a prison originally intended for those opposing that individual, yet fate had resulted in the imprisonment of the individual himself. Nurmengard held Gellert Grindelwald, the first Dark Lord, a figure intricately linked to the Second World War in the Muggle realm. He was confined within the impenetrable cage he had constructed, silently and quietly awaiting whatever fate might bestow upon him. Perhaps death, perhaps freedom, or perhaps the love he had once taken for granted. Dumbledore remained oblivious to these underlying truths. He understood that seeking Grindelwald was a perilous endeavor, especially considering the multitude of lives and matters at stake. Who comes from afar? Oh, what an unexpected visitor. At the gates of Nurmengard, a former member of the Death Eater faction lay in wait, her demeanor dripping with cynicism, particularly toward Dumbledore, who received not a hint of warmth from her. Dumbledore was unfazed. After all, the spirit trapped within Ermengarde could not escape her own fate. He removed his hat in a gesture of respect toward the specter guarding Ermengarde. Her expression remained grim. Despite being a ghost, her countenance was still vividly expressive, and the faint glow surrounding her rendered her emotions distinctly clear. Dumbledore, with a serene smile, appeared to be an ordinary old man paying a visit to an old friend, exuding a gentle demeanor even towards the gatekeeper. Yet, both were acutely aware that this was no ordinary visit. Dumbledore's smile remained unchanged. I've become but a frail skeleton. Before my decay, meeting an old friend is hardly a significant affair, nor is it worth excessive contemplation, Miss Rogier. In an instant, the beautiful spectre was ignited by fury. Her elegance persisted, yet so did the flame of her wrath. The final memories of her living days were far from pleasant, yet she fought valiantly, striving to save her beloved, only to ultimately fail, trapped in the irony that the one who imprisoned her love was, tragically, the beloved of her beloved. How lamentable! She felt pity for herself, yet not for her love, nor for the one she cherished. Her compassion was reserved for the very person who had the audacity to confine her lover. However, when she beheld him once more, after many years, Rogier found her pity dissipating. Instead, she felt sympathy for the man atop the tower. Look, he who is loved arrived cloaked in stars, fearful of being seen, approaching the door alone, accompanied by a magical creature known for its association with the most cunning of plots. All of this signified one thing. The man in the tower was indeed a romantic at heart. Was Rogier not also consumed by love? Her perception of love was pure and beautiful. Yet, she was once again struck by the presence of the old man before her. Being a ghost already, she felt the sting anew. Fuming, she muttered under her breath, "Come on, tell me your password. Perhaps I shall let you in, for the greater good. Right? Surely, you think that is the password." Yet, it was evident that the old fellows would not adhere to conventional logic. Dumbledore inhaled deeply and spoke, "Midsummer." See, it was not a valiant word. Rather, it was an exceedingly simple password, so easily uttered yet challenging to decipher. Rogier furrowed her brow. "How did you know?" Dumbledore spread his hands. "Since we can no longer strive for that misguided goal, let us at least remember a fragment of beauty upon our parting." Rogier opened the grand door, yet she ultimately refrained from stepping through. As a ghost, she had guarded this threshold for countless years, witnessing the cycles of spring, autumn, winter, and summer, the passage of days and nights, the shifting of stars, and the life and death of migratory birds. Yet, she could not safeguard that mutual understanding, nor preserve the tender whispers of youthful affection. Her love was genuine, yet shallow enough to disregard everything. It allowed her to forsake her life, while evidently, that old fool's love emboldened him to endure. Truly, they were two wretched old souls. Rogier's resentment did not affect anyone, yet across the European continent, there were others who shared her profound grievances. Professor Snape, at this very moment, wished nothing more than to cast an Avada Kedavra upon Karkaroff. Perhaps there may be divergences of opinion on various matters, yet when it comes to the disdain for Igor Karkaroff, Severus Snape would wager with a dozen Felix Felicis that consensus would be achieved. No one harbors affection for Karkaroff, not even the students of Durmstrang. And this is an undeniable truth shared by all. Regarding the absence of student admiration, Snape feels particularly entitled to express his views. Nevertheless, he is still held in high regard by his own students, a fact that brings him considerable satisfaction. However, at present, his resentment runs deep. Albus Dumbledore, that old bee, has gone off to rendezvous with a lover, leaving him to contend with the loathsome Karkaroff, who now dares to propose a series of capricious maneuvers. Dear Severus, do not misconstrue the situation. Karkaroff wears a sycophantic smile, and we all know that matters cannot truly conclude. After all, the young fellow you British have recruited is merely a child. What can he possibly achieve? Snape narrowed his eyes slightly. Karkaroff continued his prattling. He is nothing. Who would believe he could truly eliminate me? No. A rational person would never accept such a notion. It is merely Dumbledore seeking to create a spectacle, fashioning a savior to placate the masses, is it not? Snape cast a sinister glance at Karkaroff. Yet, Karkaroff remained oblivious to the ominous signals, persisting in his performance with eagerness. Severus, allow me to thoroughly analyze this matter. You know, I'm not a villain. Snape twitched the corner of his mouth. Karkaroff hastily corrected himself. I am not a bad person. I genuinely wish to be a good man. You must understand that I was compelled in those days. So please do not speak ill of me in front of him. I can strengthen his influence in Germany. I only seek his forgiveness. Snape's expression grew more somber. If Karkaroff was exhibiting such behavior, It meant he possessed concrete information. However, Snape furrowed his brow, feeling a shiver at Karkaroff's obsequious demeanor. At this moment, Snape finally comprehended why Dumbledore felt the need to wander here, and even the excuse he provided was rather flimsy. The complexities behind the Triwizard Tournament were far more intricate than anticipated. A competition is not merely established with a simple agreement. It requires extensive preparation and a myriad of arrangements. Moreover, England indeed needs this contest. It is not solely about communication between schools. There are countless departments and matters that require dialogue, and investigating the infiltration of Death Eaters from other nations could not be more convenient. Thus, Karkaroff's presence here reveals a great deal. Snape's expression softened slightly, his tone laced with sarcasm. Honest Igor, do you still believe you can evade death? Or do you think your betrayal is worthy of forgiveness? The number of Death Eaters that emerged due to Igor Karkaroff's betrayal was considerable, including himself. Chapter 67. The old man's snow-white hair stood on end. What is the most despicable thing in this world? Do you think it is the traitor? No, it is not. Igor Karkaroff embodies such a person. Snape harbored no affection for him whatsoever. Indeed, the sound of his voice could send chills down one's spine. After all, no one enjoys the company of a loathsome individual whispering in their ear. At that moment, Snape was unaware that Igor Karkaroff would soon be aptly described by Harry Potter as a fence-sitter. However, it mattered little. He would inevitably come to realize this. It is important to note that while there are countless elderly men in this world, those who have once committed heinous acts are a rare breed. Yet, it was evident that Snape maintained his composure. He was well aware that the Triwizard Tournament would indeed take place, although he had not anticipated discussions commencing so soon. Dumbledore's expression was far more nuanced. He appeared amiable, yet his demeanor bore a seriousness that rendered him almost spiky, despite the gentle words he spoke, which sent a shiver down Karkaroff's spine. Dear Igor, you see, we have long been committed to reinstating the Triwizard Tournament, a wish shared by all. Dumbledore settled the elderly man beside him, even covering his legs with a blanket, while directing his words toward Karkaroff. We shall soon be heading to Beauxbatons, and before our departure, we must finalize the date for our next meeting. Madame Maxime will be joining us, and I hope you will be prepared by then. What say you? Karkaroff was indeed intimidated by Dumbledore. Years ago, it had been Dumbledore's most trusted aide, Hagrid, who had apprehended him, a half-giant who had never completed his education, yet possessed formidable strength. Karkaroff dared not underestimate Dumbledore unless he could devise a means to completely suppress him. Otherwise, he would never engage in conflict with him again, unless that formidable man stepped forward once more. Dumbledore was unyielding. Do not worry, Headmaster Karkaroff. I have participated in the Triwizard Tournament. I know what it entails and how to avert danger. However, it is imperative that we devise a strategy and discuss the particulars of each task. Of course, esteemed Headmaster Dumbledore. This is inevitable. You are always so sagacious. Karkaroff replied, his words dripping with insincerity, enough to raise goosebumps. The elderly man accompanying Dumbledore shot him a fierce glare, but remained silent. His face dark as he followed Dumbledore and the others out of Durmstrang. Durmstrang had undergone some renovations. Certain elements that had once been added were subsequently removed. As Dumbledore's companion walked alongside him, he exhibited an odd fury upon seeing the alterations, snorting heavily through his nostrils like a dragon unable to breathe fire. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. Dumbledore would ensure he calmed his ire. Grasping the old man's arm, he guided him outward, and soon they arrived at the entrance of Durmstrang, with Snape trailing silently behind, voiceless and contemplative. Outside the gates of Durmstrang lies a vast expanse of water. To traverse this boundary, one must pass through a grand portal leading to Berlin, Germany. Upon the remnants of the Berlin Wall stand two imposing gates, visible only to wizards, thus allowing only them to cross this threshold. They soon departed from Germany, setting their course for Beauxbatons Academy of Magic to discuss matters pertaining to the Triwizard Tournament. Yet, it was evident that the elderly gentleman was unwilling. His snow-white hair stood erect, a testament to a life of stubbornness. No, I refuse to go to Beauxbatons. I will not set foot there. His eyes blazed with fury as he directed his ire towards Snape. And I certainly shall not accompany you and your favorite student. Absolutely not. Snape hastily took a couple of steps back. What makes you believe I am one of Dumbledore's favorite students? No, I assure you, he likely harbors disdain for me. The old man persisted, his bristling hair seemingly ablaze with indignation. There exists a notion that upon reaching the age of 80, one becomes unhinged, no longer resembling their former self, but rather an exaggerated version, amplifying their flaws. A kind-hearted individual might become, in their later years, a jealous and unreasonable person, a shadow of their former self. Thus, this elderly man named Gale was currently ensnared in a state of unreasonable discontent. Meanwhile, at Hogwarts, Harry was engaged in behavior so outrageous that it nearly drove Mordred to madness. Mordred, who prided himself on being the most enlightened and handsome of mortals, having served as a knight, fought in battles, slain kings, summoned dragons, and transformed into a femme fatale, was a figure of immense prowess. Yet, he found himself being dragged by Harry into a pit, where they stumbled upon an enormous serpent's shed skin. Whose serpent grows to such a size? He exclaimed, feeling a chill run down his spine. Let go of me. Harry, however, was unperturbed by Mordred's cries. Mr. Potter, I am your professor. At least show me a modicum of respect. Mordred shook off Harry's grip, his face contorted in displeasure. You bear no resemblance to the person I encountered in the Ilkley Valley. This remark jolted Harry into awareness. He turned to face Mordred earnestly. Mordred smirked, surprised, are we? Harry, maintaining a stoic demeanor, shook his head, his calm presence creating a dissonance that Mordred could not ignore. The age of Mordred had long transcended the realm of humanity. Though his appearance suggested that time had come to a standstill, and perhaps he bore the most exquisite blessing of immortality, could this not also be perceived as a curse? For those who have long sought to escape death, Mordred's seemingly unattainable goal was, in truth, a source of discomfort. Mordred cast a probing glance at Harry, harboring doubts that this so-called savior, Harry Potter, might merely be a demon intent on annihilating the world. The enigmatic figure that the wizarding world held in such reverence. If Harry Potter was indeed the last person he encountered, then even as a mere infant of 1 year, he could easily be manipulated. Was this not the essence of the truth? Mordred often pondered whether the denizens of the magical realm had succumbed to madness. Were they inherently foolish, incapable of grasping such a straightforward concept? Which child from a respectable family would resemble Harry Potter, especially in the present day? The face of Harry, the savior, bore no trace of childish innocence. Instead, he appeared more like an adult, even exhibiting a maturity that surpassed that of many. Furthermore, he spread his hands in a gesture quintessentially irksome in the adult world, embodying an attitude of indifference coupled with an insistence that others heed his words, which was infuriating. Harry seemed utterly unfazed by Mordred's demeanor. In fact, he found amusement in it and remarked, "Now you must reveal who you truly are." His face radiated sincerity, even tinged with admiration as he added, "You mentioned the Ilkley Valley, Professor Mordred. That is a splendid topic, and I extend my utmost respect for your willingness to broach it." He continued to lavish praise upon Mordred, expressing gratitude that such an ancient wizard would deign to impart knowledge to us, the young and naive little witches and wizards. After all, we were merely a group of youngsters, hardly older than a fraction of his age. "How kind of you," he said, laced with sarcasm. Mordred twitched the corner of his mouth and queried, "So, why did you bring me down here?" The feigned expressions on Harry's face dissipated, replaced by an inquisitive look. "Since you are a professor, Mr. Mordred, you should be aware of your responsibilities. I know not how you discovered this place, but you must comprehend the peril it entails. What led you to believe that unleashing a basilisk in a location teeming with young wizards was a judicious act?" At last, the conversation had arrived at a crucial juncture. Mordred found himself amused by Harry's words. He playfully shot a glance at Harry, his joy seemingly emanating from within. "What makes you think I unleashed the basilisk, Mr. Potter?" Harry fixed his gaze upon him, akin to a predator eyeing its prey. What was truly suspect was how an 11-year-old savior could wear such a countenance. Observe those piercing eyes. One would be hard-pressed to find even a centenarian like Dumbledore possessing such a killer's gaze. Mordred, resolute, challenged, "Come now, tell me, Mr. Potter, how many have you slain?" Harry was not daunted by the words. In the face of Mordred's accusations, he did not even flinch. They remained in a tense standoff for quite some time, long enough that Harry thought they might come to blows, yet it was Mordred who faltered instead. Harry exhaled a sigh of relief. "So, can we now converse properly?" Mordred's moment of hesitation was not due to a sudden pang of conscience or Harry's exemplary character. Rather, it was solely attributed to the presence of Zhao Cuixi behind him. What a stroke of misfortune. Mordred was compelled to divulge his circumstances. The basilisk was indeed not released by him, but he had been nurturing it recently, for it was unwise to allow such a creature to encounter humans. Its eyes were akin to those of Medusa. Mordred sighed, pondering who had unleashed the basilisk. Despite his efforts to inquire, he had yielded no answers. After a moment of contemplation, Harry suggested, "Why not investigate together? You mentioned that you have been feeding it since it awoke. This implies that the one who released it could not control it, so we might take advantage of the timing and head there now." Zhao Cuixi cast a glance at Harry, imbued with an unspoken challenge, and then addressed Mordred. Since Professor Mordred has admitted to being possessed by his uncorrupted corpse, I believe there are no secrets between us anymore regarding the Ilkley Valley. Your desire to rectify past grievances and apologize to those you have harmed is commendable, and we shall assist you. You are aware of our predicament. Let us walk in converse, as we too seek your aid. The location of the basilisk was not difficult to ascertain, and they swiftly arrived at the chamber. However, at that moment, a spell shot forth, resulting in a collective petrification. Chapter 69. Harry could not help but admire Voldemort's ingenuity. A petrifying curse was cast, and the three present reacted swiftly, yet the curse still struck Mordred's leg, exacerbating his already limited mobility. After all, Mordred's current form was his own corpse, and no matter how functional, a corpse could never rival the softness and comfort of the living. Consequently, he had to twist his torso to glimpse the source of the incantation. Oh, what a painful revelation. The caster was Snape. A subtly complex expression crossed Snape's face, revealing a mix of confusion and an unsettling familiarity with the situation. It was a curious sight, indeed. Snape had no intention of launching a lethal attack on them. Rather, his demeanor, which suggested that everything was well within his expectations, became more pronounced as he advanced step by step. I can explain, Harry exclaimed hastily. The moment Snape's gaze fell upon Harry, his countenance darkened ominously. It was no wonder Snape looked so fearsome. They were all gathered at the fabled entrance of the Slytherin chamber, and as the head of Slytherin House, his delight was utterly unfathomable. In an instant, an atmosphere of awkwardness enveloped everyone present. Why was Snape here? The narrative begins with Severus Snape and Albus Dumbledore departing from Durmstrang along with his elderly companion. Initially, the trio intended to journey to Beauxbatons together. However, it became evident that Dumbledore's elderly associate was rather troublesome, whimsically requesting Wellington's steak one moment, Montaigne's vintage white wine the next, and then suggesting extravagant diversions, such as soaring across the European continent on a broomstick. Snape perceived this as nothing more than blatant mockery. The indulgences of Wellington steak and white wine merely served to erode the resolve of a master potion maker, holding no merit whatsoever. Frustrated with the antics of the two old men, Snape resolved to part ways with them. Consequently, despite Dumbledore's persistent entreaties, he returned to Hogwarts alone. Thus, Snape found himself confronting Harry and his companions, casting a petrifying spell in their direction. Harry swiftly dodged, raising his hands and exclaiming, "I can explain, Professor. Please let me plead my case." Initially intent on taking more drastic measures, Snape relaxed somewhat upon hearing Harry's plea for clemency, although he still directed his wand at the trio. "Now, can you leave this place?" Harry quickly interjected, "No, Professor, we cannot leave. The monster has been unleashed, and, although it is currently satiated, should it emerge, we must devise a plan to confront it." Snape's gaze momentarily dulled, but this fleeting emptiness vanished, replaced by skepticism and inquiry. Instead of focusing on Harry, he turned his attention to Zhao Cuixi, questioning, "Then, Ms. Zhao, what brought you here? Did you know of this place beforehand? Or was it revealed to you by someone?" Zhao Cuixi sighed. "If I were to say that I stumbled upon this place by mere chance, would that not seem somewhat disingenuous? Perhaps it would be wiser to address the monster within before discussing anything else." Snape gradually lowered his wand, though a hint of sarcasm remained on his face. "Very well, Ms. Zhao, it appears you're the most composed among us. What course of action should we take now? Surely, your calm demeanor will lead us out of this confusion." Ah, the venomous irony. Those who entangle themselves with it are inevitably doomed. Zhao Cuixi studied Snape's expression and scrutinized his demeanor for a moment before offering an enigmatic smile. "All right then, to be concise. Both Harry and I possess the ability to understand the language of snakes, which is not an extraordinary skill among many in China. In fact, some even perform with snakes to make a living. Hence, we were drawn here by the sounds of serpentine speech. As for Professor Mordred, perhaps he should speak for himself?" Mordred's expression soured momentarily before he declared, "Actually, I am a druid." "Surprised, are you?" "Thus, I too can comprehend the words of the serpent." "Oh, what a delightful surprise." He attempted to adopt a look of astonishment to captivate the audience, yet it was evident that his efforts went unrecognized. Nevertheless, despite the lack of acknowledgement for Mordred's theatrics, the words he uttered seemed to afford him a modicum of tolerance from those present. Snape was acutely aware that the druidic profession, once a cornerstone of wizardry, had long since faded from existence in Britain. If Mordred were indeed a druid, he would harbor many secrets. It is entirely plausible that Harry's adoptive mother, a shamanic witch, could be traced by Mordred through magical vibrations to similarly aligned individuals. This, albeit tenuously, could serve as a justifiable reason for their current predicament. Of course, the most significant factor was their shared objective. Approaching the decrepit, monkey-like statue, Snape urged Harry, "Speak to me, the greatest among the 4 founders of Hogwarts." He emphasized, in parcel tongue, the language of serpents. "Very well, Professor." Harry nodded and addressed the statue in parcel tongue. "Hogwarts?" The statue remained still. He tried again. "The 4 founders of Hogwarts?" Still, no reaction. He continued, "The greatest among the 4 founders of Hogwarts?" The statue remained unresponsive. In a final attempt, Harry declared, "Speak to me." After a brief pause, the statue stirred and opened its mouth. Harry could not help but admire Voldemort's creativity. My goodness! Instantly, he felt a twinge of pity. He glanced at Zhao Cuixi, revealing a hint of sympathy. Chapter 70. Harry's conscience was on the verge of shattering. "Oh dear," the delicate parcel tongue continued. "Daddy, Daddy, are you there? Your good child is waiting at home, awaiting my dear father." Snape felt a shiver run down his spine. That hissing voice seemed to resonate with an aura of chill and anguish. In his memories, the Dark Lord was just so. He preferred to utter a few phrases in serpent tongue before translating them into human speech, allowing that cold, worm-like voice to linger in the ears of all, embedding the excruciating pain it brought into their very beings. Following this, he would derive pleasure from the terror he inflicted, as if the fear expressed by those trembling in agony brought him joy. Thus, he harbored a profound dread of that serpentine language. This fear was not born from his own experiences. Severus Snape was a master of potions, capable of crafting brews that could soothe the very soul. To ensure his hands, skilled in potion-making, remained steady, the Dark Lord refrained from employing curses that would harm his soul. Yet each time, the Dark Lord would select someone familiar to Snape to endure the torment. Each and every time. Initially, Snape felt a sense of relief. He believed he was acknowledged, appreciated by the powerful, and even when he erred, the powerful would punish others rather than the newly 18-year-old Snape. At that moment, he genuinely felt valued. A sensation both wonderful and intoxicating, leaving him in a state of euphoria. Snape awoke, yet found himself unable to escape. He lowered his gaze, but his expression remained resolutely steadfast. In that moment, fear should not occupy his mind. He had to cast aside such feelings. Confronting the monster, he believed he could manage it, even with his eyes closed. "Professor, the creature does not wish to emerge." Harry spoke in a plaintive tone. She expressed her sorrow, lamenting that the one who came was not her father, and she did not wish to see the deceitful child who had compelled her to commit murder. With a crunching sound, something began to crumble. Alas, it was the unyielding spirit of bravery that Snape had only just fortified. How lamentable it was, how inexplicably tragic. Snape felt a profound sense of betrayal and frustration, as if he no longer comprehended this world. Was it because he had changed so profoundly? Or was it due to little Potter being taken away that fateful night? Regardless, everything had taken on a dreamlike quality. Harry stepped forward once more, addressing the creature concealed within the statue's mouth. "Hello, I am Harry, Harry Potter. What is your name? Although I am not your father, rest assured, I will not allow you to harm anyone. In fact, I am an enemy of the one who has compelled you to kill. I do not wish for you to inflict harm upon others. By the way, if that individual arrives, must you obey him? After all, he has made you a murderer." "Oh no, woe is me." The creature wept. "Please, young Potter, I implore you not to speak of my sorrows any further. Yes, I was deceived, compelled to forge a pact with him. I knew he had come. He awakened me. Yet curiously, he vanished thereafter. It is a blessing, I beseech you. Do not speak of it anymore. If you do, you shall be bound by the same contract, allowing me to refrain from harming anyone. My purpose is to protect this place, not to cause it harm." The creature's voice grew louder, its emotions surging uncontrollably as its long tail emerged from the statue's mouth, thrashing wildly upon the ground. It was a serpent-like monster, immense, uncommonly so in reality. Yet, the power coursing through Harry was even greater. They were on the verge of metamorphosis, destined to become dragons with the passage of time. When the moment came, they would be grander still, and their transformation would not resemble the Norwegian Ridgeback. They would become divine dragons. Returning to the present, we must observe this colossal serpent. It was indeed massive, its strength formidable, yet Harry's power eclipsed it. He swiftly moved to restrain the creature's tail and declared, "Cease your thrashing, for you may strike someone. Beautiful lady, now tell me how we can sever your bond with that wicked scoundrel. Let us proceed step by step." "Oh, why did I not encounter you earlier?" the creature lamented, emotion overtaking it as it sluggishly crawled from the statue's mouth. In that instant, Snape closed his eyes, yet he could hear Professor Mordred's words. Why does this creature wear a blindfold over its eyes? Snape finally opened his eyes, and, through his glasses, he beheld the immense visage of the serpent creature adorned with a metallic eye mask. This mask, a remarkable alchemical creation forged from lead and silver, bore intricate engravings imbued with traces of magic, interspersed with two exquisitely crafted vertical pupils. These pupils moved, serving as the creature's eyes. "Oh, greetings to you all," hissed the serpent, its tone somewhat more animated. "As long as you can stain the single hair on my forehead with blood, you may become my master. Come out. Who among you will dare?" Not everyone can achieve such a feat. Was bloodline truly a requirement? Only Snape failed to comprehend the serpent's words, prompting Harry to dutifully translate. Among the four present, aside from Snape, the other three had no particular desire for a serpent companion. Thus, under the persuasive influence of Zhao Cuixi, Snape reluctantly offered a small amount of blood. Remarkably, the feather atop the serpent's head turned crimson. Astonishingly, with just a minuscule drop of blood, the entire feather transformed to red. The serpent was elated, and its voice now resonated in Snape's ears like that of a young girl. "Master, master, please issue commands to me, so that my eyes may not harm humans, and I can remove this eye mask." In Chapter 71, a unanimous decision was made to assist Hagrid. The serpent's eyes posed a lethal threat. Should they be seen through reflections or other means, they could petrify a person, reminiscent of the gaze of Medusa. Perhaps it was the inherent malevolence of the mysterious creature, or perhaps the death it wrought stemmed from its own wickedness. Regardless, a pair of eyes capable of inflicting harm were deemed evil and necessitated destruction. However, this serpent was different. It was not an evil that must be eradicated. Its eyes shimmered with a bright hue, a dazzling light akin to pale gold, reminiscent of yellow crystal, radiating a clarity devoid of any threat that was truly astonishing. Harry had never previously glimpsed the serpent's eyes. He only knew of them through descriptions of large yellow eyes from a myrtle, and thereafter, no further accounts were provided. Yet now he beheld the serpent's gaze. They resembled a pair of yellow crystals, beautiful indeed. The serpent's demeanor appeared quite amiable, and it was a little girl's serpent. How utterly delightful! Harry couldn't help but feel a pang of sentimentality and inquired, "All right, then why did you speak of tearing someone apart in the pipe?" The serpent expressed its frustration. "Of course I wish to tear apart those filthy mice. They have encroached upon too much of my territory, and there are mice within Hogwarts. I am Basilina, the tempestuous little princess, and I must roar fiercely at those repugnant rodents." "Okay, fine. Thank you." Not only Harry, but even Snape felt compelled to exclaim, "Forgive us, we misjudged you. Princess Basilina." The full name of Balina is, in fact, the impetuous Princess Balina, commonly referred to simply as Balina. Her name is derived from the moniker of the serpent creature, and the term impetuous princess serves as one of the etymological origins of the serpent's name, which originally signified a tyrannical monarch from a distant land. Thus, the name of the serpent creature truly embodies characteristics reminiscent of a millennium ago. Perhaps the truth of 1,000 years past can be discerned from the serpent's own words. However, the most pressing matter at hand is to exonerate Hagrid from his unjust accusations. Indeed, according to the serpent's account, it was responsible for the demise of a bespectacled young girl who had been weeping in the lavatory. Therefore, it was the serpent that killed Myrtle. Yet at the time of the allegations against her, it was claimed that Hagrid was the perpetrator and that it was his acromantula brother who committed the act. This presents a significant discrepancy. The individuals in the room are not simpletons. At least among the four present, along with the serpent, there are no fools. Snape exhaled heavily, his gaze vacant as he remarked, "One who can control a serpent creature is not inclined to act capriciously." Thus, the actual murderer of Myrtle is none other than Voldemort. Hagrid has merely borne the brunt of the blame. This is indeed the most egregious miscarriage of justice of the year. Is the greatest injustice not that of Black? Mordred found this incredulous, for Black's case was interwoven with a tapestry of love and betrayal. Snape shot Mordred a disapproving glare, clearly dissenting with his opinion. Nonetheless, all parties unanimously resolved to assist Hagrid. Although Snape and Hagrid do not share a particularly close friendship, Hagrid possesses considerable knowledge regarding potion ingredients. Even if Snape had only obtained materials from Hagrid's Norwegian Ridgeback dragon, rumored to have flown away, he had nonetheless gathered ample supplies in a single endeavor. Thus, Snape hoped to secure Hagrid's acquittal. Should Hagrid be exonerated, Snape would recommend that he pursue work related to magical creatures, whether Hogwarts or beyond, as this would significantly benefit his potion research. Such was his singular desire, devoid of ulterior motives. As for the other three, Zhao Cuixi unconditionally supported Harry's intentions. while Mordred merely served to round out their numbers. However, Hagrid was a lovable giant, prompting Mordred to agree to join their cause. Following this incident, among the four, aside from Zhao Cuixi, the genuine foreign shaman, the remaining three found themselves in a state of mutual suspicion and conjecture. Particularly Mordred, who had been subjected to numerous tests by Snape, was indeed the same Harry Potter, yet there was a peculiar divergence. His cognitive development did not align with that of an average British boy. In contrast, Mordred was an enigma, presenting an inexplicable presence. Even now, he had not taught his students practical defense against the dark arts, focusing solely on theoretical instruction. With a sense of suspicion towards Mordred, Snape silently departed from the Chamber of Secrets, accompanied by Basilina, now diminished to the size of a slender thumb. The incessant, childish voice of Basilina echoed in his ears, relentlessly imparting tales of the serpent ancestors that remained unknown to others. Indeed, he could not help but admire Salazar Slytherin. His respect for the serpent ancestor deepened further. How remarkable it was that his pet could be so loquacious, and yet he managed to endure it. Truly a formidable character. Yet, even more formidable was Zhao Cuixi, who was presently engaged in the delicate task of repairing Mordred's lifeless body. Dear Mother Cuixi, must you truly proceed with this? Harry rummaged through Cuixi's toolbox in the suitcase, wondering if he needed needles and threads as well. To Mordred, whose spirit had detached from his corpse, this was utterly nauseating. As a ghost endowed with considerable spiritual strength, the buzzing in his head was not caused by the wounds on his body that had yet to heal, but rather by the fact that a woman was meticulously examining his now bare form. Mordred yearned to speak, to shout, to implore her not to touch him indiscriminately. Merely to beautify his face so it would not appear bruised would suffice. His body was neither decaying nor mottled with corpse-like spots. The blood he had lost had transformed into circulating magical energy. Was that not sufficient? Why must she sew up his wounds? Oh, she was truly about to do it. Once a knight, Mordred's demise had been valiant. Though he had slain King Arthur, he had also perished in a battle befitting a knight, leaving behind a considerable gash on his body, hidden from view unless one were to undress. That very gash was now being stitched by Zhao Cuixi with needle and thread. Having lost such a magnificent treasure as the basilisk, he felt compelled to make himself presentable. After all, he was to assist Hagrid, which meant facing Arthur. Though others might question the identity of that Arthur, he had no doubt it was indeed King Arthur of Camelot. Mordred sat numbly to the side, listening to Zhao Cuixi rhythmically tapping and humming tunes that stirred within him a desire to dance, his thoughts drifting far away. Once upon a time, in a past long gone, within tales of yore, all of it felt so distant as to be beyond reach. Yet time seemed to reset everything post-Ragnarok, as if the previous events had never transpired at all. The following morning, while dining in the Great Hall of Hogwarts, Harry noticed Snape, appearing fatigued, yet sporting an unprecedentedly amiable expression as he took his place at the staff table. Clearly, he had experienced genuine joy the previous night, likely aided by the basilisk, Basilina, in providing him with ample potion ingredients, a testament to his dedication. However, Snape's good mood did not last long. As his gaze fell upon Harry, that genial expression swiftly turned to one of disdain. Basilina continued to chatter in his ear, "Master, please don't look at that child like that. He is so adorable. May I go play with him?" Chapter 72. Snape dryly inquired what will. There is no need for excessive concern. Hagrid's case will soon enter the retrial process. In truth, initiating the retrial of this case is not particularly challenging. The primary requirement is to have it officially recognized. To achieve this, it is essential to reveal the truth to Dumbledore. He has speculated about the identity of the perpetrator, but remains unaware of the involvement of the basilisk. Once the basilisk is brought into the equation, it becomes apparent that wizards are incapable of capturing Slytherin's creature. Thus, the case was brought forward for retrial the very day the basilisk was discovered at Hogwarts. At this juncture, it is prudent to refrain from mentioning the Dark Lord. It suffices to state that the girl who perished in the girls' lavatory was a victim of the basilisk's gaze. As for Hagrid's acromantula, the absence of student fatalities over the years serves as sufficient evidence that these man-eating creatures do not possess a motive for murder within the confines of Hogwarts. Hagrid rightly attests to his established pact with the acromantula. As long as he remains within Hogwarts, the students shall not suffer harm from the creatures. Despite the fact that the Wizengamot comprises a council of elderly wizards presiding over the judgment, no one dares wager the future of so many witches and wizards at Hogwarts. Consequently, the Ministry of Magic rescinded Hagrid's punishment, and the Wizengamot acknowledged their prior misjudgment, offering compensation as well. Remarkably, The Wisengamot actually provided compensation. When Hagrid entered the Great Hall, he raised his hand. Everyone at Hogwarts recognized him. While it cannot be said that all adored him, no one harbored ill feelings towards him. Even Draco Malfoy, the proud young lord who professed his disdain for the half-giant, could not genuinely dislike Hagrid. Therefore, when Hagrid raised his hand to signal that he was no longer prohibited from using magic, everyone rejoiced, applauding and cheering for him. This time, Hagrid did not lift his pink umbrella. Instead, he held aloft a brand new wand, freshly crafted by Ollivander. However, he still clutched his pink umbrella in his left hand. Into his new wand's handle, some carefully crafted protrusions had been affixed. Hagrid proclaimed to all, "My wand, my new wand, was custom-made for me by Ollivander." He embedded fragments of my original wand into the handle of this new one. "Look, this is my new wand." He raised it high, determined that everyone should see it clearly. Professor McGonagall clapped vigorously, tears welling in her eyes. "Isn't it wonderful? Oh, how splendid, Severus! I truly never expected you would do so much for him." Snape's face turned an ashen green. "I did it for the free potion ingredients." "Oh." Professor McGonagall seemed entirely oblivious to his remark, lost in her own emotions. "Oh, what a beautiful friendship, Severus." Hagrid is genuinely overjoyed. "Look how real and wonderful your friendship is. It brings me such comfort." She sniffled, touched by the notion that the world was gradually becoming a better place. Snape felt as though he might perish from exasperation at McGonagall's naivety. He had not engaged in any extraordinary actions, nor had he done anything specifically for Hagrid. There was no unbreakable bond of friendship between them. Such a notion was simply unfounded. He merely held a fondness for the potion ingredients that Hagrid generously provided, and it was solely for this reason that he chose to assist Hagrid. Snape felt a strong urge to roar in protest, yet he refrained. He understood that should he voice his disagreement with McGonagall, she would undoubtedly respond with even more outrageous remarks, plunging him deeper into an inexplicable crisis of camaraderie. Nothing was more fearsome than the fervent friendships of a Gryffindor. Snape had no desire for such associations, resolutely rejecting that kind of friendship. Look, only a foolish Gryffindor would boast about their wand. After all, it is a wand. Who would flaunt such a personal artifact? It is akin to exposing one's very essence. To display a wand is as perilous as offering one's hair to another. Thus, only a simple-minded Gryffindor would dare to brandish their wand for all to see. Truly foolish. Snape let out a cold huff, dismissing the notion of immersing himself in that exuberant atmosphere. Was it really necessary? Harry, perplexed by the regulation, voiced his objections during evening classes, asserting that Hagrid, as a natural expert on magical creatures, was perfectly qualified to serve as a teaching assistant for care of magical creatures. Snape's gaze remained fixated on the notes extracted from the Slytherin chamber. Indeed, under exceptional circumstances, such allowances could be made, such as in your case, the chosen one. When in peril, one might temporarily enact such decisions, with the ministry granting special permission that the Board of Governors would not contest. The illustrious Potter, the Savior, possessed the privilege that compelled others to toil for his protection, but alas, not now. It was unfortunate that he found himself in no actual danger. Harry swallowed hard, but quickly forced a sheepish grin. "Professor, that's rather embarrassing to hear. If I possess such capabilities, could we perhaps take advantage of the situation?" He then blinked his large eyes, seemingly seeking a hint of agreement. Snape dryly inquired, "What advantage?" Harry exclaimed, if I were to find myself in danger, we could request some fine materials from the ministry. Tell me, Professor, what splendid ingredients might the ministry have waiting for us?" Snape felt a strange sensation in his throat as he pondered the matter. This Potter, was his mind truly sound? That was indeed a pressing question. Once Harry departed, Snape called out, "Lena, coming master," came the voice of Basilina from above. Chapter 73. Why don't you go eat your chicken leg? The affairs of the world are ever-changing, yet some matters seem destined to repeat themselves. After Snape had procured several exceedingly rare potion ingredients from the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, due to his illness stemming from his association with Harry Potter, Dumbledore finally resolved to persuade these two to exercise a modicum of caution, at least to refrain from using this excuse before the holidays. "Oh yes, Professor Dumbledore. I shall be well in no time," Harry hastily declared, tossing aside the covers and rolling out of the hospital wing bed. "I assure you, I shall be fully recovered by today." Harry sat at the edge of the bed, his posture impeccably straight. "Professor," he began, "I have heard that Sirius Black is my godfather, but such matters in my hometown require a formal recognition feast. Everything must be arranged clearly and properly. Since he is my godfather, it is only fitting that the celebration takes place at his home." Dumbledore was momentarily taken aback by these words. Harry continued, "You see, we must host a banquet at his residence. Surely, We cannot settle for just one table. In my hometown, we would have a 3-day feast. I am not sure if such customs exist here, but we will definitely need to set up 8 to 10 tables and invite family and friends to gather. Would you agree? Dumbledore. Harry persisted. Moreover, Professor Dumbledore, look at this. Since Sirius Black has been rescued, hasn't he deserved a banquet? It simply cannot be overlooked. He has narrowly escaped a dire fate and surely deserves a celebration. So we can arrange it together. I will draft the invitations, and we can decide whom to invite. However, aside from family and friends, we must also include some notable acquaintances, for they would certainly not come empty-handed, right? It sounds quite reasonable, doesn't it? Dumbledore was eventually persuaded. Before long, Harry had sifted through Dumbledore's contacts and sent invitations to nearly 100 individuals. Of course, people like the Nicodemus couple would not attend, but they would prepare small gifts, as Harry decided to send each of them a delightful strand of unicorn tail hair along with their invitation. Additionally, every department head at the Ministry of Magic, except for the minister, received an invitation. With 50 members of the Wisengamot, they only sent invitations to a select group of individuals related to the Black and Potter families within 3 generations, totaling over 20. Naturally, the Malfoy family had to be included. Harry even sent an invitation to Azkaban, insisting that the deranged Bellatrix Lestrange must receive one. Absolutely must. They decided to hold the banquet at the Black family estate, which meant that Sirius Black and the others would need to immediately start tidying up the dilapidated old house. As for Harry, he felt not an ounce of guilt for presenting Sirius with such a challenge. He genuinely cared for Sirius, yet when it came to the Black estate, he harbored no remorse, even though he sensed Sirius's disdain for the place during their conversations through the two-way mirror. You haven't seen Harry for 10 years, nor have you been there to guide him as he grew up, Remus Lupin gently remarked. Look at him now. Isn't he thriving? Far better than what you might have envisioned in Azkaban. I know, dear Remus, I am aware of that, Sirius replied, but I find it difficult to adapt to this version of Harry. I often think that if he had grown up beside James, he would not be like this. It feels so strange, you know? We never held feasts for such occasions. Sirius sighed, as if lamenting all that he had missed. Lupin shook his head. You have missed so much. But fret not. We shall make amends in due time, shall we? Sirius burst into laughter, replying, Indeed, Lupin, you are absolutely right. We will make up for it, my dear friend. It was not that they had refrained from hosting numerous gatherings. Rather, these affluent individuals of the magical realm, who prided themselves on their noble pure-blood heritage, had organized countless soirees. Yet, none of these were centered around the two matters at hand. Nor did they resemble the feasts Harry had described, especially the notion of a grand round table for dining, which struck one as rather peculiar. Were they to transform from wizards into knights? Nonetheless, it remained an amusing prospect. Since his release from Azkaban, Sirius Black had longed to see Harry. However, everyone insisted he remain at St. Mungo's to heal from the physical and emotional scars he bore. Harry concurred, and while they had conversed through the two-way mirror on numerous occasions, they had yet to share a face-to-face embrace. Sirius yearned to hold Harry, to have him rest upon his back for a moment, reminiscent of years past when he had transformed into a large dog, treading carefully upon the carpet, bearing the weight of his beloved half of the world upon his back. Time flew by, and suddenly, the end-of-term examinations arrived. As the finals approached, a palpable tension enveloped the atmosphere. Hermione spent her days in the library, while Harry found himself equally occupied, darting to the library by day and attending remedial classes by night, leaving him thoroughly overwhelmed. Among their circle of friends, only Ron seemed relatively unburdened, while Neville grappled with the challenging questions, pulling at his hair in frustration. It was hardly surprising that Ron was less encumbered. He would glance at a book and convince himself he understood the material, but when tested, he often only grasped half of it. However, upon opening the book, he would seem to know everything, hence his comparative leisure. Draco found Ron Weasley insufferable, particularly as he grew even more annoying during their study sessions. Weasley, why don't you go devour your chicken leg? Draco fumed. If you don't finish 6 chicken legs today, I shall turn you into one. His anger rendered him somewhat incoherent. Chapter 74. Harry organized a special Christmas examination for his friends. Indeed, Harry designed this festive assessment to gauge his friends' understanding and prepare them for the upcoming OWLs. Undoubtedly, Harry emerged as the top achiever among his peers, securing the first position, while Hermione trailed in second place. Not because Harry had truly surpassed her in every subject, but because Hermione, after all, was a Gryffindor, while Harry belonged to Slytherin. His nightly remedial classes afforded him a distinct advantage in potions, where a perfect score was all but assured. In practical lessons, his performance was exceptionally superior, had they not been first years. It was conceivable that Snape would have granted Harry direct entry into an advanced class. In any case, with other subjects yielding similar results, but a clear disparity in potions. Harry's position remained at the forefront, although he did not lead Hermione by a significant margin. Draco Malfoy secured the third position, a fact beyond dispute. Ron's grades were neither exceptional nor deplorable. Certainly, if shown to his mother, they would not evoke a furious reprimand. As for Neville, although his scores languished at the bottom, it is worth noting that this was a self-administered examination among the students, and everyone performed adequately well. Indeed, Neville's results were commendable, especially in his own context. His uncle Algy even took the initiative to gift him a potted cloudberry, a rather intriguing magical herb. The cloudberry is known for its peculiar trait. When its caretaker engages in mischief with it, the plant emits a potent aroma, compelling the person to cease their antics. As the scent could lead to gastrointestinal discomfort, an unfortunate predicament to endure. However, such discomfort is trivial, as the cloudberry possesses the ability to concoct soothing potions for the stomach, which utterly captivated Neville. Unlike others, Neville, who had developed a profound interest in herbology from an early age, genuinely yearned for a deep connection with these enigmatic plants. They do not pressure him into hastiness, nor does he feel rushed in their presence. It is truly a harmonious relationship. Neville achieved full marks in herbology, while his other subjects barely surpassed the passing mark, with potions even warranting a rather lackluster score of 60. This disparity speaks volumes. Yet, one cannot deny that Uncle Algy has treated him well. Upon discovering Neville's magical aptitude, he gifted him a niffler, and upon recognizing his talent in herbology, he presented him with a harmless cloudberry. Harry mused that when Neville's talent in herbology shines even brighter, Uncle Algy would undoubtedly bestow upon him a more formidable plant. Perhaps even a deer call. Indeed, Neville's timidity is not genuine cowardice. He is likely just introverted. Harry, grinning, distributed the report cards, which were graded on a 100-point scale and included ranks. He even intended to send them to each friend's parents, but Hermione ultimately intervened. Although Hermione had a genuine fondness for examinations, she was not so deranged as to take it to such extremes. Thus, for the upcoming holiday gathering at the Black family estate, he crafted an enormous invitation for Draco, larger than those sent to the adults. Every child, regardless of their nationality, eagerly anticipates the arrival of vacation. The timely onset of the holiday brought forth joy for the children, as it did so effortlessly. Sirius Black hurried over, instantly recognizing Harry amidst the crowd, disregarding the presence of Harry's guardians. He enveloped the child in a fervent embrace, as though fearful that Harry might vanish. His beautiful, deep-set eyes brimmed with tears, which cascaded down in large droplets, one after another, in an unceasing flow. "Oh, Harry! Harry!" Sirius exclaimed, calling the child's name, his heart pounding like a drum. He had not seen the boy in over a decade, and he longed for him dearly. Harry felt as though he might suffocate. He gave Sirius a firm pat, attempting to lift his considerable frame. "You're really quite heavy. With this embrace, you might just flatten me." Sirius replied, "My child? Where's my lovely, charming child who speaks so sweetly? How did things suddenly become so awry? It was not like this when we used the two-way mirror." Sirius Black's head seemed frozen in shock, gazing at Harry with an expression of utter astonishment. "Ah, my apologies," said Zhao Cuixi, her voice breaking the silence. "It's a bit better when there are outsiders around, but since it's just the two of us in the car, I haven't managed to adjust my accent. You all can chat with him later. Just ensure he doesn't speak much." She hesitated to mention that if Harry continued to talk, Sirius Black's accent would likely become even more pronounced. Nevertheless, Remus Lupin found no issue with it, considering that Harry was not raised in England. Having an accent was perfectly normal. Thus, he swiftly intervened to ease the tension. Number 12, Grimmauld Place. This was a house nestled between number 11 and 13, yet it remained concealed from the untrained eye. It required magic to unveil its entrance to the wizarding world, and that weathered, ancient door could only be opened through enchantment. Fortunately, all four of them were wizards. There was a doorbell affixed to the entrance, which looked as though it had never rung before, merely a decoration that, to touch, would require considerable bravery. "It's filthy," Sirius whispered to Harry. "Whatever you do, do not touch it. I shudder to think of the filth that resides upon it." Harry nodded, having no intention of making contact with that repulsive door. Oh, Sirius had indeed advised him to clean up the old house properly. Regardless, the entrance to the dilapidated abode did swing open. The day after tomorrow marked the day of the gathering, and Harry was uncertain whether their invited guests would muster the courage to approach this house. Chapter 75. Creature screams echo through number 12, Grimmauld Place. Upon entering the Black family residence, One was greeted by a long corridor, where shadows and dust assailed the senses. The place was in a state of utter disrepair, and Harry could only wonder what Sirius and Remus had been up to throughout the winter. He felt an overwhelming sense of despair, while they were both adults. Their collective domestic prowess likely paled in comparison to that of a house elf. No, wait, it would be more accurate to say that even half a house elf would surpass them. Reluctantly following Sirius deeper into the house, Harry traversed the corridor, where the peeling and cracked wallpaper occasionally fluttered down before him, gradually easing his sense of discomfort as he began to adapt to the surroundings. He waved his hand to brush away the dust that fell before him, along with the diminutive, timid magical creatures that were less than pleasant. The corridor was lined with portraits, each one more grimy than the last, as though a century's worth of grime could never be removed. At the stairway's bend stood a broken window that rarely opened, its curtains tattered and filthy, with evidence of insects and rodents marring their state. Remarkable that they could still provide any semblance of coverage. Harry, do not touch those curtains, all right? There are portraits behind them, and I assure you, you would not wish to hear their voices, I swear. Sirius turned to Harry and then cast a brief smile towards Zhao Cuixi, a smile imbued with embarrassment and contrition. Naturally, Zhao Cuixi did not express any dissatisfaction regarding the untidiness of her son's godfather's home. After all, this residence boasted several floors and was indeed a personal property. Externally, although the windows appeared grimy and disordered, the sheer size of the building, with numerous families residing within, rendered it an impressive establishment. Their family occupied an entire building. What more could one desire? In a time when the nation faced economic challenges, even amidst development, it had yet to reach a level where it could compete with developed countries. Zhao Cuixi, despite being worldly, had never possessed such a vast space. While her family owned a house in the suburbs and had 2 apartments in the city, gained from her grandfather and father's allocations, this was distinctly different from living in a single building. The enormity of the structure made it quite reasonable for it to be less than pristine. Thus, she felt no particular discontent, although the peeling wallpaper and the portraits were indeed irksome, as those should have been addressed first. It seemed that men often lacked reliability. Nonetheless, she concealed any hint of dissatisfaction, for Sirius was, after all, a relative of her child, deserving of some respect. Upon noticing her composed expression, Sirius felt a genuine sense of relief. He mused that he had never encountered such a gentle, kind, and beautiful woman. Her only flaw might be her accent. Otherwise, she could have been a queen. However, the truth remained that women from Northeast China seldom criticized the men of others. They lived as they pleased. And what could be done? In their own households, from sons to brothers, from fathers to husbands, none could escape the fate of being scolded or even reprimanded. Thus, this was merely a beautiful misunderstanding. With this thought, Zhao Cuixi cast a glance at a corner of the frame, peeking from behind the curtain. Please do not draw back this curtain. Behind it lies my mother's portrait, capable of scolding from dawn until dusk and from midnight until dawn. As Harry's adoptive mother focused on the frame, Sirius hastily interjected, fearing that if the curtain were drawn, they would find no peace. Zhao Cuixi shivered, turning away, utterly disinterested in the portrait. Soon, they ascended to the 2nd floor. The expansive drawing room on this level was adorned with opulent items. Yet time had inevitably dulled their splendor. The most striking feature was the tapestry depicting the Black family lineage, nearly consuming an entire wall. Harry, captivated by the exquisite and grand glass cabinet positioned therein, dashed over, excitedly opening the cabinet door, causing various items to spill forth, though not all were animated. Stop! A sharp, piercing voice suddenly echoed. Harry turned his gaze towards the source of the disturbance, revealing a decrepit and unkempt house elf, whose movements lacked the agility characteristic of its kin. Its large, furious eyes were filled with indignation as it struck its own head repeatedly with a fire poker. Look, the traitor of the Black family, a filthy betrayer. He has brought his unclean werewolf friend to reside in the pitiful, heartbroken home of poor Creature's little master. And to top it off, he dares to ransack the little master's belongings. Oh, how wicked, how utterly vile. Creature, the house elf belonging to the Black family, charged forth, disregarding the animated dark artifacts, and instead seized a box from the still objects with an iron grip, to the point where his hand was deformed by the pressure, his large eyes glaring menacingly at Harry. Fuming, Creature cast aside the fire poker and turned to tidy the open glass cabinet. What a display of arrogance. Not an ounce of gratitude. How could such a creature deserve to dwell in the home of poor Creature's little master? Oh, little master, Creature sincerely wishes for the Black family to flourish. And now, He has brought in some Easterners. What a disgrace. The wayward son of the Black family. How heartbroken his mistress would be if she knew. Harry resolved not to indulge Creature any longer, though he found the elf somewhat agreeable. He could not overlook its behavior. At the very least, Creature must show respect to his adoptive mother, just as he would show respect to Mrs. Black. For he must honor her. Thus, he approached, disregarding Creature's ire, and forcibly snatched the small box from the elf's grasp. Creature's shrill scream echoed throughout number 12, Grimmauld Place. The old creature has allowed the little master's pendant box to fall into the hands of a traitor. Heavens! The box was not large, in essence. It was a pendant that could be opened, adorned with a catch and a silver chain. It was a golden box, with a lid resembling crystal, upon which coiled a serpent shaped like an S. Although it was not alive, it appeared as if it could move upon closer inspection. A pendant box. An enchanted pendant box. What is this? Sirius inquired as he approached. Stop your wailing, Creature. Hand it over to Harry. He is now your master. He is my godson. My heir. Oh, Harry. Harry Potter, a Gryffindor, a filthy half-blood Gryffindor. Creature screeched, gasping for breath as he struck his own head with a fire poker. Wretched Creature, how dreadful to speak ill of the master. But he should not be Creature's master. Creature is too inept, he cannot destroy it. Creature apologizes to the little master, yet the traitor continues to command Creature. Alas, poor old Creature. Creature's lamentations would be unbearable for most. Yet Harry was no ordinary individual. He was exceptionally adept at shedding tears. He took out the Swana, waved it before Creature, and began to play. This raucous performance instantaneously breathed life into the entire house, particularly affecting the portraits. Save for the veiled Lady Black, the others wept in unison, their tears flowing as if the very canvases would overflow. It was indeed a poignant spectacle, stirring the hearts of listeners to tears. Most notably, Sirius Black was on the verge of collapse. He had never experienced the enchanting power of lamentation. The cries that emerged were indistinguishable from song, a cacophony so profound that it could compel even wandering spirits to prostrate themselves in grief. Zhao Cuixi, however, did not join in the weeping. She felt no connection to this household, and thus remained dry-eyed, yet she could take the Swana and continue playing. Meanwhile, Harry was inexplicably moved to tears. Sitting beside Creature, he clutched a handkerchief, wiping Creature's face while simultaneously singing. Oh, my poor uncle, Creature's beloved little master, you died unjustly. With a crack, Creature felt something snap within his mind. He ceased his weeping, his watery eyes fixated intensely on Harry, as if he were beholding something miraculous, a form of redemption. Harry continued to sing. You devoted yourself entirely to the family. You made sacrifices without hesitation. You kept secrets with utmost discretion. You were a paragon of virtue. Each line resonated deeply within Creature's heart. Indeed, his little master was precisely this. A truly good person, a benevolent master who held a special affection for Creature. Creature's sorrow intensified, yet his tears diminished. All his emotions found validation in that moment, and tears were no longer his means of release. He proclaimed loudly, indeed, Creature's little master is magnificent, so wonderful, so great. He is the true embodiment of greatness, the finest heir of the entire family, the unfalling star of House Black. The best little master in the world. He shot a fierce glance at Sirius, his fervent feelings startling him. Creature continued, voice raised. It is old Creature who is at fault, who failed to destroy that wretched locket. It is old Creature's error. Old Creature allowed the traitor to seize the master's locket. How shameful. Despite his disdain for Creature and his loathing for the Black family, Sirius sensed something was amiss. He quickly presented the locket before Creature, commanding, Creature, I order you to reveal the connection between this locket and Regulus. Poor Creature. Wretched Creature. Heartbreaking Creature. He trembled, his lips quivering, extending his cracked and filthy hands toward the locket, but Sirius would not allow him to touch it. He could only gaze longingly at the locket, his face a portrait of anguish. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke in a hoarse whisper. This is a command from the young master to Creature. He ordered Creature to destroy this. It is the mysterious object belonging to that dreadful individual. The young master sacrificed his own life to save Creature, exchanging his existence for this item. Creature's young master, so kind and gentle, revealed the secret of this locket. With this revelation alone, Regulus understood Voldemort's true intentions. He had fragmented his soul. Voldemort himself might not comprehend the implications of such a division. Yet Regulus, born into a pure-blood family, was acutely aware that this was not a means to achieve immortality. It merely produced madness. However, Horcruxes are exceedingly difficult to destroy. Indeed, that locket once belonged to Slytherin. making its obliteration a formidable challenge, for it is a highly valuable magical artifact, infused with genuine magic. Therefore, even after years without a master in this house, Creature endures, buoyed by love for his master, preventing him from fading away alongside the house's decay. He could persist for much longer, as long as he felt the master's need for him. He was oblivious to how house elves express their affections. His greatest love was for Regulus, and he could only convey his utmost fondness. Tears streamed down his face, landing on the locket, which Sirius had long since placed in his hands. Yet he remained uncertain of how to proceed with it. Chapter 77. A single beating is insufficient. 2 are necessary. Creature's sobs were interspersed with gasps. Yet now it was Sirius Black who wept uncontrollably, while Remus Lupin stood nearby, choking back his own tears. Look at these two. See how pitifully they weep. But do the deceased know of their lamentations? Harry felt an urge to sigh, even to mock them. Yet ultimately, kindness prevailed, and he refrained from such actions. Regulus achieved what none of the members of the Order of the Phoenix could. He had perished. Had he lived, he would have accomplished even greater feats. Regulus Black was a true hero, more so than anyone else, selflessly facing death without flinching in fear. He cherished his beloved house elf, a sentiment that even Sirius Black, who prided himself on being the most rebellious and disdainful of the pure blood legacy, had failed to embrace. The value of life, even that of a house elf. Regulus Black was a genuinely good person, a pure soul, one who defies ordinary standards of judgment. The things Creature spoke of regarding Regulus were unknown to Sirius Black. As his brother, he had never truly understood his sibling. In his memory, Regulus was merely a timid boy hiding behind him. He is not the heir. He was never the heir. He is merely a boy from the Black family, not its heir. Expectations for him were not particularly high. I am his brother, and I look down upon him. I believe he will graduate from Hogwarts, marry, and lead a life of leisure, living off the family's wealth as a scion of a prosperous pureblood family. His greatest utility lies in marrying an exceptional woman and fathering numerous little Blacks to contribute to the expansion of our family. This is how, during his childhood, the expectations for him were conveyed to me. Sirius knelt on the ground, his hands striking the earth with such force, wishing he could unearth his brother from the depths of despair. I am sorry. I am so sorry for him. It is my fault. I push him in front of me. It is my fault. When a person is engulfed in sorrow and pain reaches its zenith, tears merely accompany the turmoil. The true release lies in the primal scream. Sirius's wail echoed through the grand Black estate, shaking its very foundations. He could not contain his anguish, nor was he the type to manage his pain. He felt that after causing the death of his dearest friend, he deserved harsh punishment, and now he could not bear such guilt. He showed no mercy towards his family, nor did he offer solace to his brother, who was abruptly thrust into the role of heir to the Black family. Initially, he reveled in the finest offerings his family provided. As the firstborn, he was the rightful heir, receiving unreserved praise from all, while his brother was deemed a satisfactory, competent sibling. He took all of this for granted, believing it to be the norm, yet it was not. Clearly, he had grown too arrogant. His self-importance blinded him to his brother's needs, and this neglect wielded a fatal blow. Sirius Black was, without a doubt, a child of fortune from the moment of his birth. He was handsome, vivacious, and possessed remarkable magical prowess, perfectly embodying the qualities of a pure-blood heir. However, this very privilege led him to become excessively self-absorbed. His character was impeccable, yet an overemphasis on his own feelings fostered a lack of responsibility. The birth of Harry awakened a sense of duty within him, yet the guilt he harbored ensnared him once more. Now, he found himself once again drowning in remorse. Harry felt perplexed. He had a fondness for Sirius. Though they were referred to as godfather and godson, he perceived Sirius more as an older brother. They shared laughter and mischief together. Yet, Sirius had not matured to embody the qualities of a true adult. As Harry pondered how to encourage Sirius to grow up a little, a sharp sound of a slap resonated in everyone's ears. Harry's seemingly delicate and gentle foster mother delivered a resounding blow to the handsome face of Sirius Black, instantly swelling the visage that had once captivated countless girls at Hogwarts. Northeastern women are renowned for their exceptional prowess in delivering resounding slaps, a skill honed over 6 millennia since the era of the Hongshan culture. Each strike is precise, a slap for every face, devoid of deceit, assured in quality. A single blow guarantees a crimson visage, swollen to resemble a fresh pig's head, allowing you to savor the culinary delight of pig-killing dishes while marveling at the human portrayal of a pig's head, an indulgence for both the visual and gustatory senses. Stop. This is hardly the time for advertisements. For with that resounding slap, silence enveloped the crowd. Even Cuixi, in tears, was momentarily taken aback, wide-eyed in astonishment. Remus, too, was rendered motionless, as if the very air around him had frozen. Zhao Cuixi, she smiled at Harry, certain that Remus Lupin would not lay a hand on his dear friend, and Harry, too, would refrain from striking his godfather. Thus it fell to her, as Harry's mother, to discipline a godfather lost in his own despair. Was it unreasonable? Certainly not. This old fool needed a lesson. One slap was insufficient. Two would suffice to rouse him from his stupor. Zhao Cuixi, she smirked ominously, rebuking, Sirius Black, you wretched man, your younger brother's plight is indeed tragic. But your negligence towards him is even more so. Have you not grasped the gravity of the situation? With your brother gone, what have you done? Have you not considered acting in his honor? What of his final wishes? What of his belongings? Does the wizarding world not adhere to the principle of a proper burial? Must he remain in that state? Must you continue your lamentations? With that, she struck Sirius once more. In this lifetime, spanning 30 years, Sirius Black finally received a genuine, benevolent reprimand regarding his own emotions. Cuixi, who had previously harbored no fondness for the dark-haired, yellow-skinned Eastern woman, was suddenly captivated. He had witnessed countless altercations and had even engaged in duels with wizards employing dark curses. Yet this moment was the most shocking of all. No one, absolutely no one, could rival the allure of this woman. Indeed, Sirius began to awaken to the reality of the situation. Although he suspected that the second slap was intentional, perhaps a manifestation of her obsessive tendencies, her reasoning was undeniably sound. As a man, he could exchange curses with witches, but engaging in physical conflict was entirely inappropriate. Sirius, Harry interjected, you cannot act alone. Immediately contact Professor Dumbledore and Professor Snape. They must come at once. We need to devise a detailed plan regarding the Dark Lord. You cannot undertake this alone. It is not merely dangerous. It pertains to how we confront the Dark Lord. Remus placed his hand upon Sirius's shoulders and said, listen to Harry and Sissy. They are indeed correct. I shall accompany you. We all shall accompany you. Come, let's seek out Dumbledore. Chapter 78. He had no desire to converse with fools. Soon, Dumbledore arrived. He had initially intended to come early the next morning to assist in organizing the grand gathering. Yet to his astonishment, before morning had fully dawned, he received a startling revelation. This news was nothing short of explosive. After taking a moment to compose himself, Dumbledore hastily prepared, tying his beard into a bow, and rushed through the fireplace to Black's ancestral home. Upon his arrival, he summoned Snape with a Patronus, even mentioning a request for a connection to the Flynn network leading to his residence. After a 20-minute wait, Snape emerged slowly from the grand fireplace of the Black household. No need to reapply for the Flynn network, he remarked languidly. You could never fathom the myriad destinations this fireplace leads to. His tone was laced with sarcasm, which Sirius found utterly provocative. However, Sirius Black remained silent, his demeanor unervingly calm, as though he were frozen upon the icy plains of Antarctica. Snape was unaware of the unfolding events. Yet Dumbledore's Patronus conveyed an urgent summons related to something he had long wished to uncover. Surely, he thought, something of significance had been discovered. Otherwise, Dumbledore would not have been in such a haste. After all, this was not a time of war. Finding an owl was quite facile and would not attract the attention of those mysterious followers. What then had been uncovered within the Black estate? Seemingly, Snape did not appear to be particularly astute. His very appearance belied a cunning nature. Rather, he seemed to possess a resolute pride that set him apart from his fellow Slytherins. He desired only what he sought, never the burdens he had to endure. Yet, in truth, Snape was far more perceptive than he appeared, his shrewdness cloaked beneath a somber and melancholic exterior. He was acutely aware of his isolation. Even with true friends, he would never place his hopes in their unwavering support. It was akin to hiding an object in plain sight, beneath the very eyes of those who sought it. An individual must bow to see it, yet he would employ every means to prevent them from doing so. Thus, he concealed himself in places unnoticed by others. Curiously, the foolish dog had not erupted in fury today. Snape suppressed his emotions, contemplating whether to provoke the imbecilic dog to achieve his aims or to observe the situation unfold. At that moment, Sirius unexpectedly spoke. Snape, how is your relationship with Regulus? Regulus Black, 3 years junior to Sirius, commenced his education at Hogwarts at the age of 11, seamlessly integrating in a Slytherin house. Before he could graduate, he was compelled to join the Death Eaters and pay homage to the Dark Lord, an obligation he could not refuse. Failure to comply would plunge the Black family into irreparable ruin. Ironically, even after acquiescing, the Black family still faced inevitable devastation. After all, no one can escape the fate that has long been delineated. Severus Snape, too, never contemplated evading his own destiny. He orchestrated a more tragic conclusion for himself, hoping that all would honor his tragic legacy. Each word, every syllable, resonated painfully within Sirius Black's heart, whether or not he felt genuine jealousy towards Regulus. His actions undeniably inflicted harm upon his younger brother. Regulus, being 3 years his junior, represented a peculiar age. He was born just when Sirius began to explore the world, completely oblivious to the adult conversations about family. As he embarked upon his education, he was thrust into the role of an heir, a stark betrayal of the family ideals he was raised with, suddenly burdened by pressures he had been told he could escape. Sirius felt overwhelmed to the point of tears. This turmoil was compounded by Snape's venomous remarks, which, unbeknownst to him, were eroding Sirius's spirit. Had Snape been aware of Regulus's heroic deeds, his words would have stung even more. There was no need to observe. Sirius's suffering was vividly apparent. Soon, Harry recounted the sequence of events to Snape, whose venomous words seemed to carry a destructive force beyond mere corrosion. However, Snape, ever resourceful, quickly devised a cunning plan. They resolved to act under the cover of night, venturing into the cave to seek out Regulus's belongings and his remains. Yet, Snape could not resist launching into his caustic mockery of Dumbledore. Each utterance struck deep. Meanwhile, Harry nodded in agreement. Having recently collaborated with his adoptive mother on matters concerning the locket, it was truly a pity, for the once resplendent locket had lost its luster. While there was a semblance of truth in their discourse, an odd sensation lingered. However, the group encouraged Dumbledore to depart momentarily. Before leaving, he insisted they maintain constant communication, even taking Harry's two-way mirror. Satisfied, Snape instructed them to reconvene in half an hour. Sirius, having tidied his appearance and groomed himself, declared, "I can use my blood to pass through the stone door." Snape let out a heavy grunt and disapparated, uninterested in conversing with a fool. Chapter 79, Assuring the Completion of the Task. Avery felt an unsettling disquiet today, as if everything he did was amiss. Upon awakening that morning, he felt rather indifferent, merely intending to have breakfast before heading to work. Although he was a wizard, he could not live without earning some galleons. Times had changed, and he needed to make some money. He strolled to his workplace, which was conveniently nearby, and did not find the walk taxing. After all, he had to be cautious with his use of magic, as he harbored an unsettling suspicion that someone might be watching him. The after-effects of once being a Death Eater lingered. Though he had not been imprisoned in Azkaban, it did not mean he was free from suspicion. He needed to exercise prudence. Adjusting the collar of his robe, Avery shrank back, fearful that a righteous individual might cast a curse upon him. If Voldemort truly returned, he would undoubtedly rush to pledge his loyalty, he vowed. The past decade of living in constant trepidation had been exceedingly arduous. No one comprehended the depths of his struggles. Avery felt despair. He quickened his pace, darting into an alleyway, drawing comfort from the proximity of his workplace. Suddenly, a spell rang out, and a beam of light shot towards Avery, rendering him unconscious before he even had the chance to draw his wand. Snape, casting a stunning spell upon Avery, swiftly used a levitation charm to hoist him onto his shoulder and sprinkled a potion over Avery's head. In an instant, he transformed into a loyal, albeit pitiable, friend, while Avery became a drunken, troublesome companion. What a marvelous facade it was. In less than 10 minutes, Snape coldly scoffed, carelessly handing Avery over to Creature, commanding, "Hold him tight, Creature. You'll take him over shortly." Creature's eyes were red, clearly recognizing Avery, and he displayed a momentary shock. However, it was merely a fleeting second before Creature's clever mind devised a brilliant plan. Gripping Avery with one hand and a Quidditch bat with the other, he became noticeably tense. While you may not know Avery, Snape had a vivid recollection of him, having once considered him a friend, albeit a reluctant one. Before Snape delved deeply into the study of dark magic, Avery had boasted about the fascinating applications of dark arts. Indeed, this man had been labeled by Lily as a rather dreadful, futureless Slytherin who dabbled in dark magic. Later, he became a skilled Death Eater adept at concealing his identity and evading the Ministry's purges. Yet, everyone knew he was a Death Eater. Thus, should he go missing for days, few would take notice, would they? Poor Avery felt a bit dazed but recalled being struck by a spell, so he resolved to retaliate. A sharp sound pierced the air, and then Avery felt a sudden pain at the back of his head before losing consciousness once more. In rendering Avery unconscious, Creature felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. The moment he laid eyes on this Death Eater, he understood the purpose of his capture. After all, the cave required blood to open its door, and someone had to consume the deadly potions. Thus, the value of this individual was immeasurable. Soon the time arrived, and everyone gathered in the living room. With Creature leading the way, the peculiar magic of the house elf allowed him to swiftly transport the group to the cave's entrance. This was less a cave than a hollow in a rocky wall, connecting to an unknown realm. The outside bore unmistakable signs of numerous enchantments. A muggle passing by would surely overlook this location. But what of a wizard? How would a wizard react upon encountering such a place? They would find it eerie and foreboding, feeling an involuntary shiver run down their spine, instinctively distancing themselves from this seemingly ominous spot. This is precisely what a wizard would do. After all, wizards are human too, and no matter how peculiar, they would not be drawn to a place fraught with danger. "Let us proceed," Harry said, standing at the cave's entrance, his eyes fixed on the threshold. At present, the entrance appeared to be sealed, yet it was merely obscured by a veil of magic. He understood that to dispel this enchantment, a sacrifice was required, one that could be drawn from any living being's flesh and blood. Now, Avery was of utmost importance. Creature roughly dragged Avery over, propelling his head against the stones at the cave's mouth. At that instant, blood flowed from Avery's forehead, staining a slightly darkened rock. With this single act of sacrifice, the cave's entrance was fully revealed. As the magic dissipated, a chilling and foul wind rushed forth from within, enveloping them. It was utterly terrifying. Zhao Cuixi, having produced a mass from who knows where, began distributing them, ensuring even Creature was not spared. Thankfully, Zhao Cuixi was not his master. Creature patted his chest, relieved not to be cast out, and then propelled Avery into the cave with purposeful strides. The others followed suit. The cave was spacious enough, providing ample room for them to stand. It was expansive but not reminiscent of an ordinary cavern. To their astonishment, a vast, dark lake lay within this hollow. Exudino o minuoha. The lake appeared dreadful, and even standing on its banks, one could feel the chilling echoes that seemed to emanate from the very depths of hell. Zhao Cuixi shuddered, producing the Wenwang drum. "This place is truly unfit for the living," she declared. She secured the spell bells to her waist, one after another. "Once you have completed your task, I shall perform a rite to guide the departed souls. You need not concern yourselves with me, as I will not accompany you to the island in the middle of the lake." Harry nodded. "I must enter. I will take Avery with me. Creature, be prepared to assist me, understood?" Creature's expression turned solemn and resolute. "I guarantee the completion of the task." Chapter 80. The Mother Nightshade is a man-eater. Harry dragged the unconscious Avery onto a small ferry boat. Once aboard, he remained vigilant, particularly attentive to the surroundings, especially the conditions beneath the water surface. As for Avery, not only had Harry confiscated his wand, but he had also securely bound him with rope. This made it somewhat strenuous for an 11-year-old child to drag him along, yet was of little consequence. Magic could accomplish such tasks. After a considerable effort, the boat reached the island at the heart of the lake. Harry levitated Avery and brought him before a stone basin filled with potions. Avery, who had recently lost a considerable amount of blood, had actually regained consciousness while still on the boat. He was gripped by fear and kept his eyes tightly shut, initially planning to seize his captor. Judging by the grip on his hand, he deduced that his captor was merely a child, someone he believed he could easily overpower. However, panic ensued when he realized his wand was missing, along with all his magical possessions. He dared not move, paralyzed by uncertainty. Where was he? With a cautious opening of his eyes, Avery glimpsed his surroundings. He was indeed floating, just above the ground, conserving magical energy without the risk of falling, which was a testament to the skill of his captor. A child was capable of such control, or perhaps the one controlling him was of mixed blood with a fairy. Everyone had heard of Hogwarts. Who didn't he know about the half-giant professor, Phileas Flitwick? Having once been a student of this professor, Avery was well aware of the formidable power behind his spells. Though wizards placed great importance on bloodlines, Avery had once been fixated on this, and still was. They all acknowledged that half-blood wizards, born from magical beings, often possessed remarkable abilities surpassing those of purebloods, having inherited the superior traits of their magical progenitors. However, few wizards felt any affection for magical beings that would lead to producing half-blood offspring. Avery's breathing quickened. There were numerous diminutive magical creatures. He genuinely feared that he might be dealing with a wizard born from a union with a banshee, known for their lethal nature. The thought filled him with dread, and he caught sight of a pair of feet, quite ordinary feet. He dared not lift his eyelids any further. Doing so would surely reveal his awareness. Unbeknownst to him, The one guiding him had already realized he was awake. Harry Potter was elated that Avery had regained consciousness, for it meant he could now swallow on his own, which was a cause for celebration. Harry set Avery down and, under the guise of feigning unconsciousness, yanked his hair back, compelling him to tilt his head upwards. This inadvertent tug caused Avery to instinctively open his mouth, thereby sparing Harry from additional trouble. He first ladled a spoonful of potion aside before grasping a nearby cup, filling it with another potion to pour into Avery's mouth. Avery could no longer maintain his facade. He attempted to shake his head to avoid the second cup of potion, which tasted dreadful. The concoction burned as it went down, leaving him in great discomfort. "Drink it." Harry coldly continued to administer the potion to him, forcefully holding his head in place. His movements were swift and precise, displaying no hesitation whatsoever. Each cup of potion was expertly poured into Avery's mouth. Even as Avery begged for mercy, even as he wept and coughed up blood, Harry showed no compassion. His face was devoid of warmth, as if administering these toxic potions to Avery were his natural calling. Sirius observed this scene, his heart beginning to race. He swallowed hard and turned to Remus, but Lupin averted his gaze, focusing intently on the lake as if it held some profound mystery. This left Sirius feeling somewhat defeated, so he shifted his attention to the other side, where Snivella stood, his expression stern and unyielding. Sirius had no intention of engaging with Black. Thus, yet again, Sirius found himself at an impasse. However, Creature was exhilarated. "Yes, exactly, just like that," he murmured softly, his large eyes sparkling with a sense of vindication. Sirius fell silent. He simply could not fathom how an ordinary-born Avery dared to bully the heir of the Black family. Yet, they had all joined the Death Eaters, and he was aware of the Dark Lord's descent into madness. It seemed plausible that bullying existed even among the ranks of the Death Eaters. In truth, Avery was not held in as high regard by Voldemort as Regulus, but he had joined the Death Eaters 3 years prior to Regulus and was obsessed with dark magic. His mastery of magic undoubtedly surpassed that of Regulus, leading to the emergence of bullying under the guise of loyalty to the Dark Lord, even towards a newcomer whom the Dark Lord valued. Creature understood this all too well. He loathed Avery far more than he disliked Sirius. As Sirius scanned the surroundings, strange ripples began to form in the black waters of the lake. Chapter 81. What nonsense! He feared nothing. The Inferi. There were Inferi in the lake. Sirius finally grasped the peril of this place. He realized that the ominous feeling pervading the area stemmed from the chilling, decaying aura of these soulless creatures. A group of these animated corpses had congregated here, devoid of spirit, intent on slaughtering everyone. How they initially came to be was no longer relevant. Now, the entire lake was teeming with Inferi, so many, densely packed, reminiscent of a hellish nightmare. Sirius struggled to steady his emotions. No matter how brave he considered himself, fear crept in, especially as he noticed Harry not far from him on the island in the lake's center. The Inferi did not approach the island. Instead, they crawled toward the shore, intent on driving away those standing by the water's edge. Just then, a sudden metallic clattering rang out. Clang! The sound seemed to echo from ancient times, reverberating throughout the cavern. Cyrus turned his head, and the scene before him was nothing short of a revelation that shook the very foundation of his 30-plus years of existence. Not just Cyrus, but everyone present, aside from Harry and the drugged Avery, including Creature, was equally astounded. The desolate and tragic aura from ancient times manifested itself in the figure of a young woman at this very moment. The sound of the bell was not the usual crisp chime of a common bell. Rather, it resonated with a mournful echo, reminiscent of an ancient call used to soothe the souls of ancestors. This cacophony, through its clashing and trembling, opened a portal for communication between the divine and the mortal realm. Zhao Cuixi suddenly lifted her head, and the feathers atop her head soared like birds before plunging into the inky waters below, carrying a darkness more profound than the lake itself. This darkness dispersed the ominous presence within the water, pure and absorbing all light, so black that it could consume all colors. The blackened birds were vibrant yet devoid of color, absorbing any semblance of light into their very beings. This shamanic dance of Zhao Cuixi was unlike any other. Each movement she made was imbued with sanctity, as if a true deity had descended upon her. There were no words spoken. She herself embodied a language. Meanwhile, Harry continued to force the toxic potion down Avery's throat, oblivious to whether Avery could even swallow it. He persisted until the potion diminished to a level where he could discern its contents, at which point he reached in and retrieved an object from within. The moment he grasped it, the corpses lurking beneath the lake stirred. Once inert, they were now animated. No longer mere lifeless bodies, but perilous magical entities controlled by the Dark Wizard. They had been cursed, ensnared by malevolent spells, forced to obey the whims of their master. Lacking souls, thoughts, or vitality, they were but remnants of the deceased, their bodies manipulated into acts of violence and destruction, instinctively driven to avoid decay. Much like a plant instinctively reaching for sunlight, even if it risks its own demise. The undead were thus. They recoiled from flames, shunned light, and even feared certain metals. When illuminated by light and fire, they would retreat, yet some unique metals, upon contact, could reduce them to mere ash. The horde of corpses surged forth like ravenous beasts, scrambling onto the shore, intent on wreaking havoc upon all present. However, Harry quickly regained his composure, producing the Wenwang drum and striking it rhythmically. The resounding beats echoed through the cavern with a haunting resonance. At that moment, as she spoke, Snape had already raised his wand, which erupted with flames at its tip, almost as if to flaunt his cunning before the two astonished adversaries. Yet this was not the time for quarrels. Sirius soon reacted, even more swiftly than Remus. They were not novices. Despite many years of inactivity, they were seasoned professionals when it came to confronting dark wizards. Everyone braced themselves to face the undead, their expressions grave, as if confronting a formidable adversary. Only Zhao Cuixi remained composed, her face a mask of tranquility devoid of emotion. Earlier, she had exhibited some signs of agitation while speaking, but now, solemnity reigned on her countenance. Clang! The sound of the peculiar instruments in her hands resonated through the air. At that moment, she commenced her movements, advancing, retreating, advancing again, shifting, circling, and proceeding. Zhao Cuixi executed a sequence of steps so strange that it bordered on the uncanny, inscribing a celestial diagram of the Big Dipper upon the ground. Snape promptly sealed his ears, isolating himself from the cacophony. In an instant, he perceived a shift in the atmosphere around him. Moments earlier, he had sensed a rarefied and pristine quality to the air, reminiscent of the vastness of outer space. He even imagined that soaring to the highest heights on a broomstick might evoke a similar sensation. Yet, the moment he silenced the sounds, he was engulfed once more by the fetid stench and coldness of the undead cavern. The contrast was stark. Snape realized that the Eastern woman, Harry Potter's adoptive mother, possessed genuine spiritual insight. Though he had previously witnessed the extraordinary abilities of their mother-son duo, they had seemed merely to be specialized spells achievable through magic. But now, he grasped that something was amiss. They could commune with the divine. Whether true deities or mere phantoms, they had the capacity to connect with entities beyond human comprehension. This was utterly absurd. Snape mused that perhaps Potter had known everything all along. If he could communicate with spirits, what did he have to fear from Voldemort? A being who had long since deserved death? Why fear at all? After sensing the unique boundaries of the divine, he felt emboldened. What was there to dread? Voldemort was merely a wretched soul clinging to life. He was unafraid. Snape steeled himself, convinced that no one could sway him against the undead. No one. Chapter 82. He knew Voldemort all too well. One by one, the undead transformed into ordinary corpses, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Yet, Zhao Cuixi did not cease her movements. Her dance quickened, her actions grew increasingly enigmatic, and the sounds emanating from her intensified. She moved along the lakeshore, her motions eventually defying the limits of human capability, executed with effortless grace. Simultaneously, Harry on the island and the lake mirrored this extraordinary display. The rhythm of his drumming grew louder, and his dance began to resemble something far beyond human capacity. They appeared to hover in mid-air, devoid of magical fluctuations or incantations, merely performing these astonishing feats. Everyone present, including the wizards and even the house elf creature, found the spectacle astonishing. He stared with wide eyes, his mind seemingly invaded by strange thoughts. House elves are neither human nor ordinary magical creatures. They arise from the very essence of a dwelling, yet their existence is not guaranteed by mere ownership of a home. So, what truly begets their emergence? In the annals of wizarding history, it is believed that they were initially vanquished by wizards who subsequently tamed them, rendering them enslaved to wizarding families. However, the truth is that the magic of house elves diverges significantly from that of wizards. Indeed, many house elves possess powers that surpass those of human wizards. The notion that they are easily subdued and domesticated seems rather absurd. Particularly striking is the fact that when a house is destroyed, house elves cannot endure for long, should they fail to be accepted by a new family and dwelling. They face inevitable extinction. Therefore, the recorded history of wizards may not be entirely trustworthy. Creature, having experienced the genuine duality of a master and servant in the realm of magic, feels the awakening of ancestral memories coursing through his veins. The ancient summons appears to penetrate his very soul. It is peculiar, yet does not evoke discomfort. After a moment of daze, Creature suddenly shrieked, "Master! Creature's little master! Regulus! Is Creature's Regulus!" He rushed forth, embracing one of the fallen bodies among the many, exclaiming joyfully that he had found his little master. His eyes sparkled with a brilliance akin to stars cascading into his gaze. The other bodies were soon cremated and buried within the desolate cave. It is evident that some of the individuals in this cave were garbed in ancient attire. Among them, some were scantily clad, while others wore heavy, opulent garments, and a few adorned religious vestments. This suggests that the cave was not originally intended for the safeguarding of any cursed objects. Meanwhile, Harry, still on the island at the lake's center, had extracted a considerable amount of the toxic potion from the basin and fed it to Avery, finally revealing the bottom of the stone basin. The base concealed a piece of parchment, nearly fused with the basin itself, making it nearly imperceptible. This parchment had likely been there for an indeterminate period, its presence obscured by the potion's immersion, rendering it difficult to detect. Avery, now in a state of near demise, required little attention as he lamented and wept, repeatedly confessing his wrongdoings, his agony palpable enough to evoke sympathy. Yet, Harry felt little compassion for him. After all, the Death Eaters, as a collective, are notorious for their ruthless nature. A mere misstep in words could earn one their ire, while Voldemort could inflict excruciating punishment upon them, and they would still express gratitude for their master's retribution. Frankly, such individuals would be likened to those in the northeastern regions, who, even in dire straits, would remain silent, earning the colloquial label of urine-bound fools. With a heavy sigh, Harry grasped Avery firmly and pulled him ashore. Avery's cries echoed incessantly as he lamented, recounting every misdeed from his childhood to the present. However, no one anticipated that his cries would yield unexpected results. Avery exclaimed, "Severus, I apologize. I never truly wished to befriend you. My fascination lies with dark magic. It is, however, the Dark Lord who insists upon our friendship, recognizing the potential within you that he greatly admires. I am sincerely sorry, Severus. It was I who influenced that muggle girl to distance herself from you." He wept. The Dark Lord must have an affinity for you. He does not even favor the beautiful Bella. Severus, please forgive me. I possess many secrets I am willing to share with you. I implore you, save me. A disconcerting sound shattered the atmosphere. Oh, it was the collective nerves of those present. Creature, still lost in the joy of discovering Regulus, stood momentarily dumbfounded, holding Regulus while his agile little head turned to gaze at Severus Snape. Creature had encountered the Dark Lord before and was all too aware of his nature. The Dark Lord was strikingly handsome, yet he seemed indifferent to both men and women. How could he possibly be drawn to Snape? This was not to imply any disdain for Snape, but rather to acknowledge that Snape, too, appeared to be a person devoid of romantic interest. The house elf. Creature had witnessed countless romantic entanglements, and he found it hard to believe that two cold, unfeeling men could harbor affection for one another. It seemed utterly implausible. At that moment, Snape looked as if he were preparing to cast a lethal curse upon Avery. He had no ties to Voldemort, nor any emotional connections. Otherwise, Voldemort would not have consented to spare Lily. Everyone assumed his feelings for Lily were rooted in love, but if Voldemort truly harbored such intentions, he would have been the first to eliminate Lily. Snape understood Voldemort all too well. Chapter 83. Snape's words incited great anger in Sirius. Snape's understanding of Voldemort traced back to his school years. From the moment he enrolled, he was targeted due to his conspicuously mixed blood surname. Initially, the Slytherins isolated him until he demonstrated his worth in his second year, consistently achieving the highest marks in potions. The challenging potions that perplexed his peers seemed to transform into simplicity when he approached them. Slughorn recognized his talent early on. In truth, Slughorn initially favored Potter as a promising student. Anyone familiar with the histories of magical families would know that the Potter family was also renowned for their prowess in potions. However, the Potters did not prioritize their familial legacy. They were willing to sell valuable potion recipes and properties to ensure their children lived carefree lives, indifferent to the future of their lineage. That was a concern for their son, not for them. The ancestors of the Potter family are documented as the first masters of potion making. This esteemed master, known for his benevolence and penchant for healing others, adopted the name Potter, although it remains unclear to others why this initial Potter chose to alter his surname. Severus Snape understands that this first Potter was not only a compassionate healer, but also a wizard pursued by enemies. Despite believing he had escaped from the perilous situations of his past, it did not guarantee his peace of mind. Thus, he leveraged the advantage of potions, ensuring that people would refer to him as Potter, and this widely acknowledged name became his true identity. As for Snape's knowledge of this matter, it stems from his research into private records, which are not found in the Hogwarts library. After all, with a pure-blood wizard in the family, one can trace back a lineage rich in history. Although Snape himself is of mixed blood, his mother, Eileen Prince, hailed from a pure-blood family, one with a notable legacy. While the Prince family is not included among the 28 sacred families, the fact remains that after Eileen left the wizarding world, the Prince name faded into obscurity. Nevertheless, the Prince family possesses a vast collection of books and other artifacts, including a peculiar sword once wielded by family members. Snape found this to be quite absurd and chose to refrain from discussing the eccentricities of the Prince family. Despite once rebelliously dubbing himself the Half-Blood Prince, merely a play on words referencing his lineage, he became ensnared in the world of potions. Following Lucius Malfoy's recipe, he concocted a potion aimed at the soul, subsequently attracting the attention of Voldemort and being seduced into joining the Death Eaters. Consequently, these events bear no relation to romantic entanglements. He even speculated that had James Potter possessed potion-making talent, Voldemort would have reached out to him without hesitation. However, the reality of the situation is one thing, but hearing it from a former Death Eater and erstwhile friend left Snape feeling utterly disheartened. He could hardly fathom that Avery's mind was cluttered with such nonsensical thoughts. Had he known, he would have surely wanted to cleanse Avery's mind. Yet, anger proved futile. Snape recognized that the essence of humanity lies in gossip. Truth holds little value when tales are spun. He doubted that the foolish dog and his werewolf friend would refrain from spreading gossip in favor of genuine discourse. Resolved to abandon explanations, Snape determined to take immediate action. He approached Harry and forcefully seized a bottle filled with the toxic potion from the heart of the lake, tucking it away for himself. All gossip would vanish beneath his ominous demeanor, yet the potion would not dissipate. It remained his finest companion. At this moment, Severus Snape was wholly satisfied. He cast a glance at Creature, then turned his gaze towards Sirius Black, a malicious smirk dancing upon his lips. Now, is someone to seek atonement? Look, only that loyal servant clings to his master, wailing in despair, while the brother, bound by blood to his master, revels in the falsehoods of idle gossip. How utterly ironic. The pitiable Black, the lamentable Regulus. Why must the sole heir of the Black family be such a person? The sorrowful cries of the humble and devoted Creature were truly heartrending, enough to bring tears to the eyes of any listener. Snape's words ignited a furious rage within Sirius. He longed to charge at Snape, seize him by the collar, and deliver a few well-placed punches, but he refrained. Harry stood nearby, and Snape was Harry's head of house, no matter how much he wished to strike. He had to suppress his impulses. Moreover, deep down, he understood that he had indeed fallen short, both as an older brother and as the heir of the Black family. He had not fulfilled his responsibilities. Yet, human nature is peculiar. When one commits a transgression, they may come to terms with it internally, but they can never bear to have it articulated by another. Should anyone voice such a truth, they would swiftly become an adversary, perhaps even a sworn enemy. This was particularly true given that Snape had long been Sirius Black's foe. Thus, the two ultimately refrained from unleashing curses upon one another, entirely due to the intervention of Zhao Cuixi, who employed a small enchantment. She procured 2 lengths of rope, instructing Harry to tie the corners of their garments together, effectively ensnaring them both. At the very least, you two must discern the gravity of the situation, she sighed, shaking her head. Harry, come, take your uncle's body with you. As she spoke, she jingled the handbell in her grasp. Harry could see clearly that the bell contained the souls of thousands. Chapter 84. He merely wished to rend Voldemort asunder. The handbell, also known as the Rod Bell or Divine Bell, is referenced in the historical text, the imperial mandate for the Manchu rituals to the gods and heaven as the Rod Bell, commonly referred to as the shaman's bell. It is utilized in conjunction with other magical tools, producing a cacophony that summons deities to descend upon the earthly realm. The Hama Blade, or Halmau, known as the resonant or divine sword, is a weapon that does not bear a sharpened edge, hence it does not slay the living, but rather cleaves through demons and malevolent spirits, entities not of this mundane world. The hilt of this blade is adorned with a bell, intended to startle and frighten, targeting the wicked. The handbell serves as a divine instrument. Those souls of the deceased that can enter the divine bell are those who bore no sins in life. They ought to find rest, but are condemned to witness their bodies become specters, subject to the control of others. Thus, they are innocent and may find solace within the divine artifact. Conversely, the bell attached to the Hama blade collects the souls of those who have committed egregious acts. Harry, a shaman with the gift of spirit communication, perceives the true essence of souls and glimpses the divine realm. He observes the innocent, pure white souls gracefully entering the chime of the deity's bell, devoid of anguish or chaos. The torment of witnessing their own lifeless forms commit malevolent acts dissipates as they transcend into the divine resonance. Conversely, the souls of those who actively perpetrated evil have long been drawn into the divine blade, colliding with its edge and thus nourishing its murderous intent. To the untrained eye, it may appear as if Zhao Cuixi is merely flailing about. Yet, through Harry's vision, each of Zhao Cuixi's movements resonates harmoniously with the divine. This is the essence of a shaman's power. Although Harry possesses the ability to communicate with the deities, he does not yet wield this gift with complete ease, often risking losing himself in the midst of such communion. Nevertheless, he is determined to improve. The elderly gentleman, known as Gale by Dumbledore, and affectionately referred to as Green by others, possesses a striking handsomeness. Dumbledore claims him to be an old friend from the north, endowed with considerable magical prowess and the potential of a shamanic wizard, hence his introduction to the group. However, upon encountering Mr. Green, Harry's demeanor shifts, as if he is grappling with an internal struggle, not quite knowing whether to laugh or scold, his expression betraying his discomfort. A glance at Dumbledore and then at Green leaves him shaking his head. It seems our esteemed white wizard seeks to broaden his circle of acquaintances. Snape, with a mere glance at Mr. Green, is immediately beset by a headache, for the situation has become abundantly clear. Albus Dumbledore, see what you have wrought? He gives Creature a knowing look, prompting the house elf to reluctantly and cautiously place Regulus's lifeless body on the ground. In that moment, Harry retrieves 2 pendant boxes, strikingly similar, yet one significantly newer than the other. The older box creaks open to reveal a note inscribed in a beautiful, yet somewhat juvenile script. To the Dark Lord, by the time you read this, I shall have already perished, but it is imperative that you know I have uncovered your secret. I have stolen your Horcrux and intend to destroy it at the earliest opportunity. I willingly embrace death, hoping that you may meet your end when faced with an adversary. Rab. The contents of this note send shivers through all who read it within the room. Zhao Cuixi, though not fully grasping the intricacies of the wizarding lexicon, finds herself moved to tears as Harry elucidates the concepts of Horcruxes and the Dark Lord. She understands all too well the gravity of tampering with one's own soul. The assembled wizards share a similar awareness. What sort of madness drives one to harm their own essence? Mr. Green furrows his brow, casting his gaze upon the 2 pendant boxes. Destroyed? Was this truly the Horcrux? Harry nods, turning his attention to Zhao Cuixi. Zhao Cuixi, with a graceful motion, retrieved a delicacy from her pocket, declaring, "Here it is." Dumbledore's lips twitched slightly as he inquired, "Is this a Horcrux?" "No, it is a fragment of the soul," Zhao Cuixi replied, shaking her head. "I initially believed it to be the bizarre result of a soul shattering into various pieces, which I then incorporated into this treat. Earlier, I brushed aside Harry's fringe to reveal a scar where I extracted a fragment and mixed it into a biscuit for him. It was quite delectable. Later, I discovered a larger piece from someone named Quirrell, which I also baked into biscuits to share with Harry. Now, I have incorporated this piece into a sakama. Who would like to partake?" The crowd responded, "Really? I genuinely thought there was an issue with someone's soul being fragmented. Who would have guessed it was her own that she divided? In that case, there is no harm in indulging. After all, she does not seem to mind her own soul. The more one consumes, the more one benefits. Who wishes to try?" There was an air of incredulity, as it was Cambridge tonight. Harry remarked, "Truly, it has a distinct flavor. I wonder what this piece tastes like." Finally, breaking the silence, Mr. Green inquired, "Can you truly consume fragments of the soul?" This question struck at the heart of the matter. He proceeded to elucidate the concept of the 3 souls and 7 spirits. The 3 souls are immortal. Thus, a person does not truly lose their soul, while the dispersal of the 7 spirits can be replenished. However, Voldemort's situation was not one of simple 3 souls and 7 spirits. He had begun to sever them altogether, which is why Zhao Cuixi perceived him as having been struck by divine wrath. How tragic! Regardless, Voldemort had been shattered to such an extent that even his primary soul had been consumed, leaving Dumbledore perplexed about how to further guide Harry. Yet Snape remained indifferent. He approached and took hold of the sakama, stating, Since there are no remaining concerns, I shall consume this piece. His intent was not genuinely to eat a fragment of the soul. Rather, he sought to savor the essence of Voldemort. Wait, Sirius exclaimed, he is my enemy. I wish to partake as well. Why not divide it into several pieces? Mr. Green suggested. With Voldemort in such a state, what harm is there in sharing a few additional pieces? Dumbledore felt a hint of reluctance, but secretly thought that Tom deserved this fate. After much contemplation, they decided to divide the small piece of Sakuma into 6 portions, sharing it among themselves, with Harry receiving none. Nevertheless, Zhao Cuixi snatched a small piece and forcefully placed it into Regulus's lifeless mouth. Oh, creature moved, hurried next door to pilfer a cup of muggle beverage to present to Zhao Cuixi, exclaiming, "Beautiful lady, surely you would enjoy conversing with my mistress. She adores ladies of your elegance." Chapter 85. The last lady of the Sad Black family. The Lady Black, mother of Sirius Black, had passed away many years ago. Now, her image remained in a portrait by the staircase window of the old residence, embodying all the memories of her life. She hangs upon the wall, typically unassuming, yet upon encountering Sirius, her vitriolic outbursts can reverberate from the corner of the first floor to the very pinnacle of the building, including the basement. In this realm, nothing seems capable of silencing the screeches and curses of a lady who, at first glance, appears quite dignified. If anything could, it would undoubtedly be another striking woman. At present, Mrs. Black sits serenely, engaged in conversation with Zhao Cuixi, face to face. Every individual who passes behind Zhao Cuixi fails to provoke the ire of Mrs. Black's portrait. Only Sirius elicits her wrath. Should he stroll by, he would inevitably be subjected to her reprimands. However, Mrs. Black remains remarkably restrained, opting for rather mundane expletives, not excessively vulgar. For instance, she mutters, "The ungrateful wretch has reappeared. He is truly shameless, and this house ought never to be his inheritance." Indeed, such remarks are surprisingly mild. Under ordinary circumstances, Mrs. Black would unleash far more scathing invectives directed at Sirius, likely capable of berating him to the point of extracting tears. Yet now, she merely offers a slight reprimand, a considerable concession to Zhao Cuixi. This concession, however, is not extended for Zhao Cuixi as an individual. Rather, it is a gesture made in the hope of resurrecting her younger son, Regulus. Although neither creature nor Mrs. Black's portrait have been informed that Regulus could be revived, when Harry and Zhao Cuixi consent to allow the last fragment of the Dark Lord to be consumed by Regulus's remains, both creature and Mrs. Black's portrait harbor faith in the duo's ability to restore him to life. It may require extensive time, substantial wealth, or profound magic, yet the possibility of Regulus's revival remains. Thus, Mrs. Black portrays herself impeccably, resembling an ordinary noblewoman, despite her current existence as merely a painting, devoid of even the faintest remnants of the genuine Mrs. Black soul, possessing only the memories left behind before her demise. These memories, combined with special magic by the artist, have coalesced into the pigment that forms the portrait titled The Sorrowful Last Lady of the Black Family. Yet, evidently, on this day, the lady is far from sorrowful. She is nearly exuberant enough to leap from the frame. Zhao Cuixi, on the other hand, feels little in the way of animosity. Her interactions with Mrs. Black have been consistently pleasant. Even when Creature initially made remarks regarding Orientals, he retracted them by that very afternoon. As for the banquet scheduled for the following midday, there is no need to elaborate. Creature is busily preoccupied, even rushing to the Malfoy residence to enlist the assistance of a house elf named Dobby. Dobby is a somewhat rebellious elf, yet Creature adeptly manages him, promising a reward for his help. When addressing Mrs. Malfoy, Creature earnestly requests her assistance, mentioning that he has located the remains of young Master Regulus, imploring her to be present the next day. Mrs. Malfoy, too, is a member of the Black family. Initially, she harbored a certain displeasure regarding the inheritance of the Black family by Sirius. Yet this discontent was overshadowed by her relief that the Black lineage had not been extinguished and that at least one member remained to carry on the family legacy. She wished fervently that this individual were Regulus rather than Sirius. However, upon learning that Regulus's body had been discovered, her spirits lifted, prompting her to consent to Dobby's assistance. 2 decades prior, clad in an exquisite wizarding robe, she discreetly enhanced her features with a glamour potion, hoping to elevate her appearance slightly before embarking on a date with Lucius. She lost track of time and, upon pushing open the door, was greeted by the pristine, gleaming red-painted banister that adorned the entrance. That evening mirrored the present night. Narcissa, called out the black matriarch from the first staircase, her aunt and also her motherly figure, with whom she had shared nearly 20 years of life. It could be said they were not mother and daughter by name, yet shared a profound bond. Narcissa lifted her gaze towards the portrait, where the visage of Walburga Black was rendered with striking clarity, even imbued with a semblance of warmth. You have come. My beloved Narcissa. In contrast to her other two nieces, it was evident that Walburga held a particular fondness for Narcissa. Walburga was not a woman of madness. Though it appeared that she was the sole voice of discontent within the Black family, it was a household steeped in patriarchal values, where daughters were expected to either marry within the family or seek advantageous unions elsewhere. Among the three Black sisters, the most beautiful and erratic Bella, what a man she despised yet felt compelled to marry, a man who adored her and indulged in her whims, Rodolphus Lestrange, who was incapable even of managing a position within the Ministry of Magic, ultimately succumbing to madness. Walburga could hardly tolerate such a niece. Of course, she held disdain for another niece who had married a muggle, deeming her utterly useless. Only Narcissa remained, docile, gentle, kind, and sufficiently composed, truly embodying the essence of a Black daughter. Hence, Walburga's portrait expressed such affection for Narcissa, lamenting that had she chosen Narcissa as her successor years ago, many of the current tribulations would have been averted. The worst rebellion a Black daughter could commit was to marry a muggle, yet the sons were truly willing to sacrifice their lives for their ideals. As Narcissa ascended the staircase, she knelt before the portrait of her aunt, gazing at it with love. Please tell me, dear aunt, what has transpired. Chapter 86. I command you to leave at once. As a house elf, Creature must engage in various forms of self-punishment or self-deprecation whenever he speaks to his master, despite his reluctance. Thus, he refrained from saying much, quietly standing to the side until the portrait of Mrs. Black concluded her tale with Mistress Narcissa. Only then did he step forward to guide her to the individuals she needed to meet. Narcissa was utterly astonished. She had previously heard Lucius mention the name of the young savior, Harry Potter, paired with an ancient surname that intrigued her. Moreover, she had learned that the little dragon was so moved by the young savior's words that he wept and called for his father. This was not mere hearsay. Her trust in Lucius was unwavering. The bond between Narcissa and Lucius was as genuine as gold, though Lucius often presented himself flamboyantly. His affection for Narcissa was profound and rational. Their relationship had traversed smoothly, devoid of deception or coercion, further solidifying her faith in him. Thus, when Lucius remarked that the young savior was extraordinary, and her Aunt Walburga suggested that he and his Chinese adoptive mother could rescue her beloved brother Regulus, it was a breathtaking revelation. The Black family had hope. Narcissa's steps became lighter as she donned her little shoes and followed Creature with a buoyant spirit toward the small parlor behind the staircase. This parlor was modest in size and bore a more conventional decor compared to the grand drawing room, which was adorned with an entire wall of genealogical tapestries and the severed heads of house elves. In stark contrast, the often overlooked small parlor today was graced with beautiful silver-green draperies, which significantly soothed her emotions. Taking a moment to compose herself, she inhaled deeply before pushing the door open. Narcissa, Sirius suddenly rushed toward her, nearly toppling her over. Fortunately, Creature intervened, redirecting Sirius's momentum, causing him to stumble into the drapery, almost creating an amusing scene. Narcissa cast a fleeting glance at Sirius before turning her attention to the lifeless body of Regulus, positioned in the center of the room. Her large eyes fixed intently upon his face. He appears as though he is merely asleep, she observed, blinking fervently as tears streamed down her cheeks. At that moment, a beautifully embroidered handkerchief was offered to her, adorned with intricate designs that whimsically depicted the trivialities of daily life. As Narcissa contemplated praising this delightful little item, she heard a child's voice. Mrs. Malfoy, use this handkerchief to dry your tears. It has been scented with a touch of perfume, which might bring you some comfort. Harry suggested. Thank you, young sir, Narcissa replied, accepting the handkerchief to dab at the corners of her eyes. It was then that she noticed the lightning-shaped scar upon the child's forehead. Ah, splendid. No wonder the little dragon could not contend with the savior. The savior truly possesses remarkable abilities. Such a child, not to mention a single dragon. Even two dragons would yield to her. She swiftly turned her gaze to the young Oriental lady seated beside her, who appeared as if she had never graduated from Hogwarts. Youthful, graceful, and with an expression of impeccable gentleness and charm, especially in her seated posture. Why did she lack feet? Beneath her ample robe, no legs were visible. She merely appeared to be seated comfortably in that grand chair, perhaps with slightly fuller hips. Poor Narcissa, Little did she know that Harry's adoptive mother sat cross-legged. Narcissa's petite face instantly flushed with embarrassment, revealing an expression that yearned to vanish into the ground. Yet mingled within it was a profound sympathy that showcased her remarkable kindness. However, she soon recognized her misjudgment. Amid her indirect compliments and flattery-laden conversation, the atmosphere became quite conducive, leading her inevitably to express a desire to meet Regulus. Narcissa, while dabbing at her tears, spoke with an almost unbearably tender voice. How to describe it? Perhaps it was excessively sweet for a noblewoman, yet just right for the youngest daughter of the Black family. Kreacher wiped his tears, utterly moved. Old Kreacher's little princess, the most delightful girl in the entire wizarding world. He glanced at Harry, questioning, "Isn't that so?" Harry nodded, affirming Kreacher's words. Kreacher spoke no falsehood. Look at Zhao Cuixi, who was utterly captivated by Narcissa's words, her entire being entranced by the at least fourfold amplification of the sentiment, which was palpable. So, when Zhao Cuixi finally reacted, she had already leapt from the grand chair, hastily retrieving the spirit bell to seek Regulus's soul within. Narcissa lamented, "My awkward sympathy has ultimately been misplaced." Kreacher exclaimed, "Indeed, it must be young Mistress Narcissa." With her first move, even the most discerning Malfoy would be smitten. Setting aside the dramatic inner turmoil of the master and servant, at that moment, the bell in Zhao Cuixi's hand trembled, then trembled thrice, and a ghost emerged. It was Regulus. To be fair, he was not inferior in appearance to Sirius. In fact, he bore a striking resemblance to him. Yet, while Sirius exuded charm, Regulus presented a somber beauty that lacked the same effortless grace. At present, Regulus still appeared as a boy of merely a few years, his youthful features suffused with confusion, resembling a child in bewilderment. Kreacher let out a shriek and lunged forward, only to grasp at emptiness, subsequently bursting into inconsolable tears, weeping as if his heart were shattered. Before him stood Regulus, unchanged from the day he departed. On that day, he had said to Kreacher, "You must go, Kreacher. You must leave. Remember to destroy that thing. I command you to leave at once." The Regulus before him was identical to that moment in time. Kreacher was utterly unable to contain his emotions, weeping in a manner that was heart-wrenching. Harry handed him a soft pillowcase to wipe his tears. Once Kreacher and Narcissa had wept sufficiently, Harry presented 2 bronze nuts to Dobby, requesting his assistance in tidying up. Dobby, astonished yet elated, let out a joyful squeal and promptly set to work, of course, taking the 2 nuts with him. Chapter 87. He seemed to have been resurrected. Kreacher glanced at Harry, his expression tinged with disapproval, yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts, as if those 2 nuts had never existed at all. Indeed, they were as if they had never appeared. Kreacher was unwavering in this belief. In an instant, he transformed back into the loyal and endearing house elf, bustling about according to Harry's instructions. As a house elf skilled in magic, he was not subject to human scrutiny. If certain peculiar items proved elusive, he could always procure them from a Muggle world without a second thought. Kreacher had always felt justified in such actions. Wizards typically would not stoop to pilfering the wealth of the Muggle realm, but a few candles and a modest amount of fragrant spices were inconsequential. After all, if Muggles were unaware, it was tantamount to no loss at all. In truth, many house elves engaged in such clandestine activities, though they had to remain undetected, for being discovered would result in a severe punishment. However, Kreacher was indifferent. His advanced age and deep affection for his young master, Regulus, compelled him to do whatever it took for Regulus's sake. Yet Harry did not permit Kreacher to directly take those items. Instead, he produced a handful of pounds and instructed Kreacher, "You may subtly confuse the shopkeeper's mind, persuading him to sell you those items using this Muggle currency. Understand? Yellow talismans, red cinnabar, those peculiar soft pens used by the Chinese, along with copper coins, each inscribed with specific characters, and beyond that, spices and candles were also prepared. Finally, there was a beautifully crafted copper vessel, resembling a small bowl, though Kreacher was uncertain of its purpose. Clearly, these items were intended to solidify Regulus's spirit, perhaps even allowing him to see them or utter a word. Hogwarts had its own ghosts. If it could not restore Regulus, then he might become the ghost of the Black family. Kreacher was resolutely determined. However, it was evident that Harry's adoptive mother was exceedingly reliable. She approached Sirius without hesitation, seizing him amidst his expressions of surprise, joy, excitement, nostalgia, and tenderness, and forcibly dragged him before Regulus. She procured a small porcelain bowl and a small knife, swiftly slicing through Sirius's fingertip, extracting a small bowl's worth of blood from his right hand. Subsequently, she mysteriously produced a handful of ash, applying it to Sirius's finger. spitting twice and reciting a few incantations, after which the sizable wound miraculously healed. There was neither a surge of magical energy nor the use of potions. Simply put, this wound healed remarkably well. Frankly, aside from other considerations, this was indeed astonishingly effortless. Narcissa's eyes sparkled with genuine enthusiasm. She yearned to master this skill. If she succeeded, she could at least assist in resolving the minor scrapes and mishaps that befell the little dragon. It must be acknowledged that Draco, while more reserved than other children and often projecting an air of composure, was still just a child at heart. He particularly relished zooming around the house on his broomstick, which made acquiring this talent incredibly beneficial. However, to learn another's abilities required careful planning. Narcissa harbored thoughts in her mind, though she chose not to reveal them, instead opting to present herself as the perfect sister. She even cast a mockingly reproachful glance at Sirius, as if to express her disappointment in this brother's shortcomings. Observing this scene, Harry couldn't help but smile contentedly. His smile caused Dobby to shudder momentarily, but he quickly brightened up, nuzzling closer to Harry. Naturally, Harry took Dobby's hand, guiding him to witness how his adoptive mother coaxed a true ghost into solidity and consciousness. The peculiar items purchased from Chinatown, which Creature could not comprehend, appeared quite ordinary yet extraordinary in the eyes of Zhao Cuixi and Harry. Once the spell was drawn, it was burned to ash alongside a piece of locust wood. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly. Just as the ashes cascaded gently onto Regulus's spirit, everything transformed. The wizarding perspective differs fundamentally. To a wizard, crows are not merely black. Black cats are not entirely black, and even storm clouds are not just dark. They're vibrant, imbued with life and color. Souls, too, possess their own distinctions. Ghosts and phantoms, spirits and demons. These entities are perceived entirely differently through a wizard's eyes. Thus, at the moment the ashes settled upon the spirit, it appeared transformed, as if revived, animated with newfound vitality. More updates to come in the evening. Chapter 88. Zhao Cuixi. Hee, I see you try to wriggle out of this. Regulus Arcturus Black, a true warrior of the Black family, though he joined Slytherin House, concealed a lion's heart beneath the serpent's guise. Regulus, a Leo, fortuitously resided at the very heart of the lion. In the astrological beliefs of the Chinese, he is identified as Xianyuan 14. Perhaps at some point, astrologers from both East and West experienced a moment of enlightenment, concluding that this star belonged to the Emperor, a royal star embodying the coexistence of courage and compassion. Perhaps this star inherently possessed such attributes, merely captured by the astrologer's insights. Regardless, this star remains inextricably linked to the virtues of bravery and empathy. The name of Regulus resonates like a prophecy, destined to characterize him as a diminutive king, bound to safeguard his small realm. He is both compassionate and courageous, benevolent yet gentle. With his not-so-mighty strength, he endeavors to protect those he must, driven by the desire to defend his home, which inevitably leads him to safeguard it well. He is not entirely a Slytherin, however, with a rebellious child already in the family. He feels compelled to become the one who best aligns with the family's interests, and he succeeds, indeed surpassing expectations. This is the path chosen by Regulus. Within the room, Harry and Zhao Cuixi have retreated, leaving the moment for the Black family to gather outside. Harry can still hear Sirius's cries, his emotions laid bare, with no intention of restraining himself. Yet, this display does not diminish his charm. On the contrary, many admire his charismatic persona. Harry finds Sirius particularly handsome, a realization that eluded him before. Regulus, too, bears a striking resemblance to Sirius. However, while Sirius appears as an adult, Regulus, merely 3 years his junior, exudes a youthful, melancholic beauty that starkly contrasts with the brooding aura captured in photographs. It is truly remarkable. Inside, Regulus listens as his ever-protective brother and sister recount the events of the years following his demise, particularly focusing on the circumstances involving the Savior and his adoptive mother. Narcissa is somewhat unaware, but Sirius has heard these details from Dumbledore. Regulus, as a lingering spirit, is astonished. How old was he when he died? For the past decade, he has been but a slumbering soul, a child. The realization jolts Regulus profoundly. After all, his spirit cannot escape once more, having departed from his body 10 years ago. Oh, Creature, ever loyal. Creature cries out, leaping with fervor, tears streaming down his face. Master, if they can save you, Creature will give everything. Creature's all. Outside, listening to Creature's lament, Harry finds his eyes misting over. Zhao Cuixi gently pinches his cheek, whispering, Your attitude towards this little creature is quite peculiar. Don't you realize? Harry pauses, lifting his gaze to his beloved mother, the corners of his mouth curling upward only as his expression settles, creating an unsettling effect. Dear mother, you know me well. There is nothing strange about me. After all, house elves are rather peculiar. Zhao Cuixi chuckles. I see you're trying to wriggle out of it. Chapter 89. All of this is entwined with Harry's machinations. Such evasions, once attempted, can only falter. They carry weight only the first time they are spoken. Harry quickly begins to concoct his defense. Firstly, the most challenging aspect lies in discerning the peculiarities hidden within this abode. Harry remarked, "This is not a matter I stumbled upon, dear Miss Cuixi. I have truly endeavored to avoid any encounters with dark magical artifacts, yet you know me. I simply cannot resist. Look, if you concoct a plethora of excuses, dear mother will certainly interrupt and declare them futile. However, if you candidly admit that your curiosity led you to act, vowing not to repeat the same folly, your beloved mother may scold you lightly. But she will not raise her voice in anger. She might merely inquire, 'Do you wish for another chance?'" Thus, Harry adeptly mastered the art of conversation, ensuring the dialogue proceeded smoothly. Nevertheless, it is of little concern. After all, a child's sharpness can be advantageous, for one cannot be clumsy and foolish. When raising a child, it is preferable for them to possess some wit. Otherwise, if they were to behave as foolishly as the Black brothers, it would indeed be a grave matter. To speak bluntly, when faced with peril, why should one bear the burden alone? Is it the professors and headmasters who lack the acumen that a foolish child possesses? Or are the adults at home merely indulging in trivial pleasures, rendering them ineffective? Yet, the influence of family on a child is boundless. The Black family has followed the dark path of the Dark Lord for many years. They share his disdain for Dumbledore and his fears. They harbor the same murderous intent towards Dumbledore as he does. Even though Regulus is not as mad as his sister Bellatrix, he understands that certain matters should not be brought to Dumbledore's attention. Consequently, he did not seek Dumbledore as counsel, but chose to confront the Dark Lord in what he deemed the most suitable manner, aiming to deprive the Dark Lord of any chance of resurrection, thereby saving his family and alleviating the disgust he felt for having aided such a mad demon. More importantly, though he perished, he knew he was a true Black deserving of remembrance, even if no one else does. Within the room of the three Blacks, only Narcissa wept with an elegant beauty tinged with sorrow. Her feelings towards the Black family were profoundly complex, as her entire family, save for the traitor, had perished, leaving her alone, a truly harrowing sensation. Yet now, she felt no fear. Narcissa placed her hand upon Regulus's forearm, her face radiating affection. "I will enlist Lucius's assistance, Raoul. Your honor must be restored. I cannot allow the legacy of the Blacks to be shrouded in darkness," she softly declared, her tone resolute. Strangely enough, among the three Black sisters, outwardly, Bellatrix appeared the most insane, Andromeda the most stubborn, and Narcissa the most gentle. Yet the truth was entirely different. Bellatrix is both mad and cruel, indifferent to anything beyond those she loves. Andromeda, much like Sirius, is rebellious and yearns for freedom, firmly rejecting all that she despises, retreating far away in early age. Narcissa appears gentle, yet she is intricately involved in nearly all decisions of the Malfoy family. Any family member must be enveloped in her embrace, as she guards them fiercely, akin to a hedgehog whose softness lies within, while the rest is comprised of sharp quills. Harry recounted these matters regarding the three sisters of the Black family to Zhao Cuixi. You see, it was Neville's parents who were tormented by Bella and her undesired husband, leaving them in a comatose state at St. Mungo's to this day. Harry grit his teeth, declaring, "One day, I shall awaken them. Neville needs them. Not only does Neville require their presence, but he himself does as well." With an unspoken determination, Harry vowed loudly, embodying the spirit of a true friend ready to fight. His voice was, of course, keenly captured by Narcissa and the others. Regulus, with his strikingly beautiful eyes, turned to Sirius and inquired, "Out there is your protege, the savior Harry Potter, along with his mysterious adoptive mother from the East, correct?" Sirius nodded. Indeed, he expressed his intent to awaken the Longbottoms. It truly moved me. He is such a good boy. Wouldn't you agree? Narcissa remained silent. Although her relationship with Bella was not as close as that of ordinary sisters, she was indeed the one in the family who shared the best rapport with her. In this moment, neutrality seemed the wisest course. Regulus, with a spectral smile, remarked, "He is genuinely delightful, Sirius. He possesses more courage and ideas than most. I believe he can achieve it, don't you think?" Sirius replied, "Of course he can, Rel. You have no idea of this child's capabilities. Let me tell you." He then proceeded to describe the concept of souls, relaying it as if he had witnessed it firsthand, even though it was merely Dumbledore's account. He also spoke of the much-publicized crystal ball, which contained shocking revelations, all orchestrated by Harry. Regulus expressed both surprise and delight. "Sirius, your protege is truly remarkable. Believe me, he is a worthy Slytherin, and you are his godfather. Moreover, he was raised by the Chinese. You know, they never strike first and do not bully anyone." How ironic. Yet it mattered little, for Sirius had no desire to learn such things since he was 12, while Regulus must start from the very beginning. Compared to the current wizards, those from esteemed wizarding families have recorded much regarding the exchanges among wizards of various nations, inevitably including China. Though the records may be few, they are indeed sufficient. Thus, once more, Sirius was left astounded. Unlike his simplistic belief that students naturally gravitate towards those of similar ilk, the wizarding schools in China are distinctly factionalized. They possess little time for frivolous inter-house rivalries, nor do they entertain any notions of a divide between muggles and wizards. Regardless of one's prowess as the most formidable wizard in their lineage, one must still toil in the fields and tend to the crops. Crops do not thrive due to magic. In fact, plants nurtured solely by magic wither rapidly. However, magic can swiftly eradicate the blights within plants and eliminate the pests that devour them, a stark contrast to the practices observed among British wizards. In the wizarding realm, it appears that, apart from the wizarding schools in America, others do not resemble the house system of Britain. Particularly in relation to China, records are scant, as the magical palace of the East is situated on the island of Japan, having no connection to China's magical domain. This raises the question, where exactly is China's magical school, and what knowledge does it impart? Even the illustrious Black family could only uncover fragments of information regarding the oldest magical families. Coincidentally, Regulus had perused the remnants preserved by the Black family. The wizards in China are pragmatic, and those who do not opt for a life of wizardry are equally practical. They have not engaged in conflict. In fact, wizards have historically rebelled against the Chinese emperor, served as chancellors, held the position of finance ministers, and acted as astrologers, predicting significant events. These details are merely fleeting phrases scattered throughout numerous texts. Thus, Regulus is acutely aware that the savior awaiting outside possesses a mindset fundamentally different from theirs, a powerful wizard, equipped with the legendary skills of shaman, and, most importantly, a benevolent soul who does not inflict harm upon others. This realization brings Regulus Black great joy. Consequently, he quickly conceived a brilliant idea. "I do not expect you to revive Sirius," he stated, "but I implore you to ensure that your protege destroys more of the Dark Lord's Horcruxes. Since he has already obliterated a Horcrux and the locket, I am certain he can annihilate the remaining ones. Sirius, you must promise me." Regulus's expression was grave, as though he embodied the very essence of justice. Sirius was instantly moved. He was no fool. He understood what the pureblood families ought to know. He recognized that Regulus was not merely opposing the enigmatic figure for the sake of justice, but rather for honor, making a choice rooted in the purest essence of the Black name. Even in death, the dignity of the Black family's purity and pride must remain untarnished. The Dark Lord's act of fragmenting his soul did not merely lead to madness. It also unveiled to Regulus that the Dark Lord he had idolized was not, in fact, pure-blooded. Even though Regulus did not harbor a particular disdain for wizards of Muggle descent, he had not reached the extreme conclusion that they must be eradicated. He simply chose not to marry wizards of Muggle or mixed heritage. However, the Dark Lord's insistence on eliminating the so-called bad apples among wizards left him momentarily bewitched, only to discover that the Dark Lord himself was not a pure-blood wizard. Indeed, he might even be inferior to an ordinary half-blood wizard. At least a wizard with one magical parent would never turn against their own soul. This revelation was truly terrifying. From a young age, Regulus had been a gentle and contemplative child, harboring the most negative emotion of dislike without ever resorting to wrongdoing. Thus, when he uncovered the truth about the Dark Lord, he was utterly disheartened. He was the kind of master who treated creature with kindness, requesting the house elf to tell him stories at his bedside. He detested the idea of displaying the severed heads of house elves in the corridors and wished for the well-being of those he cared for. His fear of creature leaving him ultimately led him to a fateful decision. Compared to the house elf, the Dark Lord was indeed inferior. He lacked loyalty to his heritage and showed no fidelity to his own soul. He was certainly not a figure worthy of devotion, and Regulus firmly believed this. Sirius understood him well, accurately surmising his thoughts. The two brothers exchanged pleasantries before ultimately deciding to examine the locket that Harry had previously defeated Voldemort to retrieve. Harry presented it to Regulus, encouraging the three siblings to pass it around, stating, "This is no ordinary locket. Think about it. The Dark Lord entrusted Uncle Reg to safeguard this locket. Did he not give anything else to anyone?" Narcissa's pupils widened in shock. She was privy to all matters concerning the Malfoy family. Sirius rubbed his face, contemplating deeply before remarking, "If it's a pure-blood family, then it must be a common possession. Right, Nixie?" Harry chuckled and inquired, "What about other families, then?" This was indeed a valid point. Other families were easier to deduce. The Dark Lord placed significant importance on Bellatrix, who had married into the Lestrange family, thus suggesting the possibility of another Horcrux within their lineage. "It is the Hufflepuff Cup." "The Golden Cup," Narcissa revealed. "Lucius mentioned to me that the Dark Lord entrusted the cup to his most trusted servant. However, he claimed that his diary was of even greater significance, though this must remain unknown to the Lestranges." Narcissa trusted Lucius, but her faith in the Dark Lord was tenuous. She absent-mindedly brushed her hair, inadvertently revealing her pride as the daughter of the Black family. "I will obtain the cup." No one could refuse a savior capable of consuming the Dark Lord's soul. Furthermore, the Black family already boasted two Parselmouths. What was one Dark Lord to them? Harry was wholly unperturbed as he smiled and retrieved an exquisite little pouch from his pocket, presenting it to Narcissa. "Please give this to the young dragon to carry with him. It is a charm that will protect him once, dear Madame Malfoy. After all, I am quite the friend of his, so you need not worry." Narcissa, visibly touched, accepted the charm with great care and tucked it away before turning to engage in conversation with Zhao Cuixi, as if they were indeed two parents of close friends exchanging pleasantries. However, in a state of spiritual awareness, Regulus understood that Harry Potter, the savior, intended for Narcissa to feel assured enough to retrieve the golden goblet, without concern for anything else, as he would safeguard the son of Sissy. Indeed, the savior was a truly kind-hearted boy. Sirius discerned this as well. He was a rebellious son, not a fool. Before long, the banquet of the following day arrived as scheduled. Those who received invitations approached number 12 Grimmauld Place. After a decade of solitude, the place had changed little, save for the absence of those who once received them. It was quite poignant. Lucius Malfoy entered with his wife and child, his gaze surveying the space until it rested upon a set of tables and chairs at the staircase's corner. A conspicuous sign adorned the table, proclaiming Gift Registry, accompanied by a series of explanations. "We thank you for taking the time to attend the Black Estate banquet. Please submit your monetary gifts here. We shall duly record your generosity." Chapter 91, Dumbledore, along with his elder companions, made his entrance. The individual seated at the gift registry was none other than Remus Lupin. While finding employment proved challenging for Lupin, it did not reflect poorly on his popularity. He could be considered one of the most amiable wizards. Gentle, humble, and courteous, he bore no significant flaws aside from his Gryffindor heritage, which often rendered him less favored among Slytherins. Thus, as he sat at the table, beaming and elucidating the meaning of the prominent sign to all arriving guests, their expressions varied, yet none questioned his intentions. After all, it was widely acknowledged that the wayward son of the Black family was inherently rebellious, and as for the friends of this rebellious soul, they were likely to take the fall. Indeed, the pot remains new, while the individuals remain unchanged. Slytherins, valuing their pride, begrudgingly contributed their gifts, even if they harbored sentiments of disdain, believing the Black family had truly fallen from grace. Lucius Malfoy's first choice was to approach Harry Potter. Given that this banquet was fundamentally centered around the alliance of the Blacks and Potters, it seemed prudent to consult the principal parties involved. In truth, he perceived the gathering as more of a resurgence for the Black family. He had already gleaned information about Regulus's situation from Sissy. It must be acknowledged that, as a Death Eater, he genuinely admired Regulus for his audacity. If such circumstances were to befall him, he would undoubtedly falter. He could not envision sacrificing himself for an uncertain outcome. Yet, he would certainly seek allies to vanquish the Dark Lord. No pure-blood family could tolerate being deceived by a fraud, especially one who reveled in the splitting of souls. Such a transgression was intolerable to anyone. The pure-blood families initially did not assert an intolerance towards wizards of Muggle descent. Their existence is an undeniable reality. Families such as the Blacks, Lestranges, and Malfoys, despite their aversion, would never genuinely desire the annihilation of these wizards. Such threats were the machinations of deceivers aiming to eliminate them for the sake of plundering their resources, while simultaneously safeguarding their own pure-blood heritage. This sentiment resonates well. They understood it, yet the eventual outcome was utterly disheartening. Who could possibly endure such a reality? No one. Malfoy, with malicious intent, mused how amusing it would be to inform Bellatrix that the Dark Lord himself was, in fact, a filthy half-blood. He was cruel and spiteful, always measuring his words carefully unless his relationship with the individual was exceedingly fraught. He would never put someone in an uncomfortable position, and his tone remained courteous, even if tinged with arrogance, devoid of any overt malice. Yet, should he choose to unleash his malevolence, it could inflict profound suffering. However, at this moment, he felt no need to unleash such negativity. He merely needed to clarify the matter of the monetary gifts and present 1,000 galleons as a token of goodwill. After all, the amount of the gift is merely a reflection of one's intentions. Lucius was firmly convinced of this. Subsequently, guests began to arrive, each contributing their share. Some offered a single galleon, while others contributed more, and some presented rather peculiar items. Previously, Harry had taken the Philosopher's Stone designated for destruction, claiming it was for experimentation. Thus, the invited Nickleby contributed an alchemical manuscript as his gift, a truly remarkable offering. While the monetary contributions were somewhat uniform, the gifts varied wildly in creativity. Dumbledore arrived with his elderly companion, bestowing upon Harry a tome titled The Study of Dark Magic alongside its counterpart, The Guide to Countering Dark Magic, along with 2,000 galleons and a key. Naturally, Dumbledore had magically bound these gifts, tagging them with a label addressed to Harry. Remus, slightly taken aback, dutifully recorded these items in the ledger. Dumbledore clarified, Remus, the 2 books and 1,000 galleons constitute the gift. The additional 1,000 galleons and key were acquired from the Ministry of Magic, as they rightfully belonged to the Potter estate. Remus paused, then comprehended that these items had been discovered by the Ministry at the Potter ancestral home while Harry was absent, resulting in the Ministry claiming them as their own. However, these were registered assets, and should anyone pursue the matter, the Ministry would be compelled to relinquish them. Cornelius Fudge had indeed proven to be quite unscrupulous. Beyond this, the other gifts were not particularly extravagant. Yet, Slughorn surprised Remus with a vial of Felix Felicis, causing his jaw to drop. Although he had attended Slughorn Slug Club and was aware of the professor's obsession with exceptional students, he had not anticipated such a lavish gesture, indicating that Slughorn truly held high hopes for Harry. As for Snape, he furiously tossed aside several old notebooks along with a Muggle picture frame, which, despite its antiquated exterior, contained a recently updated photograph of a young Lily surrounded by her family. Reluctantly, he extracted a small box from his pocket and threw it to Remus. Remus recognized it as a recently released, exceptionally expensive portable potion-making station. To the untrained eye, it appeared merely as a small box, but upon opening, it revealed a perfectly sized potion-making setup, complete with a place for a cauldron, a materials processing area, and compartments for potion ingredients and tools. This little contraption was far more costly than a new wand. It must be said that when it came to considering the needs of children, Sirius paled in comparison to Severus. Deeply moved, Remus felt hesitant to express his sincere gratitude, knowing Snape harbored little affection for their circle. Such honesty might provoke Snape's ire. Thus, he could only manage a simple thank you. Snape huffed heavily and turned to ascend the stairs. He was already aware of the hidden truths surrounding the Black family. His disdain for the loathsome Sirius Black was well established, yet he bore no ill will towards Regulus, his junior. Naturally, his lack of animosity could easily be mistaken for resentment, a complexity Snape preferred not to ponder, as he was not one to readily label himself with unpleasant epithets. He swiftly climbed the stairs, preparing for the feast. To Snape, the customs of Easterners were quite extraordinary. Their propensity to host celebratory banquets for significant events and the expectation of gifts fascinated him. Although he had no pressing occasion for such festivities, he could certainly concoct some potions to facilitate a gathering, allowing him to swiftly assemble those troublesome individuals and ensure their compliance. Snape's moral compass was dictated by his own standards. He was acutely aware of the many who still supported the Dark Lord, and in facing him, he recognized his lack of advantage. Even in his diminished state, the Dark Lord was formidable, and should those loyal to him offer assistance, matters would not proceed smoothly. After all, the remnants of the Dark Lord, though merely fragments, were numerous. Chapter 92, Overwhelmed with Excitement. One could not help but feel inspired to compose poetry. While pureblood families are not devoid of secrets, many are shared under the auspices of mutual interest, including the secrets of the Dark Lord. Yet, such shared knowledge was limited to the Malfoy and Black families. From Harry's perspective, the Black family exhibited a pronounced preference for males, where daughters were often disregarded upon marriage. Unless they wed into another prominent pure blood house, in which case they might receive a modicum of recognition. However, the descendants of such daughters seemed entirely disconnected from the black lineage, a rather callous reality. Only Narcissa remained unaffected by this harsh division. Lucius did not demand that she completely disregard the affairs of the black family, nor did he expect her to compensate for the Malfoy lineage with the black lineage. It must be said that despite his cunning nature, Lucius's shrewdness was exclusively employed in the art of committing misdeeds without facing retribution. While some may perceive the Malfoys as lacking loyalty, they are ever faithful to their own kin and the interests of their house. Any professed loyalty to others is mere rhetoric, seldom translated into action. Consequently, their words of allegiance are abundant, yet devoid of substance. Those unaware might mistake their lack of loyalty for insufficient devotion, while those in the know regard their disloyalty as inconsequential. Now, in the peculiar scenario of a ghost and a prodigal son within the black family, the only member capable of engaging in normal discourse with Lucius was his wife, Narcissa. Thus, there was no need for Lucius to overthink Narcissa's assertions. He promptly aligned himself with her perspective. Given the dire circumstances surrounding the Dark Lord, there was no sense in contemplating allegiance to him. Instead, aligning with the Savior, whose adoptive mother was formidable and who himself possessed considerable talent, seemed far more prudent. However, the Savior, albeit gifted, remained a child, starkly contrasting with the Dark Lord. To pledge loyalty to the latter would render him merely a servant, whereas collaboration with the Savior would signify an equal partnership. The scales of allegiance had shifted irreversibly, leaving no room for further consideration. Even for the sake of young Draco, Lucius felt compelled to position himself against the Dark Lord, despite the latter's fearsome reputation. As he toyed with the serpent-headed wand in hand, he found a chair adorned with his name in the grand parlor on the second floor. Narcissa's seat was adjacent to his, and the round table was an intriguing sight. It appeared to blur the lines of status as all gathered together to share laughter and conversation. When the dishes were served, the experience was indeed novel. Each individual was presented with a plate featuring the quintessential Wellington steak accompanied by a slice of Yorkshire pudding and a mound of mashed potatoes. At the center of the table, a grand rotating display presented an array of dishes. The wheel showcased a large bowl of salad, flanked by 3 bottles labeled with dressings, vinaigrette, ketchup, and yogurt. Beside the salad lay a platter of freshly fried fish, which seemed utterly tantalizing, paired with a jar of sweet and sour sauce, said to enhance the flavor when drizzled over the fish. Additionally, there was a bowl of fried meat chunks, exuding a mouth-watering sweet and sour aroma, encased in a gleaming, crystal-like coating that was simply irresistible. This delicacy, known as national treasure meat, was exceedingly rare. Next to these meats was a steaming bowl of translucent, candy-like food, renowned for its ability to stretch, to sever the strands. One simply needed to dip it in cold water for a moment. Everything on that rotating display was extraordinary, both in appearance and taste. Lucius particularly relished the national treasure meat and the stretchy sweet potato, convinced he could indulge in them for another 2 years without growing weary. In the United Kingdom, the culinary offerings of the wizarding world are notably abundant compared to those of the Muggle realm. For the Industrial Revolution in the wizarding world has not been as thorough as its Muggle counterpart. However, the two worlds are not entirely isolated from one another. Even with the incompleteness of the revolution, the Muggle world has undeniably influenced the wizarding world, leading to some inevitable decline in their gastronomy. Nevertheless, even without such decline, the entirety of England cannot compare to the richness of Chinese cuisine. It is essential to recognize that the notion of vast lands and abundant resources is not merely a saying. Thus, this feast truly broadened the horizons of the British wizarding community. To say nothing of other aspects, the food was indeed exquisite. Even if they expended their funds on such delectable dishes, the British wizards were more than willing to indulge. Besides the British wizards, there were also the French wizards of the Nicodemus lineage. French cuisine is renowned worldwide, yet Nicodemus, having lived for over 6 centuries, does not harbor a profound attachment to it. With age comes a preference for practicality. After all, what did people eat 600 years ago? Modern enthusiasts may boast, but those from that era are well aware. During the meal, Harry insisted on dragging Sirius around the tables for toasts, raising tiny glasses and reciting charming phrases in a manner that was nothing short of spectacular. Ultimately, he stood at the forefront, lifting his cup and expressing heartfelt gratitude. Thank you all for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend the kinship ceremony between my godfather, Sirius Black, and myself. My father and I are genuinely grateful for your presence to witness this significant moment. At this very moment, my emotions are overwhelming, and I cannot help but wish to compose a poem, The Dark Lord, a murderer and thief, a truly audacious life to lead. That day, I encountered young Potter. In one night, all vanished like a fleeting dream. Alas, the traitor Pettigrew brought calamity upon my godfather. At last, he was vindicated from his prison, and all gathered to celebrate in joy. Today, father and son are reunited. Thank you all for bearing witness. Let's raise our cups today, wishing for peace and enduring days. With a resounding thud, the cups met the table, and applause erupted. Zhao Cuixi took the lead, clapping enthusiastically. Look at this child. How eloquent he is. Everyone joined in the applause. Gale, did you understand? Dumbledore inquired of the elderly gentleman beside him. The old man shook his head, no, but it felt impressive. Dumbledore nodded. It seems he expressed much while simultaneously saying little. I truly hope that when they send me books in the future, they refrain from sending me those related to magic. Rather, they should present me with literary works. The old man replied, Are there not plenty of literary books? Dumbledore countered, Are you referring to collections of poetry or fairy tales? The old man suggested, What about a romantic novel? Such literature is indeed scarce in the wizarding world, he mused, contemplating that if necessary, he should enlist a couple of individuals to write some. Chapter 93. He can conquer the Dark Lord. The grand banquet at the Black residence was truly opulent, especially as Sirius Black concluded the evening by inviting everyone to witness a magnificent performance. Given the numerous occurrences of the crystal ball spell, it was entirely permissible to showcase it once more. However, Harry had presented Sirius with a particularly splendid idea. At the banquet, when the final grand dish for the esteemed guests was served, it was covered with a lid. As Creature lifted the dish onto the table and proclaimed loudly, May the last dish bring all good fortune. Please enjoy. Nicoline urged Batik, crouched beside her, to unveil the lid out of sheer curiosity. The table was indeed of great significance, surrounded by prominent figures, individuals of considerable prowess, lofty status, or formidable family lineage. Some, despite lacking such grand backgrounds, possessed eloquence that could easily sway public opinion. Thus, the collective gaze was fixed upon the final dish, brimming with intrigue. Rita Skeeter hurried over from another table, camera and crystal ball in hand, aiming them at the last dish while grinning. This is the only grand dish exclusive to this table. I must document this, she said, casting a flirtatious glance towards the editor of the Prophet. My article will be submitted to the newsroom tonight. I welcome your critiques. The atmosphere was palpably charged. Batik Clouch reached out and, with all eyes straining towards him, lifted the lid. A gasp resonated through the room. What lay within was not a sumptuous dish, but a pendant box radiating an ominous aura. Among the attendees, some immediately recognized it as the Slytherin locket, albeit transformed and steeped in dark magic. At that moment, Creature began his performance, shrieking, My young master Regulus destroyed it. He vanquished the Dark Lord. He instructed me to destroy the Dark Lord's box, and I have succeeded. He is a hero, Creature's hero. With fervor, Creature brandished a sword and struck the box with fervent force. A shriek emanated from within as Creature swiftly seized the locket and hurled it to the ground, resulting in a severed head tumbling forth. This was no ordinary head. Its front was unrecognizable, but the back bore a noseless visage. One cannot overstate Harry's foresight. Previously, he had consumed the fragment of Voldemort's soul residing within Professor Quirrell, yet had spared Quirrell's spirit, ensuring that his body was not entirely obliterated. In time, it would prove useful. Harry believed that nothing was truly worthless, especially such a symbolically significant head. And behold, it had indeed proven its worth. It's the mysterious one. It must be the mysterious one. Several attendees shrieked. Sirius rushed forward to restore order, while Snape, tasked with the responsibility, promptly produced a potion, pouring it over the head, which immediately underwent sublimation, transforming into vapor. How thrilling it was! At that moment, Zhao Cuixi suddenly convulsed, turning to reveal a face filled with compassion, one that eerily mirrored Regulus' visage. It is Regulus. Narcissa gasped in astonishment and excitement, exclaiming, It is Regulus. At that moment, Zhao Cuixi trembled once more, and Regulus's visage vanished. Observe, so many witnesses bore testimony to this occurrence, rendering it undeniable. Particularly noteworthy is the fact that a mere house elf managed to confront the Dark Lord. What potency could he possibly retain? This incident swiftly garnered widespread attention. Within 3 days, it was reported in every corner of the wizarding world. In a flurry reminiscent of falling snowflakes, letters poured into the Black family estate. Furthermore, Severus Snape, who had dissolved the Dark Lord's new head with his potions, emerged as a celebrated hero among the masses. although graduates from Hogwarts still harbored fear and even animosity towards him. This event transformed his entirely negative image in the public's perception. Despite his biases against students, his arbitrary point deductions, and his inability to utter kind words, he had vanquished the Dark Lord. Amidst the whirlwind of these monumental news stories, an enigmatic claim emerged from an unknown source, asserting that Harry, the Savior Potter, was indeed the Dark Lord's nemesis. After all, he had vanquished the Dark Lord at the tender age of 1, and again at 12. Thus, it was said he was inherently destined to oppose the Dark Lord. His prowess lay not in combat, but rather in being a symbolic figure, an exemplary student at that. Yet, he could conquer the Dark Lord. Indeed, Harry relished this new identity. He, Harry the Mascot Potter, certainly had a more pleasing ring to it than Savior. Chapter 94, an article aimed at Voldemort. There are no absolute secrets in this world. Rita Skeeter is a woman incapable of keeping secrets. Her writings are undeniably captivating. Yet they also contain a multitude of nonsensical elements. She has a penchant for interspersing her personal agendas within her reports. Even if the facts are true, she can render them utterly melodramatic. For instance, when she penned her account regarding the prophecy between the Dark Lord and the Savior. It was originally a straightforward narrative. The Dark Lord received a prophecy and chose one child, ultimately selecting Harry Potter, only to vanish while attempting to eliminate him. This prophecy, that a child born at the end of July would be marked as a formidable adversary by the Dark Lord himself, is quite comprehensible. However, Rita Skeeter did not adhere to the prophecy in her retelling. As for who provided her with the information, she herself could not ascertain. The informant shared a few details, but who was she? She was Rita Skeeter, a journalist capable of toppling the entire Ministry of Magic with her pen. A handful of details were sufficient for her to weave a tumultuous tale. Once, a seer prophesied a remarkable prediction, which only 2 individuals heard at the time. One was Dumbledore, and the other only grasped the first half of the prophecy. This incomplete fragment was relayed to the Dark Lord, who, upon receiving it, began his quest to find his destined adversary. Ultimately, he chose the child with a more succinct name. Indeed, Rita Skeeter captured this narrative, portraying the Dark Lord as a capricious figure, arrogant and impulsive, making his choice of nemesis devoid of logic, solely based on names. Furthermore, she imbued the entire tale with a sense of fatalism. Who would dare believe that a mere 1-year-old could vanquish a powerful adult dark wizard? Such is the essence of destiny. Once the Dark Lord marked this child, his death would be inevitable upon the child's appearance, unless he managed to entirely conquer the Dark Lord first. Otherwise, he would not perish. Miss Skeeter, being an illegal animagus, found herself compelled to write. Failure to do so would risk exposure and imprisonment in Azkaban. Although the consequences for an illegal animagus were not excessively severe, adversaries would fabricate several cases to portray her as a murderer, especially considering her animagus form was that of a beetle. Thus, with no recourse, Ms. Skeeter embarked on a different writing career. Of course, she also penned some mundane articles unrelated to the Dark Lord. Yet those pieces never held the same value as her current work, which was nothing short of sensational. In the wizarding community, it was well known that the House of Black had fallen from grace. One son, a Death Eater, was presumably slain by a Muggle wizard, while another, a deranged follower of a mysterious figure, had wreaked havoc by blowing up a street and indirectly caused the deaths of the Potters, ending up in Azkaban, where only the Dementor's kiss awaited him. However, a twist of fate revealed that both sons of the House of Black were, in fact, heroes. Who could argue against this revelation? Even the family's house elf exhibited remarkable bravery. How exhilarating! Then there was Severus Snape, previously known as a master of potions and a former Death Eater, who was later saved by Dumbledore. His life was rife with untold complexities, and he rarely made appearances outside of Hogwarts. Yet, astonishingly, he managed to effortlessly dissolve the Dark Lord. Such talent abounded. The wizards buzzed with excitement, convinced they understood the entire situation. The so-called mysterious figure, the Dark Lord, was merely a lunatic. Furthermore, this madman was certainly not a true pure-blood wizard. After all, no genuine pure-blood wizard would ever resort to fragmenting their own soul. How many times had he died? Given that the House of Black publicly declared the Dark Lord had crafted the most fearsome and malevolent Horcruxes in the magical realm, it must have been true. Moreover, it was likely that his former followers possessed Horcruxes within their households. Could it be that Horcruxes genuinely had the power to resurrect a person? Harry smirked as he picked up his quill, commencing an argument regarding the peril of Horcruxes. The notion that such objects could genuinely resurrect a soul is utterly ludicrous. Although he had consumed several fragments of Voldemort, The idea that Voldemort could simply return to life through his soul shards is nothing short of a delusion. Firstly, for a soul to be revived, it requires a corporeal vessel. He inscribed upon the parchment that a body could be created or another's body could be chosen, allowing one's soul to enter another's form, displacing the original soul. This practice, known in Eastern lore as soul possession, is indeed a dark and malevolent form of magic. Should one be discovered engaging in such acts, the consequences would be dire, leading to a fate where they are obliterated. Even if one evades this harrowing end, they would ultimately be cast into the depths of hell to endure eternal suffering, devoid of the chance for rebirth. He penned these words without a trace of remorse. The Eastern concept of hell differs vastly from the Western imagination. In Eastern beliefs, souls face judgment, and the transgressions committed in life warrant punishments tenfold or even 100-fold after death. As for the nature of Western hell, I cannot say for certain. However, I am convinced that if a soul is incomplete, it cannot even reach hell, but instead will dissipate, despite one's belief in achieving immortality. The stark reality is that they will vanish. The essence of the soul is finite, and once its power is exhausted, it will cease to exist entirely. Harry intended to submit these musings to the Daily Prophet under the guise of Shamanic Wizard, titling the piece The Importance of Soul Integrity. Chapter 95, Voldemort. In his youth, was rather romantic, wasn't he? This world is indeed peculiar. When Voldemort proclaimed himself a pure-blood wizard, boasting of the noblest lineage among wizards, every pure-blooded Slytherin bowed before him. Everyone possesses beliefs, not merely aimed at eradicating the other, but perhaps initially seeking to empower the wizarding community. Yet as humans, when we first embark on a path, we often believe we one stray, only to find ourselves veering off course as we progress. Thus, it is entirely understandable that this culminated in a grand conflict among wizards. However, understanding does not make it any easier to withdraw from such a course. Unless, of course, the misguided path is abruptly severed. Voldemort himself, being a half-blood wizard, is the very boulder that obstructed this path. Furthermore, it is a boulder mixed with the debris of a landslide, a structure without a foundation, a kite without a tether, a lone goose on an isolated isle, an infant without a maternal figure. This pitiable Voldemort chased after immortality for most of his life, only to discover what in the end? Answer: a fleeting dream, cruel fate indeed. Harry, always ready to preach, often left others perplexed with his words. Though these sentiments may lose some of their essence in translation, Harry stubbornly insisted on maintaining a rhythmic quality, incorporating interjections even where rhyme was absent. Regardless of the circumstances, he was determined to make it melodious. Originally, the British wizards' obsession with rhyme was not particularly profound. They did not entirely shun poetry, yet their poetic forms diverged significantly from this style. Whether it be the quintessential sonnet, the ancient epic, pastoral poetry, or elegies, none bore resemblance to the works penned by Harry. While some British poetry indeed employs rhyme and meter, it starkly contrasts with Harry's rigid adherence to rhyme. Strikingly, Harry's verses are remarkably catchy. Can you believe it? The most terrifying aspect of this world is not the mere fabrication of tales, but the ease with which catchy phrases spread. After all, Harry's creations are not mere nonsense. He has merely rendered them memorable and widely shareable. They even resemble nursery rhymes. Observe what you choose to follow. Bartemius Crouch slammed the newspaper and its supplement against his son's face. His son, the fervent Death Eater, was curled in the corner, enveloped in a dark blanket. Young Bartemius, expressionless, picked up the scattered scraps of paper from the ground. In his mind, these scraps were worthless. Nothing mattered more to him than his master. Apart from information related to him, everything else was utterly trivial, without exception. However, as the newspaper was lifted, it trembled under his gaze, not from its own volition, but from the violent shaking of young Bartemius's hand, quaking as if the earth itself were trembling. The tremors were so erratic that had they been more rhythmic, Harry could have used him as a defibrillator. Fortunately, Harry had yet to encounter this young Bartemius, who remained confined at home, ensnared in a state of despondency. Under the watchful eye of his father, Bartemius Crouch fixated on his son, this wayward child, the one responsible for his mother's demise. His hatred was palpable, yet he felt compelled by his late wife's wishes to keep his son at home. Thus, their relationship was strained beyond reconciliation, unless one of them conceded. Young Bartemius understood that his father would never bow. Only he could alleviate the tension. Only he could attain his freedom. Only he could escape to reunite with his comrades and his master. So he endured, biding his time to submit, and perhaps to eliminate his utterly useless father. Then, he chanced upon the newspaper. The two articles glaringly displayed his master's name, Tom Marvolo Riddle, a name of Muggle origin, accompanied by numerous photographs corroborating his deceit, even advertisements for crystal balls to affirm the authenticity of these images. This was a newspaper replete with evidence, rich in theoretical discourse, robust in argumentation, and flawless in conclusion. Young Bartemius Crouch was shattered. He was obstinate, not foolish. Given the classic nature of the report, could he truly persist in his stubbornness? Alas, he could. He sought to clarify matters with the parties involved. Thus he must first bow his head. Young Barty Crouch's eyes finally shifted, gazing at his father with sorrow and despair, his lips parting in a painful plea for forgiveness. "I was wrong, father, I was wrong. I should not have become a Death Eater. I should not have acted as I did. I have harmed you and mother. It is all my fault." Tears began to stream down his face, a breakdown so profound that it evoked shared anguish in those who beheld it. After this emotional outburst, old Barty let out a sigh of relief. He removed his coat and hung it up, turning to retrieve a teacup. "Think carefully, my son. I hope you can genuinely reflect on your actions." With that, he emptied the cup of its contents and retreated to his bedroom. After what felt like an eternity, long enough for young Barty to nearly suffocate in anxiety, he took a few deep breaths and then called out softly, "Shiny." Meanwhile, setting aside the Crouch family dispute, the lively and dramatic feast at the Blacks came to a close, returning everything to a state of tranquility. The following morning, Lucius Malfoy arrived with a meticulously wrapped diary, presenting it to Harry. Upon touching the diary, Harry was momentarily stunned, looking incredulously at Zhao Cuixi before handing it to her. Zhao Cuixi shook the diary, and from within, a heart-shaped fragment of a soul tumbled out. "Why is it heart-shaped?" The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances. It was somewhat amusingly adolescent indeed. Dumbledore rubbed his nose, sensing the awkwardness and peculiarity of the situation. Was Voldemort rather romantic in his youth? Chapter 96. Thus, your elaborate masquerade is but a farce. Yet this was not Voldemort's romanticism. Rather, it was merely his forgetfulness. The first act of murder was not a deliberate choice. He inadvertently killed Morvalo Gaunt. However, having committed the act, his psychological fortitude was remarkable. Immediately after the murder, he recognized this as a step towards realizing his immortality plan, prompting him to transform the diary into a Horcrux. On that day, he completed the first severance of his soul. Such events tend to repeat. Once initiated, they flow with remarkable ease. This initial act was akin to opening Pandora's box. Albeit where Pandora left behind hope, Voldemort offered no such luxury. The soul fragment he first severed contained all his minuscule vestiges of conscience. While scant, it stood in stark contrast to the subsequent cold-bloodedness, cruelty, and brutality that would define him. Harry placed the soul fragment upon the table. It appeared dormant, as if it had yet to awaken. Even after Harry muttered several incantations over it, it remained unresponsive. "Be careful not to damage it." Zhao Cuixi reached out to touch the fragment, bursting into laughter. This little one even knows how to be shy, refusing to emerge. Harry was taken aback, then joined in her laughter. The gathered crowd shared an expression of collective bewilderment once more. This is not a matter of dissatisfaction with the present circumstances. Rather, it is the enchanting laughter of the mother and son duo that captivates all, even surpassing Hagrid's boisterous chuckle. Such exuberant laughter inevitably beckons forth the soul fragment, which instantaneously manifests as a humanoid figure, neither corporeal nor a true ghost. This entity appears charming and handsome, yet its translucent form betrays its nature. Harry approaches to greet him. "Hello, Tom." Tom responds. Harry continues, "I truly apologize, Tom. We have already acquired your personal information from your other soul fragments. I hope you do not mind." Tom retorts, "If I express my discontent, will you alter your course?" In truth, it is not particularly challenging to investigate Voldemort's personal details. After all, he has left behind photographs and personal records. The persona he crafted for himself, along with the web of lies, could be easily unraveled. Yet, he managed to deceive everyone, suggesting the presence of an accomplice. Who could this helper be? Fortunately, among those present, some still recall fragments of the truth. Dumbledore gazes at the incomplete soul with regret and remarks, "I never anticipated this would be your conscious choice, Tom." "Do not call me that name." The 16-year-old Voldemort sharply counters, "It is my shame." Indeed, even a clever young Voldemort finds it challenging to rein in his emotions, preventing his intellect from shining through completely. Harry feels a surge of relief. He cheerfully taps his wand against his palm and declares, "Tom Marvolo Riddle, still the younger version, correct? While I have not conducted a thorough investigation into you, I am quite familiar with the name of Slytherin's descendant. If I were to inquire among the ghosts surrounding the Gaunt family, what else do you think I might discover? At this moment, the close-knit relationships in Chinese neighborhoods come to mind. The adage that distant relatives do not compare to nearby neighbors rings particularly true. When anything transpires in a household, the neighbors are swiftly informed. Thus, should a family perish entirely, their neighbors would likely learn of it by the afternoon. However, this is not the case in England. The bond between neighbors is not as profound. Consequently, when the Riddle family met its demise, their neighbors remained oblivious for quite some time. Yet despite this, an elderly servant has remained at their estate, guarding the premises. Whether this servant knows everything remains uncertain, but he is aware that one member of the Riddle family still lives. Otherwise, he would not have stayed at the manor. Therefore, when inquiries led to the discovery of the Gaunt family's address, which had long claimed to be the descendants of Slytherin, attention was naturally drawn to the Riddle house. Moreover, considering Voldemort's age upon entering school, it was not difficult to identify a student bearing the surname Riddle. This student's name corresponded neatly with the last living adult of the Riddle family. Behold, Tom Marvolo Riddle, the very apparition emerged. Thus, your elaborate disguises are rendered a mere jest. Harry presents a triumphant smile to the youthful Voldemort. Chapter 97. At this moment, the elderly figure beside Dumbledore spoke. He remained in that ethereal state, with a straight back and poised shoulders, his hands placed as if meticulously calculated, exuding an air of handsome elegance. Each word he uttered resonated like a melodic aria, as if a theatrical performance had seamlessly merged with reality. Harry marveled. All right, indeed. If he were to engage in a debate with him, he would undoubtedly find the appropriate words to exchange ideas, through which the young Voldemort felt a glimmer of vitality might be attainable. He was currently in a state of great weakness. No one would consider weakness to be a desirable trait. A fragment of the young Voldemort's soul was in dire need of someone to bestow upon him a semblance of life force. He felt so insubstantial, unable to wield his magic, and these conditions were utterly intolerable for him. Ever since he was brought to Hogwarts at the age of 11, he had ceased to be a powerless waif, though in truth he had never been a mere pitiable child. From the very beginning as Tom, he had refused to accept the existence of anything that he did not possess. He had even lost several opportunities for adoption from orphanages. Once he was not chosen, he believed there was no need for anyone to adopt those children. Such was his mindset and his actions. This mentality extended beyond the orphanage to his school life, where he would not allow others to surpass him. While such behavior might seem normal to some adults, who may regard it as the temperamental nature of children, should such thoughts manifest into actions, it would be deemed abnormal by most rational adults. A child may be greedy or willful, even displaying such traits openly. Yet they must not harm others to attain the fruits of their greed. This is not the behavior of a normal child. If the child is not inherently troubled psychologically, then they have likely been misguided from a young age. Tom Marvolo Riddle grew up in an orphanage, where he was not taught to seize the belongings of other children. After all, if those orphans had any personal possessions, they were likely mementos left by deceased relatives, items that ought not to be taken. Thus, it could be said that the child possessed a modicum of conscience, albeit feeble. It was precisely because he often snatched belongings from other children that they would shy away from him. It was common for him to converse with snakes to intimidate his peers. Otherwise, why would the orphanage director in that era have been willing to facilitate his adoption by a wealthy family? A handsome and healthy boy would always have a high probability of being adopted. Of course, Tom would always blame others, claiming it was their fault for flaunting their possessions before him, inciting his ire. He longed for family, so he pilfered those items from others, pretending they were relics left by his parents. Such tales were merely told to those overly compassionate individuals. Children are not so innocent. When they desire something, they are inclined to take it outright. Thus, one must tread carefully when explanations abound. No explanation is freely given, just as he could effortlessly manipulate the pure-blood wizards of those esteemed families upon reaching adulthood. Now, he began to weave his charming words once more. Potter, you see, I am merely a youth. I never intended to harm anyone. He has severed me from myself, and I certainly do not wish to let him take the reins while I merely assist him. You too, young man, I do not wish to elaborate too much. He glanced at Dumbledore. Professor, I am aware of your long-standing prejudice against me, but you must understand that I was once merely a child, selfish, willful, and greedy. Yet, I shall mature. I recognize my past misdeeds. I know you do not trust me, but you must evaluate my future actions rather than judge me by who I was and what I did in the past, actions that were not truly mine. Well said, Dumbledore replied with a smile. Tom, I acknowledge that they are not you, but perhaps you could become them. Ah, the old bee. impervious to reason. Dumbledore continued, Tom. You see, you are still deceiving yourself. The young Voldemort twitched his lips in silent frustration. At that moment, an elder by Dumbledore's side spoke up. So, at such a tender age, you desire immortality? This implies that you have already realized you can never surpass Albus in your lifetime, and must rely on outlasting him to prevail? Who is this old man? Do hurry and meet your demise. Tom Marvolo Riddle's eyes reddened with anger. Chapter 98. The pattern unfolds. Although he was but a fragment of Voldemort, the 16-year-old Tom was indeed unrecognized by many. Apart from Dumbledore, whom he already knew, and Harry Potter, often labeled as his rival. The only other individual he could identify was Lucius Malfoy, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Abraxas. This similarity did not imply that their visages were indistinguishable, but rather that they shared an unmistakable likeness. For instance, young Malfoy, if silent, could easily be mistaken for Mr. Malfoy, albeit with some differences in appearance. However, based solely on this striking resemblance, the 16-year-old Tom was certain that Lucius was indeed the son of Abraxas. Tom and Abraxas had shared a profound friendship, and at that time, Abraxas had yet to take a spouse. Thus, the experience of encountering the offspring of an old acquaintance, now departed, was truly remarkable. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter, for it was at last that the 16-year-old Tom learned the name Voldemort from another's lips. He quickly grasped that this name was merely a rearrangement of the letters of his own. He had always held dissatisfaction with his name, but now he discovered that Voldemort resonated with him, bringing him satisfaction. But Harry immediately inquired, You truly just realized that this name is an anagram of your full name? Tom cast a cold glance at Harry before turning his gaze to his diary, where his name was inscribed. Harry inquired again, I believe you must have contemplated changing your name long ago. How is it that at the age of 16, you have yet to realize the possibility of rearranging the letters? Tom was on the verge of exasperation, finding the incessant inquiries from this so-called savior, as well as Dumbledore and the old man beside him, utterly tiresome. With a cold huff, he replied, I suppose I should be able to conceive of that name within the next 2 days. What of it? Within the next 2 days? Why such a statement? Harry pondered, casting a curious glance at Tom, who turned to observe Zhao Cuixi beside him. Zhao Cuixi shrugged. What's the matter? Tom, visibly irritated, asked, Why is it like this? Although he did not vocalize it, his intent was unmistakably clear. The others present, aside from Zhao Cuixi and Harry, were oblivious to the nature of his inquiry. Yet his question indicated a definite purpose. Zhao Cuixi laughed heartily. You fool. Honestly, you truly are a product of that ridiculous teacher from the remedial class. Dumbledore and the graduates of Hogwarts remained silent. Zhao Cuixi, without a shred of embarrassment, continued, Just think about it with that dwindling intellect of yours. I am his guardian, and I managed to extract you from your perfectly good script. Do you truly believe I would allow you to siphon his life force during your conversations? This remark nearly caused Tom to choke with rage. Zhao Cuixi continued, Let me put it this way. I stand here in front of everyone present, even the house elves, and you wouldn't be able to absorb even a morsel of their life force. Tom's form appeared even more translucent, his anger palpable. If they were not going to grant him life force, they should have stated it clearly, he thought, having wasted so much effort for naught. Such actions were nothing short of diabolical. Of course, there were far more heinous deeds in the world, and Tom had encountered little of such darkness. Had he been a later Voldemort, such concerns would have been non-existent. Regardless, the pure-blood families, especially the Malfoys, who were currently in good standing with the Black family, had observed Voldemort's current state. Aside from the 16-year-old Tom Marvolo Riddle, an atypical antisocial child who had committed unintentional murder, Voldemort's future self was unlikely to be nearly as amusing. Lucius Malfoy mused, The Golden Cup state of creation is uncertain, yet there must be other Horcruxes. In magic, the numbers 3, 7, and 9 possess extraordinary significance. Presently, we can ascertain that 3 is certainly not his target, while 9 is excessive. I doubt he could fragment something so extensively. Thus, 7 appears to be a prudent choice, perhaps a locket, a diary, a golden cup. And what else remains for you all to speculate? Tom's diary described how Voldemort was encased within a jade talisman, likely due to the talisman's coolness providing him a sense of comfort. Within the talisman, he resembled an electronic pet, capable of movement, speech, and even playful antics, affording him a far greater sense of ease than he experienced within the confines of the diary. This prompted him to engage in conversation. What could it possibly be? Allow me to enlighten you, given my self-awareness. Now that Hufflepuff's golden cup has been secured and Slytherin's locket destroyed, I certainly shall not relinquish any of the remaining relics of the founders, particularly Gryffindors. Search diligently, for if I fail to obtain Gryffindor's artifact, I shall undoubtedly pursue Ravenclaw's instead. Look, the one who knows himself best in this world is oneself. To claim that an adversary possesses deep understanding of you only holds true if you have granted them reason to do so, whereas you can predict your own future actions without having done anything yet. For reasons unknown, however, Tom's accent suddenly shifted within the diary. Snape furrowed his brow, his eyelids lowering in an unaccustomed manner, as if attempting to mask the peculiar hue that flickered in his eyes. Yet Harry seemed oblivious to Snape's thoughts, blithely stating, "Professor Snape, this is primarily due to the jade used by Mother Cuixi. The origin of that jade has evidently influenced his accent and character. I believe this is a positive development. If it can gradually alter him, then his erratic mind may also become more stable. You see?" Snape lifted his eyelids to glance at him, inquiring, might the esteemed nemesis of the Dark Lord enlighten this unfortunate, luckless professor as to how a mere stone can alter the mind of a fragment of a soul? Perhaps this stone possesses some medicinal properties? Behold, the scope of the conversation suddenly widened. Harry's excitement surged. It certainly can bring about change. "Professor, this matter relates to something quite arcane. We must begin with a concept known as chi." This topic was rich with possibilities. Harry elaborated on the essence of a person's temperament leading to their aura, discussing the spiritual qualities of jade and the interplay between humans nurturing jade versus jade nurturing humans. Ultimately, he concluded that while a person may not be influenced by jade, nor even a ghost, an incomplete soul, such as that of Voldemort, fragmented across several pieces, would undoubtedly be impacted. The jade in question hailed from the ancestral home of Harry and Zhao Cuixi. Chapter 99. In Northeast China, there exist hidden, limited editions of I individuals. The Northeast does not cultivate the conventional understanding of I individuals, as they are not particularly I in nature. Even in regions as sparsely populated as my own, where my house and ancestral grave lie within my own territory and visiting neighbors requires a vigorous trek of 2 miles, I individuals still manage to live joyfully. After all, the I individuals of Northeast China resemble hidden variants of blind box collectibles, seldom encountered in a manner that allows for meaningful conversation. Thus, even this land, seemingly barren, harbors an array of peculiar and extraordinary enchantments. Thus, it can be said that the peculiar spell had indeed ensnared the 16-year-old Tom. Moreover, jade, being inherently imbued with spiritual energy, holds a significant position in the Hongshan culture, arguably considered one of the cultural progenitors. This ancestral culture shares an intrinsic connection with the jade, making it evident that a mere fragment of Voldemort's soul would pose no challenge in subduing him. Consequently, the 16-year-old Tom was abruptly invigorated. It was not by his own volition. His inherently erratic form, coupled with the remnants of his willpower, swiftly succumbed to the allure of a simple piece of Xiao jade. Yet, the eldest son of the Riddle family, upon realizing the predicament, found himself utterly bereft of tears. He had diligently endeavored to present himself as an equal among the noble-blooded pure-blood wizards. He refined his accent, corrected his demeanor, and fixated on his senior, Abercaxes, to emulate his comportment. However, feeling somewhat superficial, he subsequently turned his attention to others. At that time, he deemed Dumbledore the most suitable to emulate, but his Slytherin peers deemed Dumbledore eccentric, forcing him to seek inspiration elsewhere. After so long of striving to suppress his habitual longing to gaze intently at whatever piqued his desire, he found himself in this predicament. Upon speaking, it was as if a torrential mudslide descended upon all, and he was the very deluge. Harry erupted in laughter. Dumbledore chuckled, remarking, "Ah, Tom, you are quite vivacious now." Indeed, the fragment of Tom's soul at 16 was frolicking within that jade tablet, and the sight of his antics was utterly amusing. After all, those within the magical realm had never experienced television or cinema, rarely encountering such a uniquely dynamic live spectacle. It is worth noting that even photographs and crystal balls merely captured moments and lacked longevity, whereas a fragment of the soul could endure as long as the jade remained intact, allowing for an extended performance. How delightful it was! Lucius Malfoy appeared to envision a new avenue to wealth, desiring to ensure that those who pose a threat to him would not remain unscathed. And this method seemed far superior. Perhaps others had forgotten, but he still remembered how his father, though succumbing to dragonpox, a malady that wizards typically shunned, had contracted it. And it was indeed thanks to Greyback. Fenrir Greyback, a werewolf, a brutal werewolf, a werewolf who attacked indiscriminately. Lucius Malfoy recalled how swiftly his father had descended into ruin and yearned for revenge, yet he understood that this fiend was truly difficult to eliminate. Nonetheless, he ultimately heeded his father's counsel and followed the Dark Lord, partly because the Dark Lord claimed lineage from Slytherin, making it quite natural for wizards from Slytherin house to follow him. Additionally, his father had assured him that the Dark Lord would protect him. As long as he remained by the Dark Lord's side, no werewolf would dare to harm any member of their family. As for why Greyback had targeted his father, he was, in truth, none the wiser. However, it now appears that he should slice up Greybuck and confine him within these signs, watching him go mad each day while he regales his father's portrait with jokes. Indeed, this would be the most delightful form of revenge. Naturally, such a scheme requires meticulous planning. Lucius said nothing, yet his mind began to devise how to enlist the Savior's adoptive mother to orchestrate this affair. Soon, everyone commenced strategizing to procure the Hufflepuff cup, ensuring they accomplished whatever tasks they could. With the cup so tantalizingly close, it was simply a matter of taking it. The Lestrange family still had living members, yet none possessed any claim to inheritance, prompting the group to devise a modest plan. However, prior to this planning, Harry firmly led the 16-year-old Tom to the abandoned girls' restroom on the second floor of Hogwarts. Within the forsaken restroom, a persistent dripping sound echoed, rendering the space far from pristine. Despite the house elf's repeated cleaning, it remained unkempt. As Harry traversed the waterlogged floor, his footsteps produced a series of splashes. "Hey!" Moaning Myrtle called out sharply. "What are you doing here again? Where'd you been? You vanished so quickly, and there were so many of you. Oh, you truly are a kind soul," she exclaimed suddenly, floating before Harry. Her large, clear eyes, visible even through her ghostly spectacles, radiated joy. "I've had a delightful day. Peeves didn't wander into the girls' restroom, and I stayed inside. You're such a lovely boy. You've made me even happier today." Elated Myrtle floated higher, perching atop the restroom door and surveying the surroundings. "The view is splendid. If you were to die, I'd grant you a door. What do you say?" Harry chuckled. "That would indeed be splendid, Myrtle. Though I am a boy, your invitation is exceedingly generous, and I assure you I wouldn't look around indiscriminately." Hee hee. Myrtle beamed with delight, her non-existent feet swaying, giving the impression that her knees were quaking, even though it produced no real motion. The dilapidated door creaked as though genuinely stirred by her ethereal presence. In that moment, Myrtle was joyful. Her happiness had not been extinguished by her death. Despite having perished from unhappiness in life, her joy now blossomed through the tenderness bestowed by the living. Harry retrieved the jade piece containing the 16-year-old Tom, rinsing it in the sink, a most effective maneuver. Suddenly, the youthful Tom emerged from the water, drenched like a sodden chicken. Chapter 100. Could it be that the Dark Lord was unable to best him previously due to his lack of shame? A pitiable, incomplete soul floated wetly in the air. Notably handsome, indeed rather striking. Myrtle immediately lost her inclination to weep. She had a fondness for beautiful boys and felt no shame in that. Is it not entirely natural to admire attractive individuals? With a gleeful demeanor, Myrtle glided toward the 16-year-old Tom's soul fragment, fixing her gaze upon him. "You look rather familiar." Her voice was sharp and distinctly recognizable. "Are you here to keep me company?" Myrtilla distanced herself, surveying him with a curious gaze. "Why are you apologizing to me?" She crossed her arms, adopting a defensive posture. "Did you speak of me to Ollivander? Did he mock me? Did you join the ridicule?" With her head bowed, her eyes peered up at Tom from a slightly tilted angle. "You look so familiar. I should remember you. Yet I feel uncertain. With your striking appearance, I imagine many girls have secretly admired you. Did you truly laugh at me alongside Ollivander?" The 16-year-old Tom shook his head in bewilderment. "Well, that is quite reassuring," Myrtilla replied, a shy smile breaking her demeanor. "I mean, with your looks, it's rather nice that you don't say I'm ugly." She nervously twirled her braided hair. "You're a good person, truly." As the true perpetrator behind the death of Morvillo Gaunt, 16-year-old Tom found himself at a loss. Though he possessed a maturity beyond his years, he remained an incomplete adolescent, both in thought and behavior. The accolades he received were merely reflections of his mimic traits, which held no genuine interest for him. Not only was he disinterested, he was fundamentally pragmatic. His attractive exterior, graceful discourse, and meticulously curated demeanor served no purpose for him. Even at a young age, Tom Riddle had already embraced a utilitarian outlook. His carefully maintained appearance was merely a tool for present utility, one he could not afford to relinquish. He had long grown weary of the superficiality exhibited by pure-blood wizards. Should he indeed fulfill the prophecies penned in books and reports, he believed he would surely mar his own visage. Was humanity's visage truly beautiful? He did not think so. At 16, Tom had begun to contemplate profound philosophical questions regarding human aesthetics. He harbored a deep-seated disdain for humanity. Yet, it would be inaccurate to claim he had suffered grievously at their hands. Rather, young Tom Marvolo Riddle simply detested humanity. Of course, he had played the victim before. What enabled him to convince everyone of his pure-blood status? It was his fabrications of sorrow. He told all that his adoptive father bore the surname Riddle and was a Muggle, a source of shame that prompted his departure from the Muggle household. He claimed he never found his biological parents, weaving tales of tears at 11, compelling his fellow Slytherins to lament for him, to shed tears, and to mourn his plight. Thus, they had no reason to doubt his lineage. Even Abraxas had contemplated persuading his father to adopt him, but Tom had declined the offer. After all, he was well aware that speaking Parseltongue held considerable weight within Slytherin, especially as he was a descendant of its lineage and did not need to rely on Malfoy's influence. At this moment, Tom lacked a clear vision for his future. His sole aspiration was to achieve immortality. He was determined to resist Dumbledore. Yet it seemed he had faltered. Dumbledore remained alive, and he had not attained eternal life. Discouragement and anxiety surged within him, and as he sought an outlet for his feelings, he found himself halted by the sight of moaning Myrtle's shy and gentle expression. No matter how he endeavored to present himself impeccably, no matter how he had previously fashioned an image of nobility and grace, or how he had plundered from others, he instinctively considered whether his actions might reveal his true nature to those stronger than himself. Such a people-pleasing demeanor was utterly uncontrollable. Although the 16-year-old Tom's need for approval was only triggered in the presence of those more powerful, and he harbored grudges for an extended period, he undeniably possessed this trait. Thus, under Harry's gaze, he soon found himself apologizing once more to Myrtle. "I apologize, for your death was caused by my actions, Warren. It was not intentional." Despite his prowess and eloquence, these words were spoken with no hint of guilt. He had indeed not meant to kill moaning Myrtle. Had he truly been premeditated, he certainly would not have chosen a mere diary as the vessel for his fragmented soul. What could be less formidable than a Muggle diary? Suddenly, Myrtle's sharp, gasping cries pierced the air, resembling a mournful whistle. "Wah? So you're the one who killed me. I thought you were a good person who wouldn't mock me." "Why? Wah?" Harry interjected. "Myrtle, is it possible that even if he is not your murderer, he does not ridicule you?" Myrtle lifted her head from her hands to gaze at Harry, asking softly, "Really?" Harry nodded earnestly. "Indeed, when he came here earlier, he mentioned that he actually liked you back then, but never had the chance to tell you. Otherwise, he would have accidentally caused your death, right? Look, only knows you were here crying. Yet the misunderstanding between you is vast. Since you are now a ghost, and he possesses a fragment of a soul, how about letting him be your boyfriend for half a year?" Myrtle exclaimed, "EW," covering her face again. "Really?" The 16-year-old Tom thought, "Act like a human savior." Was it not the case that the main soul could not overpower him simply because he lacked shamelessness? Harry reassured, "I promise it's true." He would definitely agree, right? "Tommy?" Tom retorted, "Tommy, your sister. You're the one who is a Tommy fan. Your whole family is Tommy." Chapter 101. You are now AL's most favored student. Aren't you? The 16-year-old Tom did not comprehend the significance of Harry suggesting he be Myrtle's boyfriend for half a year. He held no affection for her. Myrtle was enamored by any handsome boy, and they were ill-suited for each other. At 16, he had indeed fantasized about marrying a girl and having children to continue his noble bloodline. Yet he was also terrified of the Muggle blood that might lurk within his heritage. After all, Tom is no fool. He is quite aware of the implications of his name. Harry, too, had no intention of revealing his thoughts to Tom. The decision to have Tom become Myrtle's boyfriend was indeed a collective agreement reached after much deliberation. Initially, Harry believed that Myrtle did not deserve such a fate, but soon, Dumbledore's persuasion altered his perspective. Myrtle had always been a lovesick girl, yearning for a handsome boyfriend, regardless of whether he was real or not. Having experienced the pangs of youthful love, why shouldn't she have a few boyfriends? She is no less deserving than any other girl. Having withered away before fully experiencing her youth, she now finds herself free from the domestic burdens that living women must contend with, allowing her the chance to embrace romance. How splendid! The idea of a clever Ravenclaw toying with a bright yet arrogant Slytherin is, in fact, rather amusing. Of course, this is not merely a manifestation of the dark humor that arises from their torment by Voldemort. It truly is a form of morbid amusement. Thus, Harry unceremoniously assigned the 16-year-old Tom Riddle to Myrtle as her boyfriend, with no room for dissent, for the talisman now rested in Harry's possession, and Tom was bound to comply with his wishes. As the new school year commenced, Harry's busy academic life resumed. During Christmas, he received a sweater from Mrs. Weasley, which, though green in hue, was adorned with the initials HP intricately woven in silver yarn, sparkling with creativity. Notably, he was not alone in receiving such a gift. It appeared that many others had also been bestowed with Mrs. Weasley's sweaters this year. He had previously penned a letter to Mr. and Mrs. Weasley regarding Ron's academic struggles, assuring them that he would provide him with extra tutoring. In the letter, he also mentioned that Dumbledore seemed to be suffering from a bit of arthritis, inquiring whether the skilled seamstress, Mrs. Weasley, could craft a pair of knee pads and socks for the esteemed headmaster, even sending along some yarn purchased from Mungos. Clearly, Mrs. Weasley was genuinely appreciative of his assistance with Ron's studies, as evidenced by her knitting not only a sweater that defied Gryffindor aesthetics, but also protective gear for Dumbledore. Look, everyone is moving towards wonderfully peculiar transformations. Hello, Gale. Harry greeted the old man. Since this old fellow currently bore the name Gale without a surname, he decided not to ponder too deeply and simply greeted him in his usual manner. The old man furrowed his brow, the wrinkles on his face capable of trapping a living golden snidget. What's the matter, Gale? Are you feeling displeased? Harry asked innocently, feigning an air of pure kindness. The old man's demeanor starkly contrasted with Dumbledore's, as he coldly snorted and grasped little Harry by his collar. So, you are now Albus's most favored student, are you? Ugh, what is this nonsense? Harry exclaimed, exasperated. Oh, old Gale, what are you doing? I am much younger than his grandson, assuming he even has one. With that remark, he successfully prompted the old man to release his hold on his collar. Although that individual appears to be the son of Aberfus, had he not succumbed to death, had he persevered and engaged in a normal courtship, his offspring would indeed be older than the father of the boy before us. Indeed, he would be considered the grandson of Aberfus. You may call me Zhao, referring to me as Little Potter feels overly formal. Harry chuckled, asserting that he would not involve himself in their affairs. This was a matter for the two of them, and for young people like himself to intervene would be somewhat presumptuous, wouldn't it? Naturally, Harry's sentiments were met with the old man's approval. He was quite pleased with the boy's awareness of the situation and even more delighted that the lad possessed not only wisdom, but also intellect. While many might hesitate to speak ill of him or even fear to leak his likeness, he understood that he was not a tyrant devoid of purpose. Despite his violent actions, they were not aimless. Truth be told, these matters are rather delicate to discuss. In any case, as events took a turn for the worse, he found himself imprisoned in a tower, a tragic fate indeed. This tale was both ominous and violent, rife with heroism and brutality. Yet it also bore a melancholic beauty reminiscent of an ancient Greek love tragedy, more captivating than anything else. Thus, the old man hesitated to declare his innocence outright, for he was not entirely blameless. However, should one possess a romanticized view solely focused on love stories, such an angle could be exploited. Yet this young boy, being so astute, was evidently not easily manipulated. Consequently, he swiftly adjusted his strategy. I do not have many matters to attend to, but I wish to assist Al. My dear Harry, you are his most esteemed student, hence you must help me. What do you think? Well said, Harry nodded. Is there a plan? Indeed, there is a plan, the old man replied. He was no ordinary elder. He had discerned the intricacies of the people within the school. He was acutely aware of each individual's nature and particularly noted the presence of Arthur and Mordred, who seemed to avoid one another. Thus, he speculated that they were either engaging in role-play or were indeed the historical figures themselves. The old man pondered the implications of their existence. He wished to avert any peculiarities within the school that might pose a threat. Yet he did not want Albus to become aware of his efforts to eliminate potential hazards at Hogwarts. Therefore, it was imperative to enlist a shaman well-versed in these supernatural matters. However, he was not yet ready to approach someone of such elevated status as Zhao Cuixi, so he prudently chose Harry instead. What? Harry exclaimed. Are you suggesting that those two might genuinely be King Arthur and Sir Mordred? That's impossible. He rolled his eyes. Even if it were true, he could not acknowledge it. Furthermore, they were all preoccupied with Voldemort's affairs. Those two could wait. Chapter 102. He is Harry. Who dares to challenge? It is not to say that one must truly set aside everything, but Mordred is akin to a living dead, while Arthur is very much alive, albeit imbued with an aura of death. In Harry's eyes, as long as his mother, the beloved Cuixi, is present, neither of these two adversaries can conjure any formidable schemes. As for the pitiable Voldemort, he is of even less concern. After all, he is the bane of Voldemort. Given that everyone has arrived at such conjectures, it is imperative for Harry to take immediate action. The first step, to provoke the Death Eaters residing in Azkaban. although Harry is puzzled as to why the foes of Arthur and Mordred have resurrected at this juncture. He does not regard this as a pressing matter that requires his intervention. This is a matter between them, of little relevance to him. He must first resolve his own affairs before he can justifiably concern himself with those of others. With a keen awareness of his own identity, Harry approached Snape's door, a sly smile gracing his lips. Snape's office, while public, is not without its private sanctum. Within his office lies a small chamber where he can rest, and beyond that, his bedroom serves as a space for potion making. It is evident that he is a man devoted to his work, and this dedication extends beyond potions. His bedroom is complemented by an intimate room that encroaches upon his personal space, providing a clandestine retreat. Thus, upon entering Snape's domain, Harry made a beeline for this secluded chamber. In a moment of indignation, Snape could not help but feel a surge of anger. Who granted you the privilege to roam freely in my private quarters? Harry chuckled lightly, a rosy hue creeping onto his cheeks. Professor, I truly have matters to discuss with you. We need to find a quiet place, if you please. The request of a 12-year-old child, even one bearing the name Potter, bore no impropriety, especially with the look of earnestness upon his face. Was this behavior a form of pleading? Indeed, it seemed to be genuine coaxing. Snape felt a chill run down his spine, a sense of discomfort rising from his very core. This sensation was alarming. Young Potter was indeed formidable. With a scrutinizing gaze, Snape regarded Harry, his disdain and disbelief almost palpable. Harry sighed, extending his hands in a gesture of simplicity. The matter is quite straightforward. I genuinely need to speak with you, and thus require a secluded place where our conversation will remain confidential. You know, this is Hogwarts. While it may appear secure, it could also be perilous. He scoffed lightly, remarking on the arrogance of wizards who often consider themselves superior, oblivious to the need for vigilance. He referred to the house elves, who, despite their years of servitude to wizards, may not be entirely submissive. Creature would scold Sirius, the house elf of the Crouch family, and even stand against Mr. Crouch. Even Dobby from the Malfoy household yearned for liberation and to be treated with dignity. So, are the house elves at Hogwarts truly so trustworthy? Do they genuinely lack their own thoughts? Harry curled his lip in disdain. He did not concur with this insidious form of slavery. Yet, relying solely on words would not persuade anyone. However, I did not come to discuss the fundamental rights of house elves, Professor. We need to converse about the wretched souls in Azkaban. The term wretched souls, though novel, is rather intriguing. Snape convinced himself that it was the word's allure that prompted him to bring young Potter into his dark art study. Yes, those small chambers served as his sanctum for researching dark magic, a refuge devoid of natural light. In this absence of daylight and human presence, the walls bore agonizing imagery, devoid of any figures, only the harsh, tumultuous lines crafted by his dark magic, lines embodying malevolence, severing him from the sole illumination in his life. Thus, Snape was reluctant to permit anyone, especially young Potter, to behold these horrors. Yet, paradoxically, he harbored a strange desire for Potter to witness those lines, hoping the evil they depicted would terrify him, just as he had once used that cruel phrase to banish the best version of himself and his dearest kin. Upon entering that room, Harry was engulfed by a suffocating agony. In the past, he had grown accustomed to such pain, believing that life was meant to include suffering, with joy merely a vibrant embellishment to render existence whole and multifaceted. After all, one ought not to exist as an isolated island, and those who refuse solitude must inevitably endure the torment others bring. Indeed, hell as other people was not an exaggeration. Ultimately, he suddenly realized one day that this perspective was flawed. What nonsense about isolation, about others being hell, about life necessitating suffering as a foundation for happiness. Such drivel. When 2-year-old Harry, cradled by his mother, wandered into a church, and upon hearing the congregation exclaim hallelujah, he erupted into joyous laughter, declaring, "He is Harry, who calls hallelujah." He dismissed all those wretched notions into oblivion. What absurdity about a tragic world, a painful existence, and the hell that is other people. It is all madness. Harry sat upon the ground, adopting a carefree demeanor, patting the earth beside him, and said to Snape, "Please, Professor, take a seat. No need for formality." With that, he crossed his legs. Chapter 103. Is Chinese education truly that miraculous? Severus Snape sat down with a sense of caution and restraint. Unlike Harry, who nestled himself cross-legged, Snape's posture emanated a certain skepticism towards the world, as if it were not a realm of normalcy, but rather a disjointed parallel existence where individuals remained isolated, only able to connect through intersecting lines. This sensation was profoundly unsettling. While others may not perceive it as acutely, for Snape, it resonated deeply within him. Once, he had lived within the confines of a middle-class household, but that existence faded away, replaced by the damp and dismal atmosphere of Spinner's End, along with neighbors embroiled in theft, gambling, and endless violence, elements that bore no relation to his former life of comfort. Yet, a financial crisis had woven these disparate realities together. Thus, he harbored a profound aversion to that feeling. What Snape remained oblivious to was the existence of a life that felt entirely disconnected from any other, a life that could threaten all others with its insidious influence, so potent that even uttering a word became a challenge against its contagion. At that moment, however, Snape had not yet succumbed to such infection. His deep voice, akin to rich black tea, became remarkably smooth when blended with milk. "Professor, you ought to speak more, and perhaps share something pleasant. Your voice reminds me of the winter ground back home," Harry complimented. Snape imperceptibly furrowed his brow, but remained silent. Harry continued, "And, Professor, I believe we must inform the people in Azkaban about Voldemort, don't you think?" Upon hearing Voldemort's name, Snape instinctively tensed, his muscles coiling like a cat sensing danger. Yet, this moment of tension dissipated swiftly, as though the anxious individual moments before was an entirely different person. Harry, however, seemed oblivious to this shift, babbling on. "I mean, those people desire a pureblood family to rule the world, yet the very leaders they follow are not purebloods themselves. It's rather comical. And as for speaking Parseltongue, we all can do it now, my mother can too. Not only can she speak Parseltongue, but she can also converse in Dragonese. What's the matter? Is she proud of that?" Snape silently scoffed at the irony. Indeed, it was something to be proud of, considering that no one now spoke Dragonese, and who knew that people from China might still do so. "So, Professor, what do you think?" Harry inquired. Snape narrowed his eyes at him, adopting a condescending gaze that stirred a flicker of annoyance in Harry, though he quickly suppressed it. Snape retorted, "This seems to have little to do with me." Yet Harry shook his head. No. It has everything to do with you, Professor. I am eager to reveal the truth to those people, and you, while different from them, are not entirely dissimilar, are you?" This statement rendered Snape's eyes vacant in an instant. His eyes returned to normal in the next instant. Yet they bore an inquisitive glint as they met Harry's gaze, which seemed to radiate a clear, albeit foolish, innocence. However, he perceived the genuine mockery lurking behind that apparent simplicity, along with a hint of calculated intent. Severus Snape found himself increasingly perplexed by this so-called savior before him. The Potters he remembered were certainly not of this ilk. Harry, oblivious to Snape's scrutiny, cheerfully elucidated, "You see, you are the head of Slytherin House. And most of them hail from Slytherin, correct? I can't be mistaken." Indeed, he was not mistaken, but such a statement was laced with an excessive dose of irony. "Let me put it this way, Professor. My intention is solely to seek the demise of Bellatrix. She is a lunatic. Dealing with Voldemort is one matter, but we cannot neglect those Death Eaters, those obstinate fools. If their threat level is minimal, they may be tolerated, but as for the Death Eater from the Lestrange family..." He shrugged. "I understand it is somewhat challenging, given that I'm still just a child. Therefore, I do not intend to act myself. I merely wish to be present. After all, according to our Chinese definition of savior, it is certainly not a solitary endeavor, as the essence of savior lies in being a symbol. Most saviors are propped up in such positions. Some may take action to save others, while others are merely thrust into those roles, with commands issued by others." Harry's self-definition aligned with the latter. Snape was taken aback by his words. Could this boy truly be only 12? Or is Chinese education truly that remarkable? Such a disciplined Potter, with a profound sense of self-awareness, harboring a sense of justice, yet refusing to overstep his own capabilities, and most importantly, this Potter would never wield the banner of justice to bully other children. It was indeed a rarity. Snape exhaled deeply and inquired, "Why must you kill Bellatrix?" Chapter 1 for the corner of Snape's mouth curled no more than 5 degrees. The matter of the Longbottoms was merely an excuse, yet the desire to eliminate Bellatrix was genuine. Harry contemplated daily how he might bring about her end. Of course, Voldemort was also on his kill list. But there was a serious matter at hand. He had already slain Voldemort's primary soul. Given that it was known Voldemort had created Horcruxes, and the primary soul was dead, he had also dispatched 2 other soul fragments. Naturally, Harry did not count the fragment within himself, as he had long since consumed it, and he had no intention of disclosing this fact to others. At present, Dumbledore was merely aware that he had ingested Voldemort's primary soul along with his mother, Cressida. Thus, the main task now was to locate the remaining Horcruxes and to provoke Bellatrix with the treasure she knew of belonging to Voldemort. Therefore, thus far, the only items he could use to create a stir for Bellatrix were the locket and the diary. Bellatrix was acutely aware of the treasures held by Voldemort. She had personally taken the cup, and she knew what the others had claimed. Therefore, Professor, I understand that the Malfoy couple holds a significant trust in you. So let us devise a plan, Harry cheerfully suggested. He found the matter utterly repugnant. However, he seemed to grow markedly more tolerant, particularly in the presence of young Potter, where his leniency bordered on excessive. Now, with young Potter proposing collaboration, the nauseating sensation he had previously endured remarkably dissipated. How peculiar. Snape composed himself and inquired dryly. What plan? Harry replied, I will flaunt the locket to Bellatrix, informing her that I am aware of the locations of the other items, and that I will soon acquire her precious cup. However, during this endeavor, I will bypass the diary, Professor. Could you assist me in determining whether there are other Horcruxes concealed within this school? Snape's expression momentarily blanked, albeit for just an instant, yet Harry discerned it distinctly. Unfazed, he allowed Snape to scrutinize him, setting aside the matter of his primary Horcrux, which he presumably discovered in Albania. Regarding Quirrell, I had inquired of Professor Dumbledore why Albania, a place that had evidently drawn the Dark Lord's interest. He scoffed, recalling how on the first day of term, Barrow had informed him that he died in Albania. Barrow, a ghost long deceased, had met his end in such a distant land. Surely, any coincidence must have a predetermined design. Ravenclaw, it is Ravenclaw, Harry asserted with conviction. During my conversation with Barrow, I learned that both he and the Grey Lady of Ravenclaw had perished in Albania, and the Grey Lady was, in fact, the daughter of Ravenclaw. Consequently, I sought out Miss Ravenclaw for a chat, only to discover that what she lost in Albania was the precious diadem of Ravenclaw, while the locket belonged to Slytherin. The sword of Gryffindor is secured in the headmaster's office, and the cup rightfully belongs to Hufflepuff. Thus, the conclusion is clear. The Dark Lord does not desire the locket. Well said. Exceedingly well said, Snape remarked, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth indicating he had already surmised young Potter's intentions, yet he remained skeptical about the matter, choosing not to pursue it further at this moment. Harry shrugged. Professor, I cannot believe you are unaware of the subsequent steps we ought to take. Indeed, you should be aware. Snape's taut muscles relaxed slightly. If young Potter continued in this vein, he could avoid becoming merely a sacrificial lamb. After all, those who raised him had deep affection for him, and the ones who loved him did not merely regard him as a creature intended for slaughter. This is quite acceptable. A barely perceptible smile played upon Snape's lips, the upward curve of his mouth certainly not exceeding 5 degrees. Before long, under Dumbledore's guidance, Harry, accompanied by the enigmatic creature, and the addition of Rita Skeeter, all hastened toward Azkaban. During this period, the events they stirred up have escalated to an increasingly chaotic extent. Although Cornelius Fudge, as the Minister of Magic, yearns to suppress them, he finds himself utterly powerless over these matters, a realization that fills him with profound panic. He desires absolute authority, yet controlling the situation proves to be exceedingly difficult. Ironically, his yearning for control renders him unable to reject their demands, particularly with journalists in tow. Upon their appearance, the Death Eaters, imprisoned following Voldemort's terror, erupted with fervor. The earlier incident involving Sirius's removal had already ignited a glimmer of hope among some of the less steadfast Death Eaters. Despite Peter Pettigrew being incarcerated due to the repercussions of Sirius's actions, they clung to the belief that escape might still be within reach. Thus, when the four re-emerged, their fantasies resurfaced yet again. However, one must acknowledge the difficulty in nurturing such illusions, especially when several individuals stand before Bellatrix's cell, prompting a collective despair. Anyone could potentially leave, but certainly not Bella. This was their prevailing thought, echoed vocally. Forget that madwoman. She is a true Death Eater. Someone shouted, look at me. Let me out. I am innocent. Chapter 105 finds Bellatrix nearly driven to madness. The question of innocence is irrelevant. Harry, resolute, disregards the other's gaze as he strides toward Bellatrix's cell, crouching down to observe the deranged woman. She is undeniably striking. Unlike Mrs. Malfoy, her beauty is ostentatious, akin to a shark revealing its fangs. She is incapable of remaining still, even within the confines of a prison, indifferent to the lurking presence of dementors above, exuding an air of restlessness. Her laughter, piercing and unrestrained, resonates powerfully, mingling with her screams, capable of penetrating even the non-existent eardrums of the dementors. Before Dumbledore and the others can utter a word, she erupts into frenzied laughter, a cathartic release for her taut nerves. Typically, individuals tend to shy away from such a person, yet often, even if one maintains distance, they cannot escape her madness. What is most perplexing is that those who typically require an outlet for their own insanity find themselves unable to do so, while she, a woman who demands both wind and rain, managing to carve out her place even in a patriarchal household, can unleash her frenzy, an enigma that baffles many, including Dumbledore. Nonetheless, Harry and Cho Chang possess a unique understanding of her. It is not that this mother-son duo comprehends Bellatrix profoundly. Rather, their ignorance allows them to concoct an elaborate narrative. And in most instances, such imaginings yield surprisingly accurate insights. Just like at this very moment. Alas, how tragic! Zhao Cuixi, gazing at Bellatrix, clicked her tongue in disapproval. Pray tell, what is this image you present? A rather striking lady. Yet look at what you've done to yourself. It's quite tragic. Her voice dripped with regretful gossip as she plopped down on a small stool she had placed on the ground. Honestly, with such a dismal situation, have you never contemplated whether this is truly appropriate? Your mother would call it sensible. You ought to consider if this predicament is indeed worthwhile. For the term appropriate might lead her to believe she is particularly suited for imprisonment. As Harry spoke, he too took a seat on a small stool. Only Dumbledore remained. Feeling somewhat awkward, after a brief pause, he conjured a handkerchief that transformed into a chair and sat down with decorum. Rita Skeeter, however, appeared utterly unperturbed, clutching a notepad. Her makeup impeccable, exuding professionalism. Good day, Mrs. Bellatrix Lestrange. I am a reporter for the Daily Prophet. It is a pleasure to conduct this interview with you here in Azkaban. Bellatrix stiffened. Harry chuckled heartily. You see, Bellatrix Black, I truly do not comprehend your choices. You carved out a domain for yourself within the Black family, in such a traditional and ignorant environment, firmly establishing your position. Yet, in a mere turn of events, you married, seemingly indifferent to the status of the Black family. Quite impressive indeed. Tell me, must you marry? Must you find a man to feel complete? Bellatrix was genuinely on the brink of fury. She believed her thoughts were beyond the understanding of others, particularly this individual before her, the so-called savior, who could not grasp the complexities of her situation. A boy who had been cradled by his parents since birth, the sole heir of the Potter lineage, and later hailed as the savior. What could he possibly understand? Such a person deserved to perish 1,000 times. Zhao Cuixi, undicesimo, with her hands tucked into her pockets in a farmer's manner, remarked, My dear, one cannot entirely fault her. Consider this. A woman raised in a family that values sons over daughters. No matter how she may rebel, her family, while ostensibly respectful, likely harbors disdain behind closed doors. Otherwise, why would they treat her as an outsider upon her departure? It is simply because they never valued her as their daughter. How heart-wrenching. Dumbledore felt a pang in his chest. Away with you. Bellatrix pushed aside Rodolphus Lestrange, her husband. She immediately recognized what was at stake. She lunged forward, grasping the bars of her cell, her voice sharp and grating, akin to nails scraping glass. Where did you acquire it? Tell me, where did you obtain it? Harry scoffed. Of course, I got it from where it belongs, Bellatrix Black Lestrange. You know, aside from this, I also acquired the diadem of Ravenclaw. And what else? Oh, I believe I still need the Hufflepuff cup, don't you think? Where is it? You shall not possess it. Bellatrix screamed. Just then, a Dementor descended from above, lunging directly towards her. Harry chuckled, reaching out to grasp the Dementor. Although classified as a magical creature, at its core, the Dementor is fundamentally human, representing a different facet of humanity. After Zhao Cuixi captured 6 Dementors, they devoted considerable time to research. Subsequently, Zhao Cuixi penned letters to several esteemed shamans, even sending one of the captured Dementors to them for further examination. Ultimately, they convened in London, where their studies yielded astonishing conclusions regarding the nature of the Dementors. Nonetheless, the Dementor's plight is indeed deserved. Yet, Harry dared not allow it to consume Bellatrix's soul. Having secured the Dementor, he patted the pocket containing it with a look of delight and said to Bellatrix, Relax, Mrs. Lestrange. You must understand that your struggles are futile. I will undoubtedly obtain the coveted cup. The most challenging task now is acquiring the diary, which resides in the Malfoy household. I cannot access it at present, but I shall devise a plan. In Chapter 106, Harry produced a snake from seemingly nowhere and tossed it at Bellatrix's face. She was on the verge of collapse. Since her imprisonment in Azkaban, she had maintained her composure, even though she often appeared deranged, occasionally cursing or even resorting to violence against other Death Eaters. These were mere performances for the sake of others. She was convinced her master would not perish, and she could not bear the thought of anyone suggesting otherwise. Nor could she tolerate the notion of his mortality herself. However, the Horcrux entrusted to her care elicited ghastly gurgles from her throat, as if she were on the brink of suffocation. Bellatrix was entirely unlike Regulus. Regulus clung to his beliefs in pure blood superiority and understood the significance of the soul. This may also stem from the stark contrast in upbringing between boys and girls in the Black family. Upon learning of the Dark Lord's creation of Horcruxes, Regulus immediately resolved to oppose him, while Bellatrix was utterly different. She idolized the Dark Lord, her obsession transcending mere love or admiration. It was a devotion that knew no bounds. She would do anything for him, although she had married Lestrange as per her family's arrangement. Her loyalty to the Dark Lord remained unwavering, offering her husband not even a glance. As for whether she was aware that what the Dark Lord had given her were Horcruxes, those around her were likely oblivious. Yet Bellatrix was acutely aware that those objects bore a fragment of his soul. She toiled diligently in service to the Dark Lord, believing that such dedication would reward her with his treasures, his very essence. Even if it was merely a portion of his soul, she cherished it immensely. Thus, when she learned that 2 of her master's soul-infused treasures had been destroyed by that wretched savior, she was consumed by rage. "How dare you?" Bella screamed, her fury boiling over as she yearned to leap forth and annihilate the boy's savior before her. What a farcical savior! How dare he? Harry let out a mocking laugh. "Bellatrix Lestrange, you shall never bear the name of Riddle in your lifetime. By the way, are you unaware of who Riddle is? Allow me to enlighten you. Tom Marvolo Riddle, your one true love, the Dark Lord whom you reverently refer to as Master, the enigmatic figure whose name you dare not utter. Can you fathom why he forbids others from calling him by name?" He stood tall, though his stature was modest. At that moment, Bellatrix and her fellow Death Eaters were forced to crawl on the ground to evade the Dementors. Thus, even though Harry lacked in height, he loomed over her with an imposing presence. His initial intimidation was subtle, yet he exuded a remarkable aura, one that belied his youth, gazing down at her with disdain. "Bellatrix, your master, your beloved, the man you hold so dear, his name is Tom Riddle. His father was a Muggle, the very low-born wretch you speak of with such fervor. How tragic it is that you fell madly in love with him. Yes, he speaks Parseltongue, but did you know?" Harry produced a serpent from somewhere and flung it at Bellatrix's face, hissing as he did so. "Ah!" she screamed, not out of fear, but in utter despair. At that moment, Bellatrix was unraveling, clad in tattered garments, her head tilted. She scrutinized the savior with malevolent eyes, wishing to pierce the dreams of this boy who shattered her illusions. Zhao Cuixi, observing the deranged woman before her, spoke with a mix of sympathy and disdain. "Do not think you can escape, Bellatrix. I shall have the Dementors watch you closely. As for that, Tom, I can unearth each of the Horcruxes you so venerate, along with your ridiculous notions of speaking to serpents or birds. It is utterly laughable." She crouched down to meet Bellatrix's gaze, her calm demeanor radiating a terror that Bellatrix could not ignore. "To speak the tongues of animals is trivial, merely a feat you small-minded creatures admire. I can assure you, my command of animal languages extends far beyond Parseltongue." Zhao Cuixi chuckled darkly. "I could summon wolves to devour your lycanthropic companions. Care to test that? What is true terror? This is true terror. Fear primarily stems from the unknown, and this Eastern woman, it must be said, along with her compatriots, particularly the Chinese, seem excessively insular, as if truly isolated from the world. Only a handful emerge to mingle among the upper echelons of the wizarding community, each appearing remarkably formidable. Yet upon inquiry, they either hail from Japanese wizarding schools or those in Hong Kong, not from the native Chinese wizards at all. Thus, Bellatrix remained oblivious to their true prowess. She shivered, instinctively recoiling. At that moment, Rita Skeeter interjected, "Oh, dear Ms. Zhao, might I inquire if many of you possess the ability to speak Parseltongue? As far as I know, China is an ancient nation with a rich tradition." Zhao Tse nodded slightly, affirming, "Indeed, our wizards encounter various circumstances. We hail from the north, where 3 magical academies exist. The school to the southwest not only possesses proficiency in Parseltongue, but also excels in potion making, though we refrain from using such simplistic terminology. Moreover, they are particularly adept at taming creatures, which they begin training from a young age. Upon maturation, these creatures can accomplish numerous tasks." She shrugged, expressing her perplexity towards the Death Eaters, stating, "Whether they seek immortality or power, it all seems rather pathological. The question of whether the Death Eaters are indeed unwell is trivial, for they have already fulfilled their objectives." 3 days later, Narcissa hurriedly approached Azkaban, clutching a newspaper. Chapter 107. West, does Malfoy know you are here? Narcissa appeared quite perturbed. She had forsaken her heeled shoes in favor of a pair of lightweight flats, walking with utmost caution as if to avoid disturbing anyone, glancing around furtively. Her demeanor exuded a sense of espionage. Each evasive movement underscored the fact that she was not approaching Azkaban with any sense of transparency. Sissy, Bellatrix spotted her sister from afar, her bright golden hair starkly contrasting the oppressive darkness of Azkaban, making her seem like the only ray of light in a bleak world. This sight caused Bellatrix's heart to race. "Sissy," she called, waving. Narcissa rushed to grasp her sister's hand, exclaiming, "Oh dear Bella, your hand is as cold as a corpse. What has happened to you?" She feigned a delicate sob, her face paling as if genuinely concerned for her sister. "How could you have changed so much, Bella? My poor Bella? Look at you. Your complexion is dreadful." Narcissa retrieved a cup of liquor from her small bag and offered it to Bella. "Take a moment to compose yourself, Bella. You appear utterly unwell." She choked back a sob, adding, "I saw this report and leveraged my connections to find you. Are you all right?" Bellatrix downed the drink in one gulp but still felt uneasy, handing the cup back to Narcissa. "Another, Sissy. I am on the verge of collapse. I must drink more." Indeed, she understood her sister well. After uttering this, Narcissa produced a bottle of liquor from her bag, gently uncorking it to pour for her. "Only drinking is detrimental to your stomach, Bella. I brought some food as well. Please, relax a bit, will you?" Bellatrix chuckled lightly. "You remain as gentle as ever, Sissy. I truly adore you. If it weren't for Malfoy being rather decent, he wouldn't be worthy of you." Narcissa withdrew a small plate, adorned with merely a morsel of bread. An olive, half a lemon, a small piece of cheese, and a sliver of smoked fish. The plate was filled to the brim. Bella seized the lemon, tasted it, and shivered slightly before devouring the piece of bread in one swift motion. After finishing that bite, she sipped from her cup of wine and then began to chew the olive, simultaneously taking another drink. Narcissa moved swiftly, refilling her glass. Bella, at this juncture, finally slowed her drinking, inquiring, "Sissy, does Malfoy know you are here?" Narcissa shook her head. "I Haven-T sought him out. I paid to come to this island, Bella. I understand you would prefer he did not come." As she spoke, she craned her neck to glance behind Bella. "This report, take a look," she said, unfurling the Daily Prophet for Bella to see. "I know life here is arduous, Bella. Is Lestrange faring well? What could possibly be wrong with him?" Bella retorted, "He is ignorant but obedient." After downing another sip of wine and finishing the smoked fish, Bella exhaled deeply. "Sissy, you are aware of my master. The journal he gave to Malfoy, do you know of it?" Narcissa nodded. "I know, it is securely stored in the vault. We have hidden it well. No one will discover it, rest assured. Such a vault does not belong to the wizarding world, and Lucius has kept it hidden." She lowered her voice. "I cannot disclose more, truly, I cannot." Bella's eyes sparkled with intrigue. She quickly licked the cheese clean from the plate before leaning against the railing. Turning her head to catch Narcissa's gaze from the corner of her eye, a genuine smile gracing her face. "This is delightful, Sissy. Come again tomorrow. I'm still hungry." Narcissa, with a resigned expression, nodded and turned to leave. For 3 consecutive days, Narcissa brought her food and engaged in conversation. On the 3rd day, Narcissa, slightly embarrassed, remarked, "I suspect I shall not return until next month, Bella. You know, I have nearly exhausted my galleons this month. To bribe the ministry further would lead to overspending." Upon hearing Narcissa's words, Bella erupted into laughter. Though she had not consumed any wine that day, she appeared as if intoxicated, her face alight with a euphoric madness. "Sissy, you are utterly charming and so honest. I truly like you. I love you, Sissy. I wish to gift you my most treasured possession." She laughed heartily, grasping Narcissa's garment and pulling her close. "Ensure you keep my gift alongside the journal. Understood, Sissy?" Poor Narcissa, she was taken aback by Bella's exuberance. She trembled slightly, her voice quivering. "Bella, what is it you wish for me to do?" Bella released her hold on Narcissa's clothing, even gently smoothing out the creases left by her grip, saying, "Yes, Sissy, the treasure entrusted to me by my master still leaves me uneasy. Your family's journal is hidden quite remarkably. Indeed, no one could fathom it. Thus, it is only fitting that my treasure be kept with you, is it not?" Narcissa, however, exhibited signs of trepidation. "No, Bella, this is not a matter to be trifled with. After all, it is that which was entrusted to you." "How could you? I can." Bella interrupted her vehemently. "I need you to retrieve my goblet at once and place in your vault, Narcissa. You must do this immediately. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee what I might do. I could rush out right now. You know what I am capable of?" She pointed to the sky, where the Dementors drifted ominously. "If I dash out, they will descend. Narcissa, you must consider this carefully." After a moment of inner conflict, Narcissa finally nodded. This was indeed fortuitous. She had to feign great distress. As expected, her turmoil only delighted Bella further. Bella produced a key from her bodice and handed it to Narcissa. Take it, Narcissa. You may access anything within the vault, but you must safeguard my goblet. I swear, Narcissa replied, her tone resolute. I vow to protect your goblet, Bella. I swear by Merlin. Chapter 108. Young Malfoy was on the verge of laughter. Bella seized Narcissa's hand with fervor, her voice low and intense. You must swear to me. You must vow by your magic, by your son, with the most sincere oath. Bella. Narcissa grasped her hand in return. I can bind you with an unbreakable vow, but I cannot swear by my son. With that, Narcissa reached for Bella, gripping her wrist with determination. Let's swear, Bella. With the unbreakable vow. I promise you I will protect your goblet, ensuring it remains unscathed. Bella held fast to Narcissa's wrist, their gazes locked in a tense standoff, their eyes searching the depths of one another's souls. Bella tightened her grip in silence, motionless. Yet, Narcissa's lips trembled, fear evident in her countenance. Yet she gritted her teeth and insisted, Let Rodolphus be our witness, Bella. He is right there with my wand. Narcissa tightened her hold on Bella's wrist. Speaking earnestly, I swear if I break my vow, if I fail to protect your goblet, I will divorce my husband, Lucius Malfoy. Bella, I swear to you. Such eloquence in her declaration. Bella delicately handed the key to the Lestrange family vault to Narcissa, her motion as gentle as a soft breeze caressing the Thames at sunset, creating ripples without disturbing the surface. Narcissa grasped the key, her eyes filled with nostalgia and reluctance. Go now, Narcissa, swiftly retrieve the goblet and secure it. I trust you will succeed. At that moment, Bella appeared to cherish her sister dearly. Oh, and, if I may ask, should it be possible, please help me locate something. A large serpent, named Nagini. See what you can find. Narcissa swallowed hard, visibly trembling with fear. Is it that large serpent beside her? Bella scolded. Indeed, it is that very serpent. She rolled her eyes, her face contorted with palpable disdain. We have all been confined in Azkaban. My master has vanished without a trace. Yet that serpent has slithered away unscathed. Sissy, I wish to confront it and inquire whether it is searching for my master. Although merely a serpent, the possibility that it could comprehend human speech, given that some can speak Parseltongue, was not entirely implausible. Bella merely expressed a desire for the serpent to seek out the Dark Lord, and Narcissa felt unable to voice any further objections, simply nodding in agreement. Yet, her fear was evident. I may not be able to locate that serpent, Bella. You know I lack such courage. Very well, Sissy, I understand you perfectly. Worry not. Just help me gather some information. If necessary, you can take everything locked away in a vault and use the money to enlist assistance. Surely, that is not beyond your means. Bella's words floated lightly, seemingly easing Narcissa's tension. Soon, Narcissa departed Azkaban. As soon as she emerged, she seized the key to the Lestrange family vault and followed Snape to Gringotts to retrieve a certain item. The intricacies of Horcruxes are not to be trifled with. However, many have not delved into their complexities. Horcruxes inherently possess a connection, and upon interaction, they seek to consume one another, striving to become the stronger entity, ultimately culminating in the creation of a living being. Thus, when the cup was placed beside the diary, it instinctively sought to devour it. Yet, the soul fragment within the diary had long since dissipated, leaving only a mere paper-bound book for consumption, an exceedingly peculiar situation. Particularly striking was the moment when the fragment within the cup genuinely desired to consume the diary, only to find itself gnawing on sheets of paper. The absurdity reached its zenith. No one can tolerate the thought of something cherished vanishing, especially when the prospect of a delightful feast transforms into the unsatisfactory experience of chewing on wood shavings. Such an occurrence is utterly intolerable. The soul fragment within the cup was driven to madness, consumed by rage. Simultaneously, at Hogwarts, Harry was laughing so hard he was nearly on the verge of vomiting, rolling on the carpet in uncontrollable mirth. If you keep laughing, I shall place a curse upon you. Young Malfoy was almost brought to tears from laughter. Dear little dragon, my laughter has nothing to do with you or your mother. I am laughing at your aunt. Harry urged Ron to confess his fondness for Malfoy as well. Ron turned shade of green, yet Harry remained unconcerned. Sitting upright, he finally managed to quell his laughter and said, but in all seriousness, I am acquainted with that serpent. My mother has seen her. Hermione paused, quickly seizing the crux of the matter. She? That serpent is a person? Hermione did not comprehend. How could she, being human, transform into a serpent and remain one indefinitely? Furthermore, she committed numerous malevolent acts for Voldemort, even resorting to cannibalism. Chapter 109. Before Dumbledore could finish speaking, Newt rushed over to shake hands with Zhao Cuixi. when discussing the formidable serpent Nagini that lingered by Voldemort's side. Certain individuals felt compelled to voice their opinions. The name Nagini is indeed quite rare, yet if a serpent were to bear such a name, it would evoke curiosity. For such coincidences, if abundant, may not be mere happenstance. Upon witnessing Zhao Cuixi extract a fragment of soul from a goblet and compress it into a biscuit, Dumbledore experienced a notable sense of relief. He later learned from Narcissa that Bellatrix sought to locate Voldemort's serpent, Nagini. Nagini? Dumbledore furrowed his brow. He was acquainted with a woman named Nagini. She was, of course, also a girl, having only recently reached adulthood, tormented by a blood curse that deprived her of restful nights. Yet, she held steadfast in her belief that she might escape the clutches of her cursed fate. The blood curse she suffered from was that of a beast, or rather, she was a blood-cursed beast herself. Those afflicted by such curses were predominantly witches, who would be transformed into various bizarre forms. Some met untimely ends, others became animals, while some morphed into monstrous entities. The Eastern girl, named Nagini, under the influence of her curse, would become a serpent, and should she bear a daughter, that child would similarly inherit her fate. Voldemort's serpent was also named Nagini. Dumbledore had never before connected the two Naginis, as they seemed too disparate. However, if Harry asserted that the serpent named Nagini was, in fact, a woman, then the likelihood of their identity being one and the same significantly increased. It is worth noting that the events surrounding his duel with Grindelwald had garnered considerable attention. Many were privy to the occurrence, and the documentation was abundant. Thus, the disappearance of a girl named Nagini, who had been involved, was a matter easily investigated. As for Voldemort, he was adept at stirring the hearts of men. Consequently, Dumbledore always believed that the serpent's name, Nagini, was a deliberate ploy to unnerve all those who stood by him, his old friends and allies, those who placed their trust in him. Naturally, the chasm between serpents and humans was vast. In truth, aside from Dumbledore, Newt Scamander, and a select few, almost no one was aware that Nagini was a blood-cursed beast. Therefore, he had once felt fortunate that Tom's scheme had faltered. However, if Harry's adoptive mother was correct, and the serpent Nagini was indeed the woman Nagini, it would be profoundly disheartening. In reality, Voldemort's acquisition of Nagini was not as prolonged as many might presume. Dumbledore became aware of the serpent's presence by Voldemort's side less than a year before he learned of the prophecy, and at that time, he was unaware that the snake was named Nagini. It was only after Voldemort became aware of the prophecy that the serpent emerged, subsequently serving as an instrument of intimidation and murder. Dumbledore's fleeting thoughts regarding the name Nagini and its implications barely registered in his mind. He simply lacked the bandwidth to address the matter adequately. In retrospect, it appears he was rather negligent. If only he had been a bit more meticulous and contemplative. Perhaps he could have saved Nagini. Dumbledore shudders to think of the suffering the poor creature endured in solitude. She was such a kind and beautiful young lady, yet she was compelled to devour humans. Such a notion was inconceivable 50 years ago. "What's the matter, Professor Snape?" Harry inquired. "Why does Professor Dumbledore seem disinclined to sample Voldemort's cookies, which smell so delightful?" The situation was intricate, and the individuals involved were diverse. A reluctance to indulge in Voldemort's treats was understandable. After all, Voldemort's essence, once compressed, transcended mere soulhood, and adverse reactions were not unheard of. With a sigh, Harry resolved to break the cookies into pieces, intending to offer them to those in need when the time arose. At that moment, a crimson streak shot from the headmaster's office, soaring across the sky. It was Fawkes. Snape glanced upward, seemingly conversing with himself. Dumbledore is searching for that individual. Harry paused. Who was that person? Professor, does Dumbledore have an even more formidable ally? Snape regarded him with a knowing look, suddenly recalling something, a wicked smile creeping onto his lips. Indeed, that would be Dumbledore's once favored student, the Savior Potter. Congratulations on attaining such a distinction. Harry grimaced slightly, feeling unimpressed by the accolade. Soon after, both Harry and Zhao Cuixi were summoned to the headmaster's office following their classes the next day. Among the waiting individuals in the office was an unfamiliar face. It was a remarkably handsome elderly gentleman, appearing to be in his 60s, his face adorned with freckles that resembled droplets of honey, and his curly hair bore an indomitable spirit, illuminating his presence. His seemingly formal attire and accessories lost their ability to constrain his vibrant persona. Come here, Harry. Meet Newt Scamander, the author of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. You will be studying his book shortly. Dumbledore beckoned Harry, smiling as he introduced, Newt, this is Harry. Harry Potter. The lady by his side is his guardian, Zhao Cuixi, from China, who currently teaches at Hogwarts, imparting knowledge on shamanic wizardry. They were the ones who discerned Nagini's situation. Perhaps you might find it necessary to consult them. Before Dumbledore could finish, Newt rushed over to shake hands with Zhao Cuixi. Hello. May I call you Cuixi? I am Newt Scamander, currently residing in the United States, yet I hold a profound admiration for the ancient Eastern realms, your homeland. Thus far, I have only encountered the Chinese fireball and the Zouwu. Other wondrous creatures indigenous to China remain a mystery to me, sparking my genuine interest. Newt, Dumbledore interjected with a hint of exasperation. What matters now is Nagini. Ah yes, Nagini. Newt gently patted his cheek, offering an embarrassed smile as a blush crept across his face. I truly apologize. I may have become somewhat carried away. He shyly pressed his lips together. Nagini indeed. She hails from exotic Eastern lineage, and I am eager to discover her whereabouts and assist her.